This letter has one job: to keep you safe during your year at the manor. That is what it claims anyway. The rules are non-negotiable, it warns, and you had better learn every single one fast. One line lands harder than the rest. Whatever happens to you here, you alone are held responsible. A woman flinches, feet catching on the pavement, like she is bracing for something right behind her. A man watches the sunset, a strange red gem glinting at his throat. This is Mr. Walter, and he runs this place. She turns to him, breath shaking, and all she can force out is one word: Mr. Walter. She finally manages. Whatever she is about to say, it is not going to be good news for her. Walter does not blink. Whatever her duties turn out to be, he reminds her the contract runs 1 full year, no exceptions. And she is absolutely forbidden from leaving Bertrand. He has told her before, apparently. Now he is telling her again. She screams, and it is not a polite little scream either. This is full-blown terror. The page itself seems to dissolve into teeth and blood, like the manor is baring its fangs at her. Why, she begs the darkness. Honestly, good question. She is sure of it. She walked out through that side gate on her own 2 feet. She definitely went through that gate and left the grounds behind her. So why, she wonders, is she right back where she started? Because somehow, impossibly, she is still standing inside this god-forsaken manor. Dizzy and bleeding from the nose, she watches a red-robed figure drift through the trees, like the manor itself is warning her. Walter corners her with a question dressed up as politeness. Anything to say for yourself, Miss Lloyd? All Miss Lloyd manages is I. There is no good answer to give him. Elsewhere, a servant teases her while she scrubs the floor on her knees, joking that the young master and the little miss have clearly taken a liking to her. Back with Walter, she tries his name again, quieter this time, like it might soften him. Footsteps approach, an older man arrives, and someone addresses him by name: Frederick. Frederick steps smoothly between them. Do not mention it, he says. The manor's affairs are his affairs to handle. Thanks are exchanged, apologies too, the kind of scripted courtesy that papers over something much darker underneath. Frederick reminds everyone he is part of the Bertrand family too. They are all one family here, he says, like that is supposed to be comforting. It pains him greatly, he says, that they will have to process one of their own. Someone asks if there is not some other vacancy in the manor instead. Someone floats an idea: why not send her to the kitchen instead? They are always short-handed down there after all. A gloved hand grips another. An excellent idea as always, someone purrs. It does not sound like a compliment. Clap, whatever is about to happen, it starts right now. The panel explodes into streaks of red and white, violent and blurred, like a whip cracking straight across the page. It keeps coming, brutal and relentless, dark fabric snapping through the frame again and again. A young maid watches through her glasses, tears streaming, unable to look away. Someone grabs her, and a broken sari slips out between sobs. It is the tutor, dragged up by his collar, sobbing that he was wrong, that the scent of the roses drove him mad. Walter leans in close to Miss Lloyd. Oh dear, he says softly, like her fear amuses him. He says her name slowly, unhurried, savoring it. I do like you, however, he adds, and the pause does all the threatening for him. The image blurs, disorienting, like she can barely stay upright. He lays out the law of the house. Any Bertrand family member who breaks a promise must be punished, full stop. No, is all she can force out, hands grabbing at her as the meaning finally sinks in. Another blurred, disorienting flash, the whole scene swimming red. The tutor begs outright now: spare me, Mr. Walter. Please have mercy. The pleading does not stop. It does not seem to be working either. What is left is a spreading pool of blood on the stone floor. A shoe steps straight through it without so much as a pause. Clean this up, someone orders flatly, like they are talking about spilled wine. And make sure Madam does not see. Appearances matter more than the body count around here, apparently. A staffer says she will go inform Madam herself. Walking off like this is just another Tuesday. The real problem, someone notes, is practical. They will need to find a new tutor for Miss Penny and Master Nero now. Walter's profile catches the last of the light, unbothered and unreadable. He does hope, he muses, that they find a good new family member, one who will stay with them for a very long time. Coming from him, that is not exactly comforting. Cut to a completely different girl. red-haired, sniffling, cheeks pink from the cold. So cold, she mutters, bundled in her coat, arms wrapped around a paper grocery bag. Spring is supposed to be right around the corner, but the wind has not gotten the memo. She wonders, hands tucked close, if she should have splurged on a thicker coat. The thought lingers as she trudges on, her breath fogging in the air. No, she decides, it is a good thing she saved the money instead. That extra cash meant they actually had enough to eat this winter. Plenty, she repeats to herself, then quieter she wonders how long that will actually last. Waiting for her at home is a letter, addressed formally to Miss Rachel Howard. It comes with fine print, no entry to the manor after 6 in the evening, arrive late and she is bunking at the inn first. They are delighted apparently to welcome someone so talented. It is signed, yours sincerely, Frederick Grant, butler of Bertrand Manor. Rachel can hardly breathe. A chance like this does not come around twice and she knows it. She remembers Mrs. Curtis joking that landing a connection with the right family could get her a permanent teaching post, maybe even a husband. At the very least, it would pay off her debts. But there is a catch, and her steps slow as she thinks it through. The Otis family estate sits way out in Sylvester, a long way from her home in Dumlin. Her father passed away a long time ago. She remembers her mother's voice cracking, demanding to know why he had left her all alone. Her mother cut ties with the rest of the family after that. Now Rachel is the only one she has left. Now I am all mother has left, Rachel tells herself, walking home through the crowd. She decides right there she will write back declining the offer. She cannot leave her mother too. Mrs. Curtis takes it well enough. It is a shame, of course, but it is all right, she says with a smile. Enduring and persevering, Rachel figures, has always been her specialty. She will just take on more work and chip away at the debt bit by bit. That is what she keeps telling herself anyway. The door creaks open. I'm home, she calls out. Silence answers back. She already knows where to look. Her mother is exactly where she always is. In the one corner of their tiny house where an oil lamp always stays lit, mother's little haven, a quiet altar to a life that is gone. Another envelope waits for her and her breath catches. Could it be? Did her mother finally give in and answer her request? No such luck. It is signed Trollope. Not again, she groans. It is from Mr. Trollope. He always says the exact same thing. The letter sneers at her. How much could a lowly teaching assistant possibly make? He has heard her debts are piling up. Come to your senses and be mine, it says. He will forgive every debt she owes, pay off all the rest too. Does she really think she will get another chance like this? Her hands tremble around the paper. That despicable man, she seethes. He already took their house, her father's fortune, everything, and he is still not done. She remembers briefly when she owned a coat made of the finest fur money could buy. Back then she could paint whatever she liked in a sunlit room or sit down and play the piano whenever she pleased. Evenings meant fine meat from a skilled chef paired with good wine. Yes, she really did once have a life like that. If her father were still alive, someone like Trollope would never have dared come anywhere near her. She crumples the letter in her fist. She shoves it out of sight. If only father were still alive. From inside the house she hears her mother's voice. Not a single one. Are you sure nothing came? Nothing came, Joanne, her mother calls again. Shall I go check once more, ma'am? Rachel answers, playing along with whatever this is. Her mother's voice pulls her further in. What exactly is she waiting for? Forget it, her mother mutters into the dark, cursing those wicked people under her breath. Who would wear such a disgusting green dress these days? Her mother sniffs. Gosh, ma'am, Rachel replies evenly, but you just had it made a couple of months ago. Joanne, do you really not know any better? Her mother scolds, cinching a corset tight enough to bite. Turns out this whole thing is about missed party invitations again. Of course it is. Rachel hesitates outside the door. Go in there and it is just going to be another fight. Her mother cannot believe even the social climbers are snubbing her now and demands a brand new dress, that fashionable light purple everyone is wearing. A servant chimes in. The money Viscount Oliphant sent has already run out. Already, comes the startled reply. Well, her mother says, trailing off entirely unbothered. I'm sure Rachel will take care of the money, she adds, like that settles everything. Rachel's heart drops. Surely her mother reasons she can buy her poor, suffering mother just one dress. How utterly unladylike of her, her mother sniffs going out and earning money in the first place. Who told her to do that? This could all be solved, her mother insists, if Joanne would just marry into a wealthy family. She is the stubborn one, apparently, for resisting. She brought this on herself, her mother adds coldly. An old manservant interjects, then. A trust fund, Rachel catches, stunned. This is news to her. The old servant presses gently. Could not she give Rachel at least some of that trust fund money? A woman needs a substantial dowry to marry into a good family. Her mother deflects like that is any kind of answer. It's one thing to hide the money the Viscount sends regularly, the servant presses further. But to hide your trust fund as well. He trails off, letting the accusation hang in the air. I manage the money in this house, her mother snaps. I have my reasons for not telling her. Then, breezily, so, Joanne, about that new dress. The door creaks open. What? Rachel breathes, standing frozen in the doorway. She just stands there, gripping her coat, the words still sinking in. Are you talking about? She finally asks. Whatever her mother has been hiding, Rachel is about to find out, and so are we next time. It starts with 4 words that flip her whole world. What are you talking about? Rachel's sitting in the family parlor, and there's a stiff older steward looming by the window like he's about to drop bad news. Whatever she's just said stuns the household staff so hard the old man practically swallows his tongue. Turns out there's a trust fund nobody ever bothered to mention to her, and Rachel wants answers now. She lays it out cold. The story was that every coin went into father's shipping investment, that there wasn't a penny left over. That story, she's realizing, was a lie. A young maid nearly drops her tray. Turns out a viscount named Oliphant has been quietly sending money the whole time. And that sob story about her own family cruelly turning their backs on her, Rachel's starting to wonder if any of it was even true. She takes a slow sip of tea, jaw tight, working up the nerve to actually say it out loud. She bolts from the room, heart hammering, not even sure where her own feet are taking her. Down the hall she goes, breath ragged, desperate for air that isn't full of her mother's accusations. An old memory floats up out of nowhere. Some cheerful little girl once told her she loved rainy days. Because splashing in puddles is fun, obviously. The staff's kids used to beg young Rachel to join in, dirty clothes be damned. It isn't even raining today, but that memory is exactly the breath of air she needed. For one quiet second, the wind on her face is the only thing that matters. A thought jolts her back to the present. There might still be puddles out there from the last rain. She heads straight for the nearest garden to go check. What she finds instead is a wall of roses in full bloom, and for a moment the whole ugly morning goes quiet. Because that's when it hits her again. Her mother had been quietly receiving money behind her back this whole time. Coin after coin slipped away in secret, right under Rachel's nose. Her mother was something Rachel still can't quite put into words. So she finally just asks it straight out. Have you ever once felt sorry for me, mother? Her mother just blinks at her, like she's spoken a foreign language. Rachel presses on. She really did try to understand her, a woman who'd spent her whole life as lady of a wealthy house and never learned another way to live. Even through the weeks her mother did nothing but cry after father died, Rachel held her tongue. Even when the spending never stopped despite their situation, she tried her absolute best to just understand. Her mother's grip tightens on her, furious. Are you calling your own mother extravagant and selfish? Rachel stumbles back, stunned all over again. So why, she wants to know, did any of this even happen? Her mother claims it was just an emergency fund, nothing selfish about it. Rachel snaps back that they're in no position to be squirreling away emergency funds. Not back then and definitely not now. They can barely be sure they'll make it to tomorrow. Her mother rounds on her. How dare she interrupt like that? Is this just a tantrum? You want me to feel sorry for you? Her mother spits. Rachel finally lets it out. It's always about how hard things are for her mother, but things have been hard for Rachel too. Her mother snaps right back. She's sick of this wretched life, and that money is hers alone, sent by her own family. How dare you covet it? Her mother shrieks like Rachel's the one in the wrong here. The room goes cold and quiet, the two of them just staring each other down. If only, her mother mutters, and Richelle braces for whatever's coming next. It would have been so much easier, her mother snaps, and something in Richelle just cracks. The words just hang there, shattering whatever patience she had left. Her mother lays the blame flat out. If not for Richelle's stubborn pride, they'd never have lost the Howard estate or ended up buried in debt after Mr. Trollope cut them off. If only you hadn't been so stubborn. Richelle goes pale. Are you saying, she starts, that I should have sold myself off? The words land like a slap, and even the maid nearby looks horrified. To some man even older than you are. Richelle staggers back like she's been struck. Her mother doesn't even blink. Why must you twist my words like that? Everything I say comes from concern for you, Richelle, she says, patting her arm like that fixes anything. Richelle just stands there, her mother's voice ringing louder in her head than anything she can say back. You may not understand the ways of the world yet, her mother lectures, but a man's age isn't what matters. What matters apparently is money and power, nothing else. Richelle feels it all boiling up at once, sorrow and resentment, every bit of it aimed at the one person who's supposed to protect her. Mostly underneath it all just plain sadness. Feelings she'd buried under years of just giving up. What good would speaking up ever do anyway? It's the same cycle every single time. She speaks up and her mother just gets angry. Then come the criticisms, one right after another. And somehow it always ends with her mother in tears about how hard her own life is. Richelle feels like she's drowning in it, gasping for air, wondering where it all went wrong. Was it the day father died? Or was it the marriage proposal she turned down, the one that turned all their living expenses into a mountain of debt? She feels herself sinking under the whole weight of it. I'm so tired of it all, she admits to herself, eyes closed. For the first time she lets herself think it plainly, she wants to leave. Her eyes snap open, like the thought itself just woke her up. The idea drops into her mind and starts spreading, ripple by ripple. That's right, she tells herself, and for once it actually feels true. Her heart pounds as she pulls out an envelope she's been saving for exactly this moment. Whatever's inside it, it's about to change everything. She looks her mother dead in the eye and finally says it out loud. I'm leaving, Mother. Her mother's face goes slack. Leaving, she repeats like the word doesn't compute. And where exactly would you? She starts, then catches herself. Ah, I see. Her mother scoffs. Is she really running off to school again just because of a few harsh words? If I'd known you'd turn out this disrespectful, I never would have sent you to that boarding school. I sent you there for your marriage prospects, and all you brought back was this ridiculous pride. Where are you going? Her mother demands, but Richelle just keeps walking. I'm speaking to you, where do you think you're going? Richelle doesn't even turn around. Her name echoes up the stairwell behind her, and she just keeps going anyway. Her mother's scream chases her all the way to the front door. She's made up her mind, she's going to Bertrand. Once she pays off the debt with the advance from the Otis family, there'll be nothing left tying her to this house. She's leaving her mother's side for good, free to fly wherever she pleases. Her maid overhears and freezes mid-step. Fly away. Me really? The maid asks, half convinced she misheard. Miss, she calls out, hurrying after her. Richelle turns to face her, steady for the first time all day. Are you going far away? The maid asks quietly. Richelle gives her the softest smile she's managed all day. I'm not going too far, she says gently. But you won't be coming back, will you? Richelle admits it plainly, probably not. The maid's face crumples. Miss. Richelle reaches out for her without a second thought. The two of them pull into a tight hug, right there in the doorway. The maid can't hold back her tears anymore. I've always hoped you'd leave your mother's side and find some happiness, the maid chokes out, holding on tight. I'll take good care of her, she promises. Then, quieter, could you write to me sometimes? Thank you, Richelle says, and of course I will. One last instruction before she goes, don't hand any of this over to her mother or to Joanne, just keep it safe. Yes, miss. You promised, the maid reminds her, waving from the doorway. And with that, Richelle steps out the front door for good. The old door creaks shut behind her one last time. Even now, some tiny ridiculous corner of her brain notes that the hinges really need oiling. She pulls her coat tight and starts walking, not looking back. Somewhere behind her, a shadow lingers in the window, watching her go. Whatever guilt tries to follow her out the gate, she lets it drift off on the breeze. In its place, a brand new to-do list forms fast. First stop, settle up every tab she owes around town. Then it's straight onto the train to Sylvester. Her expression is calm, but her whole future just got rewritten. She doesn't actually know if freedom and happiness are waiting at the end of this road. But whatever's there, it can't possibly look like the life she's leaving. A stranger at the station clocks her right away. You're the guest headed to Bertrand, aren't you? Whatever waits for her, she's got no choice now but to keep stubbornly walking forward. It's the only way she knows how to live. One foot in front of the other, that's the whole plan for now. She hands over her ticket and steps toward whatever's waiting for her next. For just a second, the nerves creep back in. Then she shakes it off. It's all right, she tells herself, I can do this. After all, enduring and pushing through, that's always been what she does best. Her carriage rolls on through the dark woods, carrying her toward whatever Bertrand actually has in store. Enduring and persevering, they might be the only things she's ever really been good at. That's about to change. I heard the news, Rachel, her friend gushes, clearly dying for the gossip. Mrs. Curtis apparently put in a good word, landing her a private tutor post with the Otis family, no less. And Mrs. Curtis adores her, so you just know that recommendation letter was glowing. Word is the letter was stuffed with praise, sealed up and sent off without a second thought. A wax seal, a folded letter, and just like that, Rachel's whole future gets handed over. So the Otis family welcomed you with open arms, right? Her friend asks, a little too hopefully. The street blurs past in her memory, quiet and just a little uneasy. But you know, Rachel, her friend trails off, and that little pause says more than words ever could. Everyone knows the Otises are old money, a genuinely prestigious family. But I've got a bad feeling about this, her friend admits, staring off at that distant manor. Thorns curl through blood-red roses, like the family crest is warning her already. Word is the Otises haven't shown their faces in high society for almost 10 years. And their eldest son, about to come of age, has never even attended school. Nobody's actually seen him. Roses bloom against the dark like a warning nobody's bothering to read. There have always been strange rumors about that family, her friend adds, though the details get fuzzy. I can't quite remember the specifics though, she admits. Somehow that makes it worse. Anyway, and just like that, gossip gives way to the real journey, already underway. A line from a letter drifts back to her. When I go to Dumlin, I hope you'll be there. The carriage rattles down a shadowed forest road, further from home with every turn of the wheel. Always thinking of you with much love, Margaret Chester. She folds the letter away and braces herself. First time in the dark forest, miss, the coachman asks way too cheerfully for her liking. He stopped the carriage and started praying a minute ago, she thinks. That's not ominous at all. I really hope he's not some kind of weirdo, she thinks, clutching her letter a little tighter. Now listen carefully and keep this in mind, he says, suddenly dead serious. Wait, what? You must not make a sound until we're out of the dark forest, under no circumstances. And breathe as quietly as you possibly can, he adds, gripping the reins white-knuckled. You'll see is all he offers before snapping the reins. Giddy up, cool, very reassuring. Are there wild animals or something? She blurts, peering out at the closing trees. Or is it some kind of local custom? Either answer, she realizes, is going to be bad. She has no idea what he means, but she keeps her mouth shut tight, exactly as told. Follow, something urges, all she has to do is stay quiet. It wasn't supposed to be a hard rule to keep. The road ahead just swallows itself in black. The carriage presses on into the dark, tiny and alone on the path. Somewhere in the black, the forest rattles like it just noticed them arrive. A clunk echoes through the trees. Nothing moves, nothing should be moving. It's as if night has fallen, she thinks, watching the world outside go pitch black. Is this why they call it the dark forest? She wonders, gripping the window frame. But something is not right here. Another clunk, closer this time, swallowed whole by the dark. A single enormous eye snaps open right in front of her and Rachel freezes solid. What is that? Someone hisses, a gloved hand clamping down hard on her arm. I feel like I'm being watched, she thinks, sweat running cold down her back. From between the trees on the left comes a voice, as the branches bloom with glowing red eyes. No, from between the trees on the right, he corrects, and from above. There is definitely something watching her, she realizes. Definitely, absolutely, 100% something. Every instinct in her body screams to look. She squeezes her eyes shut instead. I can't even look away, she tells herself, look away now. Hurry, someone urges from the dark, low and desperate. Her hands clench into white-knuckled fists, holding on for dear life. Faster, the coachman shouts, and the carriage lurches forward like it's running for its life. It's all right now, miss, he calls back, and she finally dares to breathe. We're out of the forest so you can make a sound, he says. Just try to stop her now. She lets out a scream that's been building the entire ride. Honestly, fair enough. We're here now so you can relax, he calls down. Okay, she manages, still shaking. She pulls her coat tighter, trying to will her nerves back into place. She turns her letter over in her hands. Have I just made the worst decision of my life? The thought just hangs there unanswered as shadows shift across the road. Rain starts to fall, and somehow that feels about right for the day she's having. She sneezes right into the downpour, so much for looking composed. What in the world was that forest, she demands, and the coachman just laughs. Well, honestly, I don't really know myself, he admits. Great, cool, very reassuring. How can he smile so casually after what just happened? She wonders, still rattled. It's an unpleasant forest to pass through, he admits, but follow a few rules and there's no problem. Rules, she echoes, they're simple enough, he assures her. Sure, simple, totally. First, he says, holding up a finger like he's about to drop ancient wisdom. Never enter the forest after sunset. Second, never make a sound inside the forest. And third, only ever travel the designated path. Always remember these three things, he says, holding up three fingers like it's a magic spell. Break the rules, he warns, and it simply won't be able to take you. He never finishes that sentence. Cheerful guy. She'd felt so confident climbing into that carriage back home. And the ride to Bertrand Manor had started just fine right up until it wasn't. She lets out a long, tired sigh, pulling her scarf tighter around her. Freedom, she thinks, was chasing something this vague really worth the risk? Was it too impulsive, taking a leap based on some abstract yearning for a different life? But you should look up, miss, the coachman says, and something in his voice makes her listen. She lifts her eyes, and whatever doubt she was carrying just quietly evaporates. Rose petals drift past her like the whole world just softened. Her breath catches, thorny branches and red petals frame the most beautiful thing she's seen all day. Trees part to reveal it bit by bit, like the Manors making her wait for the good part. Rose bushes climb every wall she can see, thick and impossibly red. And there it is, Bertrand Manor, draped in roses, sitting in the sunlight like it's daring her to be impressed. Hedges cut into perfect lines lead the eye straight up to the estate. Oh wow, she breathes, all her earlier dread momentarily forgotten. She shields her eyes against the sun, drinking in every last detail. How can there be this many roses blooming in early spring, she wonders. Fair question, honestly. Petals drift down around her like the garden's putting on a show just for her. She steps down from the carriage. So this is the Otis family's estate, she thinks. Welcome, Miss Howard, someone says, extending a gloved hand as she steps down. I am Frederick Grant, the butler here at Bertrand. He introduces himself, perfectly proper. He's every inch the picture of an old, dignified butler, mustache and all. Thank you for the warm welcome, Mr. Grant, she says, offering a polite bow. I'll show you to the lady of the house, he says. Of course, she replies. Behind her, the coachman heads off, job done, leaving her to whatever's waiting inside. What a beautiful mansion, she says, trying to sound calmer than she feels. Though it is a bit chilly, Grant notes, ever the professional. She glances around, wide-eyed, drinking in a house that's clearly seen decades of visitors. Something about this place has her on edge already, and she can't say exactly why. Is something the matter? Grant asks, catching her hesitation. Oh, no, it's nothing, she lies, plastering on a smile. Ha, she laughs it off, but her eyes keep drifting to the shadows. What was that? The same feeling she had back in the forest, creeping up her spine again. Am I still just on edge? She wonders, though some part of her isn't so sure. Don't be intimidated, she tells herself. Whatever happens, just do the job. A grand chandelier looms overhead as the knock echoes down the hall. Ma'am, Miss Howard has arrived, Grant announces. "Come in," a voice answers from beyond the door. I mustn't look flashy, but I can't look shabby either, she coaches herself one last time. Always with a smile on my face, she reminds herself, steadying her nerves. "And my back straight," she adds, squaring her shoulders before stepping inside. The room is grand and warm, a portrait watching over it all from above the fireplace. A woman sits with her back turned, golden hair catching the light, utterly composed. Is that, she starts to wonder, before the woman begins to turn. Richelle removes her hat and steps forward, doing her best to look like she belongs. "Mrs. Otis?" she asks. "Oh my," the woman replies, turning to face her fully. Mrs. Otis smiles, perfect and dazzling, and somehow that's the most unsettling part yet. She tucks her coat and hat close, straightening up before she's even said hello. "Mrs. Otis, is that you?" Richelle wonders, catching sight of a blonde woman dripping in jewels. The woman turns with a delighted "oh my." That smile is aimed right at her, warm and just a little too warm if you ask us. Something about this whole scene has Richelle's gut whispering careful. Heels click closer across the marble as the lady of the house zeroes in on her new hire. Before Richelle can even curtsy properly, she's yanked clean off her feet. Mrs. Otis wraps her in a hug fit for a long-lost daughter, not a brand-new employee. Richelle freezes mid-hug, eyes wide, still trying to process what on earth just happened. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Howard," the lady beams, practically in tears. This, it turns out, is Jacqueline Otis, lady of the Otis estate, and apparently thrilled beyond words. "Og," Richelle yelps. Turns out those rings on Jacqueline's fingers are not gentle. Every gem on that woman's hand is currently drilling straight into Richelle's spine. Richelle's silent scream, "Those rings are digging into my back, somebody help. I'm just so thrilled to finally meet you," Jacqueline sighs, squeezing tighter still. Richelle tells herself not to judge a book by its cover, tries to anyway. Verdict so far: this employer is rather extravagant, to put it kindly. "And you seem even wiser in person," Jacqueline gushes on, without missing a beat. "Please come this way," she says, sweeping Richelle deeper into the manor. Richelle allows herself one small private thought: well, at least she likes me. "That's all that matters for now," Jacqueline says airily and keeps walking. Down grand hallways and under gilded ceilings, Richelle gets her first real look at Rose Manor. Over tea, Jacqueline finally gets down to business. As you may have heard, she begins. "Every tutor hired before her has quit in under a month. It's been such a headache," she sighs. "I'm so relieved someone as wonderful as you came along," Jacqueline says. Richelle just blushes. "You're too kind." A contract slides across the table, rings glinting as a pen comes out. "Now then," Jacqueline says, and just like that, it's time to make things official. Richelle blinks, caught off guard. "Shall we start by signing the employment contract?" "Wait, sign it right now?" She barely gets out Mrs. Otis just a moment before the pen's already in her hand. "Not to worry, there's nothing out of the ordinary in it," Jacqueline assures her. "Just a confidentiality clause and—" Jacqueline keeps rattling off the fine print like it's nothing at all. It also spells out the exact length of her employment, clear as day. And this: never breathe a word about the manor to outsiders. A carriage vanishes up a dark road while somewhere a clock ticks out of time. Just a few simple things like that, Jacqueline finishes, like she hasn't just described a vow of silence. Richelle looks the contract over one more time before putting pen to paper. She's right, Richelle decides, nothing here looks like a trap, probably. The wax seal glints, nothing else stands out, she tells herself, and signs on. Pen in hand, she commits herself to Rose Manor, for better or worse. "The fountain pen, please," she asks. The maid startles. "Oh, yes. Now you're officially part of the family. I'm delighted." Jacqueline claps. Then, almost as an afterthought, "You must have missed lunch. Shall we eat?" The contract clicks shut. "Thank you, ma'am," Richelle says, and just like that, it's done. "Take the contract," Jacqueline orders, then turns bright and chatty over dinner. "What do you think of the manor? It's truly magnificent and beautiful." Richelle's curiosity gets the better of her. There's still so much she doesn't know about this place. "Speaking of which," she ventures, "could you tell me about your children?" Her hand freezes over her teacup. That letter she got mentioned something about this. The posting had been simple enough: tutor for the young children of the Otis family, just like Jacqueline said. Except it also mentioned every tutor before her called them incredible troublemakers and every single one quit. Rachel sips her tea, quietly filing that detail away for later. I thought it best to hear a bit about what the children are like, she says, then, Jacqueline's face goes completely blank, apathetic doesn't even begin to cover it. The children, she finally says, like the words cost her something. Twins, they must be absolutely adorable, Rachel beams. Jacqueline just gives a short, humorless ha. That laugh says everything her words haven't yet. You can't possibly mean that, Rachel says, stunned, quietly wondering if this woman thinks twins are some kind of bad omen. How old are your children? Rachel asks, hoping for a normal answer. Let's see, 6 years old or maybe 8, Jacqueline guesses. She does not, in fact, know. Any particular educational goals in mind? Rachel tries again. I'll leave that to your discretion, Miss Howard, Jacqueline finishes, already bored of the topic. However, she adds, and that one word carries a warning. Just make sure I never have to see them, and there it is, the real answer. I'll keep that in mind, ma'am, Rachel says evenly, already sizing this woman up as a mother who sees her own kids as a nuisance. Then would it be possible to meet the children now? Rachel asks, ready to get started. You can meet them tomorrow. Today, tomorrow makes no difference to me, Jacqueline shrugs. Josephine. A woman steps in at the call, brisk and businesslike. Rest a little, then join us for dinner, Jacqueline decides. Rachel throws up her hands. Wait, hold on. Ma'am, I appreciate it, but too late. Show Miss Howard to her room. Conversation over. Rachel exhales. Well, that settles that. Yes, ma'am, I'm Josephine Andre, head maid of this manor. The woman introduces herself properly. Luggage in hand, Josephine leads her upstairs. Your room's on the 3rd floor, right next to the nursery. They head down a quiet corridor, Josephine a few steps ahead, unreadable as ever. In the end, Rachel realizes she still doesn't actually know anything useful about these kids. I'll have to ask the nanny for the details, she figures, then a rattle and a clink freeze her in place. Josephine makes a small sound, like she's noticed something too. Is there a problem? Rachel asks. It seems I've forgotten your room key, Josephine says. I'll go fetch it at once. You can bring it later, I don't mind, Rachel offers. Josephine's answer is immediate, no. The key is extremely important, Josephine says, dead serious. And keeping the doors locked is of the utmost importance. Not exactly comforting words on her first night. Really, you can move my luggage later, Rachel tries, but Josephine's already hurrying off with the bags. Wait, too slow, Rachel's left standing there alone in an unfamiliar hallway. All alone in a house full of locked doors and stricter rules than she bargained for. Are the rules of the Otis family always this strict? She wonders, smoothing her hair back down. Though I suppose that's just how things are in Bertrand, she reasons, right as a crash echoes somewhere nearby. She shakes it off with a smile, no use worrying over every strange noise in a new house. She said the nursery was right next door, didn't she? Rachel heads off to check. Are the children playing? She wonders, standing outside in the hall. Somewhere close by, a face streaked with tears goes completely unnoticed for now. They seem too busy having fun to come out, Rachel tells herself. Fortunately, she thinks, none the wiser. A portrait on the wall catches her attention as she wanders the halls. A family, painted long ago, though their faces are strangely worn away, almost erased. Rachel leans in for a closer look. That doesn't look like anyone from the current Otis family, she realizes. She's still puzzling over it when someone speaks up right behind her. It's a portrait of the first Master Otis, a voice offers low and completely unfamiliar. A low, gentle voice almost like a song, definitely not one she recognizes. Actually, the history of the Otis family goes back a bit further than that, but the stranger continues and Rachel spins around, startled. The one who purchased Bertrand, originally owned by Count Sylvester, he explains, unbothered by her surprise. And made it the center of the Otis domain, he continues, rose is blooming behind the words. Was Neil Otis? Rachel's jaw practically drops. Who is this man and how does he know all this? She stares, caught completely off guard by this stranger who's just appeared out of nowhere. You must be Miss Howard, the new tutor for Miss Penny and Master Nero. He says so now. She has names for the twins, at least. You know who I am, she asks, genuinely thrown. He just smiles, easy and a little too charming for someone she's never met. I am, he begins, drawing the introduction out just long enough to be maddening. He offers his hand, cool as anything, like he's been expecting this moment all along. Confidence rolls off him in waves as he finally lets the moment land. Roger's Walter, and just like that, Richel's quiet new job gets a whole lot more interesting. Roger's Walter, he adds, dropping the name like it should ring a bell. And there he is in full dramatic reveal, roses and all, because subtlety clearly is not in his job description. Official intro card and everything. Roger's Walter, tutor to the Otis heir, already apologizing for startling her. Richel jumps half out of her skin, eyes wide and clearly caught off guard. Oh, he's just a tutor, she realizes, dialing the panic back down. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Walter, she says, offering a proper handshake. I look forward to working with you. Everyone in the manor has been eagerly awaiting your arrival, Miss Howard, he says with an easy chuckle. I did hear finding a tutor here was proving difficult, he mentions. Yes, she admits, a touch sheepish. For the young master's sake, is that really all this is? She wonders, watching him press his hands together like he's about to bless the room. Oh my, she laughs, already a little charmed despite herself. But of course the one who was most eager for your arrival was me, he says, and yeah, that lands. You Mr. Walter, she echoes, not quite sure where this is headed. Embarrassing as it is to admit, he confesses, I get lonely very easily. Bertrand is wonderful, but there is just no one here. No one I can have a truly comfortable conversation with, he finishes, and her ears go warm right on cue. Ahem, someone nearby practically chokes, clearing their throat, and honestly, mood thoroughly killed. Oh dear, did my words make you uncomfortable, Miss Howard? He asks, all faux innocence. Of course not, she blurts, a beat too fast to be convincing. Did I just overreact? She second guesses herself immediately. It was truly a shame to see your predecessor go, he says, but thanks to that, I got to meet someone as wonderful as you. Every cloud has a silver lining. Even he looks a little embarrassed by his own line there. I'm so glad you think so highly of me, she replies sweetly, which is not remotely what she's actually thinking. What a strange man, she thinks. They have known each other for minutes and he's already handing out wonderful person awards. Men, she muses, and just like that her mind wanders off into an old memory. Cue the flashback, a friend grilling her on what type of man she's into. You must have a type you're interested in, right? For example, the friend presses. The classic handsome type, obviously, comes the reply, picturing some generic dreamboat. Or so Pastor claimed, ponder badum, very serious business apparently. Actually, rather than a handsome man, she starts correcting herself. Cue the sparkly, faceless romance fantasy version, because subtlety was never really the point. I prefer a handsome potato, she declares. A potato, her friend asks, understandably lost. I did say that once, didn't I? Present-day Richel recalls, half smiling to herself. But then she glances up at Rogers and okay, dazzling is a fair word for that smile. He's got that effortless, camera-ready charm going whether he means to or not. Did I laugh too much just now? She wonders, before admitting she might not regret staring at that face forever. He's basically the hero from one of those romance novels her friend Meg used to show her. No, not at all, she covers. I was just thinking what a cheerful person you are, she adds, deciding that's a totally normal thing to blurt out. And the reason I've never been interested in anyone before, he goes on, is that my standards were ridiculously high. Looks like Josephine's on her way back, he notes, someone finally interrupting whatever this was. I should get going so you can rest, Miss Howard, he says. Yes, of course, she manages. One last thing if you don't mind, he asks, and something in his tone shifts. Then, if I may, he says, leaning in closer than strictly professional. Closer still. He leans right into her space, and the room seems to hold its breath. You have such beautiful eyes, he murmurs. Miss Howard, he finishes just above a whisper, and that stare is a little too intense for a first day on the job. Her brain promptly short-circuits. Full system reboot required. Welcome to Bertrand, Miss Howard, comes a far more formal greeting, complete with a proper bow. I do hope you'll be with us here for a long time, they add, kindly enough. Richel wobbles off down the hallway, still very much not recovered. That she starts searching for the right word. That was definitely more than one thing just now, she decides. She is not wrong. Tour time, the door on the right leads to a small bathroom, her guide explains. A maid comes by on a set schedule to clean, so that's one less thing to worry about. Dinner's around 7, and someone will come fetch her when it's ready. And just like that, she's left alone in her new room. She takes a moment just to look around. It's a lot to take in already. It really is something, she murmurs. Her eyes drift over the shelves and furniture. Every corner catches the afternoon light just right. A magnificent room, she finally says out loud, grinning. She settles by the window, roses blooming just outside the glass. Things are off to a great start, she thinks, tallying up the day so far. The lady of the house seems to like her already. And the rest of the staff have been kind too, Grant included. And she's met someone who might actually become a real friend, though that's doing some heavy lifting already. Beyond the window, she spots the two Otis children playing out among the roses. I'm sure the children will be all right too, she tells herself, heart giving a hopeful little flutter. I have this wonderful feeling everything is going to work out perfectly, she declares, and if you've seen literally any gothic romance, you know that's basically a curse. But first there's unpacking to do. She rolls up her sleeves, ready to get her new study in order. All tidy, she announces, admiring her own handiwork. Her own little library, stocked and waiting. There, that should do it, she says, satisfied. She peeks into the next room to see what else needs sorting. Now writing tools, she says, sliding a drawer open. Thanks to the books already sitting here, the room doesn't feel so bare. Did the previous tutors just leave all this behind, she wonders. Whoever they were, they left quite the collection. One book in particular catches her eye, a work log. Ah, this must be full of notes about the children, she says, flipping it open eagerly. She murmurs, scanning page after page. Something slips loose from between the pages and hits the floor. She says, pausing mid-page. She crouches down to see what fell. It's a slightly faded yellow envelope, worn like it's been tucked away for a long time. A letter, she wonders, turning it over in her hands. There's no sender's name anywhere on it, and the whole thing has a vaguely unsettling air about it. She breaks the seal and the letter starts simply, to you. With the rules of Bertrand it goes on, and her expression tightens. To you, on your first day in Bertrand, the letter reads like it's been waiting for exactly this moment. That would decide my fate, it ends, and that's exactly where this chapter decides to drop the mic. The letter claims it exists purely for your safety, easing you into a full year living behind these gates. Then the tone shifts. Learn every rule fast, it warns, because failing to follow them will cost you. And don't expect help. Whatever happens inside these walls, you alone will be held responsible. Rule 1: however you're assigned to work here, your contract binds you for a full year. No early exit. That year is served entirely behind these gates. Leaving the grounds before your term ends is strictly forbidden. This, the letter insists, is the one rule everything else is built on. It reminds you again that it only wants to help, then it moves straight into Rule 2. Officially, this manor has no fourth floor. Any stairs climbing past the third are purely decorative, and if anyone ever brings up a fourth floor at all, drop it immediately. Problems here just vanish and whoever caused them gets punished. Convenient how that always works out. Rule 3: every staff member gets their own private bedroom, and entering somebody else's is completely off limits. If anyone, no matter how close you think you are, asks to be let into your room at night, answer instantly. Refuse them flat out and never look away. Back into your room, then open and close the door. 3 times exactly, do that and it stops begging to come in. That's Rule 4. Once the sun sets, finish your work and be back in your room by midnight, door locked behind you. Then stay put, don't come out again until the sun's back up. You might hear strange noises outside your door in the dark. Ignore them completely, never open up, never answer. Because from midnight to sunrise, the letter says plainly, the manor belongs to something else. And if you're carrying a candle when curfew hits, bring the flame back to your room with you. Rule 5 covers meals. Forget whatever you overheard in between and expect food delivered 3 times a day to one fixed spot. You'll learn the exact place and time on your first day, and you'd better stick to it down to the minute. Eating anywhere else in the manor, at any other time, is completely off the table. Whatever's living in this house apparently has a nose for food, so smuggling in outside snacks is a hard no. It likes meat, especially, the letter adds, and meat here always seems to be running short. On to Rule 6. The kitchen belongs to the cook and only the cook. Their word in there is absolute, no arguments. So under no circumstances do you set foot in there yourself. Rule 7, by comparison, is almost sweet. Decorative rose clusters are scattered all through the manor, so don't be surprised if the whole place smells like a garden. Of course, it'd be nicer if the staff themselves didn't carry that same rose scent, but the letter admits that's rarely up to them. Presumably it shrugs, reassuring. Onto Rule 8. Every new member of the Bertrand household gets a map, and according to it, the grounds hold exactly 5 separate gardens. You're free to wander 4 of them, just never go near the 5th, the one sealed behind a red brick wall. Officially, it's still under construction, so if you ever hear sounds coming from inside it, there's nothing to worry about. Apparently that's just business as usual. Rule 9, ladies and gentlemen. Do not touch the roses casually, and never, ever bring one into your bedroom. Your own assigned room is the one exception, so if a rose turns up and they're uninvited, here's what to do. If the rose is mostly white, you're fine for now. But if it's mostly red, set it right by your bedside and do it without anyone seeing. Past that, the letter admits, there's nothing more it can do for you. It's one last piece of advice. Remember Rule 4, and with any luck you won't end up lost. Rule 10 is oddly specific. Don't waste much thought on the eldest Otis child. If he ever speaks to you, whether it's a request or just a favor, ignore him completely. Everything concerning the firstborn, it insists, goes through his tutor instead. That tutor, judging by his tailored coat and jeweled brooch, clearly runs a very well-funded operation. Rule 11 explains why new hires are so rare here in the first place, which means the staff who have stuck around love nothing more than teasing the new arrivals. So if you ever find yourself alone, Rule 12 is short and blunt. Doubt everything you see, question everything including this very letter. Rule 13, the last one, almost sounds like basic manners. Always greet people with a smile, and never ignore a greeting someone offers you first. The only way to make it through your contract in one piece, it says, is to act like you hear nothing and see nothing. And simply do as you're told, no questions, no curiosity. And finally, one last instruction closes the letter out. Once every rule is memorized, burn the letter as soon as possible. Fire, it says, is the surest way to turn anything into nothing at all. You've got exactly 1 day to make it vanish unnoticed, because officially this letter was never written. It signs off wishing her a safe, pleasant year, though if you look close, another message bleeds right through underneath. We shall have fun together. Oh, and don't worry about Rule 12. Apparently that one was just a typo. Somewhere in the manor, careful hands finally untie the ribbon holding this thing shut. It's our new hire holding it, red hair, sharp eyes, and absolutely not expecting this in her welcome packet. Meet Rachel Howard. What is this? She mutters, staring down at 13 rules that read more like survival horror than a job handbook. Still, she tucks it away and gets back to settling in. New job, new room, new nightmare fuel, all in one afternoon. Just a sick joke, she tells herself, though she doesn't sound convinced. If it isn't a joke, though, she can't help wondering exactly who would write something like that. No, she decides, I shouldn't worry about it too much. Maybe it was some bored ex-tutor's idea of a joke. Or maybe it's just an elaborate hazing tradition for the new girl. Either way, not exactly a warm welcome. She braids her hair up anyway, tucking in a few flowers, determined to look put together no matter what's lurking upstairs. Dressed and ready, she pauses at the doorway, still turning the whole letter over in her head. Maybe, she reasons, the young master and his mother were just riffing on some horror novel they'd both read. But her heart won't stop hammering anyway. But what is this feeling, she thinks, dread creeping in from nowhere? A cold, ominous weight settles over her, one she can't quite explain. Then a knock snaps her out of it. Miss Howard, dinner is ready. Yes, I'll be right out, she calls back, shaking it off. She heads out, hair swishing behind her, steadying her nerves for her first real dinner with the family. Whoever she's about to meet, she tells herself, probably seems like a decent person. A soft "oh" escapes someone as she steps into view, dressed and ready for dinner. She's dressed the part now, braid over one shoulder, doing her best impression of calm. "Miss Howard, please come this way," someone calls, waving her toward the table while she nods along. "Yes, ma'am," she answers, falling into step behind the staff leading her in. Oddly, she notices none of the family's actual children are anywhere in sight tonight. And she can't quite place the man seated next to Mr. Walter either, just another face she'll need to learn fast. Somewhere in the back of her mind, Rule 10 flickers up unprompted: don't pay much attention to the eldest Otis. She flinches, caught off guard by how fast that memory surfaced. Her grip tightens without her even noticing. She's seated at the grand table, chandelier blazing overhead, surrounded by faces she's only just met. "Is the room to your liking?" someone asks, and she answers honestly it's the finest room she's ever stayed in. "Thank you for your thoughtful consideration, ma'am," she says, and the lady waves it off. "If you need anything at all, just let us know." Money, Richelle thinks, is clearly the one thing this manor has no shortage of. "So that's really the only thing we can offer you," the lady adds, almost too casually. Glasses clink around the table, and the strange little welcome dinner officially begins. Richelle watches wine pour dark red across the table, doing her best not to read too much into it. One of the men savors his glass like he's done this 100 times before. Another flashes her an easy smile over the rim of his own glass. She lets out a quiet breath of relief. So far, so normal. More wine gets poured, the whole table settling into easy conversation. One of the men leans in with a knowing little smirk, clearly enjoying himself. "Is this the first time Miss Howard is meeting Alan, ma'am?" he asks, all casual charm. "Alan," Richelle thinks, startled he said the name like they were already close. "May I introduce Miss Howard to Alan on your behalf?" the lady offers, and the boy in question barely reacts at all. "Everything concerning that boy is up to you, so it's no concern of mine," his own mother says flatly, right in front of him. Alan just keeps eating in silence, like he's heard some version of that line 100 times already. Richelle glances his way and catches herself thinking, that same look again. He was just rejected by his own mother, right in front of everyone at the table, and she can't help wondering if he's actually okay. He sits quietly among the roses on the table, giving nothing away. For a second, something in his eyes catches the light and catches her attention too. He doesn't look up, he doesn't have to. The whole room seems to slow down around him for just a moment. And it's right at that moment that Richelle finally looks up too. Her eyes meet his properly for the first time. A pair of sky-blue eyes, clear and flawless as glass marbles, staring right back at her. Whatever this year turns out to be, it just got a lot more complicated. As a child, Richelle was the kind of kid who'd rather be buried in a book than anywhere else. "Yes," she chirps the second someone calls her name, practically glowing. "There was a fairy tale I always carried with me," she says, "and you can already tell this one's going to matter. It was the story of a beautiful boy, so beloved by the god of winter that he was locked away in an ice castle. And a girl who set off on an adventure to save him. Classic setup, right? A boy so beautiful that even the ruthless god of winter couldn't help but fall in love. They say the god of winter wept every single day, aching for that boy's smile. Just how beautiful must he have been to bury the whole world in snow?" Little Richelle was obsessed. Cut to years later, Richelle's all grown up, seated at a very fancy, very tense dinner table. The boy from the fairy tale, she thinks, catching sight of someone across the table. Blonde, cold, and staring off like he'd rather be anywhere else. Meet Alan. He looks just like the master of the ice castle, she thinks. Uh-oh. Maybe the god of winter really was captivated by those eyes and fell in love, she muses. "So Miss Howard," someone at the table prompts, and suddenly all eyes are on her. "Yes," she stammers, caught completely off guard. "This is Master Alan, eldest son of the Otis family," she's told, so that's the fairy tale boy's real name. "I do hope the two of you can become good friends," the host adds, no pressure or anything. Richelle's whole face freezes at whatever Alan just muttered under his breath. Did he just say crap? She thinks, mortified, charming first impression. "Ah, he's not quite an adult yet, is he?" someone murmurs, half apologizing for him. Makes sense he'd be so on edge. Even Meg's kind older brother was a terror at that age, comes the aside. Turns out bratty teenage boys are a universal constant. Undeterred, Richelle puts on her best smile. "My name is Richelle Howard," she offers warmly. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Master Allen," she says, all manners and poise. Silence. Wow, he ignored me, she thinks, her smile faltering just slightly. Just think happy thoughts, she coaches herself. It's not every day I get to dine surrounded by such beautiful people, bless her optimism. The table goes quiet again, tensions simmering under all that polished silverware. "Is no one else eating?" Richelle blurts, genuinely baffled by the standoff. She takes a sip of wine instead, deciding not to ask questions she probably doesn't want answered. "So, I heard you worked as a teaching assistant at Harriet boarding school," the dark-haired steward at the table says, breaking the ice. "Notoriously selective even with their errand boys," he adds. "Ah," she laughs, "I had a lot of help from my former teacher who thought highly of me since I was a student." "Oh, come now," he presses. "This opportunity came to you because you're a genuinely talented young woman." "You think so? Ha ha," she laughs it off, equal parts flattered and unsure what to do with the compliment. "Excuse me," Alan says suddenly, shoving back from the table without warning. Richelle's eyes go wide while someone tries to smooth things over. "This roasted lamb was aged and marinated for ages, you know." "Oh my, it looks," she starts eyeing her plate uncertainly. "It looks delicious, actually. The meat looks incredibly tender," she decides, cautiously optimistic. "Though for lamb," someone mutters, and that little pause is doing a lot of heavy lifting. The knife and fork glint in her hand as she gets ready to dig in, blissfully unaware. The texture looks a little strange, she notices, hesitating mid-bite. Slam, something hits the table hard enough to rattle every plate in the room. A fist clenches, white-knuckled, and the temperature in the room seems to drop 10 degrees. Silverware clatters as the whole table freezes. Richelle sits frozen, wide-eyed, bracing for whatever just went wrong. The dark-haired steward's face twists into something dangerously close to fury. He snatches up a wine glass like he's about to make a point with it. Across the table, Alan just stares blankly into the middle distance, completely unbothered. Wine goes flying across the white tablecloth, blooming out like a crime scene. The room goes dark and heavy, the kind of silence that means something's about to break. "Alan," he says, low and controlled, which is somehow scarier than if he'd shouted. "This garbage," he seethes, apparently done pretending to be polite about the meal. A wine glass shatters, spraying red across the table like the world's fanciest crime scene. Alan finally straightens up, composing himself like this kind of blow-up is just Tuesday for him. "I can't eat it, it's too vile," Alan finally announces, cool as ice about the whole meltdown he just caused. Richelle claps a hand over her mouth, absolutely floored. "I believe I told you to be polite in front of Miss Howard," the steward says, stepping closer. "So?" Alan shoots back, completely unbothered. The room seems to creak under the pressure, tension stretching thin as a wire. "Bring 1,000 of them," Alan snaps, jaw set, daring anyone to argue. "See if I dance to the great Rogers Walters tune," he adds, and slams the door on his way out. Footsteps echo down the hall as the household scrambles in his wake. "Are you all right, Miss Howard?" someone asks gently. "Yes, I'm not hurt," she manages, still a little shaken. "I do apologize, allow me to do so on his behalf," the man says. "There's no need to apologize, Mr. Walter," she replies, and there it is, his name. "Managing Master Allen is my responsibility, so it's only right I take the blame. Please forgive us," Walter says, dead serious. "Master Allen has been a little on edge lately," comes a booming voice from the head of the table, waving it all off. The lady of the house just laughs it off, loud and unbothered, while Richelle sits there wondering what timeline she's in. Dinner limps back into motion, cutlery clinking awkwardly in the aftermath. Richelle's eyes go wide again, catching the flash of jewelry and stiff, watchful staff nearby. Fork meets plate over and over in that specific silence that says everyone's pretending nothing happened. Walter takes a slow sip of wine, jaw tight, clearly still simmering. A bejeweled hand grips a fork like a weapon, knuckles white. The whole scene simmers in an uneasy red haze, everyone just waiting for the next shoe to drop. Richelle sits quietly, watching her plate, doing her absolute best to disappear into the tablecloth. Well, the lady of the house finally announces, apparently ready to move things along. Meet Mrs. Otis, dripping in jewels and completely unbothered by the chaos she's presiding over. Shall we conclude dinner for this evening? She suggests, and honestly, thank goodness. It would be best for us to retire to our rooms before it gets any later. Richelle agrees, plastering on a smile. Walter settles back in his chair, exhaling. It was he starts searching for the right word. Wonderful dinner, he finishes, deadpan. Sure, Rogers, sure it was. Night settles over the manor, one lonely lamp burning in the hallway. Mrs. Otis suffers from a nervous condition, comes the quiet explanation, and suddenly a lot of that dinner makes a lot more sense. It hasn't exactly been a happy one, the voice continues. Mr. Otis rarely stays here in Bertrand, apparently. Oh, Richelle murmurs. And since the parents never got along, the children never really got a peaceful childhood either, he explains. In many ways, he admits, the Otis family never really managed to be a normal household. Richelle just listens, quietly filing all of this away. You must have worked here at Bertrand a long time, Mr. Walter. You feel like part of the family, she offers. I practically raised Master Allen myself, so I suppose I do feel like part of it. Though I'd never say that in front of the Otises, he admits with a wry smile. I've been with him since he was 12. About 6 years now, he says, and something about the way he says it lands heavier than it should. Have you been unable to leave this estate for 6 years? She asks carefully. Then, something flickers behind his eyes. His mind drifts somewhere else entirely, back to a letter he once found and never forgot. Is everything written in that letter true? The memory asks, and it clearly still haunts him. Whoever's asking wears a knowing little smirk, like they already have the answer. Do you find Bertrand to your liking, Miss Howard? Walter asks, pulling himself back to the present. Of course, I'm happy to be here, she answers, and for once it doesn't sound like a performance. I'm glad to hear that, he says, something softening in his face. I do hope you will, he begins, the two of them standing together in the grand, empty hall. Adjust well to life here, Miss Howard, though I have no doubt you'll manage just fine, he finishes, already thinking of next time. Their hands drift close for just a moment, the kind of moment this genre absolutely lives for. If you would call me Rogers instead of Mr. Walter, he says, and okay, now we're getting somewhere. Well then, I wish you a peaceful night, he says, and disappears into the dark. Alone now, Richelle's smile finally drops, replaced by something more thoughtful. She's holding a letter, turning it over in her hands like it might bite. There's definitely something strange about this manor, she thinks. This letter was prepared to ensure your safety during your 1-year stay, it reads. That's not exactly comforting. She stands alone before the manor's towering doors, dwarfed by the whole strange place. If this letter is telling the truth, she reasons, working through it logically, then there must be a reason a letter like this exists at all in a place this strange. Without another thought, she tears the whole thing in half. The pieces flutter down and she tells herself, don't overthink it. That's what you do best, Richelle, a memory tells her, and she manages a small, tired smile. The torn letter catches fire, curling into ash. It'll be all right, she tells herself. The flames climb higher, swallowing the last of the evidence. All of it, she murmurs, watching it all burn away, whatever secrets it was hiding along with it. Another letter from her friend Meg has arrived, delivered by the estate's own private mailman, and Richelle can't wait to write back. Turns out Meg's letter was pure gossip. You actually stood up to your mother and finally left. Hooray for Richelle Howard, she'd cheered. Meg wants all the juicy details too. Is the whole Otis family really that gorgeous? Let's see, Richelle laughs. You asked what life is like here. Bertrand, she writes simply, is wonderful. Chalk it up to old money, the staff are treated well, and she's writing this very letter from a lovely room overlooking the rose garden. She still hasn't met the man of the house, Mr. Otis himself. Word is he's hardly ever home, but at least Mrs. Otis, she writes, is every bit as kind as they say. The rest of the staff are just as friendly too, she adds, and then, of course, there are the children. Honestly, from the Otis family down to the tutor, this house is stacked with gorgeous people, she admits. She could barely breathe the first time she saw them. I think I've been hired in a good place, she writes, and then just stops. She lets the pen hover there a moment, unsure how to say what's really on her mind. Except she starts and doesn't finish the thought. For now though, it seems it'll be hard for the two of them to meet up for a whole year, she admits. Leaving the children just isn't something she's ready to do, but she promises to write often. I hope you're enjoying married life, she signs off, setting the finished letter down. With love and diligently adjusting to her new life, she signs it, Rachel Howard. The truth is she starts to write, then stops herself completely. There's something else I really want to say, she admits, and that's exactly where our story really begins. Welcome to Rose Manor. A knock at the door pulls her out of her thoughts entirely. Penny, Nero, she calls, and two sets of little feet come thundering her way. Miss Howard, they shout, footsteps pattering and dashing straight down the hall. May I come in, she asks gently, waiting just outside their door. The door swings open, and there she is. Two pairs of little feet come racing straight for her. Miss, they cheer in delight the second they spot her. And then, wham, she's on the receiving end of a full tackle hug. They all go down together in a tangled, giggling heap. Thud, down they all go. You're going to get hurt like that, she scolds gently, still tangled up with them on the floor. You have to be careful. They just giggle and cling to her even tighter. You little rascals, she laughs, hugging them right back. Meet the Otis twins properly, Penny Otis and Nero Otis. It's already been a month since she came to this manor, she reflects, greeting them with a cheerful good morning. Did you two sleep well? Yes, good morning to you too, miss, they chirp back. All right, she says, smiling, shall we go get washed up? But she was truly shocked, she admits, the very first time she actually saw them. Don't they even have a nanny? Someone asks sharply, and young Rachel just stares back, soaked and stunned. She remembers sitting there, hands clasped nervously, across from a woman calmly sipping tea by candlelight. When she first saw the twins, she admits, it was impossible to believe they were even part of the Otis family. They didn't look like the children of a distinguished family at all, more like a couple of filthy stray puppies. A nanny, the woman repeats, unimpressed, taking another slow sip. Why would they need something like that? She scoffs, cold as ice. They never had one to begin with, she says flatly, and Rachel very nearly loses her footing on the stairs. Then why do they even need a tutor, Mrs.? Otis asks coolly, and the question just hangs there like a threat. Rachel's fists clench. She wants to snap back right then and there, but she doesn't. This tea smells lovely, would you care for some, Miss Howard? She offers sweetly instead. Translation, tread carefully. I'm all right, thank you, Rachel manages, reminding herself that this woman is still her employer. I can't afford to get on her bad side, she thinks, practically vibrating with nerves. Miss, a voice calls out, and just like that, she's jolted straight back to the present. And now, back to the present, she tells herself, shaking off the memory. Yes, all right, let's go have breakfast, she says brightly. Okay, the twins cheer. You have to drink your milk and eat your eggs to grow big and strong, she insists. But I don't like milk, comes the instant protest, and she starts to understand exactly why the last tutor quit. Me, yes, a small voice whines from the breakfast table. I don't want breakfast anymore, comes the declaration, plate pushed away in protest. Same, the other twin agrees instantly. Oh dear, Rachel sighs. But if you don't eat breakfast, you won't have enough energy to play all you want, she reasons. Nuh-uh, they chorus right back at her, perfectly in unison. Reasoning clearly isn't going to cut it here, she realizes, thinking hard. Well then, I guess I'll just have to eat all this yummy food myself, she declares, hamming it up. It looks so delicious. Not really, comes the flat, unimpressed response. Reverse psychology officially dead on arrival. How about a competition who can clean their plate first? She tries instead and gets an instant, gleeful response. Right before that's no fun turns into a full, giggling dog pile that leaves her utterly, adorably defeated. Alone for a moment, Rachel runs back through the rules from that welcome letter. Breakfast is strictly 8 to 9, it said, meals delivered 3 times a day to one designated spot, nothing more. No eating anywhere else in the manor, period, and absolutely no outside food. That's just the rule, she reminds herself. Still, this uneasy feeling just won't quite leave her. She's sure this is, she starts and trails off, unable to finish the thought. Miss, I'm hungry, one of the twins calls out right on cue. Rachel flinches, caught off guard as the plea turns into a sob. Can't you bring us some snacks? Yeah, we're hungry, we're starving to death, the twins wail dramatically, milking it for absolutely everything it's worth. I knew it, if we don't eat snacks right now our tummies might eat our backs, one twin insists, dead serious. Rachel, she remembers being warned once and just the memory makes her tense right up. Do not, under any circumstances, get flustered by the children's fake tears and tantrums, the warning echoes in her head. She clenches her fist and resolves, not today. Penny, can you look at the clock for me? What time is it? She asks, all casual. I don't know, Penny fires back instantly. So Penny doesn't know. What about you, Nero, do you know? She presses, turning to the other twin. I know, it's 11 o'clock, he blurts out and Rachel beams. Very good, Nero, you're exactly right. That deserves a flower in your praise book, she declares, and Nero absolutely lights up. Yay, crisis averted, or so she thinks. Did I actually manage to distract them, she wonders. Then out of nowhere something snatches at her and she yelps. But this time Penny's meltdown feels different. Less cute tantrum, more something's really wrong. Hungry, she wails, loud enough to rattle the whole house. Miss, Nero chokes out and Rachel reaches for Penny, well and truly alarmed now. Then out of nowhere, go get Penny some snacks, someone orders, sharp and sudden. Go to the kitchen, the voice presses and Rachel's blood runs cold. She knows exactly whose voice that is. Right now she's told, and this time it very clearly isn't a request. Please, Rachel asks meekly, half hoping she somehow misheard all of it. Please is all she gets back, and somehow that's worse than if she'd yelled. So off she goes, hurrying down the hall with Mrs. Otis right behind her, and that is exactly where we're leaving things this chapter. The pleading doesn't stop and Rachel just stands there, caught between a child's puppy eyes and a rule she can't break. Sweat beads on her neck. Everyone in this house knows exactly what happens if you set foot in that kitchen. There's only one way out of this, she decides. All right, time to get creative. She tells the twins she's off to fetch the food herself, so why not pass the time drawing portraits of each other? Sound good? Okay, the twins buy it completely and the door clicks shut behind her. She marches down the hall like she actually means to go through with it. At the kitchen door she deflates, remembering the rule cold. The kitchen belongs to the cook alone and under no circumstances is anyone else to enter. The kitchen, she thinks, staring at the door, yeah, not happening. She turns on her heel and walks off, letting everyone believe she's headed exactly where she said. I told them I was going, she admits to herself, but I have zero intention of actually going to that kitchen. A month into working this manor, and she still hasn't forgotten a single line of that letter and its rules. And she definitely hasn't forgotten everything riding on obeying it. The twins, Penny and Nero, are up on the fence again, whining for her to grab food from the kitchen and come play with them instead. Now they're begging to play in the fifth garden too, typical. This isn't the first time these two have tried to talk her into trouble. The kids adore her, sure, but they keep nudging her toward exactly the things that break the manor's rules. But now she knows better than to give in. So today, like every day, she just walks in circles until noon and heads back like nothing happened. When she returns, the kids will greet her like nothing occurred. All she has to do is get through the day without any trouble. That's the plan anyway. That's how she's adjusting to this whole new life she never asked for. The manor stretches on, quiet and enormous as she keeps pacing the grounds. She doesn't notice she's not alone in that hallway anymore. Someone is watching her dead still, with an expression that is very much not okay. Before she can process it, something rushes at her out of nowhere. Her eyes go wide with shock. A hand grabs her hard, and the air floods with the overpowering scent of roses. It's fine, someone tells her, trying to calm the moment down. It's all right, they insist again, though nobody here actually believes that. Rachel's face says otherwise, her heart is still slamming against her ribs. A hand reaches for her out of the dark. I made it, someone breathes, way too pleased with themselves. Miss Howard, the voice croons, and just hearing her own name like that sends a chill down her spine. She's grabbed again, hard enough to yelp. Miss Howard, the voice keeps repeating, way too delighted with itself. You know, I've always wanted to have a chat with you, the servant grins, and it is deeply, deeply unsettling. Could you please let go, Rachel asks as politely as her nerves will allow, but the grip only tightens. It hurts, she cries out, trying to pull free. Let me go, she demands. I just want to be friends with you, the servant answers instead, which is somehow worse. Will you invite me to your room? The servant asks while somewhere behind her someone else screams a warning. She's dangerous. Your room is just lovely, the servant coos. There are roses by the window, roses on the bed. Roses on the rug too, apparently. Nearby, someone shrieks that she won't let go. There are so many roses in this manor, the servant rambles on, offering to show her every single one. How do I get away from this? Richelle thinks, desperate. It's good to keep roses in your room, the servant insists, completely unbothered by the panic she's causing. The roses satisfy us, the servant murmurs. What do I do? Richelle thinks, just think. What is actually driving this servant's bizarre behavior? Richelle has no idea, and honestly she doesn't want to find out the hard way. Let's have a wonderful time together, the servant purrs. We can count rose petals for fun. It would be lovely if you'd invite me to your room, she presses again, and there it is, the real ask. Something clicks behind Richelle's shocked eyes. I've got it, she realizes. There's a way out of this. Miss Howard, the servant starts again, and Richelle cuts her off flat. No. She turns her back on the whole mess, resolve setting into her spine. I will not be inviting you, she states plainly, and a nearby maid actually gasps at the nerve of it. To my room, full stop, no exceptions. And just like that, the servant releases her. Dead silence. Richelle and the maid just stare at each other, neither one quite sure what happened. Someone flinches at the doorway. Richelle doesn't wait around to find out why. She bolts for her room. My room isn't far from here, she tells herself, mind racing. Think. One of the twins watches her go, retreating a step, clearly rattled by all of it. The letter said more than just refuse firmly, she remembers. There was a second part to this rule. The instructions for when someone demands to be invited into your bedroom were. She grips the memory of that letter tight. Entering someone's bedroom for reasons unrelated to work is strictly forbidden, it read. If anyone demands an invitation, refuse immediately and firmly. She reaches her door and turns the handle. Her eyes are wide, sweat beating, nerves completely shot. The rest of the rule comes back to her. Return to your bedroom and open and close the door 3 times. It will no longer insist on an invitation, that's the whole trick. Alone in the dark room, she braces herself, starting now. A maid peeks through the gap in the door, startled by what she's seeing. Richelle slams the door shut with everything she's got. She wrenches it open again, the hinges creaking in protest. 1, she counts under her breath. Slam open, slam again. Her hand grips the door edge so hard her knuckles go white. 2, she counts, voice shaking. The door frame actually cracks under the force of it. She keeps going, wrenching it open 1 more time in the dark. She slams it shut again and slumps against it, hair everywhere, completely spent. Somewhere down the hall, a shadowy figure walks away without a word. Huffing for air, she finishes the count. 3, I followed every single instruction, she tells herself, trembling. Her heart is still pounding. Is that maid still out there? She wonders, pressing an ear to the door. She waits, holding her breath, praying the hallway stays quiet. Somewhere in the manor, the noon bell finally tolls. She turns the knob, click, and cracks the door open. Green eyes peer through the gap, scanning the hallway inch by inch. Silence, nothing out there. No servant, no roses, nobody. She sags against the doorframe and lets out a huge breath. Hiya, she actually made it. Fist against the wall, she gathers herself back together. Right, she thinks grimly, it's not just the twins trying to get her to break the manor's rules. Another servant leans in with a friendly little suggestion. You look tired, why not grab a snack from the kitchen or maybe take a trip into town? Curled up afterward, she can't shake it. That's the first time she's actually watched a servant act that unhinged up close. Inhale, it's all right, it's all right. Exhale, she just needs to breathe through it. She's known this manor was strange for a month now, she reminds herself, still breathing through it. She just hadn't seen it with her own eyes before, and she already knew that letter was never some sick joke. Act like you hear nothing, act like you see nothing. She recites the coping rules like a mantra. I can endure this, she tells herself, I can get through it. She rises, shaking off the fear, forcing herself back on her feet. A year isn't that long, she decides, right as Penny and Nero come bounding in, calling her name. She waves them over to the table. Look at this, she beams, showing off the lunch she's put together for them. But as they say, when it rains, it pours. She wheels the food cart into the room and calls out for one of the twins, Penny. No answer, she tries again, checking the empty hallway. Nero. The twins have vanished completely. It's Richelle flying down the grand staircase like the house is on fire. A servant greets her mid-sprint with a calm "Hello, Miss Howard," completely unbothered by the chaos. On the stairs, a maid mutters to herself, wondering where those two troublemakers could possibly have gone. Another servant offers a pleasant "Good afternoon, Miss Howard," like the whole house isn't currently losing it. Somewhere upstairs, someone louder finally loses their patience. Where have those kids run off to again? Richelle's the one who has to go track them down, and her face already knows this is going to be a whole ordeal. She bolts out the door in a blur, no time to waste. For one quiet second she pauses at a window, scanning the grounds for any sign of them. Turns out chasing down two runaway kids is a full workout. She's doubled over, huffing, practically in tears. Still, she doesn't stop, pushing herself down another hallway on the hunt. A memory surfaces. One of the twins once told her she loves rainy days, grinning ear to ear. Why? Because splashing in puddles is fun, obviously, and she should try it too, miss, even if it ruins her clothes. It's not raining right now, Richelle thinks, but that memory just handed her an idea. The ground's still wet from the last rain. If those two are anywhere, they're probably splashing in leftover puddles somewhere outside. I'll check the nearest garden first, she decides, and takes off. What greets her instead is a wall of roses stretching in every direction. And more roses, and then somehow even more roses. I can't tell which way is which with all these roses, she groans. Maybe she should have spent more time outside like a normal person. She wanders deeper into the hedges, petals drifting past with every step. I think there was a small forest down that way, she mutters, half to herself. Let's go see, she decides, and pushes forward. Around the corner, the rose hedges grow taller, darker, and a little more unsettling. Sunlight cuts through the leaves as she steps deeper into the hidden grove. And then something catches her eye. A pair of legs perfectly still, half hidden in the glowing grass. A pair of shoes, she thinks, freezing in place. Don't tell me someone's dead, she panics and breaks into a dead sprint toward them. Hello, she calls out, her voice cracking with nerves. She claws her way through thorny branches, breath ragged. What happened here? Is it the gardener, she wonders, shoving deeper into the roses. She spots a leg sprawled out in the grass just ahead. No, those shoes are too fancy for a gardener, she realizes. Did someone just collapse out here? She crashes through the last of the bushes, calling out again. And there he is, a young man out cold, sprawled across the grass. She reaches for him, hands trembling, trying to tell if he's even breathing. Alen, she starts to say, the rest of a name catching in her throat as she gets her first real look at his face. Blonde hair, sharp features, dead asleep in the middle of a rose garden. She knows this face. Alan Otis, she blurts out, and yeah, this is definitely not where he's supposed to be napping. Somehow she gets him moving, hauling him off through the trees towards somewhere safer. It's not graceful, but she drags him along, effort written all over her face. Ma, she starts, reaching toward him as he begins to stir. Master Allen, are you all right? She asks, kneeling beside him with a slump of relief. If you're having trouble getting up, let me, she offers, but he cuts her off cold, from that window there. She stares down at him, thrown by the strange answer. Then it clicks and her face goes pale. That window belongs to Alan Otis's own bedroom. Her eyes go wide as the pieces come together. If I were to jump from that window, he asks flatly, do you think I'd die? Excuse me, she gasps, and he just keeps going, calm as ever. I hear you graduated at the top of your class from a prestigious school. So what do you think, he presses, with that smart, knowledgeable brain of yours? If I jumped from that window, would I die? He repeats, dead serious. Perhaps, she answers carefully, if you were lucky. If I were lucky, he echoes, so death falls into the category of luck for you as well. It would be better than becoming disabled or falling into a coma and burdening your family, she says quietly. He scoffs, unimpressed, but something in his eyes shifts. It seems your life hasn't been a walk in the park either, he says. Then again, whose has among those who end up here? In any case, I heard your opinion loud and clear. He hops up abruptly. I suppose I'd better put this method on hold, he mutters. Lady Luck was never on my side, not from the day I was born. Are you all right? Is there anything I can do to help? She reaches for him again. "Get your hands off me, I don't need your help," he snaps, and she freezes, awkward and stung. "But you look so pale," she pushes back gently. "Were you lying down because you felt dizzy? If I'm making you uncomfortable, I can get someone else." "I said I'm fine," he insists, then falters. "I was just lying down." He turns and walks off toward the manor without another word. As a rehearsal, he adds under his breath, almost too quiet to catch, "I was curious what it would feel like," he admits, and just like that, the mood turns heavy again. Should I ask what exactly he was rehearsing for, she wonders, or should I ask about the bruise on his cheek? But even if I did ask, she thinks, trailing off. "You should get going now," he says flatly. Would he even tell her the truth? She doubts it. "They ran off toward the man-made forest down that way," he adds, almost as an afterthought. "Hurry up and go get them." Ah, the man-made forest, of course, she realizes and turns to thank him for the tip. "And one more thing," he cuts in before she can even finish. "You do well to drop the pointless meddling," he warns, his voice suddenly ice-cold. His expression doesn't budge an inch. "That smell," he mutters almost to himself then, "just pretend you don't know. If you want to survive here, that is," he adds, and it lands like a threat wrapped in a warning. "What do you mean?" she starts, but he's already walking off, leaving the question hanging. "I'm sure you'll be no different in the end," he says over his shoulder and disappears. Richelle stands alone in the quiet forest, replaying every word. Something about all of it just doesn't sit right with her. She reaches out toward nothing in particular, still lost in thought. She drops back into the grass, staring up at the sky, turning it all over in her head. That smell on him earlier, she realizes, it was disinfectant. And under the bandages, long, jagged scars plus a bruise on his cheek like he'd been struck. Who would dare lay a hand on the heir to the Otis family? She wonders, and the question chills her. She lies there a while longer, unable to shake the feeling that something is very wrong in this house. Sunlight filters through the leaves above her, quiet and completely indifferent to what she just learned. She looks back toward the manor, toward that one window 3 stories up. If he jumped from that window, she thinks, running the math without meaning to, he'd probably land right about here, she realizes, and the thought makes her stomach drop. Leaves drift down around her in the silence, and Richelle can't stop staring at the spot on the ground. Deep in the rose garden woods, Richelle hands out wild berries like she's running a tiny restaurant. One bite for Nero, one for Penny. The kids can't get enough big goofy grins, stuffed cheeks, not a care in the world. They're inhaling those berries like it's a 5-star meal, and Richelle just shakes her head at her 2 little rascals. Problem is, the pair snuck all the way out here without telling a soul, and Richelle's had to hunt them down, completely winded. How did they even get this far? She groans, chasing after their little legs while they squeal and bolt for the fun of it. Watching them tumble around laughing, she softens on the spot. Maybe a few more minutes of freedom won't hurt. Clothes can be washed, mud comes off easy enough. Famous last words, right as the 2 of them come tearing straight at her. She bursts through the bushes calling their names, and the rascals jump a mile, caught red-handed. "It's a witch," they shriek, and Richelle leans right into it, cackling like the scariest thing in these woods. Underneath the joke, she means it. "You can't just vanish like that, I was worried sick." The kids just answer with sorry giggles and beg the witch not to eat them. They tackle her in a hug instead, and she melts instantly. "Oh, you too. All right, I can't win with you too," she laughs. "Next time you want to go exploring, promise you'll tell me first, okay? If you two wander off and get hurt, I'll be so sad," she tells them softly, and Penny's whole face crumples at that. "Okay, but only if you promise not to eat us, right?" Nero pipes up that there's nothing on his bones worth eating anyway. Richelle has to wonder just what fairy tales these 2 have been reading. Note to self, raid the nursery bookshelf later. Whatever's in there is clearly not doing wonders for their education. The 2 start pinching each other's cheeks to prove they're not tasty, and Richelle shuts that down fast. "I don't think so." She milks the bit a little longer, warning them with a wicked grin that witches especially love grubby little children. Wide eyes all around really, which is exactly the opening she needed to march them off and get them washed up. She holds out a hand, and one small grip later, the 3 of them are headed for home. Muddy, worn out, still grinning. That was fun though, Richelle admits to herself as the manor comes into view. As the door creaks open, the kids are already begging her to play with them again next time. But the second they step inside, something in the air shifts and Richelle's smile tightens just a little. One by one, the household staff greet her by name, polite, warm, practiced. It happens again and again down the hallway, and one maid mutters that she's seen this exact pattern before. Do they really not see the young master and miss standing right there? One servant wonders, watching everyone's eyes slide past Nero and Penny completely. Nobody bows to the actual heirs of this house, they just answer Richelle's every word with an obedient of course. The household treats these two like they are invisible, and yet somehow never dares refuse a single request. Richelle files that away with a quiet, uneasy hum, not liking what it says about this house. She shakes it off for now. Lunch is almost over, so maybe a quick sandwich will do. Snack time's only a few hours off anyway, and for once the kids are actually behaving, or so she thinks, right as they take off racing for the stairs. Then a shout stops them cold. It's Mommy. Richelle can't help but smile, watching their whole faces light up at the word. But her own smile drops the second she sees exactly who's waiting at the top of the stairs. The kids don't notice a thing, they are already sprinting up, arms wide, shouting for their mother. Richelle's stomach drops. Mrs. Otis already can't stand the sight of her own children on a good day. And right now those two are covered head to toe in mud, about to throw themselves at their mother's spotless gown. The riding crop comes down before anyone can stop it. Richelle lunges forward, but she's already too late. One sharp crack sends a small body reeling backward. A little shoe flies loose as the child tumbles straight down the staircase. Richelle's already flying down the steps after them, heart in her throat. All she can hear is the crying, and it's the worst sound in the world. She scoops the child up and holds them tight, checking for damage with shaking hands. Before she can even catch her breath, a cold voice cuts through the hallway. Miss Howard. She looks up straight into Mrs. Otis's stare, and every instinct in her says to tread carefully. Her hands are shaking, and it has nothing to do with the cold. Yes, Mrs. Otis, she manages, keeping her voice level. About those children, Mrs. Otis says, like Penny and Nero are a chore left undone, not her own kids. I told you to keep them away from me, she says, her grip tightening hard enough to hurt. I'm quite sure I made myself clear. Richelle has no answer that won't make things worse, so she says nothing at all. It was the only thing I asked of you, wasn't it? Mrs. Otis presses. All Richelle can force out is a quiet yes. Her grip squeezes tighter still. Then why are those things standing in front of me? She asks, meaning her own children. The smile Mrs. Otis wears while she says it is somehow the most chilling part of all. No, ma'am, Richelle answers quickly, I will be more careful. Satisfied, Mrs. Otis taps her chin almost fondly and suggests they have tea together sometime, like nothing at all just happened. There's something deeply unsettling about how effortlessly elegant she stays through the whole thing. It does get lonely having tea all by myself, she sighs, and walks off without a backward glance. Richelle just stands frozen, listening to those heels click away down the hall. It takes her a second just to remember how to breathe. She turns back to the two kids still shaking on the floor. Are you two all right? She asks gently, crouching down to their level. The second it's out of her mouth, she hates herself for it. What a foolish question to ask a child who was just struck down by her own mother. Miss, one of them whispers, voice barely holding together. Does Mommy not need Penny and Nero? The question lands like a blow of its own. Does Mommy not love us? Richelle has no idea how to answer that one. She used to smile when she saw us before, the child says, remembering warmer days that feel very far away now. I think she hates us now. It's said so plainly it breaks something in Richelle's chest. The tears finally spill over, and there's nothing performative about them at all. What do we have to do to make Mommy love us? Should I just try harder? The child begs to know. Richelle freezes. You're asking me, because that question cuts far closer to home than these kids could ever know. Instead of an answer, she just pulls them both into a tight, wordless hug. I really, she starts, and her mind drifts somewhere far away to a hallway that looked a lot like this one. I don't know, she finally admits, and it might be the most honest thing she's said all day. Alone now, she sinks down onto the stairs, and memories she'd buried come creeping back up on her. She remembers countless servants passing her by without a second look back when she was the one nobody saw. Not a single one of them ever spared her so much as a glance, and now here she is, watching it happen all over again to two kids who deserve so much better. A gust cuts through the empty street below, and a shadowy figure slips past the lamplight like it has somewhere to be. Up in her window, the glass catches a warped reflection of the grounds outside. Something feels off tonight. Rachel Howard snaps her book shut, muttering to herself that no one is supposed to be out wandering after midnight. She peers out at the dark garden, unable to shake one question: who on earth could that be? Moonlight spills through the diamond-paned glass as she leans in for a better look, book still tucked under her arm. Deciding it is not worth the trouble, she pulls the curtain shut and tells herself she should just get some sleep. The curtain swishes closed, sealing out whoever or whatever is creeping around the grounds tonight. She lingers by the window a moment longer before turning back to her desk, book in hand. Her mind drifts somewhere else entirely, back to a memory that will not let her rest. In the memory, a small child admits he does not even remember what his father looks like anymore. Their mother never visits either, the child adds, and even Alan barely looks their way anymore. A young voice nearby mutters that all the grown-ups around here are like that, cold and always somewhere else. Despite it all, laughter breaks out at the table, a younger Rachel surrounded by kids who still know how to have fun. One of the boys shrugs that he was just going to break his little trinket anyway, so did she want air instead? He presses a small paper rose into her hands. Written across the petals in careful, clumsy letters, "I love you, Mom." Back in the present, Rachel twirls a very real rose between her fingers, that old memory still clinging to her. Rather than raise her own children herself, Rachel thinks Mrs. Otis handed that job off entirely. But even so, roses just like this one keep turning up all around the manor. The children swear their mother used to love them once, so what could have turned Mrs. Otis so cold toward her own kids? And it is not just Penny and Nero she is cold to. Alan Otis gets the exact same treatment, shut out same as the rest. A strange detail keeps nagging at her, that sharp smell of disinfectant, lingering where it really should not be. Exhausted, she slumps back, the thought refusing to let her go. Today was the first real conversation they have ever had, and for the whole month she has worked here, Alan has never once looked anything but grim. Her fingers tap the desk as the thought finally clicks into place. Now she is sure of it, something is very wrong in this house. Alan Otis is. In her mind's eye, a looming shadow raises a hand over a small, cowering figure. Being abused, and in this house there is really only one person with the coldness and the power to do it. Who else would dare lay a hand on the heir to the Otis family? Rachel grits her teeth, she cannot let this go on. Her hands fly to her mouth, the realization hitting her all at once. "I can't," she starts, then stops herself, the words catching in her throat. But what can she possibly do about any of it? She is just the new hire here. After all, she ran away from everything herself to get here, even leaving her own mother behind. Back in the present, she sighs, and then a creak echoes through the room. The creak drags on, slow and deliberate, way too close for comfort. She springs upright. Who's there? Before she can get an answer, something slams against her door. It's past midnight, she thinks, who could possibly be banging on her door at this hour? The pounding just keeps coming. Who is out there? What on earth is going on? Her heart is hammering right along with the door. Then worse, slow, heavy footsteps thump closer through the dark. She does not dare move, eyes wide, barely breathing. Slowly, quiet settles back in. She has no idea who or what that was, but it seems to have finally gone. Still shaking, she reaches a hand out into the dark, half expecting something to grab back. "It's all right," she whispers to herself over and over, "it's all right." She is just on edge after everything that happened today. She decides, yes, that must be it. The curtain flutters as she talks herself down. She really should just try to get some sleep. She will sleep first, she tells herself, and figure the rest out with a clearer head come morning. A way to actually help those kids, and right on cue, the banging starts right back up again. So much for a clear head, so much for sleep at all. The pounding turns frantic and relentless, and Rachel jolts upright, terror written all over her face. It just will not stop. Then comes the scratching, and with a sick jolt she realizes it is not just one set of hands out there. It sounds like several people clawing at once, all demanding she come out right now. On and on it goes like they are calling her name without end. She wants to scream. She clamps her hands over her ears, breath coming in ragged huffs. Stop it, she begs into the empty room, please. Curled up small, she remembers the warning she was given before she ever took this job. Strange noises might come to her door, but she must never open it, never answer. From midnight until sunrise, she was told the house belongs to something else entirely. Just endure it and do what she does best. Act like she sees nothing, hears nothing, that is the rule, as another thump lands against the door. She pulls the blanket over her head, hands pressed tight against her own face. Running from it might be cowardly, she figures, but cowardly also happens to be the safest option tonight. Even if the blanket cannot block out the noise, at least it shields her eyes from whatever is out there. And so the long, noisy, lonely night grinds on. Eventually, even the chaos deepens into something like stillness. A low groan drifts through the room as she finally slips under, the night's strange spirits still curling faintly around her. When she stirs again, there is real relief in it. Somehow, she actually managed to fall asleep after all. Morning light filters in, and whatever was banging on her door last night is nowhere to be found now. She cannot help but wonder exactly when they left or where they even went. She lets out a long breath, throwing the curtains open. She is still shaken to her core. Maybe a morning walk is exactly the reset she needs. And while she is out there, she figures she might as well finally learn her way around the gardens. So out she goes, right into the heart of the sprawling rose garden. Wandering through, something clicks. Every single rose on this massive estate is the exact same variety. And she has never once seen this particular kind growing anywhere else. Up close, it has a rich color and a fragrance so strong it is almost dizzying. Something in the dirt catches her eye, a mark right where she thinks last night's noise came from. She is sure this is the spot, right by the old lampposts. But there is nothing here now except roses, undisturbed as if nothing ever happened. She glances back up at the looming manor, replaying what she actually saw last night. Two shadows swaying back and forth like they were dancing, and honestly they had not looked much like people at all. What didn't? A voice asks right behind her, and Richelle nearly jumps out of her skin. Caught talking to herself out loud again, fantastic timing as always. Flustered, she stumbles backward over her own feet. A pair of steady arms catch her before she hits the ground. My apologies, he says smoothly. I didn't mean to startle you, are you all right? Up close he is all easy charm and roguish grin, clearly enjoying this a little more than he should. Richelle blinks up at him, stunned. Mr. Walter. Mr. Walter, she yelps, grabbing his sleeve to catch her balance. Smooth, Richelle. He steadies her without missing a beat, gently asking if she's all right. She straightens her dress, mutters a flustered thank you, and lets out a long sigh the moment she thinks he's not looking. He teases her right back, still calling him Mr. Walter. He wonders aloud when they'll ever get closer. Cue instant meltdown. It's just still a little awkward, she blurts, practically steaming with embarrassment while he tries not to laugh in her face. And there it goes, he loses it, cracking up right in front of her. He was only joking, he says, softening. It's all right, he can wait as long as she needs. And just like that, her guard slips a little. To her, he's the only soul in this whole manor who feels like an actual real person. He's always there for her, she thinks, steady and dependable, never far when she needs him. Always smiling that kind smile, always cracking some silly little joke to lighten the mood. If it weren't for him, she doubts she'd have adjusted to this place at all, but every now and then, something feels off. So she finally asks him straight out, what exactly did he mean earlier about something not seeming like people? He blinks, caught half a second off guard. Oh, that, he says, stalling. Just a shadow playing tricks on him, he claims, thought it might have been a stray cat or dog by the gas lamp, nothing more. Is that so, she echoes, not quite buying it. He exhales quietly, relieved she doesn't push any further. The nights at Bertrand are quite lively, aren't they, he says lightly, which is strange since neither of them should be out after dark. Wait a second, she thinks, how can he talk about the night so casually? Does he not know the manor's own rules? Mr. Walter is, she starts to wonder, the thought trailing off into something she can't quite name. He's so kind, so gentle that she wants to let her guard down completely around him, but every so often a strange unease creeps in. Like right now, actually, that little slip about the night lingers in the back of her mind. She's always asleep well before midnight, she tells him, a habit she's oddly proud of. What a good habit to have, he says, smiling. He wishes Master Nero would follow her example. Then, almost too casually, does the young master have trouble sleeping. Nero suffers from a bit of insomnia, Walter admits. Oh, Richelle murmurs, filing that away with quiet sympathy. That must be so difficult for him, she says. Walter just laughs it off, breezy as ever. Annoyingly so, he adds dryly, like the boy's insomnia personally inconveniences him. Huh, did she hear that right, she wonders, not sure if that was a joke or something colder underneath it. A gust of wind sweeps through the garden as the two of them linger under the gas lamp. The scent of roses makes for a blissful morning, he says smoothly. Would she care to walk with him for a moment? He turns on the charm full blast, clearly expecting a yes. He offers his hand. It would be a delight, he says, to start his day with a stroll with her. Miss Howard, he finishes, and she just stands there, hands clasped, visibly torn. That's a very kind offer, she says, but she should be getting back. She needs to help Miss Penny and Master Nero get ready for the day. And right there, she notes another reason Roger's Walter makes her uncomfortable. He's just too friendly, way friendlier than any other staff member at Bertrand has any business being. He offers to walk her all the way to her room. She can't shake the thought nobody's this kind without a reason. It's not far, she insists, trying to wave him off. She'll be fine. Please, he insists smoothly. Besides, he was just about to head back himself. Sure he was. It's getting harder and harder to say no to this guy, she thinks, scrambling for an out. Then, salvation, she spots Penny and Nero up ahead and lights up instantly. Wait a minute, Walter stammers as she takes off without so much as a goodbye. Over there, isn't that Miss Penny and Master Nero, she calls, already halfway gone. Walter just nods, totally unbothered. It is indeed the young Miss and Master, he agrees. While Richelle's already yelling that she has to go, he can go on ahead. Subtle. The kids greet her the only way siblings know how, teasing her as a little troublemaker, the witch, and just like that, Richelle's all smiles again. Walter watches her escape with a knowing little smirk. My. She's cautious, he thinks, highly guarded and quite clever. His expression shifts into something colder, something we haven't seen from him before. This won't be easy, he mutters. He walks off alone through the rose garden, whatever he's really planning tucked well out of sight. May she stay healthy and well, he murmurs into the mist, and somehow it doesn't sound like a blessing. Cut to Richelle doubled over, coughing so hard she can barely breathe. Something is very wrong. Turns out she and the kids got soaked in an earlier downpour. A fun little bubble bath afterward didn't quite undo the damage. She was feeling chilly earlier, like she was coming down with a cold, she admits. She has a fever too. Penny wakes up giggling, seemingly fine, but Richelle's worried the fever could hit the kids in the middle of the night. She pauses in the hallway, weighing what to do next. Does this manor even have a resident doctor? She honestly has no idea. And Mrs. Otis definitely won't be thrilled if she brings this up. In that case, she decides, changing course. She finds the old butler instead. Good afternoon, Miss Howard, he greets her. Is there something she needs, he asks. She practically sags with relief. Finally, someone who might actually help. Miss Penny and Master Nero were caught in the rain, she explains. She's come to ask if there's a resident doctor in the manor. And just like that, he flinches. He thinks they need to be examined, he says carefully. A doctor, she repeats, a knot forming in her stomach. They have no one in that role, he tells her flatly. At Bertrand, he adds, like the words cost him something. Her heart drops. She grips the handkerchief in her hands like it's the only solid thing left in the room. In that case, could they call for a doctor, she presses. What do they do at Bertrand when someone gets sick? Just smile, she tells herself, be polite, act natural, because at Bertrand, there are no sick people. She's breathing hard now, forcing herself to sound casual. So the Otis family doesn't employ a personal physician at all, she says. Her whole body locks up. She can't even remember how to breathe. How is any of this possible? She gasps for air as the words echo back at her at Bertrand. The old butler's face falls into shadow, and suddenly he looks like a completely different person. There are no sick people, he says again, flat and final, and this time it doesn't sound like an explanation. It sounds like a warning. And with that bone-chilling note, the chapter slams shut, leaving Richelle and us wondering exactly what happens to the ones who do get sick at Bertrand. Old Grant lays out another one of the Manor's strange rules, calm as ever, and all Richelle can do is nod and say thank you. His expression gives away nothing, and that is somehow the most unsettling part. Then old Grant flashes her a warm smile, offering his help anytime she needs it. Sure he will. Richelle exhales, relieved, and manages a small yes in response. She slips out the door and it clicks shut behind her. The second she's alone, she starts swaying on her feet, Grant's words rattling around her head. At Bertrand, there are no sick people. He said it 3 times like he was drilling it into her, and yet here she is, clearly sick. The words echo over and over in her feverish head. At Bertrand, there are no sick people, like some rule with teeth behind it. She has to wonder, was she even talking to an actual person just now? What in the world is going on in this manor, she thinks, clutching her arm. She shakes it off. No time to spiral, she just needs to find some medicine now. Step by step, she drags herself toward the stairs. She should have packed a proper stash of medicine like she used to, she thinks, stumbling. Nobody's looking out for her but her, and now she's stuck wondering if medicine even counts as outside food in a house that polices cough drops. Swaying on her feet, she wonders if there's even basic medicine anywhere in this place. Maybe the head maid would know, she thinks, right before the dizziness really hits. But what if asking goes just as badly as it did with Grant? That thought alone is enough to send her spiraling. Her feverish mind drags her down a dark hallway toward a single, lone greeting. Hello. A maid appears out of nowhere, and Richelle jumps before managing a shaky hello back. For a second, it almost feels normal, like this might just be an ordinary encounter. Then the greeting comes back wrong, flat and hollow, and something behind those eyes does not look right at all. The maid just keeps smiling that same pleasant smile over and over, like a broken record. Then hands come out of nowhere and grab her, and the nightmare snaps its jaws shut. All she can manage is a terrified, stammered hello back. A twisted, grasping hand reaches straight for her. Whatever this thing has become, it is not letting go and it is dragging her under. Torn scraps of the manor's rules flash through her mind, no outside food, no exceptions, and she begs whatever is holding her to just let go. She is so dizzy now, she genuinely feels like she is losing her mind. A door slams somewhere in the dark, and the chase is not over yet. If only this were just a dream, she thinks, desperate for it to be true. The maid's smile splits into something monstrous, and that single word keeps coming, hello, hello, hello. She gasps as something grabs her again, and there is no escaping it this time. The word floods over her, hello, 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 drowning out everything else. A gaping, monstrous mouth fills her entire vision, and this nightmare has officially maxed out. If this is a dream, she thinks, flinching hard, then it is time to wake up. For just a flicker, a small hope surfaces from somewhere deep down. Maybe, just maybe, her father will be there. Reality snaps back hard. She has actually collapsed for real, and someone is already unimpressed. It's not even nighttime and you're already acting up, the woman scolds, holding her up. Nearby, Alan Otis turns up, drawn by the commotion. Richelle's heart is pounding, her face burning, barely able to focus on anything. The maid holding her up turns to see what's coming. Richelle's legs finally give out from under her. She goes completely limp, collapsing forward. Alan lunges and catches her just before she hits the floor. He holds her steady, his face suddenly very, very concerned. What happened to you? He asks, and for once that permanent grim look of his actually softens. He half carries her down the corridor, in no mood to wait around for an explanation. She catches a glimpse of his eyes up close, and for a second all she can think is how blue they are. So blue, she thinks again, mind clearly not all there right now. She is huffing for breath, burning up, barely holding it together. Alan presses a hand to her forehead and clicks his tongue. You're burning up, he mutters. I'm sorry, she mumbles, mortified. Forget the apology, he cuts back, already moving on. Follow me, he says, and she trails after him, too dizzy to argue. He leads her into a room and points her to a seat. Sit there. She flops down without any of the grace she'd normally bother with. It is a strangely tiny, tucked-away room, she notices, looking around. I didn't know this room was here, she says, watching him rummage through a hidden cabinet. He pulls something out and holds it out to her with a strange little flourish. This is for the fever, this is cough medicine, he says, presenting 2 bottles like it is the easiest thing in the world. She just stares, completely thrown. I'm no doctor, so don't quote me, he says, but it looks like a cold with fever. Deal with the fever first. She clutches the 2 bottles like they're made of gold. Your arm, he says suddenly, and she blinks, confused. Huh. Before she can react, he grabs it and yanks her sleeve up to look. Wait, hold on, she starts, but there it is, a nasty little scrape on her wrist. He digs out supplies without waiting for permission. He tears a strip of bandage and starts wrapping her wrist himself. The first aid supplies are only kept in this room, he explains, focused entirely on the wrap job. Grant's line comes crawling back into her head. No one gets sick at Bertrand, you see. The exact same line he repeated 3 times, like a warning dressed up as small talk. But where Grant's words came out cold and empty, Alan's carry something else entirely, a kind of loneliness, like he's just given up expecting better. She studies him for a moment, something clicking into place in her head. She starts carefully. Miss Penny and Master Nero got caught in the rain too, you know. Alan visibly flinches at the mention of their names. If a grown adult like me caught a cold this bad, she continues brightly, then those 2 must be even worse. He cuts her off with a short, humorless laugh, and she freezes, not following at all. Something about that laugh makes her stomach drop. I don't know what you're getting at, but, he says, his voice dropping into the dark. His expression goes cold, all that softness from a minute ago gone without a trace. Why should I care about those things, he says flatly, and there is the chapter's gut punch right on cue. We open on Rachel Howard, soaked from the rain and clutching a mug like it's her last lifeline, already bracing for whatever comes next. Young Master Alan doesn't even bother turning around. I don't know what you're getting at, he mutters, voice ice cold. That stare alone could frost a window. Alan Otis sizes her up like she's an inconvenience he hasn't gotten around to removing yet. Why should I care about those things, he says flatly. Things, not people. You can already tell this is going to be a problem. Rachel freezes. Those things? Surely she misheard him, she tells herself, thinking of the 2 kids curled up together just down the hall. She tries to smooth things over, gently mentioning that Miss Penny and Master Nero got caught in the rain too and got pretty soaked themselves. Before she can even finish, Alan just laughs in her face. She flinches, not exactly the reaction she was hoping for. He gets right up in her space, jabbing a finger at her. Listen, Miss Tutor, didn't I already tell you? Off in the shadows, Nero reaches out, alarmed, like he already knows exactly where this is headed. If you want to live, Alan says, dead serious, I told you to drop the pointless meddling. Rachel isn't backing down that easy. This isn't pointless meddling, as their tutor. Tutor, he sneers, leaning right into her face, blood on his lip. That precious little title of yours. You seem awfully dedicated to that tutoring job, he says, and somehow it sounds like a threat. But you'd be better off quitting, he adds, like it's just friendly advice. Whatever you do for those things is a waste of effort. There's that word again, things. Nothing you do will mean anything, he snaps. Rachel just swallows hard. Again, she thinks this keeps happening. And here's the gut punch, those things he keeps sneering about, they're his own little brother and sister. Her heart drops, but they're family, how does he not see that? She can't hold it in anymore. Brother and sister, she shouts right at him. How can you be so cold to your own blood? Rachel yells, finally losing her composure. It's like they're not even your family to you. Down the hall, Nero just stares, stunned. Anyone would say that to Alan's face. She catches her breath, suddenly aware of how loud she just got. In this strange, cold manner, that outburst probably wasn't smart. See, Penny and Nero have been suffering under their parents' abuse for as long as anyone can remember. And the only person those kids have ever had to lean on is their big brother, Alan, the same guy currently threatening her. Brother and sister, Alan repeats, bitter, like the words taste wrong in his mouth. That's when he snaps. He grabs her and she cries out in pain. Okay, this just turned dangerous fast. His grip tightens on her collar, no hesitation left in him at all. He's got her by the collar now, blood on his knuckles, eyes completely void of warmth. You can't even look out for yourself, he growls. Ma, Master Allen, is all she manages to squeak out. How dare you run your mouth when you know nothing, he snarls. Or do you want to play happy families or something? Let go, she gasps. He grips her wrist even harder, but you said it yourself, you're their tutor, so do your actual job. Then his tone shifts, needling. Come to think of it, you've been awfully chummy with Rogers, are you? Are you actually here to snag yourself a husband? He sneers, twisting the knife. Trying to worm your way into House Otis, is that it? He grabs her face hard enough to hurt. He hauls her closer, and for a second it feels like this could go somewhere very bad. Her heart's pounding so loud she's sure he can hear it too. She's frozen, eyes wide, not daring to move an inch. All she can see is that eye of his, and there's nothing behind it but pure hostility. An icy chill runs straight down her spine. Whatever's behind those eyes, it isn't mercy. Undeniable, raw, hostility, plain and simple, aimed straight at her. She tries the only card she's got left. If I've offended you somehow or made some kind of mistake, Master Allen. Your mistake, he says, rising to his full height over her, was ever setting foot in this manor. And just like that, he walks off, leaving her shaking on the floor while little Penny watches quietly from the stairs. Well, he tosses over his shoulder, what exactly were you expecting, charming guy? Did you want me to act like some kind of gentleman? Bold of him to even suggest that's on the table. That's easy enough, he says, extending a hand toward her like the whole ugly scene never happened. He drifts off among the falling blue petals, looking almost peaceful for someone so cruel a minute ago. The whole hallway seems to bloom with cold, frost-blue roses around him. Welcome, he purrs, that smile all wrong, to the most fragrant tomb in the world. He says her full name like he's savoring it, Miss Rachel Howard. Let us become companionable corpses together in this manner, he tells her, sweet as poison. And then he just strolls off toward Penny like he didn't just threaten to bury them both. Later that night, Rachel's burning up in bed, wheezing through whatever fevers got hold of her now. Somewhere outside in the dark, someone's out of breath, moving through the manor's cold halls. They stop right outside a window, silent, hesitating. Inside, Rachel's sobbing quietly in her sleep, feverish and miserable. And there's Alan standing over her, hair hiding his face. I'm sorry, he whispers. Wait, what? His hand tightens on something, and the apology cuts off mid-word. The door swings open, and someone else steps into the dark room. Footsteps creep closer through the shadows. A hand reaches out toward the sleeping figure on the bed. This can't be good. Alan gasps awake as someone yanks him hard by the collar. Wah is all he gets out before a hand clamps down around his throat. It happens fast, choking, cracking sounds, Alan gagging for air. Whoever's got him isn't letting go. He claws at the hand, crushing his windpipe, struggling for real now. A dark-haired man in formal dress hauls Alan up like he weighs nothing, and finally lets him breathe, barely. Alan slumps, panting, blood on his lip, clearly not his first rodeo with this guy. He tries to spit out a name, Rogers, yeah, that Rogers, the same one Alan accused Rachel of getting cozy with, and apparently he runs this house with an iron fist. I noticed all the cold medicines gone missing, Rogers says, watching Alan like a hawk. He forces something into Alan's mouth without waiting for an answer. That smile of his never quite reaches his eyes. Looks like you wanted to play your little overdose game again, Rogers says way too casually. This is clearly not the first time. Turns out a previous tutor's whole stash of sleeping pills vanished once before too and collapsed right along with her. Alan just gags out a muffled protest. You clearly didn't take it, Rogers presses, so where did it go? Guess it's hard to answer like this, he says, shoving Alan down anyway. My, you've been so spoiled lately, Alan, Rogers tuts like he's scolding a puppy. Do you want to be tied to the bedpost again? Yeah, apparently that's happened before too. I even got you a nice rosy pink dog collar for the occasion, Rogers adds. Go to hell, Alan spits back. There's still plenty of that meat you love in the kitchen too. What do you say? The threats keep getting weirder. And if it's your throat you're offering, Rogers smiles, I'd gladly sink my teeth right into it. He wipes his mouth, cool as ever. Right, I see. Then it clicks for him, you must have given it all to Miss Howard. Alan blinks, what? Miss Howard had a fever earlier but it broke suspiciously fast, Rogers says. You gave her your medicine, didn't you? Alan just looks away, caught red-handed being decent for once. You knew this whole time, you crazy bastard, Alan groans. So did you enjoy your new wake-up call? Rogers just cackles. He ruffles Alan's hair like a proud parent. I'll praise you for being kind to Miss Howard. Keep it up. Go to hell, Alan mutters again, and honestly, fair. But that warmth doesn't last. Rogers's hand lingers a beat too long. Quietly helping the new staff behind the scenes, Rogers murmurs, tracing his brother's face like he's inspecting merchandise. His voice drops to a whisper, and it's somehow worse than the yelling. Did you really think I wouldn't know? Rogers breathes. Alan's whole body goes rigid. My adorable, he coos, fingers pressing into Alan's jaw. And kind Alan, he finishes, and then his grip turns brutal without warning. No matter how hard you try, Rogers snarls, it's all useless in the end. Blood again. Alan chokes, coughing, unable to fight back at all. You couldn't protect anyone, Rogers spits, and you. Your only use is continuing the Otis bloodline. That's it. There it is, the whole cruel truth laid bare. That's been your sole purpose since the day you were born, Rogers says, ice cold. He just smiles through it, red eyes gleaming, like he actually enjoys watching Alan break. Alan curls in on himself, and for once, he's got nothing left to fight back with. So a pathetic worm like you should just curl up quietly, Rogers tells him, while somewhere out in the rain, a lone silhouette waits on a bridge. And do exactly as I say, just another quiet, miserable night at the Otis Manor. The manor sits there in the rain, all cold windows and secrets, waiting to see what happens next. Good heavens, the letter reads, Richelle actually called someone striking from her. That is basically a marriage proposal. And not just striking the lord of an ice castle himself. If icy, unimpressed Richelle is gushing like this guy must be something else. The moment her friend Margaret got that letter, she ran straight off to ask around just how old the eldest Otis son actually is. Word comes back about 18, and Margaret's grin gets a little too wide for comfort. An 18-year-old lord about to have his coming-of-age ceremony and a handsome tutor thrown in too. Margaret's matchmaking instincts just kicked into overdrive. If this brooding tutor works for the Otis family, she figures, his own family cannot be all that bad either. Could you tell me his name? Margaret begs. I will be sure to vet him for you, of course. Richelle can practically hear herself groaning through the paper, and Margaret knows it, picturing that exact unimpressed look on her face. So try to enjoy the present a little more. The letter urges a gentle nudge for Richelle to stop being so guarded. By the way, Margaret adds, almost as an afterthought, and you know that phrase never actually means it is one. She had been in Dumlin recently, thinking of paying a visit to an old family friend, Mrs. Curtis. Instead, she ran into someone she really was not expecting. A woman wound tight with anxiety, like she had not slept in days. But guess who I ran into at Harriet's? Margaret writes, your mother. She looked terribly anxious and she grabbed me. Grabbed me out of the blue, demanding to know where you were. Of course, I told her I did not know. Margaret watched her go, hair whipping in the wind, and could not quite shake the unease of it. It seems your mother is looking for you quite desperately, the letter warns, so tell me who else even knows where you are. I am on your side always, Margaret closes, just say the word if you need me. And with that, the letter is sealed shut, signed Margaret Chester. Back at the manor, the Otis twins are up to their usual mischief, squinting out from behind a curtain at absolutely nothing. In the end, Richelle notes, the Otis twins never once caught a cold. In fact, it was as if they did not even know what it meant to be sick. At Bertrand, there are no sick people, and old warning echoes. Did that mean the people of this manor simply do not get sick, she wonders, or that even if someone does, they are just gotten rid of? The thought alone makes her crumple the page in her hand. She catches herself spiraling and forces the thought back down. Best not to go there. One thing is certain, she decides, there is something very wrong with this manor. But the twins, oblivious as ever, are only angling for an afternoon nap. The rules are not a joke, she reminds herself, which means nothing good comes of trying to escape them. All I can do is follow the rules to the letter and look the other way. She has to stay unfazed even in the face of these strange phenomena and not let herself get curious about any of it even as the twins argue over brushing their teeth first. Just as Alan Otis advised, she needs to abandon her, quote, pointless meddling and focus only on what she is responsible for. I will just rewrite my reply, she decides, pen already moving. And just like that, a safer, quieter reply gets sealed shut. A couple of medicine bottles turn up next, one for a stubborn cold Richelle has caught herself. I am no doctor so I cannot say for sure, he tells her, but it looks like a cold with fever. Take care of that first. I really overstepped my bounds, did not I? She thinks, bottle in hand. She cannot quite shake the feeling that she pushed too far with him. She just stares at the bottle in her hand, lost in thought. I do not know why Mr. Otis does not return to the manor, she admits. I do not know much about the Otis family at all. I do not know why Mrs. Otis neglects, even abuses her children, or why Alan Otis rejects his own siblings. I do not know a single thing for certain, she admits, bottle still in hand. How can you be so cold? And apparently she said exactly that to Alan's face. The words leave her mouth, and she regrets them almost instantly. I should not have said that to him, she thinks. I should not have shifted the blame onto him when he is the one being abused. Alan is a boy who has not even had his coming-of-age ceremony yet, and her heart is pounding just thinking about it. Her hands clench, guilt tightening its grip. Let's be honest, she tells herself, Mother. I am seeing myself in the twins, she realizes. That is why she could not just let it go. Even though she cannot say a single word to her own mother. The irony is not lost on her, preaching honesty to a boy when she cannot manage it herself. No, just approaching him might cause him more stress, she reasons. So it is better to keep her distance, she tells herself, and hates how much that excuse hurts. Keep my distance, she looks down, quietly miserable. But a colder voice inside her is not buying it. What kind of excuse is that? You are just afraid of being despised by Alan Otis, it says, and it is not wrong. You are afraid to get to know him, to understand his pain, the whisper continues. And afraid to face what you did wrong. And to face, the thought trails off into the dark. She has no answer for that, just silence. I know, she finally admits. I am well aware of my long-standing cowardice, she mutters to no one. It is not a new realization, just an old one she keeps running from. I will not be able to move forward this time either, she admits. Because I am a coward who runs away. Plain and simple. I know I will spend my entire life running, she thinks, living under a gray sky. A new day starts, and with it, another letter waiting to go out. I sent Anna the living expenses and her salary last week, she thinks. I wonder if she got them safely. If it was delivered properly, I might get a reply tomorrow, she sighs. She wonders if her mother's hysterics have gotten any better. Then a familiar voice cuts in. Ah, Miss Howard. It is Mr. Walter, right on cue. Hello, Mr. Walter, she greets him, envelope still in hand. Yes, it is a fine afternoon, she replies, footsteps echoing down the stairs. You are looking much better, Walter says. How are you feeling after your cold and your cough? One of the twins pipes up, fully recovered and mighty proud of it. I am all better now, thank you for your concern. Thank goodness the young master gave you the right medicine, Walter beams. Turns out Alan's diagnosis was spot on after all. Walter straightens his collar, all business again. Are you on your way to mail some letters, he asks. Yes, she says, I need to send a reply to a friend. I would love to tell you to be on your way, but, he starts, and that pause says everything. I am afraid you will have to stop by the drawing room first, he tells her. Her stomach drops a little at that. The drawing room, has Mrs. Otis called for me? No, he says, a visitor has arrived for you, Miss Howard. A visitor, she blinks, caught completely off guard. A visitor, Meg, the twins perk right up, hoping her friend Margaret has finally come to call. But Walter's expression says this is not going to be a happy reunion. From what I have been told, he starts carefully. He walks her down, step by step, toward whatever is waiting in that drawing room. She says she is your mother, Walter finally says, and the words hit Richelle like a slap. Her mother here after everything. The letter she was so carefully carrying slips right out of her fingers. And just like that, her carefully written reply goes tumbling away on the wind, forgotten, for now, as the manor's biggest twist yet walks through the door. Richelle bolts through the grounds at a dead sprint, skirts flying like she's got half the manor chasing her. She can't even remember what kind of face she made in front of Rogers a second ago, her mind's already racing that far ahead. Whatever she blurted out to him, whatever he said back, it's already a blur. Her brain's only got room for one thing right now. Because somewhere down that hallway, footsteps are closing in and one word just cut through everything else: mother. Whatever look crossed his face when she heard it, gone, wiped clean. That's how hard this news hit her. Her whole body goes rigid, hair still swinging from the sprint, waiting for the rest of that sentence. And there it is: mother is here. 3 words and suddenly the whole world tilts. Why now, she wonders, already moving again, feet pounding toward the one answer she needs. Her hand freezes right on the doorknob, heart hammering harder than her legs ever did. Why would her mother ever come all the way out here? This isn't exactly a woman who goes out of her way for anyone. This little house is supposed to be mother's own quiet hideaway, so for her to actually make the trip here, it has to mean something, right? Richelle's pulse won't slow down. Her heart pounds out a rhythm she hasn't felt in a long time: hope. Could it actually be? Could her mother have come all this way because she was worried about her? For one dangerous second, she lets herself believe it. Did she miss me? Richelle thinks back to the rare weekends home from boarding school when her mother would actually hug her and cry. Just a flash of memory, her mother's arms around her tight like she never wanted to let go. But right behind that warm memory comes a colder one: the times that same woman turned on her in an instant. Steeling herself, she pushes the door open anyway. The door creaks open on a room she's suddenly not sure she's ready to see. And there she is. Richelle's breath catches in her throat. A figure moves through the hallway beyond, elegant, unmistakable. Whatever else is true, Richelle reminds herself, she's still my only family. That has to count for something. Oh, comes a voice from across the room, light and pleased. Richelle, her mother says, drawing the name out sweetly. And for one heartbeat, Richelle's whole face lights up. My darling girl, her mother coos, the words dripping sweeter than they have any right to be. Richelle flinches before she can stop herself, that old instinct kicking in. The exaggerated gesture, the too wide smile, the whole welcome home performance. Wait a minute. Oh, you foolish Richelle Howard, a voice sneers in her head. You didn't actually get your hopes up again, did you? Just like that, the warm little fantasy she'd built on the walk over evaporates completely. Her mother's laugh rings out behind her, and it doesn't sound the least bit worried. What is it? Her mother snaps, heels clicking closer. Your mother is standing right here, you know. I was so surprised to hear you'd gone running off to the Otis family, her mother says, eyes narrowing with interest. She leans in far too close, studying Richelle like she's inspecting merchandise. But why on earth are you sweating so much? Her mother asks, more accusation than concern. And now that she's looking closer, her clothes are a mess too. Have you been running around? A proper lady wouldn't, Richelle. She pats Richelle down like she's checking for damage, eyeing every piece of jewelry on her. Especially here, her mother murmurs, fingers closing around one earring a little too tightly. Richelle doesn't dare move. Every ounce of hope from 10 minutes ago has completely drained out of her. What was she even hoping for, she thinks bitterly, watching that gloved hand creep toward her again. This time she swats the hand away before it can land. Her mother turns on her heel and stalks off without another word, and the door shuts behind her with a thud. What are you even doing here? Richelle finally demands, done tiptoeing around it. Her mother just giggles, breezing right past the question like it was never asked. Is that really any way to greet your own mother after all this time apart? She pouts. Oh, never mind, her mother waves off, breezy as ever. Why is she in such a good mood? It's honestly making Richelle uneasy. She flops onto the nearest seat like she owns the place. Your manners have gotten even worse in just a month, her mother tesks. I asked you a question, mother. Richelle presses, unmoved. Anyway, she carries on like Richelle never spoke. Don't the Otises even offer their guests a cup of tea around here? That's because it's not mealtime or snack time, she huffs, and are outsiders even supposed to be wandering this manor at all? The Otises have been plenty hospitable already, Richelle fires back, letting an uninvited guest sit in their drawing room at all. Back inside, her mother settles into the room like she owns the place. all smiles among the roses. I am the mother of the future lady of this house, she announces to the whole room, and Richelle freezes on the spot. I am truly disappointed in you, Richelle mutters, honestly. You're old enough to know better than to throw ridiculous tantrums at your own mother, she scolds right back. And as if that weren't enough, you ran away from home, she adds, and Richelle can only stare stunned. Richelle starts, genuinely unsure where to even begin unpacking that sentence. Should she be mad about the tantrum comment, or the running away from home part when she didn't even do that? Or should she just keep circling back to future lady of the house, and on top of it all, her mother accuses her of threatening her own mother with money? I found out you cut off my accounts at every dressmaker and jeweler I love, her mother seethes. I was humiliated when some lowly clerk turned me away. I just want to leave, Richelle thinks, exhausted before this fight has even really started. But if anyone's sending this girl away, her mother thinks, gripping the fabric tight, it's going to be me, not the other way around. I only stopped them from extending you more credit, Richelle explains. You've got your own trust fund, and doesn't Uncle Oliphant send you money too? That answer does not go over well. Her mother lets out a full-on shriek. That blasted trust fund, always the trust fund. Your obsession with money is honestly terrifying, she cries, apparently with zero self-awareness. And now that Anna girl is turning out just like you, she adds darkly. Can you believe it? She actually had the nerve to try and embezzle money, her mother scoffs. Anna, Richelle repeats, all the color draining from her face. It can't be, she thinks, dread creeping in fast. Wait, what did you do to her? Richelle presses, but her mother waves it off. I'm talking about something else entirely. Something else, Richelle echoes, bracing herself. I need a new dress made, her mother declares, in that luxurious light purple everyone's wearing right now. A servant in the doorway just murmurs, oh ma'am. The money Uncle Oliphant sent is already gone, she murmurs to herself, unbothered. I'm sure Richelle will handle the rest. Mother, where exactly did you get the money for that dress? Richelle asks, already dreading the answer. Oh, this old thing, her mother deflects, twirling, doesn't it look lovely on me? Look at this brilliant purple fabric, she gushes, still dodging the actual question. It was hanging right in the main hall, she finally admits. You have no idea how worried I was it wouldn't sell. Richelle's blood runs cold, her credit was cut off, and there's no way Uncle Oliphant's money arrived that fast, so where did this cash actually come from? A memory surfaces. Richelle once promised Anna she'd send money every month, her wages included, and write to her too. Don't give any of it to Mother or Joanne, she'd told her firmly. Keep it safe for yourself. Yes, miss, Anna had promised back. That promise just shattered right in front of her. Please, Richelle breathes, voice cracking. Tell me you didn't take Anna's salary, she demands. Take is such a harsh word, her mother pouts, not even bothering to deny it. My God, so that's how you found out I was here, from Anna. What on earth did you do to her? Richelle demands. She should be grateful I took her and her grandmother in when they had nowhere else to go, her mother sniffs. Why would she even need a salary? Goodness, why are you yelling? Her mother huffs, somehow acting like the wounded party. What did you say to make a mere servant talk back so fiercely? Her mother asks. How dare you call Anna a mere servant? Richelle snaps. She'd be welcomed with open arms at any manor in this city, Richelle says, standing her ground for once. And yet she chose to stay with us even now, filling in for me while I'm away. Enough. Her mother suddenly shouts, slamming something down hard. The room goes quiet, the argument cut off mid-sentence. Silence settles over the room like a held breath. It's like talking to a brick wall, Richelle thinks bitterly. Mother really hasn't changed one bit. For a moment, neither of them says a word. Richelle, her mother says again, and this time her voice has gone strangely soft. I'm actually in quite a good mood right now, she says, twirling like nothing happened at all. But now that you seem to have come to your senses, I'll gladly forgive you, she says, and Richelle can only scoff. A portrait watches over the room, silent witness to it all. I wondered why you were being so difficult about it, she smirks, but it seems you were just aiming high. Clever girl, her mother purrs, and Richelle can only think, what on earth is happening right now? Her mother reaches out and touches her cheek, far too familiar for comfort. To think you actually went after the Otis family, she gushes, pulling Richelle into a tight, suffocating hug. Her grip lingers a beat too long, more claim than affection. "My future lady of the Otis house," her mother declares, beaming, while Richelle's eyes go completely blank. Somewhere behind that smile, Richelle already knows her mother isn't done with her, not even close. She practically tackles Richelle in a hug, cackling with delight at her own scheming. "My future lady of the Otis house," she crows while Richelle just stares back, stunned and a little sick to her stomach. Richelle's eyes drop to the jeweled brooch pinned to her collar, a gift or maybe a leash. "The Chester family's nothing next to the Otises," her mother sneers, already savoring the look on Mrs. Allison's face when she hears the news. She's still laughing, thrilled with herself, completely oblivious to what this is doing to her daughter. "What?" Richelle manages, blindsided, while her mother just smirks like the cat that got the cream. The laughter turns unhinged, cackling that echoes through the whole room. "That's why she came," Richelle realizes with a jolt, the warmth in the room curdling into something monstrous. Her mind rewinds back to why any of this started in the first place. It was always about forging a connection to the Otis family. That was the whole plan from day one. Her mother's eyes go wide the moment Richelle explains why she's really at the manor, as a tutor. "A tutor for now," her mother repeats, already scheming, then needles her about the Otis family's eldest son being just about her age. "They say the boy's never even been to a single social event," meaning he's probably never met a woman in his life. So naturally, her mother reasons, he'd fall head over heels for her pretty daughter without even trying. "How can you say something so absurd?" Richelle snaps back, finally losing her composure. "Absurd," her mother echoes coldly, clearly not appreciating the pushback. "Just act sweet, that's all it'll take to charm some naive boy who hasn't even come of age," she says, then narrows her eyes. "Wait, you haven't fallen for another man, have you?" "Who is he?" her mother demands, grabbing at her, suspicion flaring instantly. "If you let some servant seduce you, I will be sorely disappointed," she spits. "Your value's already taken enough of a hit as it is. The least you can do is keep your dignity intact," she snaps. Honestly, the nerve. Richelle doesn't even bother arguing anymore. Her mother's already convinced she only came to Bertrand hunting for a husband. She tramples over every decision Richelle makes, like her daughter's opinion never mattered at all. "My thoughts, my resolve, none of it means anything to her," Richelle thinks bitterly. Something in her just starts to sink, like she's being pulled underwater with no one coming to pull her back up. Rendering every part of her useless, that's exactly how it feels. She gasps back to the surface, like she's genuinely been holding her breath just being near her mother. But there was a time, she remembers, when her mother actually adored her. A time when that love felt real, not performed for an audience. "If you'd married Mr. Trollope instead, life would have been so much easier," her mother once told her. Was even that a lie, Richelle wonders? Was it something I did wrong? Is that why everything turned out this way, she asks herself, picturing her younger self dangling like a puppet on strings. If only. If only father were still here, she thinks, and something in her just aches. The memory dissolves into her mother's cold, performative laughter with some other society woman, and Richelle's back in the present, drowning all over again. "I just want to sink away," she thinks, "somewhere no one will ever find me." The water closes in around the thought, dark and quiet and endless. Then 3 sharp knocks at the door yank her straight back to reality. Pardon the interruption, comes a voice, and someone lets themselves into the room. The door creaks open on an unexpected visitor. Richelle excuses herself for a moment, the door clicking shut behind her. A cheerful attendant delivers the message. "Mrs. Otis has invited her mother to join her for tea." Her mother's whole face lights up. "Oh, does it now? Mrs. Otis, you say?" she repeats, practically vibrating with excitement. "Well, it would be rude to refuse an invitation from the lady of the house herself," she says, shaking hands eagerly. "We'll finish our talk later." Richelle, already gone. The door shuts and Richelle's left standing there alone, watching her mother chase status straight out the door. A quiet, awkward beat settles between Richelle and the man still standing there with her. "I was acting a little strange earlier, wasn't I?" she admits, trying to smooth things over. "I'm sorry if I startled you, Mr. Walter," she adds, and there it is, the name we've been waiting for. She smooths her hair back, trying to compose herself. Miss Howard, Walter says, catching her off guard enough to make her flinch. You look pale, he notes, studying her a little too closely. She stiffens on the spot. Did you know, Miss Howard, he begins. This drawing room's one of the most carefully designed spaces in the whole mansion, he says, and yet every time I step into it, I can't help feeling a little suffocated. It's not exactly a pleasant place to linger, he adds. Oh, is that so, she replies, playing it cool. He flashes that easy, practiced smile of his, the kind that could probably charm a brick wall. Care to join me for a walk outside, he offers, some fresh air ought to do you good. She hesitates, thinking she really should get back to the twins soon. But for some reason, she really does feel weighed down, like something's pressing on her chest and won't let up. All right, she relents, just for a little while. So the two of them head out into the rose garden together. They stroll along the path, roses in full bloom all around them. Richelle glances up, letting the fresh air actually work its magic for once. Shall we sit for a moment, Walter offers. They make their way toward a garden swing tucked among the roses. Richelle's eyes catch on the swing, and something in her expression shifts. A swing, she murmurs, caught completely off guard by the memory it stirs up. She flashes back to being a little girl again, her father pushing her on a swing just like it. My father once put up a swing just like that one for me, she tells him, the words slipping out before she can stop them. Here we are, Walter says, and they settle onto the swing together. How did I end up here, Richelle wonders, half to herself. Then Walter asks it outright, are you not on good terms with your family? Her grip tightens. I suppose you heard my conversation with my mother, she says quietly. My apologies, Miss Howard, he says, I did overhear. A little when I came to deliver Mrs. Otis's message, he adds. I didn't mean to pry, but your face went awfully dark the second you heard the word mother. She flushes, mortified, unsure what to even say to that. So it really was that obvious, she thinks, wincing internally. Did he hear that too, she panics, that mother's got her sights set on the whole Otis family. If he heard that, she thinks, bracing herself. Walter's expression gives nothing away, unreadable as ever. Then he says gently, tapping to get her attention, Miss Howard. A secret, she echoes, and he nods. He smiles, a little mysterious, holding that brooch of his like it means something. It's a secret I've never told anyone, he admits. Rose petals drift down between them as the silence stretches out. He takes a beat before saying anything else, clearly weighing how much to share. There's something sharper in his eyes now, like he's finally decided to stop holding back. The truth is, he starts, sitting beside her under the roses. I'm not exactly fond of the Otis family, he confesses, gripping his hands tight. The wind picks up and Richelle just sits there, stunned by what she's hearing. People are supposed to cherish family the way they cherish themselves, he muses, but sometimes the fact that they're family just makes people crueler to each other. Something darker flickers behind his words, a memory he's clearly still carrying. In some cases, family makes for the most terrible relationship of all, he says, and Richelle just listens. I came to Bertrand for a friend, he explains, a friend who loved the Otis family more than anyone else alive. And your friend is, she asks gently, letting the question hang. Oh, they passed away, he says simply, and Richelle bows her head, quietly respectful. I've been at Bertrand for quite some time now, he continues, turning a rose over in his hand. The rose rustles between his fingers, a small telling detail. But honestly, I still don't get what my friend saw in the Otises, he admits. And truth be told, I don't get along with Master Allen either. So that was why, Richelle realizes, the pieces finally clicking into place. Annoyingly so, he'd said about Nero's insomnia way back when. Now it all makes a lot more sense. The garden goes quiet around them, roses swaying, rose still in hand. I see, he says softly, now that I've said it out loud, I'm sure of it. I'm sick of it all, he admits, and for once there's no charm in his voice, just exhaustion. Sick of the Otises and sick of Bertrand, he says, and the chapter ends right there, on a confession neither of them can take back. Sick of the whole Otis family, he says quietly, and sick of this place, Bertrand too. Then he plays it off with a smile, insisting he has no plans to actually leave just yet. And that, he tells her, is the secret he has been hiding this whole time. Saying it out loud, he admits, feels more freeing than he ever imagined it could. He leans in close, wondering aloud if he has just been wanting to tell someone that for a long time. Then he turns it back on her. What about you, Miss Howard? She blinks, caught completely off guard. Any secrets buried deep inside, he asks. Haven't you ever wanted to just get it all off your chest? My secrets, she thinks, stunned, my worries. She stares out over the garden railing, the question refusing to let her go. Has she ever, she wonders. No, never, she answers herself, flat and certain. Not even once, she repeats, almost like she needs to hear it out loud to believe it. To be precise, confiding in anyone has simply never once occurred to her. Just pretend you are talking to yourself, Walter offers gently. It is all right to think of me as, she considers, trailing off. A piece of furniture, he jokes, or even that rosebush right over there, he adds with a grin, tapping a bloom for her. Something that had been cowering in her chest for years finally begins to bubble and swell. It rises up from her heart, straight into her throat. Before, she says quietly, everything was perfect. Her mother was the niece of a viscount, and her father a wealthy landowner. The two of them loved each other deeply, she says. And they doted on their only daughter, determined to give her the very best of everything. She remembers being spoiled rotten as a child, and honestly loving every second of it. It sounds like a happy time, Walter says. It was, she agrees softly. But her expression clouds over, and Walter notices the shift right away. Then she continues, her father went into business. It was only after that decision, she admits, that the cracks really started to show. Her mother's extravagance and greed, it turned out, knew absolutely no bounds. And her father simply could not keep up with it anymore. All of it, every reckless risk he took, was for the wife and family he still loved so dearly. And in the end, she trails off, watching gold coins scatter into nothing. A quiet sigh slips out of her, just remembering how it all fell apart. Her mother and she lost absolutely everything to a distant relative, right after her father passed away. Turns out there was a condition buried in the family estate. The heir had to be male, a rule some bitter old great-grandfather set in stone generations back. Convenient for the cousins who came calling. Her mother wanted her old life back desperately, but that was never going to happen again. And what did you do about it, Miss Howard? Walter asks quietly. What could she possibly do, she says, to the very mother she loved so much? She cried, she begged. She scrambled for any way to earn more money, even if it meant barely sleeping at all. This, she admits, is the very first time she has ever told this story to anyone. Not even Margaret, not even Mrs. Curtis knows any of it. Sometimes, she confesses, she wondered if she should just sell herself off to some wealthy family, exactly like her mother wanted. Miss Howard, Walter says softly, cutting in before she can go any further. Of course, she quickly gave up on that idea. Instead, she just stopped speaking to her mother entirely, and that is eventually how she ended up here at Bertrand. She has always been too busy guarding her own peace of mind to face anything head-on, she admits. It was not just with her mother, it was with absolutely everything. Whenever trouble showed up, she avoided it every single time. Whenever conflict started, she turned right around and walked the other way. She told herself she was simply a pacifist, that she was just putting safety first. In reality, she was just afraid of facing problems head-on and getting hurt in the process. Yes, she says, even with what happened with Alan Otis. It is so cowardly, isn't it? So pathetic. Without a word, Walter quietly reaches over and takes her hand. He leans in close, studying her face. Is it really so pathetic, he asks, and there is not a trace of mockery in his voice. The garden falls quiet for a moment, waiting on his answer. The world loves to praise people who face crisis and conflict head-on, he says. But that is only because so few people are actually capable of doing it, she counters. Confronting problems head-on does not guarantee anything, he points out. Sometimes it just makes things worse. So what does everyone else do then, Miss Howard, he teases. It all depends on where a person's center lies, he tells her, and she looks up, caught off guard. Some people put themselves at the center of everything, above all else, he explains. The moment a problem shows up, they hunt for whatever way out benefits them the most. But someone whose center lies somewhere else entirely, he says, poking her cheek, acts purely for another person's sake, whether or not they get hurt themselves. Irrationally so, she murmurs, abnormally so. He pulls her into a gentle hug, adding that no one's center should be entirely about themselves either. You know the type, don't you, he asks, the ones who think they are the most important person alive. The ones who grab every benefit for themselves and dump every consequence onto someone else. And the second they get even slightly hurt, they act like the biggest victim in the whole world. Words like cowardly and pathetic, he says, reaching for her hand. Her eyes go wide, waiting on the rest of that sentence. Those are meant for people like that, Miss Howard, not you. In fact, he says, leaning close, I think you are a wonderful person. Me, she blinks, a wonderful person. He holds her gaze, letting the words really sink in. Looking back at yourself with honest eyes and owning your own actions takes just as much courage as facing a conflict head-on, does it not? After all, he says, most people just coast through life telling themselves they had no choice. It is only natural to put yourself first sometimes, but choosing to reflect on that to actually grow from it, that is what makes it admirable. Miss Howard, he says again, and her heart skips a beat. You are not cowardly, and you are not pathetic. Her face flushes, the words landing somewhere deep. A petal drifts down between them, the silence stretching soft and warm. Something in her finally loosens, quiet tears threatening to spill. Her hand tightens around his without her even meaning to. Ah, she breathes barely a sound. Just maybe, she thinks, staring out at the roses. Just maybe she has been desperately wanting to confess all this anxiety to someone for years. So she could finally find the strength to walk through that pitch-black darkness again. She looks out at the fading light, something in her shoulders finally easing. A refreshing breeze drifts through the garden from somewhere unseen. It soothes the cracks in her long closed-off heart. The light around her seems to glow just a little warmer. Tears finally spill over as she looks up at the sky. It is a sensation she has not felt in a very long time. She has no idea what to do with all these feelings suddenly pouring out of her. And for once, she does not try to shove any of it back down. The two of them sit together in silence for a moment, nothing needing to be said. Soft light drifts between them, calm settling over the garden. It feels nice, doesn't it, he says, getting things off your chest every once in a while. Yes, she agrees, you are right. Their hands stay linked, neither one of them in a hurry to let go. It really did help, she tells him. A lot. Seems like I am always the one receiving help from you, Mr. Walter. Helping you, he says, is one of the few real joys in my life, Miss Howard. His gaze lingers on her a beat too long. Something flickers behind his eyes, gone again as quick as it came. I would love to enjoy this a little longer, Miss Howard, he admits, but it seems tea time is coming to an end. We should probably head back. She used to find that kind of overwhelming kindness suffocating, honestly. Maybe because a man named Thomas Trollope once deceived her with exactly that kind of kindness. Or maybe, she admits, she was simply afraid. But she reaches out and grabs his hand before he can walk away. Miss Howard, he asks, surprised. Now I know exactly what I need to do, she tells him. To become a better person, she decides, the first step is. She looks up at him, bright and sure of herself for the first time all day. Please call me Rachel, she says, Rogers. Walter freezes for a second, genuinely caught off guard. Then he cracks up laughing, doubled clean over. Don't laugh like that, she protests, mortified. Flustered, she tries to storm off, cheeks burning red. He catches her hand before she can. Oh, now don't go, he says, I wasn't teasing you. He holds on, not letting go this time. Let's go back, he says. Together, Rachel, he finishes, using her given name like he has been doing it forever. Hand in hand, the two of them walk back together through the roses. Rachel's mother pauses at the door, telling her she'll be on her way now, and Rachel lingers close behind, unwilling to just let her go. Alone on the dark stairs, Rachel calls out into the shadows, Mother. Downstairs, her mother pauses beside an angel statue, gathering herself before she has to face her daughter again. She lingers on the stairs a moment longer, working up to whatever she's about to say. Quietly, she admits to herself she was too disrespectful toward Mrs. Otis, a woman of remarkable dignity. Showing up unannounced like that was presumptuous of her. She tells Rachel to do her best, noting that Mrs. Otis genuinely seems to have taken a liking to her. Then, more seriously, she warns Rachel that in a great household, real power belongs to the lady of the house, not the man, so if she only focuses on pleasing him, It will get her nowhere in the end. Richelle keeps calling after her until her mother finally spins around, snapping, "What is it? Why do you keep calling me?" A memory surfaces unbidden, a younger Richelle and a gentler face from her past, caught in a quiet moment nothing like this one. Richelle finally says it, "Please don't come to Bertrand again." Her mother's face goes rigid with shock. Fury replaces the shock fast. "Are you really trying to cut ties with your own mother? How could you be so heartless?" she starts, before the scene folds into an old memory of someone gentler warning that it's dangerous to travel alone by train. "I'm worried you might get hurt." That same warm memory says, the kind of concern Richelle can't remember getting in years. Her mind drifts. Come to think of it, when was the last time she'd actually had a warm conversation with her own mother? Every time she tried to remember one, it hurt too much, so she always looked away instead, and now, unexpectedly, a hand reaches for hers. Her mother softens just slightly, promising she'll be back as soon as her business is done. Richelle admits it to herself plainly. She resents her mother so much. But at the same time, she wants to love her. Her mother promises she'll return within the year, hoping they can talk a lot more then. They stand there hand in hand, just like when Richelle was small. Without the resentment, without the sharp words she throws out whenever she's trying to run away from feeling anything. But with just a little sincerity this time. Richelle wonders, "Will you wait for me?" The question catches her off guard, and for a flicker of a second, a much younger version of herself flashes through her mind. Quietly, almost involuntarily, she calls her, "Mom." Her mother freezes completely, stunned into silence. "What a surprise, hearing you speak so sweetly," she says. "You haven't called me that since your father passed." Richelle takes her hand and her mother relents. "All right, Richelle. I shall see you in a year," she says, giving Richelle's hand one firm squeeze. "Until then," she says, turning to walk toward the light of the doorway. Her face flushes for just a moment, more moved by all this than she'd ever admit out loud. "I'll be waiting for you," Richelle tells her, holding on a little tighter. Flustered, her mother rambles on. "Don't just disappear without a word again." Thank goodness she turned up at the Otis estate. Does she have any idea how worried she'd been? Richelle can't help but think maybe all of it, every sharp word, was just her mother's clumsy way of expressing her own grief. It's not that the resentment disappeared, but just knowing her mother was willing to talk at all sparks a small joy in her. "Do I look strange?" she asks. "No, it's not unpleasant to see, but I don't know," comes the reply, and Richelle feels almost drunk on the scent of the roses around them, her heart still pounding. Ever the mother hen, she warns Richelle to be careful at her age and asks if a carriage has been arranged for her. The door clacks shut behind her as Richelle steps out into the golden evening light. Her mother leans out of a window above to call down to her, "Take care." She reaches a hand down toward her, "And stay healthy." Richelle looks back up, reaching for that hand one last time. Their hands meet in one final tight squeeze. "You too, mother," Richelle says, not quite sure what to name the feeling in her chest just as the carriage door clunks shut. Her mother settles into her seat with a satisfied little smile as the carriage rattles off. Richelle watches it roll away, swallowed by the sunset. She smiles anyway, already thinking ahead to when they'll meet again in a year. She lingers a moment longer in the fading light before finally turning to head back inside. She hopes quietly that next time they can greet each other with a real, warm embrace. The sun sinks over the grounds, roses catching the last of the light as the day finally lets go. Somewhere else night falls fast, and a carriage rattles off into the dark. Time moves on. Later, back at the Otis estate, Richelle sits alone under the stained glass, turning something over in her mind. "I wish," she murmurs to herself, standing quietly in her uniform. She stands before a set of grand doors, a small gift clutched in her hands, stealing her nerve. She scolds herself under her breath. She really should have brought something more fitting as a gift. She's standing right in front of Alan Otis's private study, somewhere she never imagined she'd have a reason to visit while working for the Otis family. Her neck feels stiff with nerves as she stretches it out, reminding herself there's something she absolutely has to do here today. Ever since her talk with Rogers yesterday, two people have been stuck on her mind. The first, of course, is her mother, and the second is Alan Otis. She pictures a future where she probably never sees Alan Otis again. If that day comes, she'll never get the chance to thank him or apologize, so before this guilt fades from her heart, she has to say something now. Master. She flings the door open and catches him completely off guard. Startled, Alan stares at her. What is it? Flustered, all she manages is, "Hello, Master Alan." She asks for just a moment of his time. There's something she needs to tell him. He assumes she's after more medicine and tells her to just help herself to what's left in that room. She shakes her head. That's not it at all. I came here to apologize, she blurts out, and for once he looks completely thrown. She bows properly, a little stiff about it. I got caught up in my own feelings and overstepped my bounds. I'm sorry. I know a simple apology won't undo the offense I caused you, but... He cuts her off. You came all this way just to say that? She freezes, wondering if she's put her foot in it again. A beat of quiet passes between them. His expression softens, caught somewhere between annoyance and something gentler he won't quite name. She watches him carefully, bracing herself for whatever he says next. Your apology isn't necessary, he says. She flinches. I didn't really care anyway, he adds, classic him. If you're done, you should go, he says, already turning away, and she freezes mid-step. She stops dead in the doorway before she can actually leave. Are you crazy? Do you want to lose a foot? He snaps. She just scowls right back at him. Well, I have something to give you, she says. He goes flustered as she thanks him again for the medicine, insisting there's still a little left. Keep the rest for emergencies, he cuts in. Are we done here? No, she insists. She can't help laughing to herself. What's he in such a rush for? Was he in the middle of a good book or something? She finally pulls out what she actually came to give him. It's nothing much, but she offers it up, a little shy about it. He takes it, hesitant, clearly unsure what to make of it. What is this? He asks, as something in the moment catches the light between them. What is this? He asks, turning the little wrapped bundle over in his hands like it might be a trick. Inside, a tidy little math book and a ribboned pouch. A book and a pouch, he repeats, clearly not expecting either. Richelle fidgets a little, suddenly nervous about how her gift is landing. It's a potpourri sachet, she explains, packed with lavender and lemon balm. Hang it by your bed, she tells him, and the scent should help him finally sleep through the night. Alan just stares at the little bundle of flowers in his hand and quietly asks what the book is. It's a math problem book, she admits sheepishly, one she used to actually enjoy solving. Whenever her mind felt cluttered, she says, working through the problems always helped clear it. She glances up at him, waiting to see what he makes of it all. It's not much of a gift, she admits, but if it helps him feel even a little bit better, that's enough for her. Then Alan murmurs almost to himself, I would truly be happy, he finishes quietly, breathing in the calming scent of the sachet. For a moment neither of them says a word, the quiet stretching comfortably between them. Alan studies the little bundle in his hands like it's something rare. It doesn't smell of roses, he notes, almost surprised. That's the secret, Richelle grins. Turns out she's never much cared for the smell of roses herself. I see, Alan says softly, filing that little confession away. It's because you've helped me so much, she tells him. That's exactly why these matter to her. Helped you? Alan echoes, baffled. She just laughs it off, waving away his confusion with an easy grin. Yes, help, she insists, the cold medicine, the small kindnesses, all of it added up. So she really wanted to thank him properly, she says, before he can argue his way out of it. Then she bows, hand over her heart, fully committing to the moment. Thank you for all your help, Master Alan, she says, and means every word of it. Something flickers across Alan's face that he clearly wasn't ready to show. And in that moment, something between them quietly shifts. Richelle catches it too, and her breath catches right along with it. Seeing the look on his face, she can't help herself, she keeps going. She starts, suddenly a little less sure of her own nerve. If you ever need help with anything, she says, will you please just tell me? What? Alan asks, stunned, because she says she'll do everything in her power to help him. Now that she's actually said it out loud, she realizes just how much she meant it. This, she thinks, is what she truly wanted to say to him all along. That she would help him, she realizes, if he was ever going through a hard time. That he could reach out to her anytime he needed to. Her grip tightens on the book as she means it. You, Alan starts, his voice catching on something he can't quite say. Well then, he says instead, and something in his tone goes cold. Stay out of my life, he tells her flatly. Sorry, she asks, stunned, as he coldly orders her to lay low for the year left on her contract, then leave the moment it's up. That's the only way you can help me, he says, all but shoving the book back into her hands. And with that, he's already turning to go. He walks off without a backward glance, the door creaking shut behind him. One last warning trails behind him: don't get too close to Rogers. The door slams, leaving Rachel standing there completely dazed. Was she overstepping, she wonders, just by offering to help him? She can't shake the look on his face right before he shut her out like he was about to cry. She doesn't regret what she said, she tells herself, though that doesn't make it hurt any less. She heads back down the hall alone, the whole exchange still ringing in her ears. Telling her to stay away from Rogers, of all people that part especially won't leave her alone. It makes no sense, and that's exactly what worries her. The empty hallway swallows her up as she keeps turning it over in her mind. Why would he say that, she wonders, unable to let it go. She sits down and starts a letter to her dearest friend Meg. Meg already heard her mother came to visit. Rachel assures her not to worry, nothing happened. They had one small argument, quickly settled, though poor Anna is still apologizing for accidentally giving away where Rachel was hiding. Her mother won't be coming back to Bertrand again, Rachel made sure of that herself. So really, she insists, it's all fine. Looking back on it now though, fighting with her mother and bolting the way she did probably wasn't her finest moment. She should have at least tried to actually talk things through, instead of spending all her energy just avoiding her mother. Still, next time they meet, she hopes she can finally say everything honestly. Maybe that's what real freedom looks like. She's got a good feeling about it this time, she writes, and thanks Meg for worrying about her. Her pen keeps moving, like there's still more on her mind she needs to get out. And that rumor about her being in marriage talks with the Otis family, complete nonsense, don't believe a word of it, she insists. Then, almost sheepishly, she asks for a real favor: could Meg quietly look into the Otis family for her? Starting with something specific: where exactly is Mr. Otis these days? She's never once met the man and she urgently needs to. I'm counting on you, Meg, she writes, signing off and wishing her a good night's sleep. The letter finished, she finally sets down her pen. Sealing the envelope, she realizes it's already been 2 weeks since her mother left. Since then, things at the manor have settled into their own strange rhythm. The manor's just as odd as ever. Rogers has been oddly kind, while Alan has iced her out completely. And from what she's picked up, Rogers doesn't seem to think much of Alan at all. Is it really just some old grudge between the two of them, she wonders, or something more? Rogers' easy, unreadable smile doesn't exactly put her at ease. Still, following a warning with zero evidence behind it doesn't sit right with her either until a voice calls out for her. Back to business, the twins are practically bouncing as she checks over their lesson. We're all done, they announce, so she suggests they go through the answers together. So slow, Tilda, one twin teases, while Rachel showers the other with praise for a job well done. I bet Penny gets more right, one crows. We'll see about that, comes the immediate challenge. Pencils fly as the twins race to double-check every single answer. Even mid-lesson, Rachel can't quite shake the thought nagging at the back of her mind. The same strange, unsettling things keep happening around here, and the fact that she's stopped being scared by any of it worries her more. Something about this place keeps reaching for her, and she can feel it. The children still show those same strange little quirks they always have. And she can't shake the growing suspicion that it's the manor itself doing the changing. Her grip tightens on her pencil. She has to get them out of here. Out of this place as soon as she possibly can. It won't be easy, but she's decided. You got every single one right, that's amazing. She cheers, and the kids can hardly believe it themselves. One twin pumps a fist in triumph, thrilled with the win. Can you read us a story now, miss? They ask, and her heart pounds with a quiet resolve. She can't turn her back on these kids. You two did so well today, she tells them, heading off to grab a book. Just wait right here, okay? Okay, they chirp, watching as she slips off down the hall. A way to get the children out of this manor. It's actually pretty simple, she realizes. She walks the halls, turning the plan over, piece by piece. She'll get them enrolled in a boarding school. The twins should be just about the right age for it soon. They'll turn 9 next year. She went off to boarding school herself around that same age. The only problem, whether an Otis child is even allowed to leave this manor in the first place. After all, Alan never got sent to school at all, and he's practically grown now. Jaw set, she keeps walking. She needs answers, and she's going to get them. As for Rogers, if anyone in this house knows the real rules, it's him. She stops herself short before she can go barging right in. For some reason, she's suddenly hesitating. She already asked Meg to dig into this, sure, but that answer could take weeks to arrive. It would be so much faster if she could just track down Mr. Otis herself and ask him directly. Lost in thought, she nearly walks straight into someone in the corridor. She blinks, caught off guard. It's the maid who cleans her room. She didn't expect to run into her all the way out here. Right, of course, she's just on duty. Rachel nods to herself, an idea already forming. Excuse me, she calls out, catching up to the maid. The maid pauses, broom in hand, waiting to hear what she wants. Rachel leans in close with her question, and the maid's eyes go wide. You're close with Mr. Walter, aren't you? Rachel asks, and just like that, she's found her way in. You're close with Mr. Walter, aren't you? She blurts out, and Rachel can only blink back, startled. Rachel studies her sideways, wary. This manor doesn't exactly encourage friendly chats. Nearby, a couple of gossiping maids write her off completely. Just another one spouting nonsense, best ignored. But before Rachel can walk away, a voice stops her cold. Wait. A hand shoots out and grabs her by the wrist, hard enough to make her jump. Wait, please, the maid begs, gripping tighter as Rachel tries to pull free. What do you think you're? Rachel snaps, eyes wide with alarm. The maid lets go at once, flustered. I'm sorry if I startled you, she says, close to tears. I just really wanted a chance to speak with you, Miss Howard, before I leave, she explains. After all, we're the only allies in this whole manor. Rachel's brow furrows. Allies is a bold word from a total stranger. Rachel sniffs the air without thinking and catches herself doing it. Everyone at Bertrand carries the same heavy scent of roses. This maid barely has a trace of it. There are always exceptions. Mrs. Otis, for one, reeks of strong perfume instead. Rogers smells like antiseptic, Alan Otis like a damp forest, the children like powder under the roses. Rachel's nose never lies. But this maid in front of her smells like nothing Rachel's ever catalogued before. No rose, no household scent at all, just a stranger's scent. It clicks, she's different from every other servant here. So before I leave, I wanted to be of some help to you, Miss Howard, the maid says. I was told not to get curious, but... Rachel swallows hard. What if this stranger actually has something that could help the twins? What's your name? Rachel finally asks. The maid's whole face lights up at the question. My name is Becky Dustin, she says. The two clasp hands. Thank you so much, Becky says, and I'm so sorry. A strange thing to say to someone she just met. It's a regret Rachel will carry for a long time after this, that she ever even heard that name. That name, Becky Dustin. The next day, Rachel slips back into her room, already watching the clock. 5 minutes, 3 minutes, the mantel clock ticks the countdown away. 1 minute left, she pretends to read, but she isn't taking in a single word. 10 seconds. Then bang, 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 someone's at the door right on schedule. I'm here to clean the room, comes the voice from outside. Rachel's whole posture relaxes. The door creaks open. Coming in, Becky announces. Becky steps inside with a soft, easy smile, like nothing's out of the ordinary. I always come to clean your room at 2 p.m., she says, which is exactly why Rachel timed this so precisely. That's what she said yesterday too. Rachel wonders, is there some kind of time limit on this? Becky gives a polite little bow before getting to work. From above, the room goes still. The door is firmly shut behind her. Rachel checks it herself. The door needs to be shut tight for this conversation. She dips her pen in ink, wondering if Becky's worried about being overheard. In this manner, someone eavesdropping wouldn't shock her. Still, if they're going to have an honest conversation, it has to happen on paper. A single drop of ink lands with a plip. The note gets folded away. It has to be now while it's just the two of them. Rachel sets her jaw. In just 3 more weeks, everything changes, whatever that means. Rachel reads over something Becky's written with a bright smile. That's wonderful, she says. I've only been here about 2 months myself, Becky admits. Richelle gently asks how she ended up at Bertrand at all. Becky goes rigid at the question. I saw an ad in the newspaper and sent in a letter to apply. After a brief interview I was hired, she explains. Richelle can't help but be skeptical. Bertrand hired through a newspaper ad, they must have been flooded with applicants. The ad never even named Bertrand outright, just an upper-class family hiring for their country house. Becky only learned where she'd landed after she got a reply. Since the listing was so vague, Becky suspects she was the only one who applied. She had a bad feeling about it, but she was desperate for work at the time. The pen scratches on in silence. Richelle's mind drifts. For a family as prominent as the Otises, that's not exactly the typical way to hire. I'm not sure, Becky says carefully. Bertrand doesn't really take on new people. Her hands tremble. Even if something were to happen to one of the household staff, the position would never open up. She trails off into a mumble, and the room goes tense and quiet. Richelle taps her pen, turning the implication over in her head. It seems like most of the staff here have been at Bertrand for a long time, so who's been here longest of all? I don't really know about that, Becky says. I've never really spoken with any of them. They'd all been here for years already by the time I arrived, she adds. Are you not planning to renew your contract, Miss Dustin? Richelle asks. A person like me wouldn't even dare, Becky replies. Richelle catches it immediately. She emphasized the word person. Becky really is the newest hire in the whole house. If she's the only normal one left, something must happen to people the longer they stay. This is all so maddeningly cryptic. Richelle wishes she could just get a straight answer. Mrs. Otis, she starts. Must be a wonderful person for that many servants to stay on so long, she says, and Becky visibly gasps. Becky whips around, back turned. Mr. Mrs. Otis is, she can't even finish the sentence. Miss Dustin, Richelle presses, but Becky just stands there, trembling under her bonnet. Stay away from the Otis family, Becky finally says. Don't get curious about them. Her hand grips something tight, shaking. The Otis family is. Are you all right? Richelle jumps to her feet. Stay right there. Don't come any closer, Becky whispers, backing away. Please. Sometime later, Becky's back to mopping the floor as if none of that happened. It's too dangerous to get close to the Otis family, she finally continues. Especially the eldest son. Alan Otis, Richelle asks, why is that? Becky keeps mopping, not meeting her eyes. Getting close to the family you serve is like poison for a servant, she says. You draw unwanted attention and get misread as having ideas above your station. There were several tutors before you, Miss Howard. The one thing all of them had in common, every single tutor took an interest in the eldest son. And then, one by one, every single one of them vanished without a trace, all because they got noticed by them. A chill runs down Richelle's spine. Them, Richelle repeats. You must never let them notice you, Miss Howard, Becky warns. Becky wrings the mop cloth in her hands, knuckles white. Don't think about anything, keep your head down so you're not noticed. Don't get curious, and just play dead to survive. Something drips drop by drop in the silence. Becky's eyes well up as she says it, dead serious. And she trails off one more time, unable to finish. She turns and walks off down the hall without another word. Her last warning hangs in the air behind her, beware the scent of roses. Get back to the twins soon, she reminds herself, but first she needs to figure out why Becky has gone so quiet on her. Becky has stopped answering her questions altogether. Time to lay out everything Richelle actually knows so far. Point 1. The servants who have been at the manor the longest are not exactly normal people anymore. Becky and Richelle might be the only real humans left on staff, and whatever the others became, they were not born that way. Getting too close to the Otis family seems to pull the attention of something else entirely, something she only knows as them. So what exactly is the Otis family's relationship to them? Are they just prisoners in their own home? Or did the Otises bring this horror down on the manor themselves? It has not been long since she swore to help those children, and here she is again, buried in the same sleepless, tangled questions. Earlier that day, Becky had tried to slip past her in the library. I'll get out of your way, she'd mumbled. For a moment, Becky manages a small, careful smile, but underneath it she looks like she's barely holding herself together. What is with this silent treatment, Rachel wonders, right before Becky spins around to face her. I've caused you trouble, Becky stammers. Rachel answers, completely caught off guard. But you should be all right, Becky adds, trailing off like she said too much already. Mr. Walter, Rachel asks, and something bolts off through the hallway before she can even finish the thought. A maid's hands shake so badly the cup rattles. I'm sorry, she keeps whispering, I'm so sorry. Since you're close with Mr. Walter, Becky starts, and Rachel's stomach drops at where this might be going. Wait, what do you mean by? Rachel starts, but the door slams in her face. What was that about? Come to think of it, didn't Becky ask if she was close to Rogers right from the start? She remembers what Rogers once told her, that he was the one who gave her the courage to move forward, and that she owed it to herself to become someone worthy of that. But she thinks, her mind snagging on something, Rogers has also. A chill runs through her. He has also worked at this manor for a very long time. Why did she forget all about Rogers? She's certain she had things she needed to ask him. Becky did mention she comes by here every single day at 2 in the afternoon. So whatever questions slipped her mind tonight, she supposes she can just ask Becky again tomorrow. It's cold and hard, that's the first thing she notices. She jolts awake to nothing but pitch black, she cannot see a single thing. Her hand claws blindly across the sheets while she tries to steady her breathing. She's sure that she locked her door, climbed into bed, and went straight to sleep. So why is this happening? She forces herself to creep forward into the dark, every nerve in her body screaming at her to stop. Her breath comes in short, ragged huffs, panic clawing at the edges of her mind. She claps a hand over her own mouth to choke down a gasp. Calm down, she tells herself, just stay calm. There's no telling what's around her in this dark, and that thought alone is enough to bring tears to her eyes. She fumbles along the wall, feeling blindly for anything solid to hold onto. A dry, scraping sound slithers down the hallway, and somewhere ahead of her, something else is moving too. Footsteps tap steadily closer. No, she begs silently, please not that. She freezes as heavy steps thud past close by, and somewhere near she hears it, someone laughing. She's just hearing things, she insists to herself, even as that awful laughter claws through the walls. Wait, this isn't just one voice laughing out there, there's more than one of them. It's them again, she realizes with a chill, remembering the house rule. From midnight until sunrise, the manor belongs to them, and anyone caught out is on their own. Who in the world even are they? And if she actually runs into one of them tonight, what exactly happens to her then? She grips her own hands tight. No, she cannot just freeze here, at least they don't sound like they're headed for the stairs yet. She needs to find her way back to her room fast, and she remembers the rule. If you must leave your room after midnight for any reason, you'd better be carrying fire. Wonderful, she has absolutely nothing. There's no chance she's finding a lit torch out here in the pitch dark. That laughter keeps drifting closer, and she curls up small, trying to make herself disappear entirely. There's just enough moonlight to see by. If she's careful, she can reach the 3rd floor. Better that than wandering around hunting for a fire she'll never find. Probably, she adds under her breath, none too convinced, and takes her first careful step. She creeps forward one silent footstep at a time, sticking to the moonlit patches on the floor. Something in the shadows makes her flinch and freeze mid-step. She spots the lion statue and finally gets her bearings. This must be the east staircase, 1st floor to 2nd. She reaches out to feel her way forward, and then something thuds hard against the wall right beside her. A grinding sound crawls out of the darkness. No, she whispers, please not now. Something creaks open somewhere behind her. Don't even think about it, she begs to whoever or whatever is out there. At least those things don't seem to be climbing the stairs after her. But why is any of this happening? Did she slip up somewhere without even realizing it? Did she break some rule without noticing? She remembers another rule: never keep roses in your bedroom. The rest of the manor is drowning in them. The bedrooms are the one exception, and if you ever find a rose in your room. Was there a rose in her room tonight? Was that her mistake? She always checks her room before bed, always. But could a single rose have slipped in without her noticing? No time to figure out the cause now, she decides, and pushes herself forward through the dark. She's almost at the 3rd floor, almost. Something has clawed deep gashes into the railing right beside her, and her eyes go wide with fear. Just now something rushed past close enough to stir her hair. A single drop echoes somewhere in the dark and she freezes, straining to listen. She clamps both hands over her own mouth and presses herself into the shadows, holding her breath. Her heart slams against her ribs. Did it see her? Is it coming back? Whatever that was, it moved impossibly fast. She waits there, frozen, her own heartbeat the loudest sound in the whole world. Silence, total suffocating silence. It's quiet now, she tells herself and forces her legs to start moving again. Then a sharp little creak snaps right behind her and every hair on her neck stands straight up. She feels crushed under the weight of it, dozens and dozens of eyes, all watching her from somewhere above. Countless eyes scanning her from up in the dark, and she has no idea how many of them are actually up there. To get back to her room, she has to cross that hallway above, and that is exactly where they are all gathered. So then, she thinks, breathing hard, what is she even supposed to do now? What is she even supposed to do? Can she really make it to her room without getting caught, especially with no fire to protect her? Something slips from her trembling fingers. She drags herself forward anyway, running on nothing but raw nerve at this point. She's so tired, and somewhere just ahead, a shape waits in the dark. The sheer wrongness of this manor presses in on her from every single side. Something dark and wet drips slowly down the wall beside an old portrait. The color drains from her face as shapes shift in the shadows just below her. Twisted faces peel out of the darkness, mouths stretched wide and silent. A scream catches in her throat as a massive silhouette rears up right in front of her. She screams and bolts, pure animal instinct taking over completely. Something roars behind her, a sound with nothing human left in it at all. She chokes out a scream of her own, legs pumping as fast as they can carry her. She staggers along the railing, gasping out the only thought she has left: get away, get away, get away. But where? Back downstairs the way she came, or straight into the third-floor hallway where they are waiting? Either path means pushing through something terrible. She has to choose right now. The third-floor hallway, she decides, and forces her legs into a dead sprint. She tears through the dark, and the whole manor seems to bleed red around her. A skeletal shape looms at the edge of her vision, and she does not dare look back to check. Blurred, monstrous shapes churn through the red haze on every side of her. Something reaches for her, and somewhere close, an eye splits open with a wet, awful sound. More hands claw out of the red dark, grasping for anything at all they can catch. She runs flat out, the whole hallway smearing into streaks of red around her. And then through all the chaos she finally sees it, her room. She is almost there. Her bare foot finally lands on the floor of her own room, except the boards beneath her glow an eerie, thorny red, as if the manor followed her all the way inside. Something is closing in, one slow, bloody step at a time. The whole room explodes into noise and blood-red light. She screams as the blow lands. This nightmare has teeth. Whoever or whatever is doing this isn't stopping. Richelle crumples to the floor, drenched in that same nightmare red. Her eyes go wide, hollow with pure terror. Stop it, please someone, she begs, but nobody answers. All that answers back is laughter, cruel and endless laughter. Her cry for help gets swallowed whole before she can even finish it. Then light, a calm voice cuts through the dark. My, what's all this commotion? Footsteps start closing in, unhurried despite the chaos she just lived through. A lantern appears at the top of the stairs. Someone's come to see what happened. He spots her collapsed on the ground and breathes her name, Richelle. She can barely lift her head, still shaking from whatever just tore through her room. What are you doing out here? He asks, crouching down beside her. He offers his hand without a second thought. Here, take my hand. I will help you, he promises, already pulling her up off the floor. With the lamp finally lit, he says her name again, softer this time, and she can't look away. Blood still streaked across her face, she starts to say his name, Roger, before it catches in her throat. He presses a finger to his lips, shhh. His coat swirls around them as he pulls her in close, shielding her from the dark hallway. He notices how thin her nightgown is and quietly wraps her up. Your nightgown is too thin. Richelle flushes red at the sudden closeness, nothing like a near-death nightmare to speed up a romance. He laughs it off a little too nervously. Thanks to that, I was able to help you, Richelle, so it all worked out for the best, didn't it? His grip on her tightens as his tone turns serious. In any case, Richelle. He holds her steady against him, carrying her the way she can barely stand on her own. If you could just hold the lamp, he asks, and she takes it from him. There's nothing quite like light to bring peace of mind in the dark, he says gently, even if it's just a small one. They move on together, her borrowed light cutting a thin path through the black. She can't help glancing back over her shoulder. Are they still carrying her through the dark halls? He murmurs. Are they all gone? So this is why Bertrand's rules said to seek out a fire. But where did they even go? The question just hangs there unanswered. It's only now she realizes exactly whose room she's just been carried into. His. Please come in, Richelle, he says, and the door clicks shut behind her before she can even answer. He invited me in, she thinks, stunned, remembering exactly how strict the staff housing rules are. The rule is posted plain as day. Entering another staff member's bedroom for anything but cleaning is strictly forbidden. She gasps, realizing just how badly she's already breaking the rules by being here. Don't break any more rules, she tells herself, ready to retreat, but he only says it's late. I should be getting back to my, she starts, but he stops her cold. Richelle. Something in his stare roots her in place, and she can't bring herself to leave. His eyes hold hers a beat too long before he gently pulls her back inside. It's all right if it's me, Richelle, he says, as the door creaks shut again. Trust me, he adds quietly. She wonders if the darkness from that nightmare has finally gotten to her head. Still, her feet keep following him deeper into the room. Or maybe it's just the warmth of the little lamp between them. Somehow, I feel like everything will really be all right. Yes, she finally lets herself agree. After all, Rogers is the one who saved her, time and time again. What a clean room, she thinks as he pulls out a seat. Have a seat, could you wait here a moment? Alone for a moment, she finally looks down at her own bloodied hand. He returns and gently checks the wound. It's not just clean, it feels almost brand new. He sets down a proper first aid kit with a decisive clack, ready to do this right. The room's rather bare, isn't it? He admits. Truth is, I suffer from terrible insomnia myself. I just doze off on the sofa as dawn breaks. That must be exhausting, she says softly. I've grown used to it, he shrugs, so it's all right. Well then, he murmurs, flexing his gloved hand before getting to work. He pauses to ask properly, if you wouldn't mind, Richelle, would you permit me to touch you? The question catches her completely off guard, a little formal for a man already holding her ankle. Before she can even answer, he's already working. This may sting a little. Wait, oh my goodness, my knee. She flinches hard as he gets a proper look at the gash on her leg. Her hand grips the floor, bracing against the sting. It's not just my knee, my whole body aches, she admits. I can't impose on you any further, she protests, but he cuts in. I'll do it. Nothing related to you could ever be an imposition, Richelle. He says it with a smile so calm it's almost unsettling, subtle, buddy, real subtle. So unless you find me unpleasant, he adds, I ask that you simply nod. Her grip tightens on the sheets as the tension in the room thickens. She gives a small, hesitant nod, and his grin says he was hoping for exactly that. He gets to work on her leg wound with surprising gentleness. She winces as he moves up to treat the bruising on her shoulder too. He leans in close with tweezers, carefully picking a bit of debris from a cut near her face. She holds perfectly still, hyper-aware of just how close his hands are. It feels like I'm dreaming, she thinks, watching him work so carefully over her. A ticklish brush of his fingers makes her wonder if her mind's still hazy from everything that happened earlier. For a second, the fear from earlier melts into something a lot warmer. If only I could rely on Rogers for everything, she thinks, right as he finishes up, all done. Their faces are suddenly, startlingly close. Her heart slams against her ribs, loud enough she's sure he can hear it too. Neither of them moves for a long, charged moment. She notices, absurdly, the exact color of his tie from this close-up. Then he suddenly pulls back, looking almost as flustered as she feels. Rely on him for everything, she scolds herself. What am I even thinking? Then his whole tone shifts, serious all of a sudden. Richelle, has anyone visited your room recently? I'm sorry, she stammers. I'm asking, he repeats, if anyone has been inside your room. She hesitates, mind racing back through the day. One face comes to mind right away, the maid who cleans her room like clockwork. She flinches, unsure if she should even say the name out loud. Is it even okay to say her name? Richelle isn't sure. She shakes her head instead of answering right away. No, nothing unusual has happened, she finally says, and it isn't really a lie. Becky was just there to clean like always. She remembers Becky's routine perfectly. I always come to clean your room at 2 p.m., the maid had said before rushing off since she was running late. I see, Rachel had answered back then, without a second thought. Back in the present, Rogers takes her hand in his, steady and firm. I'm only asking because I want to help you, he says, searching her face for the truth. She can't quite meet his eyes, caught between trusting him and hiding something. Rachel, he says, holding the lamp steady between them, you must trust me. Because I'm on your side, he says quietly, and somehow that's exactly what worries her. In the quiet room, Rogers takes her hand, gentle and close, the tension between them thick enough to cut. Why, she breathes, searching his face for a reason she almost does not want to hear. Why is he so good to her? Part of her just wants to stop fighting it and lean on him completely. But then it's like ice water down her spine. One second he feels close, the next he is a total stranger. Something reaches for her in the dark, something else pulls away. Whatever Rogers really is, it has got claws. Instead of drowning in that question, she feels his hand brush her hair, soft and deliberate. I want to hear how you truly feel, he says. No deflecting this time, he wants a real answer. Rogers's face turns dark and serious. She opens her mouth to answer, well, she starts. But before she can finish, he beats her to it. You are very precious to me, he says. His eyes narrow, scrutinizing her every twitch, like he is testing whether those words landed. She feels that gaze on her skin and clutches at the brooch on her collar, thoughts racing. Is that the truth, she wonders, or just another lie dressed up pretty? Rogers Walter, ever the charmer, sighs about missing out on tea like nothing serious just happened at all. She wants to lean on him, she really does, and yet. Her eyes flick away as he offers, simple as that, I'll walk you to your room. He smiles, easy and confident, like a man who already knows he has won this round. But deep down, her verdict has not changed. I still can't trust you. He stops her right at her door with a request that catches her off guard. May I look around your room, Rachel? Her eyes go wide. That is not exactly the kind of question a butler usually asks. She studies his face for a beat. Whatever this is, it feels genuine, not creepy, probably. Yes, come in, she says, and the door creaks open into the dark. He steps inside like the Manor's rules do not even apply to him. Bertrand rules, meet Rogers, the guy who ignores every one of them. He wanders toward her shelves and she cannot help but feel oddly exposed. What exactly is he digging for? This won't take long, he says smoothly, though something about his tone says otherwise. He goes quiet, tilting his head at something only he seems to notice. Then his eyes flash red and he spins on his heel, dead certain of something. His hand reaches down into the dark space behind her books. Here it is, he says, pulling out a single blood-red rose she has never once seen before. How on earth? Rachel stares at the flower like it just crawled out of a nightmare. Her hand flies to her mouth. That thing was hidden in her own room this whole time. This can't be, she thinks, staring at the very bookshelf she dusts every single day. It's the shelf she uses the most. How did she never notice a rose that vivid sitting right there? Rogers's voice goes soft and strange. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, but you should be all right now. A chill runs straight down her spine. That apology sounded like it was for something much bigger than a flower. Then it clicks, wait, now that I think about it, this afternoon didn't Becky dare to pull a little prank on me? Before she can chase that thought, Rogers cuts in. I will dispose of this rose. You'll dispose of it? She asks. Don't worry, Rachel, is all he offers back. Nothing like this will ever happen again, he says, and it sounds less like comfort and more like a promise made to someone else entirely. So please, he adds gentler now, have sweet dreams. And the lamp is a gift from me, so please make good use of it, he says, already walking away. The door creaks shut behind him. She's alone again. For a moment she just stands there in the quiet, catching her breath. Then she slumps down, all the fight draining out of her at once. I'm exhausted, she mutters, honestly fair. The clock ticks toward morning. When she wakes up, she decides she is going straight to Becky. She'll ask her point blank about the rose and about Rogers too, who is clearly not just some regular hire. But the next day, Becky Dustin does not show up. Not the day after that either, or the one after that. She never sees Becky again. Weeks later, a letter arrives, to my friend Rachel, who seems a little different now. It's from Meg, and she sounds relieved reading between the lines of Rachel's carefully worded reply. "I've shut down those marriage rumors with the Otis family for now," Meg writes, "but don't be too hasty closing that door, all right? You never know what the future holds. Oh, and that other thing you asked about, my Robbie knows all about it. Turns out they were a very happy family. Mrs. Otis, it turns out, was a famous prima donna before she got married, and Mr. Otis fell for her at first sight. Everyone said the match was ridiculous and shook their heads at it. Didn't matter, Mr. Otis was stubbornly persistent even while she kept turning him down. In the end, of course, they got married anyway. And she really did come to love him back. Robbie even attended their wedding as a kid, since the Otis and Chester families had been business partners for a long time by then. But 6 years ago, the Otis family suddenly cut off all contact with society out of nowhere. Turns out it wasn't even that long ago, though it felt like 10 years. Bertrand Manor locked its doors tight, and even the letters that kept coming for a while eventually just stopped. It was like the whole family just vanished, as if they had never existed at all. Mr. Otis kept up appearances in society for about another year after that, then one day, he disappeared too. If you need more digging, just say the word, Rachel, Meg writes. The capital's been so boring without you, but now things are getting interesting. Could it be that being a detective is my true calling? Signed from the woman who could have been a great detective if she hadn't gone and married Robbie, Margaret Chester. P.S. I almost forgot. She's sending over some homemade marmalade to lift Rachel's spirits, and insists she share it with the handsome young Otis heir or that tutor of his. Maybe love will blossom, he Meg adds, because subtlety was never really her strong suit. Time slides forward, back to the manor, back to the present. Rachel moves briskly down the hallway, letter tucked away, mind already somewhere else. A door clicks shut somewhere in the quiet house. She counts it down under her breath, 7 seconds and counting. 1 second left, then go. She darts past an older gentleman in the hall before he can even get a word out. Her face is a total mess of panic and forced cheer, sweat and all. "Hello, Josephine," she chirps, playing it cool. "Good afternoon to you as well, Miss Howard," the old butler replies, unbothered as ever. "Well then," she says, and scurries off past the other maids before he can ask anything else. "Feels like spring's really here, doesn't it?" he calls after her. She pauses just long enough to agree, "Yes, lovely weather." Then Specs drops the real question. "By the way, I noticed the maid assigned to my room has changed recently. I was quite fond of the previous girl, so thorough, not that the current one's doing badly, of course. I am afraid," Rachel admits quietly to herself, the smile barely holding. Josephine keeps walking and talking, oblivious to the storm going on right behind her polite nod. "That won't be possible," he says. "Her contract ended, so she went back to her hometown. Still, I'll have the current girl be more attentive to you from now on," he adds, kindly enough. "Is that so? What a shame," Rachel says, voice level. "Sorry to take up your time, Josephine." He nods and steps off down the corridor, footsteps fading away. She's left standing there alone, the polite mask slipping the second his back is turned. Because here's the thing, Becky told her she had 3 whole weeks left on her contract, so how is she already home? It's a lie, plain and simple. Since that night with the rose, she hasn't seen Becky even once. Even when she works up the nerve to snoop around the servants' dining hall, there is no sign of her anywhere. It's like no-show Becky vanished into thin air. Should she just accept the official story, or is it possible that Becky was the one who put her in danger to begin with? It's a lot to untangle. She already has too much on her plate, and now there is Meg's letter to sort through too. Piece by piece, it doesn't add up. Meg describes a happy, peaceful family, the total opposite of what Rogers told her. And Rogers said he arrived at Bertrand 6 years ago. Which happens to be exactly when the Otis family vanished from society. That is not a coincidence, that is a timeline. Her hand finds a doorknob and turns it, slow and careful. She freezes in the doorway, breath caught, the dark room ahead giving nothing away. "I don't even know if I should be digging any deeper," she admits to herself, honestly same. New house rule, apparently. Something in this manor has a serious nose for food, so never sneak in outside snacks. It loves meat and meat is always scarce. Great, a picky monster with a diet plan. So the marmalade has to go. Sorry, Meg, Rachel mutters, guilt written all over her face. But how exactly do you get rid of contraband jam in a house with a food-sniffing menace on the loose? Good news, whatever it is, it only seems to show up when there is a smell to follow. Bad news, getting rid of the marmalade means opening the lid eventually. Is there really a way around that? Then it hits her, oh right, what if I just pretend it's a package? Sneak it clean out of the manor before it ever has to be opened. She could slip it to the mailman. Or wrap it up tight and mail it home. Panicky Anna's sharp, she'd take care of it, she figures, already picturing Anna's reply, leave it to me. So she stuffs the jar deep into her suitcase, buried under clothes, mission technically accomplished. Later though, something's off. Did I really leave my suitcase wide open like this? She digs through the fabric, a knot forming fast in her stomach. No, she mutters, pulling clothes out faster now. It can't be, she's tearing through drawers at this point, hope fading fast. She checks the wardrobe, empty, no jar anywhere in sight. She sinks to the floor, surrounded by scattered clothes, completely defeated. The marmalade, she whispers, barely able to get the words out. It's gone, somewhere in this manor, something just had itself a very good lunch. Rachel kneels at her own dresser, going through her things like she barely recognizes them. Someone broke into my room, she realizes, and her stomach drops straight through the floor. Her heart is pounding so hard she can feel it in her own throat. She bolts out of the room, she has to check everything right now. Standing in the middle of her room, she scans every corner. Is there anything else that's different? Something nags at her, some detail she can't quite place yet. Now that she looks closer, the sofa isn't where she left it. The bookcase, the desk, even her chair all shifted just slightly. Someone rearranged her entire room. Snap out of it, she tells herself, breath ragged, fighting to keep the panic from taking over. The servants can't enter this room without her permission. That's always been the rule. They've always waited outside her door unless duty demanded otherwise. That's just how it's always been. So then who, she thinks, hands trembling as the possibilities pile up. Could it have been the cleaning maid? No, she decides, that doesn't add up either. It's 4 o'clock right now. She checked the cleaning was finished and even locked the door herself. And at that point she remembers clearly, the marmalade was still sitting right there. So if it wasn't the maid, then the culprit is someone or something that was never supposed to be able to get in here at all. She stares down the hallway, mind racing through every possibility. There's no sign of forced entry anywhere, no broken lock, no splintered wood. Now that she's calmer, she can see the furniture really is back in its proper place. Everything else is spotless too, as if nothing was ever touched. Curious. There's a warning in the house rules that it is drawn to the smell of food. The marmalade was the target from the start. She goes quiet, turning the thought over and over in her head. If the intruder really is the thing the rules warn about, how did it get through a locked door? Or is this something else entirely, some other being that can slip into anyone's bedroom at will? Maybe it just has a master key. Honestly, if all it wanted was the jam, that would be a small mercy. But something is still bothering her, some detail her eyes keep sliding past. That's a wardrobe she almost never uses, tucked away in the corner of the room. Wait, why is that door hanging open? No way, she thinks, going cold. She freezes, listening, every muscle tensed for whatever's on the other side. Squaring her shoulders, she flings the wardrobe doors wide open. She reaches inside, bracing herself, only to find it's completely empty. She clears her throat, a little embarrassed. There's nothing in here after all. Then her hand brushes the back panel, and something feels slightly off. She leans in closer, running her fingers over the wood ever so carefully. Wait, isn't this panel sitting slightly out of place? She presses it and it clicks. Something gives way under her fingers with a soft thunk. Slowly, with a long, low creak, a hidden door swings open behind her clothes. Rachel stares into the dark space that's just opened up behind her own wardrobe. A door, there's an entire door hidden back here she never knew existed. She thinks fast, picturing the manor's floor plan, if this room lines up the way she suspects it does. No, she whispers, the realization hitting her like a slap. She's already moving, feet flying before she's even fully decided to run. She darts down the hallway as fast as her dress will let her. Her face goes pale just as she thought. That secret passage leads straight into the children's room. She pushes through the hanging clothes and steps inside, heart hammering. A narrow crawlspace connects the two rooms, hidden in plain sight this whole time. The twins snuck into her dressing room through here. And that's exactly how they got away with her marmalade. She sprints past a startled servant, barely pausing to call out a quick greeting. "Hello, Miss Howard," someone calls from the garden, but she's already scanning the paths for two familiar faces. They were definitely in their room before she left, so where on earth did they go? Maybe somewhere more secluded, she thinks, picking up her pace. The twins have picked up a rough idea of the Bertrand rules by now, which rules out the kitchen at least. If they know enough to avoid the kitchen, then why take the marmalade at all? A memory surfaces. The twins once told her their mommy loves fruit. She eats a lot of sweet and sour things, they'd said, so proud of remembering that detail. They said Mrs. Otis loves fruit. It clicks all at once and Richelle heads straight for the manor. She creeps closer, following the trail of hushed little voices. "When is Mommy coming out?" one of the twins whispers, waiting. "Do you think this is yummy? Should we just take a little sniff?" one of them grunts, wrestling with the lid. The lid finally pops free. "It smells so good," they giggle, absolutely delighted with their prize. Richelle creeps up behind them, quiet as a cat. "Penny, Nero," she booms, and her furious face alone is enough to freeze them solid. "Ach," they shriek, the jar nearly flying out of their hands. "We're sorry, please," they wail, already bracing for the worst. "I am very, very angry right now," she says, arms crossed. "You will explain exactly why you touched my things." Well," one of them stammers, tears welling up. "Mommy," they finally admit, "she wasn't eating anything. We just wanted to bring her something yummy," one of them whimpers. "I thought she'd finally call me a good boy." Richelle's anger deflates in an instant, so it really was for Mrs. Otis after all. She'd known since the day she arrived that Mrs. Otis barely touched her meals. It's sweet that the kids tried to help, but still. There's no way Mrs. Otis would ever eat outside food. She wouldn't even see the children if they tried. "I understand why you did it," she says gently, kneeling down, "but what you two did today was still wrong." "Yes," she admits, "I was genuinely terrified when I found something of mine missing." "Let's go back to your room," she says, "and talk properly about what you did." They walk together in silence until something makes her call out, "Penny, Nero." "What's wrong?" she starts, then flinches hard. A chill runs straight through her. The twins beside her don't look right anymore, pale, hollow, wrong. A shadow looms up behind them, swallowing the hallway in darkness. Her eyes catch on a small detail, a ribbon, a stitch, something horribly familiar. It's stained black now, but she'd still recognize it anywhere. Something pale and featureless stands in the dark, right where the twins should be. It's wearing a chef's uniform, torn and soaked through with old stains. She knew in an instant exactly what she was looking at. That the two small shapes walking beside her were never Penny and Nero at all. Today she realizes she was going to die. Shadow looms up out of nowhere, swallowing the hallway in black, and Richelle freezes dead in her tracks. The staff shuffle past like ghosts. The second she saw that thing, she says, she knew today might be the day she dies. "I was going to die. No dressing it up," that is exactly what flashes through her mind. Her knuckles go white, gripping the fabric of her dress, forcing herself to hold it together. The two little ones huddle behind her, eyes huge with fear, and she plants herself between them and whatever that thing is. One wide, glassy eye and a hard gulp is all it takes to show just how scared she really is. A voice cuts through the terror. "Richelle Howard, put your fear aside for a moment, right now." She grips a lantern jar like it is a weapon and swears to herself, she is saving these children no matter what. Wait, it's not interested in us, she realizes, watching it drift right past them. Her arm trembles as she reaches out, testing exactly how close she can risk getting. A plan sparks. If that thing really isn't hunting them specifically, maybe, just maybe, she can get the kids clear. She whispers two names into the dark, Penny, Nero. The kids blink up at her, confused. Peeking out from her skirts, the twins get their orders. When she gives the signal, run straight back to their room. "Don't worry about me," she tells them, "you have to get away no matter what." One of them just whimpers, "Miss The shadow creeps closer while the twins press themselves flat against the wall, trying to disappear. She grips the jar tight. If she throws it as far as she can, that might buy them the seconds they need. And while it is distracted, she starts walking straight toward the thing, jar raised and ready. Out of nowhere, a familiar figure is just standing there in the hall, watching her. Pale hair, sharp eyes, dead calm. It takes her a second to place him. Master Allen, the name barely makes it out of her mouth. His eyes are locked on the horror behind her, and he does not blink once. The shadow looms right over the kids cowering in the corner while she stands frozen between them. He starts walking, slow and deliberate, straight toward the danger like it is nothing. She flinches as it edges nearer the children, her whole body screaming at her to move. He steps in close and holds out his hand. "Give it here." Before she can argue, he snatches the jar clean out of her grip. "Just go back to your room," he says, not even bothering to look at her. "Master Allen, give me back that jar," she protests, but he is already past her. "It's too dangerous," she warns, right as the thing lets out a horrible screeching snarl. The shadow convulses into jagged static, and somehow it is even more unsettling up close. It writhes like ink poured into water, shapeless and completely wrong. His eyes flash and he barks a single word at her: "Go." She screams his name in pure panic: "Allen." His jaw is set, terrified, but he refuses to budge an inch. "I said get lost now," he roars at the thing, and even Richelle flinches at the sound. Somewhere in the fog, a small voice calls out to her over and over: "Miss. I don't want to get eaten, miss." The words claw at her as she is pulled away from it all. Mist curls past her ear, and for a second the whole hallway feels like it is breathing. A hand grabs her shoulder and she bolts before she can even think. She dashes down the corridor at a full sprint, not daring to look back. Her heart is slamming against her ribs. "I can't," is all she can manage. Tears whip sideways across her face as she runs, completely undone. Her hand shakes uncontrollably, the adrenaline finally catching up with her. She finally stops, alone in an empty hallway, casting one long, lonely shadow. By the time she doubles back for Allen, both he and that thing are long gone. The hallway just sits there, silent and untouched, like none of it ever happened. She can't stop wondering, did Rogers show up in time to save him? Should she feel relieved about that? Or even more worried? A door clicks shut somewhere nearby and her stomach drops. Behind it, a small voice sobs, "I'm scared, I don't want to get eaten." She scoops the child up, patting their back. "Please don't eat me," they whisper into her shoulder. She just holds them close, letting them cry it all out. The twins peek up at her, and she pulls both of them into a tight hug. For a moment, everyone just breathes, safe in that hug a little longer than strictly necessary. "Now then," she says gently, wiping her eyes, "can you two tell me how you got into my room?" Well," the twins stammer, trading guilty looks. Turns out her dressing room used to be their old nursery, long before it became hers. "See, the door is still there," they point out, "even though it's your room now." Since it used to be their room, they can still sneak through the dressing room, a loophole in the rules apparently. So that is how the twins keep getting in. Phew, at least her actual bedroom is still safe. The twins glance at each other nervously. Are we done being scolded now? Not even close, the real scolding starts right about now. "No, we're sorry," they wail, breaking into sniffles and sobs. Later, curled up together on the couch, she notices something in their sleepy murmuring. "I don't want to get eaten," one of them mutters again, half asleep. She freezes, it hits her, that was never just a turn of phrase. They meant it literally, and that thought is far scarier than she expected. The kids clearly know exactly what that thing is. Come to think of it, they have always begged her not to eat them. But none of the storybooks in their room say a single word about children being eaten. Which means they must have run into that thing themselves, more than once before. That settles it, this is no time to worry about overstepping her place in this family. She has to get the twins out of this manor and somewhere safe, no matter what it takes. Her mind made up, she turns on her heel with brand new purpose. If it is at all possible. She squares her shoulders, staring out at the storm. She wants to get Allen out of here too. First things first though, she needs to talk to him. Outside, the manor sits soaked under a heavy rain. The rose garden gets pelted, petals trembling under the downpour. Meanwhile, Allen stares out his rain-streaked window, lost in thought. He bites into a piece of toast, chewing like it personally offended him. This marmalade is delicious, Rogers muses. I believe her friend made it herself. Alan, would you like to try some? He tugs at him, all faux innocence. Alan's arm is freshly bandaged, and he is stitching himself up like it's just another Tuesday. I asked if you wanted some, Rogers presses again. Alan just glares. Do I look like I have an appetite for that right now? He snaps. Oh, that's right, Rogers says with a smirk. Just a few hours ago you almost became toast yourself, didn't you? I look like a damn vagrant, Alan mutters. Funny, Rogers points out, coming from someone who's never known a real day of hardship. And all you did was leave me lying in a corner, Alan snaps. Am I supposed to clean up after you too? Rogers just laughs it off. Be grateful I even came to save you at all. His smile does not quite reach his eyes. I don't care what you get up to, Alan, he says, tone shifting, but you've gone too far this time. I believe I warned you to stay put and keep quiet. I went to save that tutor you care so much about, he admits, watching Alan closely. Shouldn't you be dancing for joy? Alan sneers. You're the one who kept nagging me to be nice to her. Ah yes, Rogers agrees, far too calm, that's right. Without warning, he grabs Alan by the throat. Alan chokes, completely pinned. He coughs out Rogers's name in shock, unable to break free. You're much cuter than your father, Rogers murmurs, so I'm quite fond of you, but at the end of the day you're still an Otis. His grip tightens. Were you really just trying to save Rachel, Alan? He asks, voice deceptively soft. Or were you just looking for a place to die, as usual? If you're so determined to die, at least finish your duties first, Rogers tells him, cold as ice. His fingers squeeze harder, and Alan's vision starts to blur. The memory flickers back years, to a hooded shadow looming over a terrified little boy. If you continue to be such a nuisance, the figure warns, I might just make it so you can never get out of bed on your own again. Someone steps between them, voice shaking with fury. I will never let you turn my child into your plaything too. The wind howls through the memory, sharp and cold. Is that so? The figure asks, almost amused. By all means, it says, reaching for the boy anyway. Try. Back in the present, Rogers's grip has not loosened one bit. Will be just as amusing, he murmurs, and Alan realizes he might actually mean it. Rachel straightens her collar in a quiet corner of the manor, miles away in her own thoughts. Miss, a yell rips through the hallway and Rachel jolts straight back to reality. Oh huh, one of the twins is already red-faced and stomping, furious at being ignored. Sorry, lost in thought, she admits. Turns out Penny and Nero have been shouting the same thing for a while now, they're starving. We're hungry, so hungry, the twins chant in unison, nodding like it's a full-blown emergency. They stomp after her, begging for something yummy, please, with all the drama only a 5-year-old can pull off. 11 o'clock and this barely phases her anymore. Fine, she thinks, let's see what I can scrounge up for you too. The twins settle instantly, all hearts and giggles the moment food is promised. Some things never change around here. Later, Rachel trudges through the halls dead on her feet. She hasn't slept right in what feels like days. Her mind keeps circling back to everything wrong with the Otis family. She wishes she had more to go on. She chews on the mystery. There has to be a piece she's missing. The real problem is there's genuinely no one left in this manor she can actually talk to. Rewind 2 days, early morning, and Rachel is already on the move through the quiet halls. She raps on a heavy door. What are you doing? Comes the voice from inside, not exactly welcoming. You must really have nothing better to do, huh? Comes the tired jab from inside. It's Alan, wrist freshly bandaged. Sorry to bother you this early, Rachel says, but there's something I need to talk to you about. No, a maid's voice cracks down the hall. Master Alan, are you in there? Rachel watches, startled by the sudden panic. I've been knocking on this door for 4 days just to talk to him, she presses. Wait, comes his voice at last. Please just give me a moment of your time, she begs through the door. All she gets back is a pained grunt. The door yanks open and a hand grabs her wrist hard enough to make her flinch. While Rachel's hair whips as she's yanked off balance, caught completely off guard. It's Alan, and now she can see it clearly, a bandage wound tight around his wrist. What in the world happened here? You got hurt saving us, didn't you? Did you even treat it properly? Can you show? Her hand gets slapped away. Don't touch me. And what exactly are you going to do if I showed you? he snaps, daring her to have an answer. Right on cue, Roger strolls up with all the warmth of a winter draft. Is there anything you can do besides stand there wringing your hands like an idiot? At the very least, I can help treat the wound so it doesn't get infected, she offers, practical as ever. Rogers just scoffs, thoroughly unimpressed, like she's offered to patch the roof with a butter knife. Turns out Rogers Walter already wrapped the bandage himself and did it properly. Oh, she manages, a little deflated. So what did you actually want? Rogers asks, cutting straight to it. Living here these past 2 months has taught her something, she says, choosing her words with care. The staff at Bertrand seem far too indifferent to the family they serve, she says. Rogers flinches. What? Well, there was one girl who actually seemed to care, she adds. But I heard her contract ended early and she left not long ago. Do you think she made it back home all right? Rachel asks, the question hanging heavy in the air. She watches his face for any flicker of an answer, but he gives her absolutely nothing to read. I see is all Rogers says, flat and final, and somehow that's worse than if he'd said nothing at all. Something in her recoils, dread creeping in before he's even finished the thought. So it's true, Becky is no longer alive. Rachel claps a hand over her mouth, the ground tilting under her. No time to fall apart over this, she tells herself. If people are actually dying in this manner, she has to get the twins out fast. She rises sharply. To be honest, she starts, I don't think Bertrand is a good environment for children to grow up in. She pushes on, so what do you think about sending your brother and sister to boarding school? Hold on, Rogers cuts in immediately, something sharp flashing behind his eyes. What did you just say? He demands, grabbing for her like the words themselves are dangerous. I thought I told you not to bother with them, he snarls, hauling her back with a rough shove. I'm their tutor, she fires back. How am I supposed to just not care? He doesn't answer, just a cold, warning gesture that says this conversation is already over. Rogers turns his back on her, jaw tight, and Rachel can't hide the worry crossing her face. Mark my words, he says, low and hard, don't get attached to anything in Bertrand. Whatever happens here, he tells her, has nothing to do with you, nothing at all. So just stay in your corner until your contract's up, he says, walking off, then get out and never look back. His words were so harsh they raised the hair on the back of her neck, and yet, for some reason, the very last thing she saw on his face wasn't anger, it was despair, plain and profound. But then, her mind drifts back even further to the day before all of this. Rewind again, yesterday in the drawing room. Tea time with you, Miss Howard, what a wonderful day this is. Mrs. Otis laughs, all sunshine and charm. Is this the first time I've invited you to this particular drawing room? She asks, delighted with herself. She launches into the full history of the tea table, 200 years old, commissioned exclusively for royalty, naturally. It's so hard to get a word in, Rachel thinks, nodding along over her teacup. But Mrs. Otis says, suddenly all business, I'd better get to the point. It really is a shame, she muses, for such a beautiful manor to just lie dormant. Lie dormant? Rachel echoes. I was thinking, Mrs. Otis says with a little too much delight, it might be time to show Bertrand off to more people. Well, for the children's sake, they'll have to enter high society eventually, won't they? She muses. She admires her own jewelry as she talks, clearly already picturing herself as the toast of the season. Someone jolts at the words, the tension in the room spiking as Mrs. Otis keeps right on preening. Ahaha, Mrs. Otis laughs at her own cleverness. Yes, Rachel manages, humoring her. That boy Alan will have to enter high society eventually, Mrs. Otis says lightly. Mrs. Otis. Rachel tries to interject. But that's not my concern, she says, waving a hand. That man will take care of it all. But present those things to high society, something curdles behind her polished smile. The mood in the room turns dark and sour, something ugly rising just beneath the surface. Something shatters in Mrs. Otis's grip, the pleasant hostess act cracking wide open. Her expression twists into something Rachel has never seen on her before. Those horrible, hideous things should be locked away in this manner to rot and die. Mrs. Otis screams, unrecognizable. Mrs. Otis, Rachel grabs for her, please calm down. I know you're suffering because of your children, Richelle says carefully, so why don't you try putting some distance between yourself and them? You could send Penny and Nero away to boarding school, she offers. I'll help you whatever you decide, Richelle says. Mrs. Otis just mutters over and over, I don't know, I can't do anything. I need his permission for everything, Mrs. Otis shrieks. Permission, Richelle asks carefully whose, the answer comes as a blow. Richelle reels from the strike, more stunned than hurt. Wait, Richelle steadies herself, are you talking about Mr. Otis? Otis, Mrs. Otis repeats the name like poison on her tongue and something in her breaks completely. I'll kill him, I'm going to kill him, Mrs. Otis howls, lost in the memory, and Richelle realizes she's watching a confession play out live. Die, die, she screams into the memory, reliving every second of it. Go to hell, Rick Otis, and just like that, the mystery of Mr. Otis's disappearance is no mystery at all. Mrs. Otis, Richelle catches her as she collapses, the fury burning out as fast as it came. Footsteps, Rogers appears in the doorway. Josephine, he calls out, all business. He grabs the maid's arm hard, no gentleness in it at all. Josephine thrashes and struggles with a strength that looks nothing like an ordinary person's. What are you all doing? Richelle demands. Why are you being so violent? Explain yourself, Josephine. And then, just like that, Josephine goes still and composed, like nothing happened at all. Hello, Miss Howard, Josephine says, perfectly pleasant, like she wasn't just being restrained by 3 grown men. It's a lovely afternoon, isn't it? The maids quietly lead her away, and just like that, the whole incident is over. Back in the present, Richelle can hardly believe that was only yesterday. Maybe she just didn't sleep well, she tells herself, with Mrs. Otis's screaming still ringing in her ears. Let me try to organize everything I've learned so far, Richelle decides, laying it all out in her head. First, Mr. and Mrs. Otis were once a real love match. He apparently pursued her quite ardently. Second, the Otis family used to be genuinely close and happy, active and welcomed in high society. Third, the family shut themselves away in this manner 6 years ago, and Mr. Otis's whereabouts have been unknown ever since. Fourth, Mrs. Otis despises her husband enough to fly into violent fits. Fifth, she shuns all her children but seems to not even consider the twins truly her own. Sixth, the staff of this manor aren't exactly human, not in the normal sense. Seventh, Rogers Walter arrived at the manor 6 years ago too, and strangely he seems completely exempt from all its rules. She lingers on an old image of the Otises together, happy once, surrounded by roses. Hard to believe it's the same family. That's more or less everything I've managed to gather, Richelle admits to herself. She sighs, if she can just crack this one piece, she's sure everything else will fall into place. Alan won't talk, Mrs. Otis has violent fits, the twins are too young to know anything, and the servants flat out aren't human. Forget gathering information, is there truly no one left in this manor she can actually talk to? And asking Rogers is, she trails off, already knowing exactly how that conversation would go. She rounds a corner in the hallway and stops short at what she sees. There's Rogers, smiling, actually smiling, warm and easy, at Josephine of all people. Hello, Richelle offers carefully, unsure exactly what she just walked in on. How are the little roses? Rogers asks Josephine, gentle as anything, and Richelle has to wonder just how much of him she's actually seen. Out of nowhere, a voice drifts through the walls asking about the little roses, and Richelle freezes, because that is not a normal thing to ask. The little roses, she repeats to herself, completely lost, but her gut tells her this phrase means a lot more than actual flowers. She can't shake an old warning ringing in her head. If you ever find yourself alone with someone and they start acting strange, that's your cue to worry. The rule was simple, act like you saw nothing, heard nothing, and get out immediately. Cute advice, except she's about to completely ignore it. Technically, she's not alone right now, and some nosy little voice in her says it's fine to just listen in for one more second. You never know, she tells herself, I might actually learn something from the servants' gossip, famous last words. Down the hall, she trails behind a maid mid-conversation, catching a strange line about roses that aren't proper yet. Whatever these roses are, apparently they can't be properly claimed, and Richelle's whole face says she has zero idea what that means. She turns the phrase over and over in her head. What does any of that actually mean? Who exactly is they, and who is this mystery everyone keeps dancing around? And what's this about proper roses? Anyway, Rose is blooming right there in front of her, while a maid nearby looks distinctly uneasy about the whole conversation. Rose's climb over something just out of frame, and Rachel's expression sharpens. She's putting pieces together she doesn't like. Wait, is this Rose talk actually about the plants covering the Bertrand estate or something else entirely? She sighs, looks like she's not getting real answers here. She lingers in the hallway a beat too long, brooch catching the light, a shadow moving somewhere behind her. She whips around and comes face to face with a dark-haired man who definitely wasn't there a second ago. He steps out of the gloom like he owns the place, which, let's be honest, he might. He's suddenly very close enough that her hair spills right over his shoulder and the air between them gets thick fast. That's when it hits her, his eyes. They're a deep, striking red and she can't look away. Something about the moment makes her flush, or maybe that's just the light. That bright red, she wonders, staring while he just smiles like he's used to being stared at. Have his eyes always been that color? She genuinely can't remember noticing before. The moment stretches out, quiet and strange. Then the scene shifts entirely to a glittering rose greenhouse, petals drifting through golden light. Fancy. Rachel, he says, and just like that, he's inviting her to tea. She points out it's not even mealtime. Is that even allowed? It's fine, since I'm the one offering, he says smoothly, though I'm afraid I can't offer you anything to eat alongside it. He pulls out her chair himself, right in the middle of his private rose garden, playing the perfect host. As he pours, he explains this tea is blended with roses, the pride of the Bertrand estate itself. The tea comes out a deep, rich red, practically glowing in the cup. I do hope it's to your liking, he says, watching her take her first sip by the window. He settles back in his chair, entirely at ease, watching her reaction like it actually matters to him. A delicate rose aroma, not bitter at all, she has to admit. The man has good taste. She sets her cup down with a soft clink and he says her name again, low and deliberate. Rachel. Something in his tone makes her go still, waiting for whatever comes next. And then he drops it, cold as anything. I know what you have been doing lately. She breaks out in a cold sweat, so it's true, he knows. Just as she suspected, this man, Rogers, is somehow tangled up in the Otis family's secret. The timing of his arrival at the Bertrand estate lines up a little too perfectly with whatever happened to the Otis family. Chills run through her. Rogers has worked at this manor for a long time, longer than anyone seems to question. And every single thing he does breaks the manor's rules. He might be at the very center of all of this. Behind her, his silhouette looms in the dark, unreadable. For a moment, she pictures herself sitting with all of this alone, completely isolated by what she now knows. If he's bringing this up now, out of nowhere, she must have crossed some kind of line without realizing it. She was truly hoping hard, that she'd gotten this all wrong. She backpedals fast, explaining she only asked Master Allen and Mrs. Otis for their opinion. She had no clue it was such a sore subject. Thoughtless of her, really. He just laughs it off, clasping his hands like he finds the whole thing charming. You are so kind, Rachel, he tells her, settled comfortably in his chair like this is just a normal Tuesday tea. She doesn't quite know what to do with that compliment. I'm only doing what's expected of a tutor, she deflects. No, he counters instantly, you are truly kind. He stirs his tea slowly, deep red and unhurried, like he has all the time in the world. Most people don't have time to worry about others when their own lives are on the line, he muses. And yet you never sacrifice yourself completely. A wise, well-balanced kind of kindness, he calls it, watching her a little too closely. However, Rachel, he says, and the warmth in the room suddenly cools by about 10 degrees. She sits up straighter, sensing the shift in him immediately. Sorry, she manages, because, he starts and doesn't finish right away. Roses bloom behind him as he lowers his eyes, choosing his next words with care. They are sinners who have sinned, he says plainly, like it's just a fact of nature. Blinded by greed, the Otis family made a poor choice and built their entire fortune on sin, he tells her. Her eyes go wide, they are now paying the price for it, he finishes flat and cold. So you're saying, she starts, barely able to get the words out. Everything happening in this manner is the price for the Otis family's sins, she asks him directly. That is correct, he says, without a single flicker of hesitation. Her mind races all the bizarre, awful things happening at Bertrand are retribution. Are the Otises just victims trapped by something else? Honestly, she thinks it's not entirely a shock. She had wondered before if this whole tragedy traced back to some wrongdoing of their own. But that happened 6 years ago. Should the children really still be paying for it now? This retribution, she presses, what exactly is it? Don't dig too deep, Rachel, he warns softly, not right now. In time, he promises, you will come to know the entire truth. Why are you even telling me the Otis family's secret? She asks, suspicious of his motives. The air around them seems to darken, thick with unspoken things. He just smiles, red eyes gleaming. Isn't it a relief? Well, I was curious, he admits simply. About the choice you'll make. My choice, she echoes. Yes, he confirms. Because you are kind, Rachel, he says, like that answers everything. The scene bleeds into red, heavy and unsettling. Will you still choose to help the sinners? He asks, watching her closely for the answer. Or will you say they have to pay the price for what they've done? For a flash, something darker looks back at her through his face. He pours the dark red liquid without breaking eye contact. What will you do? He presses, and she's fighting back tears trying to answer. If I say I will help the Otis family, what will you do? Is that your answer, Rachel? However, he says, and everything about him goes distant and blurred for a second. Watching you shoulder the Otis family's burden and sink right along with them would be incredibly painful for me, he finishes, and honestly, his gaze right now is gentle enough to melt actual ice. I'll be frank with you, Rachel. I've taken a great liking to you, he says, rising from his seat. He steps closer and closer. She startles as he settles right beside her, way closer than tea etiquette technically allows. So much so, he tells her that I've resolved to willingly change my long life if it means I get to be with you. You see, Rachel, I swore to watch over the ruin of the Otis family until the very end. That is why I have held the position of the eldest Otis child's tutor all this time. He presses a kiss to her hand, slow and deliberate. But everything changed the moment I met you, Rachel. When I'm with you, a joy I lost long ago wakes back up in me, he tells her, and she doesn't know where to look. His lips are strangely, chillingly cold against her skin. You are the most ideal being I could have ever imagined, he murmurs. She has absolutely no idea what she's supposed to say back to that. He just watches her, red eyes soft, clearly enjoying every second of her flustered silence. So I'll wait for your decision, he says, and if, when your 1-year contract ends, you're still the Rachel I know, then come away with me. I will make every one of your wishes come true. I could even place the entire world in your hands, he tells her, which is, you have to admit, one heck of a pickup line. She finally asks the question she's been sitting on this whole time. Who are you? Are you even human? He just smiles. Later is all he gives her. I'll tell you when your contract is about to end. For now, just know I'm the one keeping an eye on the Otis family. She leans in despite herself, eyes drifting closed for just a moment. Everything around them seems to soften into pink and gold. But my dearest Rachel, he says quietly, remember this. I will never let any harm come to you. Back in her room, she collapses onto the bed. I'm exhausted, she admits to no one. His words keep looping in her head. The Otis family are sinners, and everything happening in this manner is retribution for what they've done. I'm so confused, she mutters, staring at the ceiling, completely wrung out. Because Alan Otis specifically warned her not to get close to Rogers. And yet Rogers himself wants her to stay and leave with him once the year is up. She has no idea what either of them is really thinking anymore. Who is she even supposed to believe? Then a knock at the door cuts right through her spiraling thoughts. Rachel, are you in there? She sits bolt upright. Rogers already. Wait, what is he doing at her door? They literally just saw each other minutes ago. Awkward doesn't begin to cover it. But it's not him at all, it's the butler, holding out a telegram that's just arrived for her. A telegram, she repeats, completely caught off guard. The door swings the rest of the way open. A telegram arrived, she asks again, like saying it twice will make it make more sense. Yes, the butler confirms, the mailman brought it in quite a hurry, here. Her heart starts pounding the second it's in her hands. Something about this already feels wrong. Her heart is hammering now, whatever's inside this envelope, it's not good news. She tears it open, heart pounding harder with every second. The paper slips right out of her trembling fingers. Ah, she gasps, the words on the page hitting her like a physical blow. Her knees buckle and she stumbles and someone catches her just in time. Richelle. What is it? He asks, holding her steady, real alarm in his voice. She can't even form words yet, completely undone. Richelle, he says again, gentler this time, as the telegram comes back into view in her shaking hand. And there it is, in plain, devastating print. Her mother has died and she's being asked to return home immediately. Richelle cannot even process it. She just stares out into the rain, tears falling before the words fully sink in. My mother is gone, 3 words, and just like that, her whole world cracks in half. She keeps replaying it. Her mother has left her side forever and there is no taking it back. She cannot even bring herself to picture her mother's eyes, not like this, not anymore. All she wants is to feel her mother's warmth again, just one more time. But that is the cruelest part, she will never get to hold her or speak to her again. Alone in the dark, it hits her hardest. She really is completely alone now. Someone gently lifts her chin, he can see she is spiraling. You're going to collapse at this rate, he warns her. He tells her plainly, she has to go say goodbye to her mother and she needs to stay strong to do it. He is right and she knows it, she does not have time to just sit here and cry. But there is a problem, isn't she forbidden from ever leaving the manor? He waves it off like it is nothing. Don't worry about going home, he says, he will take care of it. She has to ask, how exactly is he planning to pull that off? He kneels before her, calm and certain. It won't be easy, of course, but like he said, he will make every single one of her wishes come true. Not long after he leaves, word comes down that Mrs. Otis has actually granted her leave of absence. One of the young maids clings to the door, begging her to promise she will come back to see Penny and Nero again. Someone else pulls her into a hug, half joking, half terrified she is leaving the manor for good. I don't want you to go, miss. It is a lot of tears for someone who is only leaving for a few days. The carriage is already waiting out front, horses stamping in the rain. He helps her in and lays down the rule. She needs to be out of the dark forest before sunset, no exceptions. She freezes, the dark forest, the one that surrounds the entire manor. Yes, he confirms flatly. It is overgrown, sunless, and by his own account, especially dangerous once night falls. She steels herself, she has to go through that place again whether she likes it or not. Nothing will happen, someone reassures her through the carriage door. She is not so sure. The coachman just grins and wishes her a safe trip, like sending her into the woods is no big deal. He tells her, sincerely this time, that he hopes she finds some peace of mind out there. The carriage door shuts with a clunk and she is left with one nagging thought, if only she could bring herself to fully trust him. She watches the manor shrink behind her, him still standing there, waving her off. A wild thought creeps in, what if she just did not go back, what if she just kept running? Away from the manor, away from the crushing weight of the Otis family's secret. Could she really escape it forever? Somewhere else unseen, a figure watches from a window, tracking her journey. Back in the carriage, rain hammering the windows, she braces herself for what is coming. You have to, she reminds herself. A strange, white-haired figure with piercing blue eyes lingers at the edge of her thoughts, or maybe it is more than just a thought. A voice, quiet and insistent, seems to whisper, come back. Strangely, the dark forest feels almost ordinary tonight. Dark, sure, but she does not sense a single watchful eye or even a chill in the air. Thanks to that, she reaches Dumlin far sooner than she expected. Before she can even get her bearings, someone comes barreling out to hug her. Richelle, the voice is unmistakable. You're already here, Meg, Richelle manages, half surprised her oldest friend beat her to the door. This is Margaret Chester, Meg for short, Richelle's closest friend, and right now she is crying just as hard as Richelle is. An older woman fusses over her next, scolding her for getting so thin and demanding to know if she has even been eating. They pull her into a group hug, fretting over whether she has been sleeping at all. It's been a while, Richelle, one of them says softly. Another familiar face steps up, Miss, you're back. And there is Anna greeting her like nothing has changed, even though everything has. Once the reunion settles, Rachel finally asks the question she has been dreading: what actually happened to her mother? Meg breaks down before she can even get the words out. Well, Meg starts, and the rain outside seems to answer for her. It was raining heavily that day, just like now. A small, grim procession made its way toward the gate, umbrellas up against the storm. One of the staff explains she had just finished preparing dinner and went to fetch the mistress. But she was not anywhere in the house. They found a note saying she had gone out for a short walk, so they rushed out looking for her. But Rachel can barely get the word out. But near the river she had fallen in. By the time anyone found her, she was already gone. Rachel, someone shouts as the news hits her and her knees buckle. The world tilts, she feels herself go woozy, everything blurring at the edges. It ends up being a humble funeral, quiet and small, nothing like the life her mother deserved. Her social connections, it turns out, amounted to nothing when it actually mattered. Just a modest grave, a few pale flowers, and rain still coming down. Even her own family, the Oliphants, only bothered sending someone out of formality, and he left almost immediately. All Rachel can think is that she should have told her mother sooner just how much she was struggling. She remembers the promises, that they would be fine without her father, that she would always love her mother no matter what. So why, she wonders, did she ever assume that everyone she loved would just stay by her side forever? For a moment the rain breaks and a little light slips through. The sky looks exactly like it did the day she left her mother behind, for what turned out to be the last time. Life somehow goes on. Back at the Chester house, the kettle is already on. Meg is in full mother hen mode, insisting she whip up something delicious for her Rachel. Robert cannot resist teasing his wife. Hold on, my love, you're going to cook? Meg just shoots back that any friend of hers gets the royal treatment. Meg dashes off before anyone can stop her, hollering for the maid Joanne to go keep an eye on her in the kitchen. Left behind, Robert muses it over. A warm stew maybe seems safe enough. Famous last words: somewhere in the kitchen, things are already going sideways. Rachel offers to help clean instead, figuring that is a job she cannot mess up. Is this the stove? Crash. Joanne, it turns out, is not a natural in the kitchen. Rachel tries again to make herself useful, offering to go do some cleaning instead. A young servant boy will not hear of it. It is his job, he insists, and she needs to rest. She finally, reluctantly gives in. Robert struts by like he is carrying the crown jewels, joking that he has been entrusted with the single most important task of the evening: serving tea. Milk first or tea first? He asks with mock formality. Tea first, she says. All right, you got it. Meet Robert Chester properly, head of the Chester family, sharp businessman, and apparently a man who thinks his tea pouring skills are legendary. Rachel admits privately, this is a man she would normally never dare speak to so casually. But ever since he married Meg, he has made it clear, any friend of hers is family to him, full stop. Watching the two of them so happy together, she cannot help but think of her own parents, back when they were just as in love. Robert hands her the tea himself. Rachel, he says, quiet and sincere. She is caught off guard. This is not just about the tea, is it? Everything all right? He asks gently, watching her over his cup. And there it is, he was never really asking about the tea. He tells her not to try to carry all this alone. If she needs anything, she just has to say the word. Meg and I are always ready to rush to your side, he says, and he means it. You know that, don't you? Meg adds, beaming at her. Don't mention it. Meg waves off her thanks, stirring the tea like it is nothing at all. Oh, actually. Rachel manages a small, grateful smile. Yes, thank you so much. Why don't you come with us to Linton? He asks Rachel, gentle and hopeful. Rachel glances back at him, still lost in her own tangled thoughts. You shouldn't be alone right now, he says. Keeping busy with people around is the best cure for the blues. It'll just be Meg and me, he adds, trying to coax a smile out of her. A trip might actually help, she thinks, anything to forget this sadness for a while. But something still nags at her, a hesitation she can't quite shake. Come back, a voice from memory echoes, pulling at something still unresolved. She steadies herself with a warm cup of tea, pushing the memory aside for now. I completely forgot, Robert laughs, catching himself mid-sip of tea. Meg mentioned Robert knows the Otis family well, Richelle thinks. Maybe he's heard something about the incident from 6 years ago. I heard you're acquainted with the Otis family, she asks carefully. Haha, that's all ancient history now, he laughs it off. These days we only trade pleasantries on official business, he adds. I see you must have been quite surprised. Not particularly, the Otis family's always kept to themselves, so I figured a day like this would come eventually. It was actually the current generation, so social and active, that was the real exception, he says. Reclusive always, she echoes, surprised. Richelle, he grins over his tea, you seem to be awfully curious about the Otis family. Wah what? She sputters, gulping her tea to hide the blush. He winks, clearly enjoying every second of catching her out. The Otis family really is that peculiar, he adds. He's loving this, she grumbles to herself. He grins wider, settling in to finally tell the story properly. Now where should I even begin? He wonders, framed by a wall of blooming roses. You see, the Otis family was always a distinguished house in its own right, he starts. The old Otis crest gleams in her mind, roses carved right into the stone. They were a poor cadet branch of the vanished Count Sylvester's line. The Otis family poor, those two just don't fit together, she thinks. Indeed, back then they had to swallow their pride and live off the Sylvester estate's charity. Then one day, he says, the tables suddenly turned. A fortune poured into open hands. Neil Otis, the head everyone had once written off, suddenly had the Midas touch. Neil Otis, she murmurs, recognizing the face from an old portrait she once saw. He's definitely the man from that painting, she realizes, picturing the old family portrait. They say Neil Otis's rise to fortune was completely unstoppable. He married into nobility and bought Bertrand Manor outright, once the pride of the Sylvester family. Back then, Bertrand was considered one of the most beautiful estates in the whole country. If it was that grand, it must have symbolized the Sylvester name itself, she says. Well, the last direct heir, the old matriarch, had just passed. So the Sylvester title had become just a name, and nobody contested the sale. Still, they say Neil paid a fortune for it, then poured even more into artists and craftsmen for a total renovation. It was, without exaggeration, the talk of high society at the time. He named it, Robert says, Rose Manor. Richelle flinches, sensing something's coming. Her eyes go wide, caught completely off guard by the name. Rose, it turns out, was the childhood nickname of Neil's younger sibling, who died young, before ever seeing the family's new wealth. To name the family's crown jewel after a lost sibling, that's a lot of love, don't you think? He muses. She goes very quiet. Of course, it's just called Bertrand again now. I doubt anyone even remembers it was ever Rose Manor. He leans back, thinking nothing more of it. But Richelle's face has gone rigid, something clicking into place behind her eyes. No, she says under her breath. You're wrong, she says, her hair whipping as the realization hits her. Someone out there already calls Bertrand Rose Manor. Her mind flashes to that strange letter she once received, Welcome to Rose Manor. That letter had claimed to be written just for her, to help her survive her 1 year at the manor. Whoever the anonymous author was, they knew a name almost nobody remembers anymore. Who wrote the Bertrand rules, she thinks, stunned by the sudden realization. My goodness, she breathes, tears welling as the pieces start falling into place. Why did she never think to ask who wrote those rules, or why they'd call this place Rose Manor at all? Richelle, what's wrong? Robert asks, noticing her sudden distress. It's nothing, she says quickly. Please keep going unless you're tired, of course. Neil Otis's glory seemed set to last forever, he continues, until the day he suddenly shut himself away in the manor. He shut himself away, Robert repeats, still puzzled by it even now. No one ever learned why. The whole family just vanished from public life overnight. The manor they'd been so proud of was locked up tight, not reopening until his only son came of age years later. By then, Neil Otis had already passed, his funeral held quietly with almost no one in attendance. Neil Otis and his family gone without a trace, a manor that stopped receiving guests entirely. It's exactly the situation with the Otises now, Richelle realizes. This strangeness didn't start with this generation. It started with the very first head of the family, Neil Otis, she says. So what happened after that? She blurts louder than she means to. Robert jumps, checking that she's all right. He describes how the family shut themselves away, the household bowing in silence all around them. That's why people gossiped that the Otis family's Mita's touch must have come with a curse attached. People do love reveling in other people's misfortune, Richelle mutters. Still, it's a little undignified, isn't it? It is, she agrees quietly, turning the thought over. But I did hear the current Otis family was quite active in society for a while, he recalls. Ah, yes. They were a true exception, he says, brightening at the memory. He keeps going, clearly fond of the memory. The one who really changed the Otis family, he says, was Mrs. Otis. An incredibly impressive, confident woman, he recalls. She threw open Bertrand's gates and hosted every kind of social event. And on top of that, she had 3 children which floored everyone at the time. The Otis line was famously thin, never producing more than 1 heir. Wait, weren't Alan's younger siblings twins? Yes, Robert nods, they're actually the children I tutor, they're about to turn 9. 9 years old, Richelle repeats, thrown completely off by the number. That can't be right, she says. If these are the same Otis twins she knows, they should already be 12, given the 6-year gap with Alan. Her tea sloshes, forgotten in her hand. She sits frozen, the math refusing to add up in her head. Why she starts, cut off by a flash of memory she can't yet place. I'm certain, she insists to herself, if they're the same Otis twins I know, they should be 12 by now. Their names are Penny and Nero, aren't they? She asks, a chill running through her. Robert has a surprisingly sharp memory, she notes, watching him sip his tea. And there's no way he's just teasing her about something like this. The twins, she thinks, picturing them, they look nothing like 12, if anything they look small even for 8. Another piece clicks into place in her mind. And on top of that, didn't their behavior always seem far too childish for their age? Tell me, Robert, she says, gripping her hand tight, was Mrs. Otis very fond of her children? Of course, he says warmly, by all accounts they were the happiest family in the world. The twins too, she presses, did she dote on them just the same? Another click, if what she's piecing together is right. It would be too horrific to even put into words. Is she doing well, Mrs. Otis, I mean, she asks, almost afraid of the answer. Robert, completely oblivious to the storm behind her calm face, just laughs warmly. I do wonder how she's doing, and Alan must be so grown up now. Once he comes of age, we'll see him in society again, won't we? Richelle says nothing, the silence heavy with everything she isn't saying. I'm worried to hear Mr. Otis has vanished too, he adds. I always figured they'd withdraw eventually, but I wonder how much the children have grown. Richelle exhales hard, steadying herself against the dread creeping in. The mood breaks as Meg comes barreling in, presenting her special stew like a trophy. Oh, Meg, carrying something that heavy alone, you'll hurt yourself, someone frets, already reaching for a taste. Richelle, hurry up and try some, go on, Meg insists, practically shoving the bowl at her. My dearest Meg, would you grant me the honor of tasting your cooking too? Robert asks with mock formality. Get it yourself, Robbie, she shoots back. This is so good, Meg, Richelle says, already scrambling for seconds. I just can't seem to contain all this talent, Meg preens. If I hadn't gotten married, I bet I'd have been a chef. Oh, my darling Meg, and you'd leave your best customer behind, Richelle teases back. Robert wolfs down another bite. I only get to eat this because you picked me, you know. Truly a taste of heaven, he declares, making Meg blush despite herself. Richelle laughs along with them, but her mind is still turning something over underneath. A happy family, she thinks, replaying Robert's words. A happy couple undone, she suspects, by a curse born from some sin they once committed. The pieces keep clicking together in her head, one after another. Another piece of the puzzle slides into place. That curse, she reasons, has kept every head of the Otis family bound to Bertrand ever since. But it seems the current Mrs. Otis tried to fight it before that same bright, confident woman changed completely. The family shut its gates again, and the current head of the household vanished just like his ancestor did. What could make a woman that strong just give up and fall into despair, she wonders. Somewhere in her memory, small shapes are tangled in thorns and roses and she can't look away. That incident, she realizes with a jolt, has something to do with the twins. Servants who stay at the manor long enough get changed into something no longer human, she recalls. What if that same fate reaches the Otis family too? The second and third children, the ones who serve no purpose in carrying on the family line, what if time turns them into something inhuman as well? A memory surfaces, a small voice crying out, "Don't go, miss. You have to come back," the child begs, clinging on for dear life. The twins hold each other, crying, too small and too scared to understand any of it. Their faces are streaked with tears, clutching each other like it's the only thing keeping them steady. The scent she once caught on those children back then, she remembers, gripping the memory tight. Robert laughs, happily oblivious, still savoring his stew. Richelle sits turned away, quiet, the weight of her own theory pressing down on her. It was the faint scent of roses, she realizes, and the horror of what that means finally sinks in. They begged her to stick around till the very end, but she had to say no. There's just too much left to sort out here. And more importantly, there's a house full of her mother's old life waiting for her to deal with it. There's a place I have to go back to, she tells herself and steps inside. The empty house swallows every footstep whole. She pauses partway up the stairs, bracing herself before she goes any further. It's so quiet in an empty house, she thinks, and the silence stings more than she expected. All right, she tells herself, shaking it off, time to get to work. She's got something important to take care of after all. Anna about falls over. "Wait, you're actually getting rid of all this, miss. Most of it's just been sitting in the living room. Mother probably forgot half of it existed. All she ever cared about was acquiring things. The plan is simple. Keep a few pieces Mother truly loved and sell off the rest. Anything you'd like to keep? If you do, it's yours." "Oh, miss, please," Anna says, "all of the mistress's things are far too fine for someone like me." "I suppose they are a bit too lavish to keep around the house," Anna laughs. Still, Richelle can't quite shake the thought that's forming. All gold and jewels worth a serious sum once sold, objects that are suddenly useless now. Did Mother's glamorous life end just as empty? She takes Anna's hand and squeezes it tight. "Once the house sells," she says, "I want you to take that money plus whatever Mother's things bring in and buy a place for you and Joanne. Somewhere right in the center of town." "What are you saying?" Anna practically shouts. "Please don't refuse," Richelle says. "Call it severance pay, my thanks to you and Joanne." When Thomas Trollope saddled her with a crushing debt, every last servant the Howards had walked straight out the door. Fair enough, she thought at the time, that's just how it goes. There was no way she could have paid their wages anyway. And yet even then, Joanne and Anna stayed. "Don't worry about our wages, miss," the young one told her back then. "It might be presumptuous of us to say, but we're like family, aren't we?" "My precious family," Richelle thinks, "I'll be forever in their debt." "Wait a minute," Anna sputters, "are you firing me, miss? I'm staying by your side until the day I die, I mean it." "But you can't do that," Richelle tells her flatly. "You need to get married eventually, don't you?" "No, I have no intention of getting married." "Then what about that young man from the vegetable shop?" Richelle presses. Critical hit, Anna completely short-circuits. "You knew," Anna squeaks, bright red. "After all those grocery runs together, did you really think I wouldn't notice?" Richelle grins. "So please take it, Anna," she says, pressing the money into her hands. This isn't just severance pay, Anna realizes through tears. It's a dowry from an older sister to a younger one. Miss Anna whispers, leaning into her. "Even if we're apart, I'll always be your maid, won't I? You and Joanne have been my family for a very long time," Richelle tells her. Anna's eyes well up all over again. Two people who chose to stay family, even without a paycheck to keep them there. Bad timing though, the house sale and Anna's wedding talk, all of it has to wait. Whatever's left in Mother's bedroom, those have to be her real keepsakes. The dresses, the jewelry she actually cherished, her portraits. Richelle holds one piece close to her chest. Robert and Mrs. Allison agreed to help sell off Mother's luxuries and the house itself, once she's done sorting through Mother's room. She stops cold on the stairs, she'll have to go back to Bertrand. She climbs the stairs anyway, the dread already settling in. "I'm afraid of Bertrand," she admits to herself quietly. But now, something about the roses feels different. How much longer does she have to keep fighting? How much more can she even take? Saving the Otis siblings used to give her the strength to push through, now she's just so tired. Especially when she might just be an outsider in all of this. "Sigh, I miss Father," she thinks. "Father," she says quietly to no one. If she could just close her eyes and sleep for a long, long time. Maybe she'd finally get a sweet dream, she thinks, opening the door. Instead, her whole body goes rigid. Her face drains of color. Her petals drift past her out of nowhere. A scent is seeping right through the crack in the door. That scent is, she can't finish the thought. Wait, she says, reaching for the door. Her hand is already shaking before she even touches it. She gasps, staring into the room. It can't be, she breathes. A vase of roses sits by the window, glowing red in the evening light. The same familiar scent welcomes her in. A fragrance stronger and sweeter than any rose has a right to be. Blood red, every single one of them. They were without a doubt the roses of Bertrand. She bolts out the door. Anna, she calls, sprinting. Anna, she shouts again, feet pounding down the hall. She grabs the banister and swings herself down the stairs. Anna comes scurrying, out of breath herself. You called, miss. Was there a bug? Did you find something strange? Anna asks nervously. Anna, Rachel says, dead serious, still catching her breath. Do you know what this is? It was in Mother's room. Roses? Anna asks, confused. But it's not the season, Anna says. Why would the mistress have roses in her room? Oh, something clicks for her. The bouquet sent from Bertrand. Bertrand Manor sent Mother flowers, Rachel asks, horrified. When? It must have been right after she got back from Sylvester, Anna recalls. I remember the mistress being thrilled to get them. She trimmed them herself and arranged them in a vase. Anna tilts her head, thinking harder. I keep wondering why. They were definitely white when they first arrived. They were white, yes, she says, running a finger over the now red petals. The rich really are different, aren't they? And they still look freshly picked, almost too fresh. Roses that turned from white to red. Red roses, still eerily fresh. If you ever find one in your bedroom, follow the instructions below. If the rose is more red than white, place it by your bedside. There is nothing more we can do to help you. If we were forced to offer one piece of advice, remember rule number 4. With any luck, you may not be lost. No, but this is a rule that applies to Bertrand, right here in her own house. Can whatever's twisting Bertrand really reach all the way out here? And wasn't the price for breaking a rule wandering the halls in the dead of night, just like what happened to her? Mother, the manor, the roses, it's all crashing together at once. The rules, Mother, the manor. She clutches the roses to her chest without meaning to. Her fingers close around the bouquet in the dark. Miss Anna asks, what if? Rachel starts and can't finish. The power behind everything strange happening at Bertrand. A single rose, roots glowing faintly red beneath it. Red light traces through her and her expression breaks. It doesn't come from the manor itself, it comes from the roses that fill it. And that's why Mother, who kept the roses of Bertrand right by her side, was affected too. Beware the scent of roses. She staggers, the weight of it hitting all at once. Anna rushes to catch her. You look like you're about to collapse, miss. Maybe you should lie down. I'm all right, Rachel says, just answer me. Before my mother passed, did you notice anything strange about her? She asks. Did she act differently than usual? Anything at all? Rachel presses, roses still in hand. Anna says, now that you mention it. She really was different than usual. How so? Rachel asks. At some point she just got a lot quieter and started spending more time in her bedroom than the living room. She'd pick up dresses she used to call outdated or fuss over the trinkets in the display cabinet. Oh, Anna murmurs, something else just surfaced. Her eyes go wide, remembering more. Actually, she suddenly started wearing rose perfume. The mistress never cared for natural scents like that before. Rachel's eyes go wide with shock. Mother, she whispers, staring at the roses in her hands. Petals and shadows swirl around her as the horror finally sinks in. A single rose blooms, red and unnervingly alive. The dread keeps building, petal after petal. In a swirl of falling rose petals, a maid clutches a red-haired girl by the window, both of them shaken. Miss, are you all right? The maid cries, terrified she failed to watch over the lady of the house. She keeps apologizing, sure she was careless when the woman seemed lost in thought after a meeting. It's not your fault, the girl insists, though guilt is written all over her face. She clutches a bouquet of blood-red roses, murmuring that if anyone deserves the blame, it's her. She reaches for the flowers like they might explain everything. It's me, she screams, the guilt finally bursting out of her. Flashback, her mother suddenly went walking in the pouring rain, red heels sinking into the flood, something she'd never normally do. She always hated getting her expensive shoes dirty, so why was mother suddenly acting like one of the servants? An old warning surfaces: if a rose turns more red than white, place it by your bedside because rule number 4 is the one that matters most. The half-remembered rules blur together in her mind like torn paper. The Bertrand rules, did they really say what she thinks they said? Maybe with any luck, she reasons, mother wasn't truly lost after all. The maid grips her hand. "Miss, I'm fine," she answers, "I just had something to think about." "Still, get some rest," the maid urges, and she agrees to lie down for a moment. The maid watches her go, worry plain on her face. She lingers a moment longer in the doorway, caught in her own thoughts. She remembers now, breaking the rules was never just about wandering the night corridors. The rules themselves flash back to her, Rule 9 and the one she keeps returning to, Rule 4. Finish your work and return to your room by midnight. Lock the door. Do not come out until sunrise, the rules warned. Because I linked it to Rule 4, the warning about leaving after midnight, I've misunderstood it this whole time, she realizes with horror. A red rose left in the bedroom was never an invitation to the night corridor at all. The real danger: red roses turn people into something non-human. If Rogers hadn't saved her in time, she might have suffered the same fate. Who was it? The question burns through her. Who sent the roses to mother? Who the hell was it? The rage finally breaks loose. Mother, she thinks, robbed of herself without even realizing it. Mother, who became something other than human and threw herself into the river. For the first time in her life, that word murder seethes inside her heart. Pure murderous intent takes hold of her. The servants of the manor, she reminds herself, are merely dolls playing out their assigned roles. She rules out one suspect in her head: Mrs. Otis simply doesn't have the passion for something like this. Then who sent the roses to mother? The question won't leave her alone. Tears streak down her face as the thought consumes her. Who the hell killed my mother? She screams into the silence. Because I'm on your side, someone's words echo back to her. He who sees through the secrets of Bertrand to their very depths, that's who she needs to find. He who knew the love and hate between her mother and her. He who swore he'd do anything for her. That man, she thinks, zeroing in on a single suspect. Her hand flies to her mouth in shock as the realization lands. The name finally surfaces: Rogers Walter. Was it really you, Rogers? Why? She asks in her mind. Was it because of me? The question guts her. Did you do it for my sake, then? Kneeling among fallen roses, she whispers, did she die because of me? Grief and doubt swallow her whole in the shadows. She covers her mouth, sobbing in the dark. Rain and tears blur together on her face. In her mind, she pictures the embrace that started all of this. Her face is raw with grief and fury all at once. My cheek is stinging, she notices, as if the pain is the only thing keeping her grounded. Rose petals litter the floor as she tells herself, but get a grip, Richelle Howard. I'm still terrified of facing Bertrand, Richelle admits to herself. But she has to know if Rogers is the culprit. She has to face the truth of her mother's death. She resolves to look the manor's secrets in the eye and cut them out of her life for good. Her expression hardens with resolve. So she doesn't live with regret again. So she doesn't have to hate herself anymore. And so once again, Richelle boards the train bound for Sylvester. The train car rattles along with a handful of quiet passengers. A friendly young man across from her strikes up a conversation. Richelle studies him for a moment, guarded but polite. On this return trip, she notices the old excitement and anxiety are gone, replaced with grim determination. An employee of Bertrand, he asks, surprised, "You're the first one I've ever met, miss. I've never once heard of anyone who worked at that manor making it back out. That place devours people. If I were you, I'd stay as far away as possible. Please be careful, miss," he pleads, a warning she has zero intention of taking. And so, stepping off the train, Richelle heads straight toward the danger anyway. Passing through the dense black woods, the manor comes into view, elegant and beautiful, like a noble lady. The great house looms through the trees, petals drifting past it. A carriage waits on the road, ready to carry her the rest of the way. The ground slide past the carriage window as she gets closer. A shadowed figure waits for her on the stone path ahead. A gloved hand comes into view, one she recognizes immediately. Richelle, he pulls her into an embrace the moment she arrives. I've been waiting for you to come back every single day, he tells her, surrounded by roses. He offers her a handful of roses, the very flowers at the center of everything. I believed you would return, he says. Even so, I'm truly happy to see you again. Rachel laughs it off, playing the part perfectly. But behind her smile, her mind is screaming, "Tell me, Rogers. Did you send those roses to my mother? Did you turn her into something else? And make her jump into the river?" she demands, remembering him grabbing another man's arm outside a station. "It's pathetic," Rogers murmurs, looking away. "I'm still hoping it wasn't you," he says quietly. "Because you were the one who gave me the courage to move forward," he adds, words that could be tender or damning. "Why did you say you loved me?" she demands, the memory of him helping her mother into a carriage flashing before her. "While you were busy killing my mother, did you really think you were doing that for me?" A dark-haired stranger with piercing red eyes turns to face her. "What is it you want from me? Who on earth are you?" Rachel gasps, completely thrown. But her thought trails off unfinished. Back in the moment, she reminds herself, "I have to be careful." Out loud, all smiles, she says, "Of course I had to return. I still have things to do at Bertrand. Let's go back to our manor." "Everything is just as you left it," comes the reply as they walk together. Her eyes stay sharp, watching, missing nothing. Hand in hand, the two of them make their way toward the manor. Back at the station, the young man from the train watches her go, troubled. Rachel glances back only briefly before facing forward again. She flashes a bright, practiced smile. "Wait for me," she murmurs, a promise to no one in particular. The young man lingers by the window, roses blooming beneath him, unable to look away. Rose vines creep across the frame as Rachel walks off toward whatever waits for her. After all, she thinks, walking beside the man who may have killed her mother. "I think we have a lot to talk about," she says, staring up at the manor's tower. Her mind drifts back to childhood, her father's voice warm and familiar. "My little princess. Why are you crying?" he asks the little girl sniffling on the bed. "I don't want to go to school," young Rachel admits, and he can't help but laugh. "Why is my star student princess acting like this? Is school not fun?" he teases gently. "The other kids are bullying me," she confesses. "What? Who dares?" he explodes. "The culprits, Elizabeth Bertrand and her friends. They even put a frog in my locker the other day," young Rachel says. "What wicked children," he gasps. My Rachel must have been so upset. Do you know what makes me even angrier? The memory of her own tears from back then still stings. All the other kids are taking the Bertrand's side. At first, I was just annoyed. But now, I'm just sad. I don't know why I have to go through this. Do you regret helping Allison?" he asks gently. "No, never. I only did what was right," young Rachel insists. "Those kids who bully their friends are the bad ones, right?" "That's right," he confirms. "Then why do I have to suffer like this? It feels like the whole world hates me. They even poured ink all over my homework after I worked on it all night." He reaches for a small first aid box, ready to patch her up. "If it's hard and you're upset, cry as much as you need to, Rachel," he tells her. "Mother always said crying because things are hard is undignified, but even I cry sometimes, you know." "Really?" young Rachel asks, surprised. "Really and truly," he assures her. "Just don't let yourself stay lost in sadness for too long. The moment you sink into self-pity and sorrow, life becomes a living hell. Cry your heart out, get angry. And then shake it all off," he finishes. The memory of her father's warm smile lingers with her. "In the direction you believe is right," his voice echoes one more time. Back in the present, Rachel lies still, letting the memory wash over her. She wipes away a stray tear. For a long moment, she just sits with her thoughts, watching the light through the window. Something in her steadies, like a decision quietly locking into place. And then she catches her own reflection in the mirror, older now, steadier. She walks forward, repeating her father's advice to herself, in the direction she believes is right. Her eyes burn with fresh resolve. "All right," she says to herself, ready for whatever the Rose Mansion has waiting. A letter lands on Rachel's desk, addressed simply, "To my client, Miss Rachel Howard from a private investigator." Or should I say, the letter teases Margaret Chester, at your service, her friend, playing detective. Stamped top secret, special prosecutor, the note reads, "I looked into those records on the Otis servants like you asked, and it's pretty impressive stuff. It's the social season, so Margaret had plenty of parties to dig up dirt at, and from what she's heard, it's strange. Word is the Otis family hasn't hired a single new servant in years, and no one who's worked there has ever left with a letter of recommendation. So do they just never leave once they're hired, Margaret wonders. Maybe it's a family tradition to serve the house for generations, she reasons dryly. The benefits must be incredible. But here's the interesting part, Margaret writes and the tone shifts serious. A noblewoman she knows once employed a governess let go 6 months back when her daughter left for boarding school. That governess said she was heading to work at the Otis estate next. Her name, Margaret recalls, was Lloyd. I haven't heard from her since, but I'm sure she's fine, right? Margaret writes, then practically shouts on the page, Rachel, you're the current governess there. So what on earth happened to the woman before her? Did she run off in the night with some secret lover? Margaret muses over an ominous splash of red ink. My. Rachel can't help blushing at the theories. There's a scandal brewing here, she thinks, bigger than any romance novel. Margaret's real request follows, see if she can sneakily find out what actually happened to the last governess. She signs off with a racing heart. Margaret Chester, unofficial detective. P.S. she adds, and no, apparently outside food is still not allowed in this house. Reading it back, Rachel can't help herself. Surely the Otis family isn't just handing her their leftovers, and just like that, she's officially decided she hates the Otises. Then again, she never has to worry about meals, excellent food, right on schedule every single time. But staying in touch with the outside world, that's about to get a lot harder. Around the manor, life quietly resumes its rhythm, her sharp eyes taking in every small detail as usual. She settles into her usual window seat, the grand house wrapped around her like a second skin. It's already been a week since she returned to the manor, a daily routine no different from before. Perhaps she thinks the fact that it feels so normal is exactly what's strange. She looks after the children, calmly brushing off the manor's odd little anomalies like it's nothing. And every so often, shares a quiet conversation with Rogers. Then out of nowhere, a startled shriek. Something's caught her off guard. For about 5 days straight, Rogers' gaze followed her relentlessly, watching her every move. But it's been 2 full days since he finally stopped watching her. She scans the garden below, half expecting to spot him lurking out there anyway. Her eyes narrow, already calculating her next move. A hand reaches for a door, dramatic light spilling through the gap. Now's her chance, she tells herself. She needs to secure his cooperation, if she possibly can. But what if he refuses? In that case, she thinks, steeling herself. The door opens on a familiar blonde head. Alan Otis, home again. Hello, Master Otis, she greets him, all business. So you're back, she notes, because you told me to come back, he says flatly, like it should have been obvious. She studies him a moment. He looks a little gaunt, honestly, like the trip wore him thin. He just smirks at the attention. I can't tell if you're being obedient or just plain stubborn, she teases. What brings you here today? He asks. I came to give you this, she says, holding something out. A small green jar changes hands between them. What's this? He asks, turning it over. It's an ointment, she says. Her eyes soften just slightly, watching him hold it. You hurt your arm helping us, she explains. It's been weighing on my mind ever since I couldn't do anything for you back then. The two of them stand there a beat too long, the air between them a little charged. He tries to hand it straight back to her. It's already healed anyway, he says. I don't need it, so take it back. Master Otis, she yelps, startled at how blunt he's being about the whole thing. Wait a moment, she blurts, grabbing for his arm before he can walk off. Both of them freeze, cheeks going pink at the sudden contact. He stammers, completely caught off guard. Why do you keep grabbing a man's arm so boldly like that? He finally manages, flustered. They stand there by the window, neither one quite backing down. You is all he can manage to get out. She goes ahead and applies the ointment herself, brisk and businesslike, whether he likes it or not. It's good medicine for preventing scars, she says brightly. He just goes quiet. Dead silent, actually completely at a loss for words. I really wanted you to have this, she adds, softer now. Please make sure to read the instructions carefully before use, she instructs. Is all he offers back. He glances at the jar, clearly turning something over in his head. Fine, he finally says, pocketing it. Alone again, Rachel rests her head in her hand. I don't blame him, she admits to herself. I'm sure he has his reasons, right? Down the hall, the kids are already squabbling over snacks. Give us food, hand over the food. The children spot her leaving and call out, but she can't just keep waiting around for an answer forever. I'll have to find another way, she decides, even if it's a longer, messier path. The hallway ahead goes dim and strange, shadows stretching where they shouldn't. Richelle steps into it anyway, arms crossed, steady on her feet. This is what people mean by the manor's anomalies, and right on cue, a maid appears where no maid should be. The rule is that these things notice you most clearly when you move slow, like easy prey, so their reveal doubles as a warning. Hello, the maid chirps sweetly, just like right now, Richelle thinks grimly. As I thought, she murmurs, watching the maid's smile stay just a little too fixed. Do you happen to have a moment? If you don't mind, could you go up to the 4th floor? Richelle keeps her expression perfectly pleasant, giving nothing away. The 4th floor, she repeats slowly. That's a request I've never heard before, she thinks, speaking of the 4th floor. Structurally, this manor does not have a 4th floor, and if anyone ever brings one up, the rule says to answer, I must now go and make the barren branches bloom. Then leave their presence right away. Any problems will simply vanish, and anyone naughty enough to linger gets punished. The maid watches her by the window, waiting to see which answer she'll give. And that would be that, Richelle thinks, except today, her goal isn't to ward off the manor's little anomaly at all. This whole confrontation was her backup plan, in case she couldn't get Alan Otis to cooperate first. The 4th floor, she's thought about little else. From the outside, this manor plainly reads as 4 stories tall, 1, 2, 3, 4, plain as day. And more than that, the very first day she arrived here, a shape moved past that top window. She's almost certain she saw a silhouette in a 4th floor window that supposedly doesn't exist. The house rule says to ignore the staff as much as possible, yet strangely, they're all told to warn newcomers off the 4th floor specifically. Why bother if it isn't even real? Could it be? Is there some grave secret hidden up there, and if she doesn't give the safe answer this time? Somewhere close by, a sharp slicing sound cuts the air. The maid's pleasant face flickers, just for an instant, into something scared. The 4th floor, Richelle says aloud instead of the scripted line, shall we go up there together? She's not asking the maid, she's looking straight at Alan. Their hands drift toward each other, hearts hammering. Fingers finally lace together, the moment stretching out a beat longer than it should. Hey, someone cuts in and the spell breaks instantly. Alan and Richelle are caught walking hand in hand, no good excuse anywhere in sight. A sharp intake of breath. Somebody definitely just saw that. Master Otis, she says quickly, covering, I thought it had something to say, thanks for the help, I was just lost in thought. I told you to ignore those things, comes the reply. Whatever, Alan mutters, unbothered. A hand reaches out toward her, deliberate. Whoa, Richelle yelps as something nearly slips from her grip. It's the ointment jar, back in her hands again, courtesy of Alan. I'm done with this, he tells her simply, handing it over. But something's off. It's light, she notices, weighing it in her palm. A brand new jar of ointment could not possibly be this light. Which means... Her heart pounds as she hurries down the corridor, jar in hand. Every step echoes a little louder than it should. She pries the lid open right there in the hallway, fingers digging past where the medicine ought to be. She knew it. Sitting neatly in place of the ointment is a small, folded note. Did the delivery go well? It reads in careful handwriting. If so, this should make things easier. The note continues and her eyes go wide. Wait. Tomorrow at 1 in the morning, come to my study. 1 in the morning, Richelle stares at the note, pulse racing at what she's just agreed to walk into. Deep in the night, Richelle stares at a letter that says only one thing, come after midnight. 1 in the morning, that is not a normal hour to meet anyone, that is the time when they come out. Still, she is relieved he did not refuse outright. It feels like he is trying to tell her something. But why does it have to be that exact hour, she wonders, gripping the note tighter. Will she actually risk it and follow Master Otis's instructions, or find some safer way around them? She creeps toward the dark corridor alone, half tempted to just ignore the whole thing. For a moment she freezes mid-step, eyes darting through the gloom, bracing for whatever is waiting out there. Skirts brushing the floor, she pushes on into the shadowed hallway, her brooch catching the low light. In another dim hallway, a figure waits by an old clock, listening for footsteps that have not come yet. He lingers by the vases and flowers, tense, watching the corridor for any sign of her. It is Master Otis himself, eyes sharp in the dark, clearly on edge about this secret meeting. 2 minutes to 1 in the morning. Outside, the halls are thick with the sound of footsteps that should not be there. He leans against the wall, arms crossed, trying to look calm while every nerve stays on alert. The teacher's room is a long way from here, he thinks. After everything she has been through lately, she probably will not even show. It would be easier to just give up on this now, he tells himself, though he does not actually move. Then out of nowhere, jagged red light bleeds across the dark, like something clawing its way closer. The red glow rips through the corridor and Master Otis flinches back, a fresh scratch stinging across his face. This sound is, he mutters, going rigid as the noise creeps nearer through the dark. A window glows faintly in the pitch-black hallway, the only hint of light in a corridor gone dead quiet. Red light bleeds down the corridor toward him and something is standing in it, just out of focus. He yanks his sleeve back, a strange mark burning against his skin as whatever is out there closes in. Damn it, he grits out, the glowing mark on his chest flaring as he braces himself. Somewhere close by, a voice tears through the dark, screaming out for him, "Miss." The cry echoes again, frantic, as something closes in on Richelle in the black corridor. He gets to her just in time, pulling her into a tight, shaking embrace, both of them finally safe for the moment. He holds on, sleeve trembling, still catching his breath from the scare. Her feet leave the ground as he sweeps her out of danger, the sound of her stumble still ringing in the air. Both of them are gasping for air. How? She manages, too stunned to finish the question. Master Otis just holds her close, chest heaving, relief written all over his face. She starts, suddenly very aware of how close they are standing. Face burning, she blurts out, "I'm not too late, am I?" still gripping the front of his shirt. Rewind about 10 minutes. Alone in her room, she stares at the clock and admits there is no other way around this. There is no other way to get a straight answer, she decides, and right now this is their hour. Going out unprepared means risking the same nightmare as before, only this time it is her own choice to walk into it. She turns a small golden key over in her hand, remembering that she came to this manor already prepared to die. But she refuses to let her life end before she has confirmed the truth. So she gathers at least a little protection before stepping out. A lantern's warm light catches her face as she lifts it, steadying her nerves. The old Bertrand rules were clear: if you must leave your room at night, seek out fire. She does not fully understand why, but she remembers that when Rogers once brought a lamp like this one. Whatever haunts this house seemed to actually back off, so the lamp comes with her tonight. She steadies herself, she can make it. Above all else, she just has to get through this hallway. A jagged red whisper claws through the dark around her and it just keeps getting louder. She holds onto one thought: Master Otis would not have asked her to do something impossible. And now, deeper into the manor's cold, blue-lit halls, there is no turning back. She sprints across the tiled floor, lamp swinging, breath ragged, chasing the last stretch toward the study. She gasps, lungs burning, but she is almost there. Of course, the path to the study turned out to be strangely long, but she made it, and that is all that matters. Elsewhere, Master Otis winces to himself. He dropped his hairbrush somewhere along the way. It will be fine, probably. Back in the study, she is mortified, replaying how flustered she just got. She stammers, scrambling to compose herself after that whole scene. "I'm sorry," she blurts. "Forget it," he mutters back, clearly just as thrown by the moment. They settle down together by the lantern light, the tension finally easing a little. It was so solid, she thinks, blushing, that she had leaned into him without even realizing it. Was Master Otis always this tall, she wonders, eyeing his shoulder. He is basically a grown man now, she thinks, a little too impressed. What am I thinking? She scolds herself. He is still a kid who has not even had his coming-of-age ceremony. She must be losing it, then footsteps creak nearby and he tenses. "What?" he says, going alert. She finally gets a proper look around. This study is nothing like the rest of the manor. "Wow," she breathes, lantern held up, taking it all in. "This room is reserved only for the Otis family's firstborns," he tells her, and it shows. He watches her settle onto the floor with her lamp, standing guard over her. No other entity can interfere here, he explains. In this room at least she can actually feel safe. His footsteps close the distance between them, deliberate and steady. He crosses the room toward her without a word. He catches himself staring and looks away sharply. She just blinks, confused. What are you doing, just sitting there blankly? Come over here, he says. Pardon, oh yes. Master Otis, thank you for, she starts, still a little shy about the whole rescue. Just thank you is enough, he cuts in. Is thank you or, he adds, trailing off. Is sorry the only thing you know how to say? She teases, laughing despite everything. He just huffs, flustered, caught completely off guard by the teasing. She grins to herself. He is still such a prickly little hedgehog. He had better not act this awkward with someone he actually likes someday. His expression hardens, the playfulness draining out of him fast. Explain, he says flatly, all business now. She hands over what she has been holding onto. This is, I think Rogers is involved in my mother's death. It's exactly what it says, Master Otis, she confirms. That is the note I gave him. Your evidence, he demands. I found a blood-red Bertrand rose in my mother's room, she answers. He goes quiet, jaw tight, processing what that actually means. Everything after that came easily, she just laid it all out. The strange things that had been happening to her mother, one by one. Her reasons for suspecting Rogers, she held nothing back, telling him everything she knew. What makes you so sure it was Rogers doing? He asks, watching her carefully across the desk. She told Rogers about her strained relationship with her mother, she explains, that the two of them never really got along. And not long after that conversation, everything changed. Rogers confessed his feelings to me, she admits. He said if I stayed by his side, he would make everything I wanted come true. She could not help but wonder if he had killed her mother for her sake. No one else in the house had that kind of pull except the lady of the house herself. No one else in this manor holds that much power, she says quietly. Master Otis, she starts, catching something in his expression. You're right, he admits. Pardon, your suspicion is accurate. He presses a hand over his face, unable to look at her. It's true that Walter Rogers laid a hand on your mother, he confirms. Breathing hard, he spits it out. Who else could have done such a thing? That bastard is the very one who dragged Otis into this twisted hell. She watches him in silence, letting it sink in. I knew it, she says quietly, lamplight flickering across her face. Maybe the tragedy that has followed the Otis family for generations is tangled up with him too, she realizes. Her heart wanted to keep denying it but had her head already known. A single candle flickers between them, the only warmth left in the room. She is a little unsettled by how quickly she accepted it all. So Rogers Walter was never just an ordinary tutor after all. Her face goes pale as the full weight of it lands. Who on earth is he? Master Otis asks, almost to himself. Is he even human at all? He adds, and the question just hangs there unanswered. The chandelier light flickers overhead as he chooses his next words carefully. Rogers has taken a liking to you, he finishes, and the words land like a warning. Bertrand is Rogers' domain, he explains, but it is also his leash. He does not have the freedom to reach for a servant whose contract has already ended. Thorned vines seem to close in around her in the telling, dark and creeping. Toying with her mother must have cost him plenty too, he adds, something sharp and unnatural flashing in his own expression. The moment you hear the whole truth, there is no turning back, he warns her, especially not in her case. She might end up going down right along with the Otis family, he warns, voice grim. Blood red seems to bloom over the manor itself in her mind, the danger finally fully real. All of that, he says, letting the weight of it settle between them. Somewhere behind the glass, something watches, patient and unseen. Richelle just stands there, wide-eyed, finally understanding exactly how deep this goes. A shadow looms in close, voice ice cold. All of that, he says, like he already knows every risk she's about to take. Behind him, the world twists into jagged blue glass, roses creeping through every crack. Whatever this thing is, it isn't human. Richelle freezes, eyes wide, pinned by that stare like a bug under glass. Can you handle it? He asks flatly, like he's already sizing up exactly how much she can take. She doesn't flinch this time, something in her has already made up its mind. Even if I can't, she thinks, fist clenched so tight her knuckles go white, she's done running. Rewind, sitting across a candlelit table from Master Otis, Richelle lays it out plainly: my mother is dead, and that is exactly why she's here. A long silence stretches out. Just showing up to talk to him, she admits, was dangerous enough on its own. Aren't you afraid of this manor? He asks, and the shadows around him seem to answer for him. Why risk your life like this? What exactly are you trying to achieve? He presses, reaching for a letter on the table. She holds a folded letter close, jaw tight, green eyes scanning it like it might vanish if she looks away. Her mind drifts back to a boat on the water, hands reaching for her through a memory soaked in red. Her own face flickers over that same crimson water, like the memory refuses to let her go. The letter says it plainly: she believes Rogers is involved in her mother's death. A choice I won't regret, she says. Up until now I've lived buried under regret, she continues, watching it eat away at her until it dragged her into an endless swamp of misery. If she ran now just to save her own skin, she knows she'd regret it for the rest of her life. I don't want to do that anymore, she says simply. No more running. An old memory surfaces to a boy with a scraped-up face, looking away like he's used to being overlooked. Facing it head-on is no guarantee things get better, a voice warns her. Honestly, the odds of it getting worse are a lot higher. What if, when that moment comes, you regret not running while you still could? He asks. She holds his gaze anyway. For just a second she almost smiles, like making the decision itself is a kind of relief. Every regret she's carried comes flooding back at once, a memory of herself as a child, sobbing, clinging to someone she loved. She should have talked to her mother more, she thinks. She should have stood up just once to Mr. Thomas, who let so many chances slip by out of fear. She should have grabbed every single one while she still could. Master Otis, she says, snapping back to the present and meeting his eyes head-on. Honestly, she tells him, it's always been the things she didn't do that haunt her more than the things she did. You can't solve anything by running from it, he tells her flatly. A problem you ignore always comes back around, one way or another. She realized that lesson far too late. And besides, she adds, wiping her eyes, her own family was murdered. Even if the one responsible is basically royalty, he says, shouldn't I at least get to spit at his feet? You have a point, she admits. Problem is, she doesn't even really know what kind of thing Rogers Walter actually is. That bastard barely talks about himself, Nero admits. What he's about to tell her is a story his own father told him back when the man was still sane. His father probably heard it from his own father before that. Nero adds, this legend has been passed down for generations. Which means it might not be entirely accurate, he warns. You understand that, right? Anything is fine, she tells him. She just needs to know. Please, she says again, just tell me. Nero's eyes go distant for a second, like he's bracing to relive something ugly. It all started, he finally says, with the very first patriarch of the Otis family, Neil Otis. And just like that, the story pulls them both back into the manor's darkest legend. Long before Otis was known as the Golden Hand, Neil Otis was just a desperate man clawing for any way out of poverty. One day a stranger introduces himself, calm and polite, like he's been waiting his whole existence for this meeting. My name is Rogers, he says simply. Something is off about him from the very first handshake, too composed, too patient, like he already knows how this ends. The story goes Rogers offered to grant his wishes for a price. Neil said yes, and from that day on, every business he touched turned to gold. Neil finally works up the nerve to ask, so, about that price. I don't know, Richelle admits with a shiver, snapping back to the present. Nobody really does. Turns out the exact price was never actually passed down. Whatever it was, Neil used the fortune to buy up Bertrand, then married into a noble family. He had a son, and for a while he lived it up, soaking in every bit of his hard-won happiness. But then Rogers showed back up, and this time he wasn't just collecting on a favor. He came for the whole of Bertrand Manor and everyone who came with it. Neil tried to refuse, obviously, but how was a regular man supposed to overcome something whose power defies common sense? The manor itself seems to warp and bleed just thinking back on it. In the end, the entirety of Bertrand fell into Rogers' hands. From that day on, it became a literal living hell. The very first sign of the anomaly showed up somewhere nobody expected: the garden. A single rose sprouts where it has no business growing, glowing faintly like it's alive in a way flowers shouldn't be. Rose trees erupt across a garden that used to be neatly arranged with ordinary flowers. The scent that follows is strong enough to paralyze your nose, and it spreads through every room in the manor. "You've probably guessed by now," he says grimly, "the roses of Bertrand are nothing like ordinary roses. Something similar to Roger's, though far lower on the food chain, apparently lives inside those roses, and he brought them with him when he took the manor." He means the things that wander the halls at night. The roses hijack the bodies of the servants outright, twisting them into entirely different beings, not just different people. Anyone soaked in that scent ends up no better than an animal driven by pure hunger, and that's exactly how the manor's long nightmare began. They say it was horrific, those things swarming the halls like they owned the place, one footman shoveling food like a madman, a maid tearing apart everything she touched. They'd turn on each other over nothing, stabbing and committing every unspeakable act you can imagine. There was obviously no way to ever show any of that to the outside world, so the doors of Bertrand, once the heart of high society, were slammed shut for good. The entire Otis family became prisoners inside their own home. Unable to accept it, the lady of the house took her own life not long after. Their only son lost his mind completely. Rogers, being Rogers, dragged a daughter out of some impoverished noble family and forced her to marry Neil's now half-broken son. From those two, a daughter was born. A new heir born straight into the middle of all that horror. Her name was Charlotte Otis. She's the one, it turns out, responsible for shaping Bertrand into what it is today, and weirdly, Rogers seemed genuinely fond of her, personally raising and tutoring her into the perfect successor. Years later, on the day of Charlotte's quiet coming-of-age ceremony at the manor, Rogers offers her one wish, framed as nothing more than a sweet birthday present. A lock clicks shut in a swirl of light, sealing whatever bargain just got made. Charlotte's wish, of all things, was to establish rules for Bertrand. Most likely, that agreement required those rules to be told to absolutely anyone the manor ever hired from that point on. And so, at least on the surface, Bertrand manages to look like a totally normal manor again. Just, on the surface. He must have found the whole thing amusing back in Charlotte's day. Ever since, Rogers disguises himself as a tutor, quietly managing every new heir for generations. He secretly hires servants who can vanish without a trace, and without anyone asking too many questions. Every single one of them eventually gets their body stolen by the roses, because, as it turns out, they were never exactly normal humans to begin with. Nero's expression hardens, like he already knows exactly where this story is headed. So in conclusion, he says quietly, "Your mother was likely possessed by roses Rogers sent after her." He finishes, hands clenched tight beneath his sleeve. Richelle's mind rewinds again to her mother, right before she fell into the river. In the memory, her mother is utterly alone on that boat. Just lonely, completely alone out there. Had she already been gone, somewhere nobody could see, long before anyone even realized it? The thought rips a scream out of Richelle before she can stop herself. Just why her mother? The question claws through her like broken glass. Even after he confessed he wanted to be with her, even after all those sweet words he whispered. It was that same man who tore away the person she loved most in the world. Rogers, she chokes out through tears, like the name itself is a wound. "What do you even want from me?" she finally screams, all of it boiling over at once. "Miss," Nero says gently, snapping her back before she spirals any further. "That bastard," he mutters under his breath, and for once she's not sure if he means Rogers or himself. Her eyes are still glassy with tears, but she's listening now. Nero's jaw grinds tight, like he's holding back something he's wanted to say for a long time. "The reason Rogers was always so unusually kind to you," he starts, "was probably that he meant to marry you off," he continues, and Richelle's whole body goes rigid. "To me, wait, what?" she manages to choke out. "You see," he starts to explain, hesitating like even he can't quite believe it himself. "To find a proper bride, he'd have had to be formally presented to society, except he never had any intention of continuing the Otis bloodline in the first place. Ever since, Rogers has been quietly bringing governesses into the manor, one after another. Specifically handpicking women from decent families who happen to be desperate for money after their fortunes collapsed. It's all starting to click for her, piece by piece, and none of it feels good. In other words, he says, and the word hangs there like a blade. The twins' tutor was always meant to be a candidate for one of the Otis brothers' brides. To marry me and Alan Otis too, there were two targets all along. Out of every governess Rogers ever hired, he liked you the most. That's probably why, he continues, trailing off like he's dreading whatever comes next. A memory surfaces, warm and soft at first, a gentle hand resting on her shoulder. And somewhere in the middle of his confession, she'd let herself believe every word of it. There was never any real meaning behind any of it, she realizes now, and the whole memory curdles in real time. He was playing her from the very start, she thinks, just to tame her exactly the way he pleased and deceive me completely. I trusted you, she thinks bitterly. I was actually grateful to you. Something inside her cracks clean open at the thought. For the first time in a long time, she'd actually let her guard down and let someone in. Now finally, she knows for sure exactly what that cost her. As long as her mother had still been alive, Nero realizes, Richelle would never have agreed to stay at Bertrand. And no matter how badly she needed the money, she never would have agreed to marry Alan Otis either. There was only one way left to trap her here for good. To bind her to this manor permanently. Rogers needed her to have absolutely nothing left to go back to. So to bind Richelle Howard to this manor, he killed Mrs. Howard, her own mother. Blood drips down a wall lined with barred windows. Whatever this place is, it was built to keep someone in. One line lands like a gut punch. To keep Richelle Howard bound to this manor, he had Mrs. Howard killed. Me, the word hangs alone in the dark, the whole horrible truth boiled down to one syllable. Rows of barred windows glow blood red in the gloom, the manor itself looking like a cage built just for her. Sitting alone in the shadows, she can only think one thing: it really was because of me. Her eyes brim with tears she refuses to let fall. Even if I don't want to blame myself, she admits, fists clenched, I can't help it. Because she came to this manor, and because she let it slip that her mother was her one weakness. Because of that one small mistake, she thinks, everything unraveled. As the price for her choice, someone she loved paid with her life. A figure prays in the dark as the words finally land, undeniable, mother was murdered. Even if she'd never come to this manor, she reasons, her bond with her mother might have frayed anyway, Rogers or no Rogers. Hands grab her wrist, miss, someone shouts, snapping her back before she goes somewhere dark. A young man stands with his back to her. I know what you're thinking, he says quietly. But your mother's death isn't your fault, he tells her. Fists clenched, tears falling, she shakes her head. No, she says, it is my responsibility. Blood spatters across the frame, a hatted figure lurking in the distance. The fact that she ran to this manor, she thinks, is where it all started. What's the point of dwelling on the cause now, he presses her. Was that so-called choice without regret just an excuse to torture yourself? She clutches her coat collar, crying with no answer for him. But, she starts, and the word just hangs there over a sea the color of blood. She who caused her own mother's death, she thinks bitterly, and who, worst of all, now knows exactly who Rogers Walter really is. A tiny paper boat drifts on a field of red, she who can't even attempt a single thing to fix it, she thinks. Somewhere close, Rogers watches, unreadable as ever. It was a sea she chose to sail, she reminds herself, and she thought she was ready for the storm. Splintered wood drifts in the water. With nothing more than a tiny rowboat, she just feels lost in an endless, empty ocean. She can't move forward, and she can't go back either. A candle gutters in the quiet, marking time neither of them wants to face. The choice without regret you spoke of, he starts again, closing in on the truth. He takes her hand, wasn't supposed to mean self-destruction, he finishes. She starts and can't finish the sentence. He squares up to her, resolve hardening on his face. Standing behind her, he says it flat out, take your revenge. She reels back stunned. Revenge, she echoes, not sure she heard him right. Something like a smile flickers across his face, and it isn't a kind one. A way to get back at that bastard, he says, low and pointed. You just have to, he begins, and whatever comes next, she already dreads it. His hand tightens, knuckles white with the effort of saying it out loud. Her whole face drains of color. He pulls his collar open, bearing scars that tell their own story. Kill me, he says. Pardon is all she can manage. She stands frozen, thinking this can't actually be happening right now. What is he even saying? The words won't compute, no matter how many times she replays them. Roger's obsession with the Otis family, he explains, is beyond anything you can imagine. Kill me and you take away the one thing he treasures most. Isn't that a decent revenge? She recoils. What are you? Why? She stammers, horrified. Why? She wonders, is he so calm about all of this? Joy, he says. Delight, he adds, like he's savoring the words. Whatever is reflected in his eyes right now, it isn't fear. Finally he breathes. There's a kind of madness behind that small, eerie smile. Kill me, miss, he says again, plain as anything. A memory surfaces. Master Otis, do you want to die? Someone once asked him. Yes, he answered without hesitation. I've always wanted to die, he admits. You know what? He asks, gazing out over the city. A memory flickers by, a hand white-knuckled on a ledge. There was a time when I was happy too, he says quietly. He drifts further into the memory, murmuring a name from long ago. From what you saw, she asks carefully, did Mrs. Otis truly care for her children? Of course, he says, to anyone looking in, we were the happiest family in the world. But that happiness, it turns out, was never built to last. Baby twins sleep in a crib, and even Penny and Nero, he goes on. Everything was normal back then. It felt like everything was going to be okay, he remembers. In reality, he says, voice going cold, we were just fragile glass marbles sitting there for Rogers to play with. Ah, she breathes, dread creeping in. Then one day out of nowhere, roses bloom where their eyes used to be, the curse wearing two small faces like a mask. Rogers shattered those glass marbles, he says so easily. Rogers reaches a hand toward a child. You know what's funny, he asks, and it isn't really a question. The roses that took over those children's bodies, he says, were different from all the others. Something wearing Penny and Nero's faces through tantrums, craving affection it couldn't actually feel. The house went on pretending nothing had changed. And it pretended to feel things he spits out, acting like it was really them. She listens in the dark, unable to look away. So she asks softly, what do you think happened, Master Otis? Mother completely lost her mind, he says. And father disappeared. I fell into the hands of that bastard Rogers. I became completely alone, he finishes. He wipes a bloodied hand clean, in the Rose Manor where everyone around me had already gone mad. I was left forever alone with an enemy I could never, ever kill. Rose bushes stretch out endlessly. It just makes this so much more entertaining for me, Rogers used to say. He struggled desperately again and again. He runs through the roses. I rebelled, he says. I tried to run. He collapses among the thorns, but a man like Rogers, Walter. He's caught again, gasping, pinned among the thorns. Rogers looms over him. You're different from the other Otises, he says, almost admiring. Keep trying, Alan, Rogers coaxes. The harder he fought, the further Rogers let the leash run. Until I hit my limit, right when I grabbed hold of hope, he says. You're making this even more entertaining for me, Rogers laughed. Looking down at me, kneeling there covered in wounds. What kind of expression did that bastard even have, he wonders bitterly. That's how I learned helplessness, he says. I just slowly rotted away inside this manor. Then suddenly, something clicks. I have to die, he realizes. Only if I, the last direct descendant, actually die will no one else. Richelle looks stricken. Ever have to suffer through this curse again, he finishes. He lets out a long, tired breath, like he said this 1,000 times before. But you know what the funniest part is, he asks. If I jump from a window, if I hang myself, if I slit my wrists, even if I swallow poison. A bottle of pills sits there, evidence of just how many times he's tried. Rogers, Walter always fishes me back from the gates of hell, he says flatly. She has nothing to say to that. I can't even die on my own, he admits. Whatever trick Rogers uses, my body just locks up the second I try to hurt myself. His fist curls tight, frustration and grief tangled together. That's why I'm proposing a deal, he says. You get your revenge, I finally get my wish. Are you seriously telling me you're going to die? She asks. I'm telling you I'll finally do what I'm supposed to, he answers. How many people do you think have died unjustly in Bertrand by now? He asks. The very existence of an Otis is a sin, he says. There's nothing to fear, he finishes. This has been my dream for a long, long time. There's an odd kind of peace settling over his face. Life has never been anything but a curse to me, he says. I've already killed myself countless times. I died a long time ago. A long time ago, he repeats. What's standing in front of you now is just a moving corpse. She can't tell anymore if she wants to scream or cry. Tension crackles in the silence between them. Why are you hesitating? He yells. Think about it. I'm the fundamental reason you ever came to Bertrand, he says. You must hate me, he finishes. You can do it. You're the one person who actually has the right to kill me. Master Otis, she says, barely above a whisper. Is it because you're scared of Rogers? He asks. Don't worry, he says. Kill me and Rogers loses his power completely. They say he can only exist here through a contract with an Otis. Even if you kill me, miss, there's no danger to you at all. Master Otis, she says again, searching his face. Please, he begs. I've waited so long for someone to finally come and kill me. He walks toward her. You can think of it as me ending my own life, he says. You don't even have to feel guilty about it. His composure is finally starting to crack. There's no other way, he shouts. I have to die. Hold on, she says, catching his hand before he can go any further. For a long moment, neither of them says a word. What are you doing right now? He manages. Her grip on his collar doesn't loosen. She hauls him around to face her, refusing to let him look away. You said it yourself, Master Otis, she reminds him. What's the point of dwelling on the cause now? You're right, he admits quietly. Their hands meet. I'm sorry, she tells him. Let's both stop blaming ourselves, he says. A tired eye flinches open in close-up. You're right, comes a quiet, worn-out murmur, though right about what, we don't know yet. Richelle lets out a shaky little laugh, somewhere between tears and relief, like a weight just lifted off her chest. Hands close gently around hers as he murmurs, I'm sorry, and let's both stop blaming ourselves. A quiet truce after all this hurt. Down a candle-lit stairwell, someone freezes mid-step. What? Like they just heard something they were never meant to hear. We simply made the best choices we could with what we had, didn't we? He says softly, then adds, for me, before trailing off. A lone figure in a hat cuts through the fog. Not fighting with Mother anymore, the thought goes, that was the best choice. Even if I went back in time over and over, I probably wouldn't change that decision. The thought lingers, however. A blonde young man grips a red-haired woman's wrist from behind, tense and unreadable. In this horrific manner, the words drift in, enduring and enduring. A pale, silver-haired boy is described in stark text, someone who came to loathe even himself, shutting himself away in a hell of his own making. Now is not the time to regret my choices, comes the thought, at least not right now. I am, the sentence hangs unfinished as the camera lingers on Richelle from behind. Alan grabs the front of another man's collar. I'm going to take my revenge on Rogers, he snarls. I will take both Bertrand and the Otis. Name away from him, Alan finishes, eyes burning. A dark, blurred flash of two figures struggling, so the moment hangs heavy. I have no intention of helping you die, Master Otis, comes the flat refusal. Never. Therefore, the narration begins again. Rose is framing the scene like a warning. In a rose garden, a man kneels holding a woman's hand, almost tender if not for the scissors slicing through red ribbon just below. A locked red book glows. Tell me how to nullify the contract made between Rogers Walter and the Otis family, someone demands. In a shadowy library of stacked books, Richelle looks up sharply, eyes catching on something. A tense shoulder, a sharp intake of breath, something has just landed hard. Alan lunges forward, panicked. If there were a way to break the contract, do you think the Otises would have lived like this all this time? He shouts. Richelle shouts right back, no contract in this world is perfect, there has to be a loophole in any contract. I told you Rogers isn't an ordinary being, didn't I? Comes the grim reminder. Didn't I say it? Blood spatters across the panel like an exclamation point. The truth lands like a blow. The only way to break the contract is for the entire direct Otis bloodline to die. But what is this? Rachel wonders, watching him, this feeling. When he said he was going to die, he looked me straight in the eye, the thought continues. But now he's uneasily avoiding my gaze. It feels like there's something I haven't heard yet, Rachel realizes, something I don't know. Candlelight flickers over a cluttered desk in the quiet dark. A hand grips a railing tight, restless in the dark. Rachel stands alone under the night sky. I mustn't rush him, she tells herself, until Master Otis. I will wait, she resolves, candlelight steady beside her. The candle burns on, patient and unhurried. Nero and Rachel sit together at a table stacked with books, the conversation heavy. Do you think something will happen just by waiting like that? Someone challenges. Don't be mistaken, a shadowed figure warns. Nothing changes by doing something in front of a guy like that. Rachel sets her jaw. If there really is nothing, then let's look for other ways. I'm telling you there's no chance of success, comes the flat warning. Rachel's green eyes flash. I don't care what the odds are, if there's a way I will cling to it. Nero grabs him, shouting, you only need to get your revenge on Rogers. If revenge were my only goal, I wouldn't have dug into the truth of Bertrand, Alan admits. Because if I recklessly provoked Rogers, I might lose someone precious to me again. A pause, but you said it yourself, Master Otis. Rachel looks away, that you wished no one else would ever have to go through what you did. I feel the same way, Alan says, hands clasped tight. Roses bloom around the words, I don't want anyone to suffer through these horrific things anymore. And Nero watches quietly, something shifting behind his eyes. I want you to leave Bertrand and live freely. The words land, gentle but heavy. Alan stills, live, like the word itself is unfamiliar. His face goes slack with shock, caught completely off guard. What am I supposed to live for? Alan wonders bleakly. I have nothing, he finishes. No family, no friends, no goals. Not even the worth to keep breathing and living, he thinks, the words landing like stones. Rachel listens quietly, her expression unreadable. Nero sits in silence, then finally speaks, you know. Now, every moment I breathe, every second feels overwhelming, he admits. Every morning when I open my eyes. A close-up on tired blue eyes, unblinking. I'm certain that even if I'm forced to live like this, the thought continues, a good day will never come. Because everyone would be happier that way, comes the quiet, dangerous conclusion. Nero grabs him hard, refusing to let go. Master Alan, someone calls out, alarmed. Alan, if you're just going to spout more platitudes, he warns, bracing for another empty comfort. I also, comes a soft admission, eyes glistening. Nero and Rachel lean close, hands wrapped together. Felt that way, she finishes for him. Wait, someone starts, caught off guard by the confession. There was a time when opening my eyes in the morning felt like a curse worse than death, Rachel admits. A burden, she continues, when a carriage narrowly passed me by and we glimpse her much younger. I used to think I wouldn't have minded at all if I'd been struck and killed right then, she says quietly. Because I've come to want to live a little longer, she says now, and it sounds like a small miracle. A quiet beat lingers on the back of a bowed head. Nero's expression softens, caught somewhere between disbelief and hope. How, he asks, because precious people helped me, Rachel answers simply. The light turns warm and golden around her now. On the day I felt like throwing myself into the canal, she recalls. The cake from a famous patisserie that Margaret put in my mouth was so sweet, a tiny joy and honestly fair. When I wandered the streets after fighting with my mother, the roast beef at the restaurant a persistent waiter dragged me into was delicious. It was delicious, she finishes, smiling faintly. They were very small. Jewel-bright memories rain down and pile into something like treasure. Tiny joys that sparkle like jewels, Rachel says. They may seem like nothing, but if there's one thing I've realized so far. We see her as a wide-eyed child, caught somewhere between fear and wonder. It's that you can't be happy all the time in life, she says plainly. But those small jewels showed me the way when I was lost, she says, drifting alone in a little boat. They led me to the shore. And formed a bridge so I could cross the sea, the memory glows. The refreshing air brushing against my wet skin, she remembers, a lighthouse standing quiet in the distance. The scent of life approaching rapidly, the warm feeling of being alive. Rachel reaches out, bright and open, ready to pull him into that same warmth. I'm glad to be alive, she says, hands clasped tight in front of her. Like the countless hands that helped me, she remembers. Once we leave Bertrand, I will take your hand and lead you, she vows. I'll show you there are so many wonderful things in the world. I will help you reclaim all the joys Rogers took from you. All the joys you were meant to have, she promises, the two of them framed together on a balcony. The tragedy of the Otis family didn't happen because of you, Master Allen, she says firmly. My mother's death isn't your fault either. A long pause then, so let's try living together. Allen can only manage one word, I. A quiet, warm close-up lingers on the moment. Allen stares back at her, stunned blue eyes wide. I want the sentence begins. You to live, Master Allen, Rachel finishes and something in him finally breaks open. Why he manages. Why do you go so far to help me, he asks, the question raw. Allen slumps at the table. I am not worth risking your time and your life for. Who decides that worth? Rachel counters, pulling him into a hug. You don't need a reason to help or love someone, she says simply. What kind of idealistic nonsense? He mutters, undone. Rachel holds him close. When I had a cold and when I ran into the cook, she recalls, half smiling. That was just because I didn't want to see any more people dying in this manner, he deflects. Then I simply don't want to see you die either, she counters. Is that the same as this? Rachel laughs, bright and unguarded, like she's finally allowed to. It is, he admits. If you still can't understand, then let's just say I'm paying you back for saving my life back then, she says. A small sound and a quiet close-up on him, still stunned. The price of your life, miss, he murmurs, eyes glassy. A quiet beat lingers, soft blue light washing over him. Two silhouettes linger on a distant balcony as the line finally lands. Is quite high. Smooth, Allen, real smooth. Picture it, a hallway soaked in candlelight, and a bet nobody at Bertrand Manor has ever come close to winning. A bet, yes, comes the answer, flat and certain, like it was decided a long time ago. The rules are brutal and simple. An outsider who knows nothing about this family has to figure out Roger's real name. His true name, that is the entire game. Rogers himself swore it, whoever cracks it walks out of Bertrand for good. One guess, one shot at freedom, that's the whole deal on the table. It is a bizarre bet to make, and what's even stranger is what happens next. I don't know what it is either, he shrugs, like a bet between himself and Charlotte Otis is somebody else's problem. Tension crackles as a hand tightens on his collar. You. Looking at it from the outside, Roger's fixation on the Otis family looks almost unimaginable. The fact he even agreed to this bet says everything. He was certain it could never be won. It's been over 100 years since the Otis family started this game. In all that time, not one servant who ever passed through Bertrand has managed to win it. Because Charlotte Otis was obsessive about it and she never left a single clue behind, or so everyone assumed. Rachel's face gives nothing away, but you can already see the gears turning. Is that so? She murmurs, and it sounds a lot less like defeat and a lot more like the start of a plan. No, she says, that's not, and she never finishes the sentence because she doesn't need to. This is Charlotte Otis herself, the woman who started it all, sharp, composed, and clearly not the type to leave things to chance. She's wise, capable of reading any situation with cold clarity. And she's the one person who ever gave the Otis family any breathing room at all. Rachel doesn't buy that a woman like that would set an impossible bet just to torture people for a century. So she starts thinking like Charlotte would. If I were her, where would I hide the answer? Somewhere that reaches every single person who ever sets foot in Bertrand, and somewhere that actually gives them a shot at solving it. Somewhere Rogers himself cannot see. Now that's the tricky part. Ah, she breathes, and just like that she's got it. Master Otis, she asks carefully, by any chance? No, Rogers cuts her off before she even finishes the question. I've never seen that, he insists, a little too quickly for comfort. I assumed you'd know, she presses. I've only ever heard people who visit the manor say they've seen it. Even Chibai Rachel can't believe it honestly, who's never seen it even once. So they get to work, Rogers looming over the desk while Rachel sits down to write. Will this do? Yes, comes the reply, it's enough. Her pen doesn't stop moving, the scratch of it filling the silence. Faster and faster, like she can't get the words down quickly enough. Every time I blink, the paper's already filled, she marvels, like the whole thing is pouring straight out of her mind. Underneath her pen, the actual bet contract takes shape, word for word, exactly as it was first written. When I first arrived here, she remembers, I already knew, just as I suspected, this manor is strange. She's kept her guard up ever since. She reads back over every word she's written, checking and rechecking that it's exact. Rogers lets out a short, disbelieving laugh. Huh. I thought you were extraordinary already, he admits, but you're beyond anything I imagined, miss. She signs it off with one final flourish. Done. Richelle barely reacts to the compliment. Flattery clearly isn't why she's here. My specialty is memorization, she says simply. I can memorize almost anything after seeing it just once. What's wrong, Master Otis? Nothing, he says, which of course means everything. But the look on his face says he's just realized exactly how dangerous that memory of hers could be. This is the note that started it all, a simple welcome to Rose Manor scrawled over a stack of house rules. Page after page of them, the so-called Bertrand rules, handed to every servant who ever walks through the door. Richelle reads them again, letter by letter, hunting for anything Charlotte Otis might have hidden in plain sight. She holds the page up to the light, so this was the content, she finishes, and Rogers leans in to see it for himself. Since it's only handed to the servants, it never actually reached me, Rogers admits. And since I personally manage everything about the eldest Otis, it never seemed necessary anyway. Richelle's grip tightens on the page. That excuse doesn't sit right with her at all. Elsewhere in the manor, a blade catches the light and Alan watches on in total silence, giving absolutely nothing away. Let's keep looking, Richelle says and goes right back to the page. I've been through all of it, Rogers says, and nothing really stands out. There must be something, Richelle insists. This is the only place Charlotte Otis could have hidden a clue, she thinks, staring hard at the letter. But what is it? Something about this particular letter feels different from the rest. It's like I've missed something, she mutters, something crucial. Something small, something easy enough to walk right past without ever noticing. Sorry, miss, Richelle says, reaching to move something off the page. I didn't want to spill anything on it. Except that whatever it is turns out to be very much alive. Master Alan, wait, don't move it, Rogers yelps, it won't come off, nothing like a surprise bug to derail a serious research session. What is it, she asks, an honestly fair question. Turn the letter just right and the ink flips inside out, hidden words bleeding through from the other side, to help you as previously stated, and one word standing alone, defy. Another buried phrase surfaces right underneath it, heard nothing. The pen trembles slightly in her hand as the pieces click into place. What are you doing? Rogers asks, watching her work. When I first read this letter, I was so focused on the words that I missed it, she says. But looking back, there were dots marked over certain letters. Rogers just stares at her, and for once in his life, he doesn't have a comeback. On the surface, the letter reads like polite house rules, nothing more. This letter was written to help you, it says, and if for some unavoidable reason, the cook's authority is absolute and no one may defy it. But dot by dot, a second message hides underneath it. Act as if you have seen and heard nothing, quietly take it outside the main entrance, always greet others with a smiling face. Then it clicks, the marked letters spell it out plainly, focus on the even numbers. The room goes quiet as the pieces start falling into place around them. What do the even-numbered rules actually say? Richelle asks. Rule 2, this manor structurally has no fourth floor. If you ever find a staircase leading up from the third, it's merely decoration. Rule 4, once the sun sets, finish your work, get back to your room by midnight and lock the door. Do not come out until sunrise. Rule 6, the kitchen belongs to the cook and the cook alone. Inside it, the cook's word is absolute law. No one may defy it, it repeats. Under no circumstances are you to enter the kitchen, and then Rule 8 begins. Rule 10, don't bother paying attention to the eldest Otis. If he ever asks you for a favor, ignore him completely, everything about him is handled by his private tutor. Roger's face goes pale, clearly this is news to him too. So something really was hidden in that letter, Richelle says, but you're telling me the rules themselves are the hint. I'm almost certain of it, she says. On the surface, none of this looks particularly special. It reads more like it's protecting the servants, same as the odd-numbered rules. Not exactly hint material, she admits. But look here, she says, tapping the page, at this. To survive in this manner, you follow the Bertrand rules to the letter, she reasons. But to actually win the bet against Rogers, you have to doubt them and do the exact opposite. For example, she says, holding Rule 10 back up. You have to break the rule, she says, and go straight to the eldest of the Otis family. That's how you learn the truth about Bertrand and about Rogers' bet. In other words, Rogers says slowly, reading the even rules backwards is the actual hint. That's what I think, she confirms. He looks back down at the letter like he's seeing it for the very first time. Certainly is all he manages to say. Rule number 4 too, she adds, and his stomach visibly drops. The rule warns that you may hear strange noises outside your door at night and under no circumstances should you open it. That's exactly when they are most active, Rogers admits. But it's also when they're too wrapped up in their own appetites to notice anything else, he says. Rachel's eyes light up now. That's useful. Is that why you wanted to meet after midnight? She asks. Exactly, he says. Slip past them carrying a light and you can move freely. Besides, she adds, Rogers disappears at this exact hour too, doesn't he? Her expression turns dead serious. She's already 3 steps ahead of him. Every single night, he locks himself away on the 4th floor and doesn't come out until morning. He wouldn't tell me what he does up there, even when I ask directly, Rogers admits, staring up the dark staircase. Somewhere in the shadows, someone else listens in without saying a single word. Have you ever actually been up to the 4th floor, Master Otis? She asks. That is Rogers' space, comes the answer. I can't even get close without his permission, he says. Besides, if I even get anywhere near it, Rogers comes running immediately. Rachel finishes for him. What is he hiding up there? Surely you won't, he says, already dreading her answer. Shirley is right, she says with a smile. Looks like I'm going to the 4th floor. Are you insane? Rogers grabs her by the arm. I told you. And at night, when everyone else's eyes are closed, he stays up there himself, the letter warns. I understand it's dangerous, Rachel says, completely unbothered. But if this really is the hint, I'll find a way there, I have to. Elsewhere, someone watches her resolve with quiet, unreadable interest. Does this woman have no fear at all? Someone mutters, half impressed and half horrified. What kind of places are the kitchen and the 5th garden exactly? Rachel asks. The kitchen is exactly what it sounds like, Rogers sighs. The cook is always in there, so even I don't approach it easily. From what I've heard, the cook is different from the other Roses, he adds, a little outside my jurisdiction. The cook, Rachel repeats quietly to herself, filing that detail away. And the 5th garden is simpler and much darker. It's where the manor disposes of its corpses. A body taken over by a Rose doesn't last forever, Rogers explains. Eventually it just stops like a puppet with its strings cut and the body starts to melt away. He won't meet her eyes as he says it. The body gets taken over, he repeats, quieter this time. Is there any way to get the original person's body back? She asks. The moment, he starts and trails off like he can't bring himself to finish it. The original owner already became nothing more than nourishment for the Rose, he finally says. It's impossible. For just a second, something like grief flickers behind his eyes, like he's remembering someone specific. I must, no matter what, win this bet, he thinks, staring at someone sitting alone in the dark. Since the 4th floor is entirely Rogers' domain, Rachel figures it'll hold the most traces of him. The key is getting up there safely without being caught, she reasons. And if every Rose in this manor is basically one of Rogers' eyes, how do I slip past all of them? Then she remembers, even Rogers avoids someone, there's a place even he can't reach. Ah, she says, and the answer clicks all at once. There's exactly one place that fits, and it's right there in the even-numbered rules, plain as day. A place where Rogers has zero authority at all. Master Otis, someone calls out from behind her and Rachel turns around. She doesn't hesitate for a second. Have you ever been to the kitchen? She asks, and just like that she's walking straight toward the one place everyone in Bertrand is terrified of. I know it seems reckless, someone admits under their breath, and it is definitely dangerous. But there is a feeling nagging that a clue is waiting right there. Then something slams hard and the whole plan suddenly feels a lot more real. Even knowing that, someone snaps back, refusing outright. I have no intention of helping you dig your own grave, why are you so? 10 minutes into the argument and nobody has budged. Going down to the fourth floor, sneaking into the kitchen, of course it is dangerous, but tilde tilde. But you see, Master Otis, she presses, sometimes there are things you can never fix unless you dive headfirst into danger. The room goes quiet under the weight of it. Someone starts and does not finish. Don't want to help you die, comes the rest of it, low and reluctant. To prevent that, he says, we have to break the curse that has haunted the Otis family. Footsteps creak off into the dark. A sharp, green-eyed glance cuts through the quiet. Whatever just got decided, she is not backing down. You're absolutely certain there's something in the kitchen? Are you helping me? She fires back and he flinches like he already regrets asking. He sighs, leaning against a wall of books. Let's go, he says, whether it's the kitchen or the fourth floor. She finishes for him, practically vibrating with excitement, flowers blooming behind her eyes. Master Otis, she calls out, beaming, and the blonde young man beside her can only stare. What, why do you look so happy? It's just, I thought you'd hesitate a bit longer, she admits, while he mutters that if an outsider is brave enough to take the risk, the one actually involved shouldn't sit it out either. Honestly, I don't think she'd listen even if I tried to stop her, he finishes, resigned. And he trails off, thinking it over. Hearing you speak, he adds quietly, something occurred to me as well, a memory stirring loose. Back then, he could still talk to his mother sometimes, but one day she started going down to the kitchen without warning. To the kitchen? He remembers wondering. He couldn't make sense of it either, so he clung to her skirt and begged her to explain why she kept going down there. But his mother only ever gave him one answer, over and over. No matter how much I hate them, she'd say, shouldn't I at least look after their meals? That's what she said every single time. Look after their meals, he turns the phrase over in his head, does that mean something was hidden in the kitchen that the lady of the manor herself had to personally cook for? After that, his mother went down there once every single day. Around that time she had completely lost her mind, to the point where a normal conversation with her was impossible. Thinking back on why she frequented that kitchen for so long, a thought suddenly hits him. A pale, ghost-like figure stands alone under the night sky, a memory he cannot quite shake. His father, who vanished the moment Bertrand was sealed off. Where on earth could he be? The question hits like a spark. I've thought about it, he admits, pen moving across paper he can barely bring himself to write on. What would I have done, he wonders, if I were in Roger's shoes? A member of the Otis family must never leave Bertrand. But once the eldest heir was born, his father was no longer needed. Still, someone would have had to prepare for anything unforeseen. A caged bird waits behind him as he lights a cigarette. The fourth floor, she murmurs, it's just a guess though. I don't know what state my father is in, he admits, but if there was someone mother kept bringing meals to, wouldn't it have been him? I don't know if it was Roger's order or her own choice. In the process, his mother witnessed his father's death, and completely. Here, he says, tapping a spot on the map spread across the desk. His pen marks the blueprint while she watches over his shoulder, wordless. No need to make a face like that, he says gently. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is your guess might be right. There really could be something in the kitchen, he says, like a hidden staircase leading up to the fourth floor. Otherwise, there'd be no reason for her to go down there so specifically. After all, she could have just set aside regular meals for whoever it was. He's trying to encourage her, she realizes. Don't worry, he's saying. It will work out, surely, right? She answers, steadying herself. As you know, he explains, the kitchen sits on the first basement level. There's only one entrance, he says, and right in front of it is the long dining hall for the servants. And the kitchen is right next to it, he continues, sketching the layout. I only know it roughly though. Like I said, I've never actually been down there myself. A creak echoes somewhere in the dark as the two of them sit with the plan between them, saying nothing for a moment. The cook doesn't follow Roger's orders well, he notes, but he tends to hesitate around me. I suppose he's sharp enough to tell people apart. Back then, too. So I'll draw his attention while you sneak into the kitchen and take a look, he offers. Will you be all right? She asks. It might be better if I'm the bait instead. The odds of surviving are better if I'm the one acting as bait, he insists, half joking, but still, she hesitates. A quiet moment passes between them in the dark, the plan now set and nothing left to do but wait. Who isn't even an adult, he mutters. What's with that look? She snaps back unimpressed. Do you think people are made of paper? She huffs. I'll hold out just fine until you get back, so leave it to me. I'll move as quickly as possible, he promises. Pale light slips through the blinds as the night stretches on, dawn creeping closer. It's an uncertain plan, he admits, but that's exactly why we shouldn't drag it out. How about we move at dawn tomorrow? Good idea, she agrees. What should I do when I get back from checking the kitchen? She asks. Won't the cook come chasing after me? I plan to ruin every last bit of the breakfast he's prepared, he says with a smirk. That way he'll be too busy making it all over again to chase you far. His obsession with meals, she thinks, is honestly beyond imagination. They sit together by a single lamp in the quiet dark, bracing themselves for what's coming. Then he says, and his hand closes into a fist. He waits alone in the dark with a lantern, dawn still a long way off. Let's meet here, he told her. Snow drifts quietly past as he waits, the manor silent around him. Footsteps echo softly down the corridor, drawing closer. He reaches out and gently brushes a strand of hair from her sleeping face. Ah, she gasps, jolting awake on a bench in a dim, unfamiliar room. It's already this late, she realizes, then notices the blanket someone quietly laid over her. Since when was this here? I tried to leave, but I got caught, she admits sheepishly. Wait, no, stay here for now, he says quickly. Pardon, she blinks. Well, he stalls. Maybe it's because she bared her soul to him, she thinks, her heart still racing. She stretches, blinking away sleep. It was a short nap, but I feel strangely refreshed. Master Otis, I'll be going now, she says, straightening his collar before she goes. Let's go together, he offers instead, a little bashful about it. I have to return to my room too, she says, candle in hand as they part ways for now. Somewhere, a memory surfaces, looking at him now, he really is still just a child. They look alike, someone once thought. Such a beautiful child. Walking beside him, she can't help but wonder, why him of all people? Let's go, he says simply, and they keep walking. There are plenty of people in this world who'd kill for wealth and fame. So why did Rogers choose you, and Otis of all people? Like something out of a dark fairy tale, a figure looms near the doorway. A door creaks open somewhere in the dark. Is this simply for the sake of tormenting you? A voice hisses, eerie and pointed. The silence afterward is almost worse. Oh, you too, comes a voice from the doorway, amused. A pair of sharp amber eyes catch them both off guard. You've both woken up early, he observes, watching them closely from the doorway. Footsteps descend the stairs behind them, unhurried and deliberate. Damn it, someone curses under their breath as the plan starts slipping out of their hands. A fist tightens against the wall as a single red eye watches through the crack of a door. Why is that, Alan? Comes the challenge, cold and direct. Alan only smirks, dark hair falling over his face. The two men square off. Are you afraid I might harm Richelle? Alan taunts. Move, comes the order. Ah, but of course. Certainly, Alan laughs, stepping aside all too easily. Footsteps shuffle past on the cold floor, tension trailing behind them. Richelle peeks out nervously, unsure what just happened between the two of them. Every hair on the back of her neck seems to stand on end. Stop, someone finally orders, and the standoff freezes in place. I hope you two continue to enjoy each other's company, Alan says with a knowing smirk as they part. Walking beside her, he can't shake the thought of that man Rogers Walter. That man, Rogers Walter, must have already realized just from seeing them together that they intend to oppose him. The realization sits heavy between them as they keep walking. Why then is he just letting them be? The question hangs unanswered as the chapter closes. Another day begins at the Rose Mansion, sun on the hedges, petals drifting past the windows, everything looking perfectly, suspiciously normal. Whoever faced whatever changed overnight, this mansion never lets it show on its face. Whatever happened in the dark while everyone else slept, he stands among the roses like none of it ever touched him. He lifts one to his nose and breathes it in, calm as ever, as if it doesn't matter in the slightest. No matter who's uncovered what secret, the surface here never cracks, even when something rotten is festering right underneath. It just keeps up its little act of normalcy and elegance day after day. And she can't stop asking herself the same question, Why isn't he reacting to any of it at all? There's no way he hasn't noticed their plan by now, she thinks, gripping the window frame. So what on earth is he thinking? Maybe he just assumes that no matter how hard they struggle, there's no escaping for them anyway. Is that unshakable calm confidence, or is it mockery? Before she can decide, two little troublemakers spot her through the glass and wave like maniacs. Miss, one of them shouts, bouncing on the spot, "What are you doing?" Oh, she catches herself fast. It's nothing. I was just looking at the sky, she tries. Ah, how boring, one twin groans, flopping over dramatically. Adults are so boring. The two of them bicker and shove like any other siblings while she wonders if her smile looks natural enough to fool them. What is she even supposed to do about these two small roses she never meant to fall for? Let's meet in secret again next time. Okay, they promise, grinning, oblivious. Even after learning the truth of what they really are last night, nothing about the daylight changes a thing. Miss, comes the familiar call from behind her, and just like that, she's back among them. Huh, she leans in as something gets sketched out furiously right in front of her, pencil scratching away. Guess who this is? They crow, shoving a crayon drawing in her face, a woman with two grinning kids and a sky full of hearts. She studies it for a long moment, and her whole face softens. You drew this really well, she finally says. It's you, Penny and Nero, she laughs, pulling both of them into a hug. I drew it well, didn't I? We're the best, right? They're not really asking, they're fishing for compliments. For one quiet moment, she just holds onto their small hands, petals drifting by like nothing in the world is wrong. If they can just drive Rogers out of this house, maybe none of this has to end the way she fears. What will actually happen to these children once it's all over? Since Rogers is the master of the roses, the moment he's gone, Penny and Nero will likely go with him in the end. They were only ever meant to vanish with time. I don't intend to force Master Otis to take these children with us, she tells herself, but still. Right on cue, the twins burst into loud, dramatic tears over absolutely nothing, and just like that her resolve wobbles. Miss, that tickles, one shrieks, then immediately demands more, do it more. Can't they just stay exactly like this, she wonders, until the day they finally leave this manor for good. Spending their days as usual, quietly getting ready to say goodbye, surely that much, at least, is allowed. When night finally falls, moving through the dark manor turns out to be easier than she expected. There's a hidden passage the cook uses to haul food between floors, and it's exactly what they need. They'll use that same passage to reach the kitchen unseen. Even the Roses, Rogers's little spies, are too terrified of the cook to go anywhere near this passage, which makes it the safest path they've got. Miss, over there, he hisses suddenly, pulling her deeper into the shadows. A heavy door waits at the end of the corridor, lit by nothing but a sliver of red light. Is there any chance we run into the cook in here? She whispers. The cook uses this exact passage to wheel meal carts to every floor of the house, he reminds her. None, he says, unless there's a special reason. The cook never leaves the kitchen. Which is exactly the moment something or someone collides with them out of the dark. They freeze, hearts hammering, waiting to see exactly who they've just run into. Two silhouettes wait by a distant door, lanterns swaying in the dark. It's just as you said, he murmurs. Moving through these halls is unusually easy today. Was yesterday just an unusually busy day for everyone? No, he says grimly. More likely Rogers gave the order himself, telling everyone to stand down and let them struggle all they like, because what Rogers loves most is watching hope swell right before he pops it. He's a twisted bastard, he spits. Then again, if the enemy is this overconfident, that's an opening they can actually use. He exhales slowly, steadying himself before they push on. I found this whole passage back when I was a kid, he admits, poking around every corner of this place. Then a hand closes around her wrist out of nowhere and she nearly shouts the name out loud, Master Otis. In the pitch dark, she grabs blindly for the nearest sleeve and yanks. Ah, what was that? I was just trying to grab your sleeve, she blurts, mortified. Hey, watch it, you haven't changed a bit, he grumbles. It's just so much darker in here than it looked from outside. No windows, no lamps, I was going to say. We should be extra careful as we go. I know what I'm doing, okay, he snaps back, more rattled than he'll admit. Seriously, if that's the case, just tell me first, she sighs. She shouldn't spook him like that again, she reminds herself. He already snapped at her once before for grabbing him out of nowhere. Well, she reasons, Master Otis is just at that touchy age, nothing personal. Side by side, lanterns held low, they push on deeper into the tunnel. There really is no one here, she breathes, some of the tension finally easing out of her shoulders. The floor slopes gently downward. Is it built like this, she wonders, to make the carts easier to pull? Ahead, a heavy door mechanism waits, half swallowed by shadow. A hand shoots out of the dark toward her before she can even react. Hold on, he says quietly, stopping her mid-step. He checks the path ahead first, lantern raised, before waving her forward. The door groans open, slow and unwilling, the sound crawling down the corridor. Somewhere behind them, a latch clicks shut. The cook's hard of hearing, he tells her. In return, his sense of smell is unnervingly sharp. Which means, apparently, breathing too loud is now a liability. Great. It's okay, he says, let's keep going. They creep forward, footsteps swallowed whole by the dark. Making people eat in a place like this? No wonder none of the maids or servants ever last long here. Certainly is all she can manage, her throat tight. There isn't so much as a single cloth covering anything down here, just cold, stale air lingering. So this is where all the servants actually lived this whole time. She grips his sleeve a little tighter and says nothing at all. This might be your only chance to turn back, he says, not quite looking at her. Maybe we don't both need to go through with this, just in case you should head back and… Master Otis, she cuts him off steady. He falls quiet, lantern light flickering across his face. We aren't going there to die, she says firmly. We're going there to live. For a moment, neither of them says anything else, they don't need to. Please, she adds softly, don't you ever forget that. Right, he finally answers. And then out of nowhere, a scream rips through the dark. She freezes mid-step, blood running cold. Master Otis, just now, she gasps as he yanks her back against the wall. I heard it too, he whispers. Stay calm, we move carefully from here. What in the world was that? That scream, whose was it? And why does something about it feel so wrong? Her eyes dart through the dark, heart pounding against her ribs. Somewhere close by, something drips slow and steady into the silence. Why, she thinks, does that voice sound like someone she's heard before? A jagged crack rips through the dark like a warning shot, and the storm outside a mansion this ominous does not let up. And why? A voice trails off into the rain, already sounding like it regrets asking the question at all. The mansion looms even taller in the downpour, every window black and giving nothing away. A pair of green eyes go wide in the dark. That voice sounds achingly familiar, like something pulled straight out of memory. Blood creeps down a black wall while she wonders where she's heard that voice before, and then quick, urgent footsteps break the silence. Running footsteps pound closer. This must be the kitchen, she realizes, lantern raised. She peeks through a gap in the dark, breath caught, barely daring to make a sound. Just barrels and crates stacked in the gloom, so far nothing but shadows. A strange purple glint catches her eye deep in the shelving, not exactly comforting. There's no one at the door, she notes, just an empty hearth crackling away to itself. Something feels off, isn't there a strange amount of light in here, she wonders. Lantern raised, hand trembling, she edges further into the dark. Strange black growths cling to the walls. What is this peculiar stench? Not a smell you forget. A white-haired young man finds her first. Is the person who screamed not here? She starts to answer. Master Otis, the cook, is. Wait, he cuts her off sharply, and whatever she was about to say dies in her throat. A kitchen knife sits abandoned on the counter, exactly where someone dropped it mid-task. The room goes dead quiet, and somehow that quiet is worse than any noise would have been. The cook, the word lands like a slap because whatever happened here, it happened to him. A hand slices through the dark, and something wet and glistening drips down from above. In that instant, everything the scene's been building toward finally arrives. Her eye goes wide, reflecting streaks of red she really wishes she wasn't seeing. Something catches her attention in the mess on the floor. Something that should not be there. It looks freshly severed, and worse, it's still twitching. A human arm, that's the horror she's just found lying in the dark. Miss, comes a call through the rain-soaked dark, low and urgent. Okay, he murmurs, trying to steady himself as much as her. If you go any further, he warns, you're going to see things much worse than this. She pulls her cap down and steels herself anyway, but no matter what, you must not falter. Then she breathes and doesn't bother finishing the thought out loud. She finally asks the question that's been eating at her. What about you, Master Otis? Some things are easier to want to ask than to actually say. Whatever hardened this girl enough to face all this without blinking, that's a weight too heavy to carry alone. I'm fine, she insists. You don't need to worry about me, all right, he finally says, though he clearly doesn't buy it. She glances down, unreadable, before steadying herself again. You're forcing yourself to act fine, the narration notes dryly. Honestly, who among us hasn't? He points into the dark. Do you see that over there? The kitchen sits swallowed in shadow, every corner a question mark. She squints. Is that a door? The only way up to the 4th floor has to be through there. While I lure the cook away, you go check it. How do you plan to lure him? He asks. I have a plan, is all she offers back. See that door over there? She says, eyeing their target. When the cook moves toward me, slip into the kitchen through that door. Just confirm the path is there, don't try anything extra. How should we regroup once I'm done? She asks. Miss, leave the kitchen immediately, he starts to answer. And just in case, get any idea of helping me out of your head, he finishes flatly. Having you there will only slow me down. Understood, she answers, swallowing whatever she actually wanted to say. He looks away, unreadable, the lantern light doing him no favors. Why are you looking at me like that? She asks, catching him staring. He starts, I don't know, is as far as he gets. This isn't the time for this, he mutters, shaking it off. Guilt gnaws at him quietly. He keeps putting this kid in the most dangerous position possible, and he hates that it's working. Master Otis is worried about me, she thinks, but instead, I'll protect you, she decides, and for once that resolve looks completely unshakable. A hand brushes through red hair in the warm lantern light, one small quiet moment before everything gets worse again. Well, he starts, then trails off into silence. You didn't drag me into this, he tells her. You simply reached out to help with something we should have handled ourselves. So go, she tells him, meeting his eyes without flinching. And stop worrying, he adds, buttoning his jacket like a man about to do something reckless. She heads off alone into the dark, lantern swinging with every step. Her long red hair trails behind her as she disappears down the corridor. Right, she tells herself, for now we just have to trust in our own courage, he finishes, already walking the opposite way. And just like that, the two split up, each one alone in a house that's already proven it isn't safe. Master Otis can only survive if I move quickly, she tells herself and takes off running. The hallway swallows her whole, dark and seemingly endless. Something massive looms ahead, dripping with blood that definitely isn't hers. A bloodied claw fills her vision. What is that? She barely manages to think. Endure it, Richelle Howard, she orders herself, hold it in. She scrambles past, blood smeared across the floor beneath her. A scream nearly escapes her, and she swallows it whole. Heavy footsteps thud closer, one after another, shaking the floor itself. She presses herself into the shadows and watches the thing lumber past. Good, she breathes, relief flooding in. Once it's clear, she's moving again, checking every door she passes. One door creaks open under her hand. This is the food storage, she confirms, not it. And here, she checks another, hope fading fast. A breeze hits her face. Is this a door leading outside? Also not it. Then it's not the passage to the 4th floor, she concludes, pressing on. A narrow staircase leads up to one last door, and she climbs toward it. Her hands close around the handle. This must be it, she tells herself. The entrance to the 4th floor, finally a real lead. The door won't budge on the first try. It's locked tight, a key, she realizes, rattling the handle harder. Do I need a key? Of course she does. Of course it's never that easy. Her hand grips the frame, knuckles white, refusing to give up just yet. She yanks and rattles the door with everything she's got. Please, 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 she begs a door that clearly isn't listening. It won't open, tears prick at her eyes as the truth sets in. Elsewhere he hits the same dead end. As I thought, it's impossible without a key, damn it. Hide, the order cuts through everything else and her blood runs cold. She bolts down the stairs, the sound of her own footsteps deafening in the silence. Something reaches for her in the dark. Is Master Otis in danger? Is the only thought that matters now. Blood drips somewhere close. No, she gasps. His warning echoes back at her. Get any idea of helping him out of your head. She stands her ground anyway, arms braced, making a choice she knows he wouldn't approve of. Her face hardens, green eyes narrowing with resolve. Is it right for me to act outside the plan on my own? A question she can't afford to sit with for long. If she's been told to hide, that only means one thing: the cook is closing in and his diversion just failed. Somewhere else in the house, at least he still seems okay, for now. There are 3 places I can hide, she counts off in her head. Cabinet doors stand closed in front of her, offering no answers yet. If the cook walks into the food storage, I'm finished instantly, and I still don't know where that outside door leads. If so, she starts putting the pieces together. There's one place in the kitchen I haven't checked yet, she remembers, swinging over the railing. The stairwell drops away into pure darkness below her. A faint sound drifts through the mist, and she freezes in place. She peeks around the corner, praying nothing's waiting on the other side. Pressed flat against the wall, hands clasped tight, she whispers, as I thought. It's the cold storage, she realizes, slipping in among the hanging shapes to hide. I'll wait a bit and check the situation once it's quiet outside, she decides. Something wet and awful squelches beneath her, and her own horrified reflection stares back. She stumbles back, unable to stop herself. What is this under my feet? She forces herself to ask, dreading the answer. Rope-bound hands hang above her, and the realization lands like a punch. Wrists tied off with rope, suspended in the dark like meat on a hook. Legs that should be walking and running, a flat stomach below, arms folded and fixed rigid over the chest. Someone's been arranged here piece by piece. And beneath that, whatever comes next, it's clearly not going to make things any better. The corridor sits empty and silent, bathed in cold blue light, and that silence is exactly what makes it so unsettling. And beneath that, Richelle creeps down into a hidden passage under Bertrand Manor, torchlight bouncing off wet stone. She catches herself, hand slapped over her mouth, eyes blown wide. Whatever she's just spotted, it's bad. Because right there in the dark, bodies hang strung up by the ankles like sides of meat left to cure. Her mind spirals. People just like her, living like this, and somewhere close, something is about to come looking for its next ingredient. The pieces click into a horrifying shape. This thing loves the dishes it makes a little too much. No way, she mouths. The meat those house rules kept warning her about was never about livestock. Her stomach turns as one question surfaces that she can't unask. How much of that meat has she already eaten since coming to Bertrand? Don't think about it, she orders herself, staring at the hanging dead. Survival comes first right now. She wipes her mouth, forcing the nausea down, steadying her breath before she dares to move again. A silhouette shifts down the corridor. She needs to get out and check the situation again, whatever it costs her. A sudden bang nearly stops her heart, her hand slamming flat against her chest. Her green eyes go hard with focus. She can't afford to freeze up now. Somewhere close, a hand locks around an ankle, and elsewhere in the manor, footsteps echo down darkened halls. The story rewinds. Elsewhere in the manor, a small figure walks it to a boy fleeing down a hall. His own mother, we're told, had completely lost her mind by then. He crams himself under a table, hiding, thinking only one thing: he came here because he wanted everything to end. Blood streaks the wall behind him. Young Alan ends up sprawled and broken on the floor, barely moving. Someone binds his wounds anyway, muttering it would be a problem if Alan died, like his life only matters to somebody else's plans. 2 figures stand over him. Your father is useless to me now, a cold voice says, and just like that, young Alan's whole world gets rewritten. Back in the present, grown Alan leans on a table, rattled. Why that memory of all times, he mutters. His jaw tightens. That horrible bastard, he thinks, the old anger still burning fresh. Still thinking back on it now, he admits that nightmare did teach him something. For instance, blood sprays across a room he's clearly seen before, and he knows exactly what kind of thing he's dealing with here. Every sense on alert, he tracks something moving fast through the dark toward him. This monster, he reminds himself, is obsessively attached to the dishes it creates. Down among the cellar's barrels is where that obsession lives. This is the cook's own kitchen of horrors. Looks like she made it out safely, he thinks, relief cutting through the tension just for a second. He eyes a plate of cake sitting innocently on a nearby table. In that case, he thinks, already scheming. I should do my part as well, he decides, right as a hooded, misshapen figure rises out of the wreckage. The cook finally face to face with him. Sizing it up, Alan notes this thing is fundamentally slow. Third, he continues as the cook lunges at him drenched in gore. When things get this messy, he gets pathetic at thinking straight, he finishes. Overwhelmed brings out the absolute worst in it. I wonder if she found the door, he thinks, worry creeping back in behind all the bravado. Lastly, that table, he starts, gesturing at the blood-smeared furniture like it's evidence in some twisted lecture. A door cracks open, and a face angles through the gap watching. Something catches him completely off guard. That direction is he starts to realize, and it is very much not good news. He lunges for an injured hand in the wreckage, muttering that his life has never once gone smoothly. He catches himself mid-sentence, wait, whose is before whatever's coming cuts him off. Something bloodied stumbles past. Where are you going? He shouts, then curses under his breath. Damn it. Hide, Alan roars, panic finally breaking through all that forced composure. His thoughts race. Did she hear him? Even if she did, what good would that do? She's still stuck in that kitchen. He has to buy her more time to escape somehow, but how? In the dark kitchen, a pot sways gently on its hook, otherwise dead still. A figure looms from behind, a blade resting just within reach. Nearby, a bandaged knee presses into the shadows, someone holding painfully still. Not even a whisper escapes, just silence, and the weight drags on. Hey, you monstrous freak, Alan calls out, baiting the cook on purpose. Blood already soaks his collar, but he doesn't back down an inch. Fourth characteristic, he announces like he's giving a lecture in the middle of a knife fight. Look at this. He drags a blade across his own arm because the thing that provokes this monster most is the scent of human blood. Smirking through the pain, he holds out his bloodied palm. It's your favorite, isn't it? Looks tempting, doesn't it? The cook's mouth is already smeared red, drooling at the offer. And finally, Alan says, watching its teeth start to chatter. The chattering only speeds up, TCK, 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 faster with every second. Damn it, Alan mutters, blood running down his arm, because when this thing hits full-blown excitement, everything is about to get so much worse. The cook lets out a bone-shaking roar and comes apart at the seams with rage. Whatever this thing is now, its speed becomes unimaginable, far beyond anything Alan bargained for. For her to escape, he thinks, bleeding and battered, this is the only move he's got left. Best plan he's got, lead the monster away from the kitchen for as long as he can. Did she hear the noise? I hope she did, he thinks, hanging onto that one sliver of hope. He can't let their paths cross while she's still retreating, not now, not after everything. Ah, right, he remembers. I'll head toward the passage the servants use. That should give Rachel Howard an opening to run, he figures, and there it is, her full name out loud at last. No words left, just ragged breathing, his body running purely on fumes now. He's thrown hard, tumbling across the floor. How long has it been since I've thought this hard about anything? He wonders, blood dripping from somewhere he can't even place. Then what about me right now? He asks himself, and the question isn't rhetorical at all. A shadow falls over him like a piece on a board he never chose to play. Why am I struggling this hard just to run away? The question surprises even him. The thing he's desperately wanted for so long is right in front of him now, close enough to touch. Even though he's the one who's caused so many people so much pain, he thinks, bitterness creeping in. He's grabbed and pinned and it hurts, a sharp cry tearing out of him. Old voices surface in his head. If I die, if only you died, someone once told him. If only I died, he echoes back at the memory, right as a bloodied mouth nearby asks him, do you want to live now? He runs anyway. I don't know about things like that, he admits, still running, still not sure of his own answer. Even if I leave this manor, I'll probably carry this despair for the rest of my life, he thinks. Even so. His blue eyes flicker, blonde hair catching the light for just a moment. Sunlight filters through leaves, somewhere far away from all this blood and noise. It's a memory, a boy and a girl meeting by chance out in the grass years ago. I'm curious about the world those eyes see, he remembers thinking, reaching for her hair. A life shared with Rachel Howard, he wants to know what that actually feels like. He's still not sure if it's really about wanting to live, he admits, but he can't stop wanting to keep moving forward. Young Rachel turns, ponytail catching the light, the picture of the girl who started all of this. The green-eyed savior who suddenly walked into my despair one day, he calls her. It's about as close to a confession as he's got. Back in the present, he's still dashing through the dark, the fight far from over. He grunts through the pain, taking another hit meant to slow him down for good. The cook laughs, wet and broken, blood dripping steadily off its chin. Even a monster like you can run out of stamina, huh? Alan taunts, even though he's the one barely still standing. I probably won't die here, he tells himself, and for once he almost believes it. He's spent, collapsed against the dark, barely holding himself upright anymore. That way I can try again, he thinks, as many times as it takes. Not far off, Rachel grits her teeth, rain streaking down around her. A crest, a blade driven clean through it, everything crashing toward a head. Rachel crouches low, clutching something close as debris rains down all around her. And the cook, soaked and hunched in the dark, is still very much out there. Then, out of nowhere, a voice, "Miss." Rachel freezes, caught completely off guard, and that's exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. Rewind for a second, this is what was happening minutes earlier, down in the mansion's cold storage, and judging by that gasp, nothing good. A hand shoots out of the dark and clamps onto her ankle. Rachel freezes, completely blindsided. She looks down at the grip on her leg, breath caught in her throat. What is this? Her mind jumps straight to the worst case, a corpse, somehow very much alive, latched onto her ankle. She catches herself in this house, weird is basically the baseline. Still, panic wins, she just needs to break free and get back to Master Otis. Whatever's got her isn't letting go easily, her wrist strains against the grip as she fights to twist free. She thrashes hard, and it works a little too well. She yelps as she's yanked around, stammering out a frantic, "Wait, I'm sorry." Face to face with whoever grabbed her, all she can manage is a shaky, "Who are you?" A voice answers instead of an introduction. "Promise not to bolt." The second he lets go and he'll release her. She hesitates, then gives in, "I promise." True to his word, the grip loosens and finally lets her ankle go. She doesn't run, not yet, she just stares down into the dark, unsure what she's about to see. Then she looks up and roses, of all things, are tangled in the dark around whoever's in front of her. "You." He's sprawled against the floor, hair a mess, barely holding himself up. Whoever he is, he looks like he's been through hell. "Are you human?" she asks. He manages a tired, crooked laugh. "Well, I'd like to think so." Exhausted as he is, his eyes are sharp and clear, and there's that same smell again drifting off him. Roses. She offers to help untangle the vines pinning him down, but he waves her off. "Appreciate it, but let's talk later." He's heard the commotion upstairs and drops the real question on her. Isn't her companion in danger right now? "Boo, but listen," she blurts. He says something chilling with a straight face. He's the cook's specialty, which apparently makes him the resident expert on the guy. He looks her dead in the eye. "So will you trust me just this once?" "Trust you with what exactly?" she fires back, not remotely reassured. "No time for the details, run first," he barks. He adds a promise of his own before she can argue. He'll follow right behind her. It clicks all at once and her stomach drops. Master Allen is in danger right now. She takes off running, throwing a promise back over her shoulder. She'll come back for him later. Her boots pound down the corridor, every step racing against whatever's happening to Alan. Something he said stops her cold and she spins back around. "What did you say?" He says it plainly, like it's obvious. The cook is aflame. It sounds insane, I know, but he's weak against water. "Please believe me," he begs. Aflame, she can't help the confusion creeping in. What is this guy even talking about? Somewhere close by, things are already turning ugly, a scream tearing through the dark. "Damn it, just trust me," he snaps. "I saw it myself." He lost his shape the second water touched him. His voice cracks with something rawer than urgency. "Do you think I'm just saying this to be nice? Do you know how long I've waited for someone to actually show up?" And then it hits her, the pieces slotting into place with a jolt of dread. This person is. She realizes the truth mid-step. He was never really trying to help her. He's using her, plain and simple, to get rid of the cook for him. Motive or not, she doesn't have time to argue with herself about it. She sprints toward the flickering light ahead. She peeks through the doorway and freezes at what's glowing inside. Fire and roses, plants and fire. The The pieces of this mansion's strange little rulebook are finally starting to line up in her head. A memory surfaces, kids whispering that holding a light was the only way to survive the hallways at night because roses are afraid of fire. And the roses are just as afraid of the cook, which makes perfect horrible sense if the cook himself is the flame. The realization leaves her shaking in the dark hallway, tears welling up despite herself. Somewhere close, something is stirring a pot of something deep, dark red, and she really doesn't want to know what. So that's the deal, trust the stranger's mad theory or don't, and hope she guesses right either way. Down the hall, Alan's already in the thick of it, blood on his face and a blade in the mix. Her own breath comes in short, ragged gasps as she closes the distance, dreading what she'll find. Get lost, someone snarls through the chaos. The gloves are all the way off now, you son of a bitch, rings out through the fight. In the aftermath, she's on her knees clutching something dark and heavy, chest heaving. Alan stands with his back to her, motionless for a beat too long. Water drips steadily somewhere close, and for once that sound is the good news. Cut to a much lighter memory, Alan gawking at her like she just grew a second head. Did you just swear just now? She flushes red trying to backpedal. Oh no, it's not like that, it's not really shocking, but wait, huh? Turns out that was the first curse word she's ever let slip out loud in her life. Alan, ever the gentleman, offers for a first-timer, your pronunciation was pretty natural, then immediately hears himself. No, wait. He mentally kicks himself. Great, now he's just making her more embarrassed. Snap out of it, Alan Otis. Out loud, he tries a save. What, why are you blushing? People are allowed to swear a little. Honestly, in this miserable world, cursing is basically self-defense, he adds. And for someone like you, that was downright elegant. Thank you, Master Alan, she mutters, mortified, before he can't resist asking who exactly taught her that word. Probably a certain friend, she figures, the one who once told her that 10 laps around the market would open up a whole new world. Back in the present, relief finally breaks through, and his eyes well up. She wipes her tears while he slumps against the rubble, both of them running on fumes. They survived, that's the whole thought, and it's enough. We made it out safe, she breathes, then catches herself checking him over. Are you all right, Master Otis? Why wouldn't I be? Alan says, waving off the very visible wound like it's nothing. Except this stuff feels absolutely disgusting on me, he admits, then softens. Glad none of it got on you, though. She eyes whatever's coating him warily. Why is this stuff still warm? It's kind of creeping me out. Miss, hand me that bucket, he says, practical as ever. Let's just scoop it up and get it out of here. She stares at the wound a beat too long and he brushes it off again. It's just a scratch. Is all she gets in response, which is somehow worse. You promised you wouldn't overdo it. Miss, he says quietly, and something about his tone makes her look up. I know you did what you had to, she says. It's just, I wish I'd run to you sooner. His hand finds hers, steady despite everything. Miss. The word alone is enough to catch her completely off guard. I wasn't trying to throw my life away just to save you, he clarifies gently. Master Otis, she breathes. You're the one who told me we should try to live, he reminds her. So I just picked whatever gave us both the best odds of walking out of there, he says simply. Because you actually listened, I could stay calm and stick to the plan, he adds. If you'd come running for me instead, we'd both be caught right now. The blood at his collar says more than he's letting on, even now. I just hate the idea of you being in even the slightest danger, he admits. I don't want to see you get hurt, not even a little. That lands somewhere it clearly wasn't meant to, and she goes red on the spot. Her brain short-circuits a little, and all that comes out is a flustered him. Cleanup duty snaps everyone back to business. The bucket, oh right, thanks, anyway. The white-haired stranger, now very much rescued and present, gives her an oddly sincere nod. Thanks for trusting me, and thanks for saving me. Alan just about shouts his own gratitude at her, thanks for everything, and she nearly jumps out of her skin agreeing. Yes. That aside, what did you even do to the cook? The way he just melted away, she asks. Oh, I just threw water on him, the stranger shrugs like that's the most normal thing in the world. Water, she repeats, floored, as in just regular, ordinary water. Alan's curiosity finally catches up with him. A flame? Who exactly told you something like that? He presses further, hands tightening. Who did you actually meet down there? She hesitates, weighing exactly how much of tonight she's ready to explain. Then a small, knowing smile creeps onto her face instead of an answer. "There's someone I'd like you to meet," she says instead. Somebody is dragging a very heavy, very suspicious bucket down the hall, and he will not stop complaining about it. "I told you I will carry it," he insists, still favoring one side like he is trying not to wince. He grips the handle tighter than his bandaged arm probably likes, footsteps dragging down the corridor. "It is heavy, so I should be the one carrying it," he argues, and Richelle fires right back that he should not be overexerting himself. "Stop treating me like a patient," he grumbles, still clearly not fully healed. "Then recover faster," she shoots back, unbothered. "Eat plenty of good food and get some fresh air," she adds, and then it hits her. The moment she ripped her own skirt to bandage him and how badly it scared him. Richelle studies him for a long moment, like she is deciding whether to say something he will not like. "Yes," comes the answer, quiet and certain. "With me," he says simply, and for a beat neither of them says anything else, just the scuff of footsteps filling the silence. "You had better be prepared," he warns, carrying her without so much as a grunt, like whatever is coming is bigger than the bucket he is hauling. "Your feet will be covered in blisters by the time we hit every restaurant I know," he teases, "so keep up with your training." "Fine," she mutters, and the two of them slip down a dim corridor toward a door with light spilling under it. "The person I want to introduce is deeper inside," he says. "Let us leave the cook here for a moment." "Now then," she says, a spark of nervous excitement in her eyes. Together they step into the dark, deeper into whatever is waiting past the kitchen. Her mind drags her backward. "I heard a scream just as I arrived in the kitchen," she remembers, lantern trembling in her hand. "If I had arrived a little earlier, could I have saved them?" The question she cannot put down. "If only I had figured out the cook's weakness sooner." The guilt is written all over her face. Somewhere in the memory, a red eye snaps open and a voice asks simply, Miss, what's wrong?" he asks, pulling her attention back, but she is already somewhere else. A scream tears through the memory and someone snarls, "Is it someone you know?" "Why does that voice sound like one I have heard before?" she wonders, a face from the past flickering into focus. "There's no way I wouldn't," she says under her breath, the memory buzzing with static dread. "We cross paths often," she remembers, "and we even." The memory sharpens into something horrifying, a label reading the cook's meal. That thing lying there in such a horrific state. No, she is. The realization lands like a blow. Dark, thorn shapes coil through the memory, like the manor itself is recoiling from what she is about to name. The one she had been searching for so desperately is right in front of her at last. Becky Dustin. The name lands like a gunshot. No show, Becky was never late, she was already dead. "I suspected that girl might be dead," she admits quietly, hating that she was right. "I even confirmed it with Alan," she says, and the weight of that confirmation crushes them both. But she starts, and the thought that follows is worse than the discovery itself. Did she really have to die in such a cruel way? Nobody in the room has an answer. Alan presses a hand over his eyes, grief cracking through whatever composure he usually wears. "There is still a bit of warmth left in her," someone notes quietly, and somehow that makes it worse. They stand over the body in silence, and somewhere close by, Alan's blade catches the light. "Of all days," Richelle mutters, teeth on edge. "Is it a coincidence that Becky, whose life or death I could not even confirm, died today? What if this whole situation was calculated down to the last detail by someone?" The thought chills her more than the crime scene did. Rogers goes quiet beside her, both of them staring at the same unbearable possibility. As if it were meant as a warning, she finishes, "Not a tragedy, a message." "Let's go now, Alan," she says quietly. "Right," he answers, pulling himself back together. Footsteps echo down the hall as they force themselves to keep moving. Roger stops Alan before they go any further. "There is something I need to tell you before we go in," he says. "There are various types of meat hanging inside," Richelle warns, "and among them." She swallows hard, bracing herself for what she already suspects. "I have a rough idea of what might be there," she says, holding a hand up before Rogers can stop her. "It's okay," she says, "let's go in." The door creaks open on its own dread. Rows of hanging shapes sway in the dark as Alan steps through first, lantern raised. Footsteps drag deeper into the dark, nobody willing to be the one who speaks first. From this point on, perhaps, Richelle can't finish the thought before someone calls out Master Allen. A hand closes over her eyes before she can see it, Rogers pulling her face into his shoulder instead. Back in the present, Richelle exhales, trying to shake the memory loose. I should be the one covering his eyes, she thinks, glancing at the dark stairwell ahead. The staircase down looms, unlit and uninviting. Oh, you're back, Nero greets them, sword slung casually over one shoulder. I lost consciousness for a moment, she admits, catching Rogers as he sways on his feet. Someone shouts as he goes down, hitting the floor hard. What happened to the cook? Nero demands, the rose pin glinting at his collar. If you succeeded, he should have melted away, he presses. Is that the man you were going to introduce? Richelle holds up the bucket like a trophy. The cook turned into something like jelly, so we brought him back in a bucket. I knew it, Nero crows. Somewhere in the dark, something laughs, ha-ha-ha. A figure hangs tangled in thorned vines, blood-slicked and cackling like the pain does not register anymore. You, Richelle demands, what is your identity? The thing on the ground just grins, ah me. He tilts his head sideways and smiling, like the question amuses him more than it should. Why don't you finish off the cook completely first? He offers. In a jelly state he will take forever to rebuild, and you don't want to fight that monster twice, do you? Take this chance to deal with him, he says, and Richelle's face says she does not love taking advice from him. Is there a specific way to kill him for good? Someone asks, cautious. Oh, it's very easy, don't worry, he says, far too cheerfully. Look around the kitchen and you'll find some purple-tinted flames. How do you know that? Rogers asks, not bothering to hide his suspicion. You still think I'm trying to trick you? The thing asks, even after you barely survived thanks to my advice. Of course we can't help but find it suspicious, Richelle snaps, jabbing a finger at Rogers. Ah yes, you're right, he admits immediately. I suppose you have no choice but to doubt me, the entity muses. Then why don't you come here and take a look at this? Come on, Richelle says, steeling herself. Look at what's pierced through my heart, he says, and neither of them wants to look. Look at it right now. Roses bloom straight through his chest where a heart should be. You see it, as you can see, this is my body now. All I have left is the desire for death and revenge against that monster cook. I'll tell you what happened to me, he promises, once the cook is taken care of. I'll be waiting right here, he says, not that I can run away anyway. Back at the bucket, something sloshes wrong, a wet sound nobody wants to hear. The container cracks open, wax bale residue dripping loose. Richelle and Rogers peer inside together, dread creeping up both their faces. The bucket is empty, the cook is gone. I don't think he's lying, Rogers murmurs, pressing a hand to his mouth like the whole plan just fell apart. Is he another victim of Rogers? Richelle wonders aloud. Perhaps comes the answer, swallowed by a rising, awful laugh. They stand frozen, bucket in hand, listening to the sound crawl closer. The laughter swells into something enormous, filling the whole corridor. Later, the vines finally go still. He's finally dead, Richelle breathes, I can feel it. That monster is finally dead, someone gasps, ah, what a hideous bastard he was. We did everything you asked, Rogers presses the dying figure, so don't you think it's time you told us? The two of them wait side by side, for an answer that finally feels within reach. Who are you? Richelle finally asks outright, lantern held steady. How did you end up like this? Ah, I should tell you, he concedes, fingers digging into the stone. Before that, thank you so much, my nameless benefactors, he says, and for once he sounds almost sincere. Thanks to you I was able to fulfill a long-held wish, I am. No, my name is George Cameron, a name, finally, for the thing they just watched die. Somewhere in the quiet after, a single word drifts out of the dark, gardener. A hand grips through a tangle of thorns and blood-red roses, someone bound and broken in the dark. The shocked reaction says it all, a gardener. Richelle crouches by the bound man and asks straight out, does he remember who the eldest Otis heir was back when he was first hired? All he can manage is a quiet, I'm not sure. He never actually got a proper audience with the eldest young master, he admits, but he thinks the boy was called young Master William. Alan goes rigid. William Otis, if that is who they mean, would be his own grandfather. Richelle's jaw drops. Your grandfather? the pieces are suddenly a lot heavier than either of them expected. If that is true, it means this man has been chained by these thorns and left in cold storage like some forgotten relic, not cared for, just stored. For a very, very long time. Rachel steps closer, unable to look away from the man frozen in his own briar tomb. Rewind a bit, somewhere else entirely, someone perks up with a teasing "Oh, you mean that coldly beautiful tutor?" Yeah, that one. That's the one, all right, the tutor who, as the saying goes, drove a rose straight into someone's heart. Smooth talker, apparently. Then just as quick the mood snaps cold, because I am a failure, and right after a pointed question, surely you benefactors already know the Bertrand rules. Well, I suppose that is exactly why you have made it this far, comes the reply, eyes sharp as a blade. You see, he thought it was all just one very entertaining game. That is where this story really begins. Meet George the gardener. By his own account, life at the manor was dreadfully, unbearably boring. So bored, in fact, that he went digging into the Bertrand rules himself, just to have something to do. He loitered by the stairs to the 4th floor, poked around the 5th garden, snooping wherever curiosity led him. And eventually that curiosity walked him all the way down into the kitchen. Big mistake. A cold, commanding voice greets him there. I shall commend you for making it this far out of mere curiosity. Though the voice adds with a thin smile, you did fail in the end. Before George can even process the words, pain sears through him, sudden and merciless. Now then, the figure asks, are you prepared to pay the price for harboring such misplaced curiosity? George does not get a say. The agony hits before he can even beg. His scream tears through the dark, raw and endless. When he finally opened his eyes again, a rose had bloomed right out of his chest. Well, he says dryly, that is how the story goes. He has been right here ever since. He does not even know how much time has passed since that day, only that he has not died and he has not aged, not even once. Preserved exactly as he was, frozen the instant that rose was driven into his heart. Someone examines him closely, not a single scar. His skin is perfectly, unnervingly smooth. Why is that? Someone asks. Why indeed? George echoes back like he is still turning the question over himself. Because his flesh, he explains flatly, was clearly torn open and eaten, countless times. Silence answers that one, then he continues, that thing would occasionally slice paper-thin strips from his thigh just to eat. He was, in his own bitter words, the cook's specialty. Never rotting, always perfectly fresh, a body that never stopped being useful to whatever monster ran that kitchen. He laughs at his own story, and it is not a good laugh. Because no matter how much the thing ate, he just kept regenerating. Rachel can barely hide how sick that laugh makes her feel. This is hideous, he admits, all of it just for getting too close to a secret. He wanted to go mad, he could not even manage that, not with this rose driven into him. Pure agony, and worse, it kept his mind constantly, cruelly clear through every second of it. The curse would not even let him die. Just why, he screams, why do this to him at all? The question breaks something in him all over again. What, he sobs, what? What did he do so wrong to deserve any of this? Rachel cannot hold back her own tears listening to it. Someone reaches out, a small, quiet gesture of comfort in all that horror. For a moment, everything just goes still. Back in the present, Alan walks beside her, picking the story back up, because he did not go mad, not completely, not yet. But then he says he saw it. He saw that coldly beautiful tutor actually taming the cook. Rachel blinks, taming him. Apparently the cook had done something the tutor did not like, so he snuffed out every light in the kitchen but one, and the cook shrank down so small it looked ready to disappear. The moment the lights came back on, though, the cook returned right back to its original monstrous self. Bound hand and foot, unable to do a single thing himself, George decided that the next living person he ever met, he would beg them to kill that monster for him. And finally, he says, looking right at them, he has met that person. Alan does not flinch, he just asks quietly if there is anything else he can help him with. George just looks at him, worn down to nothing but that one request. As for me, George begins again. But if it is at all possible. He can barely lift his head to finish the thought. Could you, he asks, and even now there is a strange smile on his bloodied face. Please kill me. Blood drips steadily into the silence that follows his request. All they have to do, he explains, is pull out this rose. He is certain that if it is pulled, everything ends. The long suffering, his life, the curse itself. He has to die, all of it has to end once and for all. Ah well, he adds gently, he knows it will not feel pleasant. He knows they must feel nothing but revulsion right now. You might even think you are committing murder, he tells them, as Richelle quietly walks away with her lantern. But he says, and something in his bloodied, tear-streaked face begs them to keep listening. He is someone who should have died a very long time ago, he just wants it all to end right now. He means it, he insists, a flicker of some happier, long-gone memory flashing behind his eyes. Death to him would be the greatest gift, a blessing, finally rest. So please, he begs one more time, and Richelle is left wrestling with the question, what should she do? Should she actually help him die, or is there still some other way out of this that she just has not found yet? In the end, it is Alan who kneels beside him. If that is truly what you desire, he says, then it is his duty, he decides to fulfill it. Gently, achingly gently, Alan takes hold of the rose. His hand closes around the thorn stem. He grips it tight, and blood immediately runs down his fingers. George chokes, gasping, every breath a ragged fight. Light bursts from the wound as the curse finally starts to give, and Richelle watches, frozen in horror. One last scream tears out of him. And then silence, petals drift down around them like the world exhaling. Thank you, George manages, barely a whisper. Thank you so much. For the first time in centuries, he looks almost at peace. The rose lies still now, its work finally done. Alan just stares at his own bloodied hands. He cannot even look up. I'm not someone who deserves to hear your thanks, he mutters, guilt written all over him. The petals keep falling, quiet and endless. Neither of them says anything for a long moment. The rose he holds now looks softer somehow, almost at rest. Later, piecing it together, Richelle recoils at one detail. Whenever George so much as loitered near the fourth-floor stairs, the cook came running to strangle him. Strangle you. That's not the important part, Alan says. How is that not important, she wonders, given a gardener poking around the manor for fun got attacked the second he set foot in that kitchen. In other words, Alan says, there is clearly something down there somebody wants kept hidden. And he adds, letting the thought hang. You said this door was the only one locked when you checked, right? You have not looked for the key yet. Richelle admits she has not had the chance, she only gave the place a quick look. Then let's look for it together, Alan offers. There is still plenty of time before the sun comes up. Richelle looks at him, something steadying in her chest. Master Alan. They step into that dark kitchen together and one word slips out of her. Why? It is too dark to see anything. Should they light the fireplace? Alan wonders aloud. Light it once, they decide, and if a purple glow shows up, they will snuff it right back out. It is not something you just forget, Richelle thinks quietly. The more you swallow it down, the more it just festers, hidden. The pain only scorches in deeper and leaves a permanent scar, she finishes. She adds quietly, it was horrible. Pardon, Alan asks, catching something in her voice. She looks down at him, working up the nerve to say it plainly. It really was horrible, truly, she tells him. Watching someone's life slip away right through his own fingertips, Alan admits, is something he will never quite forget. I'm sorry, miss, he says quietly, the guilt still sitting heavy on him even now. Late one night, Richelle finds Alan sitting alone with the weight of the world on his shoulders, and an old memory drags him right back to a night he can't forget. His mind drags him back to the moment he felt a life slip away right through his own fingers. It was, in his own words, truly terrifying, a memory that still claws at him. He tells himself it was the kindest piece he could offer, the right thing to do, but knowing that never made it hurt any less. The plea echoes back in jagged red letters, kill me, help me die. No one, he thinks, should ever have to beg for something like that. Richelle steps closer with her lantern and says the only thing she can, I'm sorry. I'll gladly accept your apology, Alan, she tells him gently, refusing to let him carry it all alone. Just like that, he asks, stunned, because I could feel how sincere you were, she says simply. Don't forgive me that easily, Alan mutters, hiding his face, the guilt clearly not ready to let go just yet. Richelle watches him quietly, her eyes steady even as the air between them turns heavy. Master Allen, she says, catching his attention by the fire. What is it? He replies. She finally asks the question haunting her. Why did he grant Mr. Cameron's dying request? Allen falls silent. You said it was horrific, she presses gently, remembering the pain still etched into his hands. Because it was a burden I had to bear, Allen finally admits. As a member of the Otis family, it was the only thing I could do for him, he says, the duty clearly heavier than any sword. There's a difference, he's learned the hard way, between the things you can do and the things you must. Richelle remembers the words she once needed most to hear, and realizes she knows exactly what this boy needs now. You know, Master Allen, she begins, if that guilt just won't fade away. Would you grant me one request? Allen blinks, caught off guard. A request. Tell me, he says, leaning in, ready to hear whatever she needs from him. Richelle takes a steadying breath, searching for the right words. Please, she starts, her voice barely above a whisper. The fire crackles between them, filling the silence while she gathers her courage. Something she says stirs an old memory in him, of a mentor whose words he's never quite let go of. It's still a hard idea for me too, Richelle admits quietly. I used to wonder how anyone could ever love someone like me. But well, she trails off, a small determined smile breaking through. Once we escape Bertrand, I'm actually going to give it a real try this time, she vows, thinking back to the day she finally remembered her father. That reunion, she realizes now, is what convinced her she had to change. Every hard word her father ever said, she understands now, was meant for her own good. She pictures the day far in the future when she might see her parents again. I want to be able to tell them with confidence that I lived a really good life. It's a little embarrassing to admit out loud, even to herself. She wonders, watching him, if Master Allen has any idea what his own words are worth. That his words still carry the weight and the heart of someone who truly cares about him. Don't hate yourself so much, Master Allen, she finally says out loud. Don't blame yourself for everything, that's just too painful to carry. The two of them sit with that for a long, quiet moment. Allen has no answer for her, so instead he turns the question around. What about you, miss? Pardon. Miss, he says again, working up to something. Could you love someone like me? He finally asks, and Richelle's whole face goes red on the spot. Her heart absolutely will not stop pounding. I didn't mean it in a strange way, she backpedals fast. I just meant, do you think I'm someone worth loving, that's all. I'm not just whining, Allen insists. I just thought you were angry with me. What? Richelle blinks. But wait, what did you just say? She presses. He goes completely, suspiciously silent. Never mind, he blurts, trying to bolt from the conversation entirely. Not happening, buddy. Richelle isn't about to let it go that easily, though not this time. Master Allen, she calls again, and this time she means to finish what she started. I already, she starts, sitting close beside him. Like you, Master Allen. Allen turns roughly the color of a tomato. You're a genuinely kind person, Master Allen, she goes on, and you take responsibility for things most people would just run from. I'm honestly in awe of the courage you have, so. There's no reason in the world not to love you, she declares, beaming. The words hang in the air, and neither of them quite knows where to look. The silence stretches, warm and more than a little unbearable. I really can't win against you, Allen mutters, turning away. Are you saying you don't believe me? I'm offended, she fires back. This is my honest truth, Allen, not a single lie in it. I know, he says quietly, I've always known that much at least. He says it again, softer this time, like he's still trying to believe it. It's just I've never heard words like that before, he admits. Thinking back, everything you've done for me has been a first. Something between them finally, quietly, settles into place. That's why, he says, reaching for her hand. Richelle doesn't pull away. So he says, his heart pounding loud enough that she can probably hear it. Will you grant my request? He asks, echoing her earlier words. You have to give me an actual answer. Huh, fine. Honestly, I'm still not confident, he says, but if I'm someone you like, maybe I can learn to like myself too. Richelle's brain briefly stops working. Wait, this went well, didn't it? She thinks, hiding her burning face. So why is my face doing this? But Miss, Allen asks, tilting his head, why do you look so surprised? Oh, it's nothing, haha, she lies terribly. Your face is a bit red, he points out, reaching toward her. No, it's just well. I think it's just really hot in here, she deflects. Anyway, more importantly, what were you trying to say, Alan? He leans in closer instead of answering, which does not help her blushing problem one bit. Why do you call him just Rogers but I'm Master Alan, he asks suddenly. What? Wait, he backtracks worried. I mean, you say his name like you're close, Alan presses, never guessing that in her head, Richelle is quietly plotting Rogers' downfall and fearing what it might cost her. Does Rogers even have a real name? She deflects, flustered, realizing just how casually she's been saying it. But Alan clearly isn't done yet. But you still call me miss, she protests, I object. Ugh, Alan winces, do you have anything else you'd like to say? That's, well. It's because I didn't want to get too close to you, she finally admits, all the teasing gone. I didn't want you stuck at this manor because of me, she says softly, and then can't help but smile anyway. I want to be a good person, Richelle says, out of nowhere and completely serious. A good person? Where's that coming from? Alan asks. I've always disliked myself, she admits. Coming here was cowardly, escapist, impulsive, she says of her own choices. My regrets run deep, but you've helped me change, helped me hate myself just a little less. It was horrific, all of it, but you've made me want to never live with regret again. And you, Alan says, smiling for real, gave me the courage to drop my self-pity and actually move forward. Meeting you, she says, looking at him properly, Alan, you make me want to be a better person. Their hands find each other without either of them quite deciding to. Just like the people I loved once did for me, she says, smiling, I'll call you Alan from now on, no more master. And I want to reach out and pull you forward, too, Alan thinks, watching her. He's never meant anything more in his life. Do you have any idea you're a light I just can't look away from? Richelle, he says her name like it matters. Once we leave this manor, even if it takes a long, long time, will you tell me your story? The real one. Let's leave this manor together, she answers, and make a whole lot more stories to tell. They hold on right there by the fire, like they've finally got all the time in the world. Even the boring, trivial parts, he adds, let's pour it all out, every bit of it. The fire burns on, warm and steady, the same way this new promise between them does. And so, beneath a sky full of quiet fireworks, word around the manor is that Rogers has been acting even stranger than usual, and nobody can agree on why. Alan pulls Richelle close and lays it out again. Rogers will not let a soul near the fourth floor, yet he never once bothers to watch them. Convenient or very suspicious. Off in the corner, one of the staff snorts that Rogers is just a damn pervert enjoying the drama, though even he admits the guy might be playing a longer game. Rogers has always been moody, someone mutters, like that settles anything. He is the type who can be all smiles 1 second and backhand you the next, someone warns, and the whole group flinches just picturing it. There is no backing out now, they decide. All they can do is see this thing through to the end. So does Rogers have a key to the fourth floor too? They pray not and figure that since he never lifts a finger in the kitchen, he probably does not. One thing seems certain. Rogers probably does not have the key, and Richelle admits she has never even laid eyes on it herself. Richelle shakes her head firm. Whatever wild idea just crossed her mind, the answer is no. Let's not go digging up unnecessary trouble, Alan says, then immediately asks where the manor's other keys are usually kept. Smooth. Before he can even finish the thought, Richelle grabs his arm, already spooked by where this is heading. The obvious answer lands hard. The head maid keeps the manor's keys on her at all times. Alan vows to swipe the head maid's key ring before the day is out. Just wait, he tells her. At the very latest, he promises, they will get their shot at the fourth floor by tomorrow. What are we even going to do, Richelle wonders. And of course, that is exactly when everything else decides to go sideways. Morning rolls around, and breakfast is supposed to show up right on schedule. There is not so much as a shadow of a meal in sight. Honestly, what did they expect after they took care of the head chef? Still, leaving the kids to starve does not sit right with her at all. Penny catches her sneaking around the kitchen and demands to know exactly what she is doing. I was just about to fix up a hearty breakfast for you and Nero, Richelle says. Wait in your room a moment, would you? The kids trade a look, half hopeful, half wary. For Penny and Nero, the real relief is simpler than food. The harsh smell of flames is finally gone from the house. Richelle watches them a beat longer before heading off to scrounge up whatever food she can actually find. The kids come running with a laugh and she calls out to them, teasing that they must be starving by now. Then Penny and Nero say something that stops her cold. "We don't have to eat," they say cheerfully, scribbling away in red crayon. She leans in the doorway, watching them draw, trying to keep her voice light. Then she actually sees the picture, and it is not "I don't want to eat." It is something a lot worse than that. Little stick figures wrapped in red and orange crayon flames, drawn like it is the most ordinary thing in the world. It is "we don't have to eat," not "we don't want to," like eating stopped being the point for them a long time ago. It hits her with a chill. Maybe these kids have just been playing at being human this whole time. She shakes it off for now. She still needs a meal, and so does Alan. She heads off through the quiet manor, hunting for anything worth eating. If it is Alan, she figures, he would happily skip meals for days without a shred of regret. She pauses outside a door, hand hovering, bracing herself before she goes in. Her knock lands soft against the wood. Nothing answers back. Nothing seems to be stirring on the other side. The whole hallway feels dead still. The kitchen ahead sits pitch dark and hollow, not a single soul around. In an empty room she finds one lone apple, and honestly it will have to do. She manages to scrape together a small bundle of bread, apples, and whatever else she can carry. Looking at the meager haul, she realizes this is genuinely the most she is going to eat today. She wonders if Alan has gone off somewhere with Rogers. That would at least explain why she cannot find him. Then a colder thought lands. Come to think of it, just how few people are actually left in this manor anymore. A voice greets her, pleasant and completely out of nowhere. "Good morning." A pair of satin shoes glimmering with emeralds steps into view, dressed far too finely for these empty halls. Richelle flinches, clutching her little stash of scavenged food to her chest. The apple slips right out of her hand and rolls across the floor. A pale, ring-covered hand scoops the fallen apple up before Richelle can even react. "It feels like it has been a while since I have seen you, Miss Howard," the woman says. Richelle's stomach drops. It is Mrs. Otis herself. Mrs. Otis calls her the last person left, turning the apple over in her fingers like she is deciding something. "Good morning, Mrs. Otis," Richelle forces out, sweat beading at her temple. Mrs. Otis takes a slow bite of the apple like she is savoring a lot more than just the fruit. "I'll be going now," she says, then adds, oddly gentle, that Richelle no longer has to worry about anything terrible lunging at her, no matter what or where she eats. "Let's have a cup of tea, Mrs. Otis says. You'll be needing the key too." Richelle blinks, completely caught off guard. "Yes." The head maid treats her keys like her own life, Mrs. Otis warns. "Touch them without permission and she will go wild, trying to tear the skin right off your hands." Richelle keeps her face carefully blank, even as her pulse takes off. "Don't panic," she tells herself. As for finding the entrance to the 4th floor, it has apparently been obvious to anyone since the day she arrived. Then again, she wonders, was Mrs. Otis even in any state to make that kind of judgment anymore? At least Alan is careful. He almost certainly has not tried anything reckless yet. Richelle follows Mrs. Otis's footsteps deeper into the manor. Somewhere ahead, tea is already being poured, like this whole meeting was arranged in advance. Richelle perches stiffly on the edge of a couch cushion, not quite willing to sit back. "I'm not sure it will be to your taste, Mrs. Otis says, pouring. "I was never a lady strictly taught in the ways of tea." Richelle sips carefully, trying hard not to look as on edge as she feels. Every second at this table feels like it is building towards something she is not ready for. Mrs. Otis sets down a small case. "I received this from the previous Mrs. Otis," she says. Inside sit a ring of old keys. Guarding them was passed down, she explains, from one Mrs. Otis to the next, generation after generation. "Does that mean you were already certain I would become the next Mrs. Otis?" Richelle asks point blank. An image of Alan flickers through her mind as the question leaves her mouth. "Yes," Mrs. Otis answers simply, "because that man chose you." Richelle has absolutely nothing to say to that. "You came to Bertrand with a recommendation from the headmaster at Harriet boarding school," Mrs. Otis recalls. "Plenty of people knew exactly where you were headed. unlike the other servants. That is exactly why I expected you to stay at Bertrand a long, long time, Mrs. Otis says. Because if you vanished, everyone would suspect Bertrand. The unspoken part lands hard, unlike the others who could disappear and no one would think twice. There's no way that man would let it come to that, Mrs. Otis murmurs, by any means necessary. And if he was a man like that, he would pick a wife and bring her into Bertrand, she goes on, turning the ring of keys over in her hand. Every prospective mistress thought this marriage was a destiny she chose for herself, Mrs. Otis says. They were nothing more than foolish illusions. Miss Howard, she says, and the temperature in the room seems to drop a few degrees. Shall I tell you a story, Mrs. Otis asks, about the most foolish girl in the world? The most foolish girl in the world, Rachel repeats, not at all sure she wants the answer. Mrs. Otis lets the question hang in the air a beat too long before she goes on. She is the most foolish girl I have ever met in my life, Mrs. Otis says, and begins her tale. A long time ago, in a very small rural village. The story begins, a young girl in worn clothes pleading with someone off-screen. Once upon a time, in a village nobody could find on a map, there lived a girl everyone agreed was the prettiest thing around. A gorgeous dancer, a voice like a songbird, and she reminded herself of both facts every single day, just in case she forgot. Standing in that one shaft of stage light, she made herself a promise. Her songs were going to matter to the whole world. Bring joy to the people, that was the plan, and the applause already sounded like destiny knocking on her door. Bring joy to the people, she vowed, and I will carve my name into history. Bold words for a girl who had never once left home. She'd set out on a whim, no fear in her at all, sure that talent and charm would land her a spot in any little troupe. Sure enough, help came running the second she looked lost. Turns out charm really was the easy part. Men lined up just for the honor of carrying her bags. One admirer swore he'd give his whole life just for her. She simply smiled and thought, blinded by love already, how predictable of him. Suitor after suitor lined up in that theater, each one swearing he'd give up everything for just one moment of her attention. Give up everything, they kept saying. She was starting to believe every word of it. It didn't take long at all. The prettiest girl from the countryside became known as the single most beautiful girl in the entire capital. Fortune followed right behind the fame. Her patron, an old theater man, swore up and down she'd be singing for the king himself one day. Until that day comes, he promised her, I'll look after you myself. And just like that, she became irreplaceable to him. A prima donna was born. Noble lords begged for just a single glance, a single touch, and every gown she wore instantly became the talk of the season. Then one day everything changed. Someone pressed an envelope into her hands and said only, look at this. A wax seal, deep red, pressed shut by someone she had never even met. An invitation to the Otis estate. The letter practically smelled like roses. And somewhere inside that fragrance, she swore she could already see a path laid out in silk. Surely this connection with the Otis name, she thought, is exactly what gets me onto the palace stage. Her name, by the way, was Jacqueline, and everyone kept telling her she was the brightest gem they had ever discovered. So Jacqueline peeked through the doors of the Otis estate, heart pounding, ready to be dazzled. Instead, she just stood there in the grand hall, luggage in hand, completely lost among strangers dripping in silk and jewels. That's when she noticed him, a hooded stranger, standing just a little too still in the middle of the crowd. But that was only for a moment. He was gone before she could get a proper look at his face. Meanwhile, the party swirled on below, glittering and oblivious, completely unaware anything strange had just happened. Whoever he was, he lit something competitive in her. She vowed to outshine him with a talent even more radiant than his mystery. She flashed her most dazzling stage smile and got right back to charming the entire room. And that was the night she first laid eyes on the man who actually mattered. That was when everything really started. The memory blurs right there, soft and golden, like she's still standing frozen in that doorway. I met him, she says now, and even just the memory of it still makes her tear up. His name was Rick Otis, and from the second their eyes met across that ballroom, she was in real trouble. Their eyes kept meeting, again and again, until by the third day they were strolling through the garden together like old friends. By the fourth day, that innocent little garden stroll had turned into something a lot less innocent. Day 5, they were dancing alone in an empty hallway, no chaperone, no music but the one only the two of them could hear. By day 8, she was singing to his piano playing, and somewhere around then the whole household stopped pretending not to notice. Word spread fast. The master of Otis had fallen head over heels for the prima donna. The banquet was only supposed to run 5 days, it had already run 10. It seems Otis has finally found his Madonna, one guest sniffed, not looking especially thrilled about it. Rick himself looked less like a man falling in love and more like one bracing for something. And then, in front of absolutely everyone, he dropped to one knee. Looking back, she says it plainly. Underneath all the gowns, she was still just a naive country girl dazzled by the idea of fate. It didn't take her many days at all to say yes. Those days, she remembers, were dazzlingly brilliant, enchanting even, the kind of happy that feels like it's built to last. Not everyone was thrilled. Her old patron practically shouted at her, calling it foolish for a talent like hers to end up as nothing more than somebody's wife. "Please don't say that, sir," she told him, standing in the rain. "I am happy." Someone else warned her flat out that she would regret this. Her answer was short and simple: "I love him." "I've found something more precious than fame," she told her patron, begging for his blessing one last time. He gave her nothing, just turned around and walked away. Blinded by love, truly blinded, that's the only way she can describe it now. The man who had been like a father to her walked out of her life for good. Still, she never once doubted their love would last forever, and finally, the wedding day arrived. Except her groom wasn't exactly glowing with joy. He was slumped on a bench, shaking like the day itself terrified him. "Rick, why are you trembling so much?" she asked. "They're all watching," he whispered. "They're mocking me. The moment we reach the end of this aisle, it will all be over." She almost asked if the song playing was a wedding march or a requiem. Instead, she just told him gently that everyone had come to celebrate them. "What we're hearing," she insisted, "is a joyful anthem for our future. The moment we reach the end of this path, everything begins fresh." Rick didn't look convinced, not even a little. Something sharp seemed to glint close to his throat in her memory of that day, a detail she still can't fully explain. Just a shadow, blade-shaped, cutting right through the edges of an otherwise perfect wedding. "I am a sinner, Jacqueline," Rick told her right there at the altar. "Why would you say such a thing?" She laughed nervously. "On our happiest day." "I love you," he said. "This is my true heart, not something forced on me by him." She had no idea yet why that one word, him, made Rick tremble so badly. She wouldn't understand what sin he was actually confessing to for a long, long time. Or who exactly this mysterious him even was. All of it, every strange tremor, every half-finished warning, would eventually make sense to her. But only after Jacqueline became Mrs. Otis would she finally understand exactly what she had married into. The house itself seemed to swallow the light the moment she moved in. She found Rick alone somewhere inside, laughing in a way that wasn't really laughing at all, sobbing, "I'm sorry, I am so sorry, Jacqueline," over and over. Instead, he told her, voice hollow, "You may do anything you wish within Bertrand. I'll let you enjoy wealth even a queen couldn't touch." Looking back, she puts it bluntly, she had walked, eyes wide open, straight into a tragedy. And at the time, she had no idea just how deep that tragedy actually went. Rick just kept shaking his head. "No," was all he could get out. She held him anyway and made him a promise. "Let's change Bertrand together." "That's impossible," he said flatly. "We can never escape his grasp," Rick insisted. "Then don't be afraid of him," she shot back. "Our fear is exactly what only makes him stronger," she finished, holding him tighter than ever. Her plan was simple, at least on paper: get Rick to actually use his authority as the master of the house. Step 1: throw the gates of Bertrand wide open. Let people cross that threshold dozens and dozens of times. Fill the house with enough life and noise, she figured, and maybe they could chase whatever haunted it into the corners of the shadows. Rick still couldn't stand next to her without flinching, but someone else in that house was watching them very closely. A dark-haired stranger with an unsettling smile, muttering something under his breath that sounded almost like a mocking little nickname for them both. Please, he told her instead, all smooth manners, do as you wish, Mrs. Otis. So she did. The gates of Bertrand opened wide, rose bushes and all. She invited people, crowds of them, filling every hallway with footsteps that weren't hers. And for a while, it actually worked. She stood at the center of the social circle again, soaking up all the praise she used to live on. Life, for one bright stretch, felt almost normal again. Then a son was born, a lovely boy who somehow inherited only the best traits of both his parents. She even hired on new staff for the house, human ones, she specifies, which tells you everything about what else might have been working in that mansion. That boy, Alan, ran the house like he owned every inch of it, and honestly, she let him. Soon there were twins too. With the twins and Alan running wild, she says, they were genuinely happy, like living inside somebody else's dream. Everything was going well, everything was getting better, right up until it very suddenly wasn't. Something in that house screamed. "What have you done to my children?" she screamed, and this time nobody was smiling politely back at her. She'd already gotten her hands on the smirking stranger and had him tied down before he could even answer. "What is this, Mrs. Otis?" he asked, infuriatingly calm to be in such a rage. "You ask because you genuinely don't know," she screamed back at him. Her children were staring back at her with huge, empty eyes, crying "Mom, Mom," as if only the shell of them was still standing there. "Those," she whispered, barely able to say it, "are not my children," she screamed, and Rick had to physically hold her back from tearing the house apart. The stranger said, watching her shake with rage, "look at you trembling." And all this, he added with a smile, over merely losing a child. Merely, she could barely even process the word. "Don't be so dull, Mrs. Otis," he chided her. "Didn't you grandly declare you wouldn't be afraid of me? And yet look at the state of you now." Somewhere in the house, something enormous and red-eyed seemed to be watching too. Rick knelt in that blood-red light like a man already sentenced. "You," Jacqueline realized, horrified, "you were waiting for this day, waiting for the exact moment I'd finally be in total despair." "You aren't worth that much, Jacqueline Otis," he said coldly. "What is your despair to me, really?" He turned and walked off down the red-tiled hall like the conversation was already over. Although, he added almost fondly, Alan, running around so energetically without a clue about his real duty, has been quite amusing to watch. So I've let him be, for now. But now, he said, I can no longer delay Alan's lessons. "No, no, not Alan, don't you dare touch Alan." Jacqueline grabbed her son and refused to let go. "That request," he told her, "is beyond your authority to make." His hand reached for the boy anyway. "Please, Rogers," she begged, his name finally spoken, and Rick, as always, was too busy shaking at the mere sight of Rogers to say a word in her defense. "I wonder," Rogers mused to himself, almost bored, "how long Alan will last." No matter how many hundreds of times she begged, he simply never listened. As an ordinary woman, she had no power to stop any of it. But the most cursed part of that entire moment, she says, wasn't even Rogers. "Rick," she screamed, "please do something." "Oh, Jacqueline," Rick could barely lift his head. "Our Penny and Nero are already in a state no different from being dead. And now Alan has been handed straight over to that man too. So please," she screamed at Rick, "come with me, do something, anything." All Rick could offer was a broken embrace and 4 useless words. "I'm suffering too, Jacqueline." But he added quietly, "I did tell you." "Huh?" The word barely left her mouth before she saw exactly who had been smirking behind him this whole time. The vision drags her under, and somewhere inside it a voice gasps awake. "Huh?" Through the dark, a small broken voice insists, "But I told you." A woman's silhouette flickers into view, trembling, barely holding herself together. A man's grin curdles as he pulls her close. "We can never escape his grasp," he says, "never." Then, colder still, "Our Penny and Nero are as good as dead, and Alan has fallen right into that man's hands." Red petals rain through the black as another voice cracks, "So how can you be so irresponsible?" "Our" barely escapes her before a gill-tracked voice cuts in. "It breaks my heart too, Jacqueline, but this is the fate of anyone born an Otis," the man says, hollow. "I went through the exact same thing, so did my father." Somewhere behind him, someone screams his name, Rick Otis. A woman clutches her collar, forcing the words out through tears. "You've done wonderfully for 13 years. For one quiet moment, 2 figures simply hold each other, a rare, fragile comfort. I am content, she whispers, and almost manages to believe it. Let's just adapt to this mansion now, he tells her, and for a while she lets that be enough. I can provide you with all the wealth you could ever want, he says. Isn't that what you wanted, marrying me anyway? I married you for a life of luxury, she echoes, stunned. Surely, love played a part. But is all he can manage. A dark shape looms over the memory. In the end, wasn't it the Otis gold that made you willingly give it all up? She stares at him, hollowed out. My God, Rick. Yes, the shadow answers flatly, what you truly wanted was money. So you don't need to feel guilty anymore, it adds, twisting the knife. Stop pushing me, Jacqueline, Rick finally snaps. The dark eyes she once loved so deeply now belong to a stranger, smirking down at her. Whatever lived behind those eyes, she realizes now, was never sorrow that needed protecting. It was nothing but a coward's baseness, someone finally screams. The shout detonates across the memory like a shockwave, and for a beat, everything just rings. Later, she'd learn the truth. Rick's proposal had been ordered by Rogers all along, who'd noticed Rick falling for her at first sight and simply wanted to watch Otis burn with guilt over dragging his beloved into hell. A child's voice tears through the memory, save me, mother. The scream tears red across the page, and a door looms. Something behind it is very wrong. The memory buckles into black and blood-red static. A figure collapses under the weight of it, undone. Please, the mother begs, no one in particular. I want to save my child, but how? The vision fractures like shattered glass, and for a moment there is only silence. A woman trembles at the edge of the frame, barely holding herself together. If it must be like this, just take my body instead, she offers the dark, or let me lose my mind. Let us be merry, the memory mocks her, gold roses blooming over the words, deceived by love, abandoning dreams. She catches her own reflection in an ornate mirror and thinks, simply, this is a stage. A glass slipper falls through a haze of blue and pink, an illusion that feels completely sane. Yes, she answers herself, and the petals keep falling. Let's think of it that way, a blonde man grins, steering her forward like it's a mercy. His bejeweled hands close around hers as he throws his head back, laughing. An onlooker watches the spectacle, dry as dust. Quite ridiculous, isn't it, miss? That girl, the memory says, abandoned both her dreams and her future, grabbing the hand of a man pushed toward her by a demon, drunk on the illusion that she was forging her own happiness. Madam, someone murmurs, it would have been better to just die or completely lose your mind. The room settles into quiet again, just two women and the soft rustle of skirts. Because the mistress of the Otis family had a role to fulfill, the older woman says, holding up a key. As the heir grows, the head of the family dies, she explains, but someone still has to manage the family's affairs. You can't exactly have a corpse or a madman sitting in that position, can you? She adds, bitter. Once I hand this key to you, my role finally ends, the woman says. Rachel freezes, stunned. Rachel steadies herself, I have no intention of becoming the next Mrs. Otis. I know, the woman replies simply, I know you and Alan are plotting something. For a moment, Rachel says nothing at all. But keep this in mind, the woman warns. Everything that's gone smoothly so far is only because he showed mercy. You're merely dancing frantically in the palm of his hand. Just like me, she adds, and somewhere behind her, a chandelier shivers. Miss Rachel Howard, she says, suddenly formal. Do you have the confidence to bear the weight of this key? Rachel says nothing, just holds her breath. A single tear slides free as she quietly makes her choice. Somewhere behind them, the chandelier chimes again, marking the moment. In the quiet parlor by the fire, the two women sit together, a portrait watching over them. I know the odds of failure are high, Rachel admits, her hand curling into a fist. But she finishes, as long as I still have both my legs under me. She gasps, hand at her chest, I will run as far as I can with Alan. A quiet figure looks away, saying nothing. Somewhere in the hazy room, a door creaks open. You should head back now, the woman tells her, our business here is done. You won't be needing any more of my advice, she adds. Rachel can only whisper back, Mrs. Otis. Something in Rachel's chest lurches without warning. What is this feeling? Her heart pounds once, twice. No, Jacqueline, someone murmurs, and the name lands heavy. Rachel stares at the necklace in her hands. It's been a long time since anyone called me that, Jacqueline says softly. Go. There's nothing more you can do to help, Miss Howard, she insists, but Jacqueline Richelle tries anyway. Jacqueline's ghostly figure turns to leave, trailing Frost, but she fades into the cold blue light without another word. Please, her voice lingers behind her, take good care of Alan. Richelle blinks back into the present, alone in a long, red-curtained hallway. I don't see Rogers anywhere, she notes carefully. Is he leaving her to her own devices? That's not exactly comforting. Things are still unclear, she admits to herself, but keys jingle softly as she moves deeper into the dark hallway. A silhouette slips further down the corridor, unnoticed. A sharp-eyed woman in a maid's uniform watches her pass, keys glinting in hand. Richelle steadies herself. What matters right now is something else entirely. A sudden thud rings out through the dark. She points ahead without a second thought, and a figure takes off running. The countdown starts as he sprints, 3 seconds. 2 seconds, 1 second, and something crashes loud enough to make everyone flinch. I don't know what you want, Richelle says warily. Nero throws up a hand, but let's talk later. I was just about to go fish for that key. Thankfully, that's exactly what he'd done. I made it in time, Nero pants. I came to tell you there's no need to look for the key anymore. No need to look for the key, she repeats, baffled. The rooftops blur past in the haze of the moment. You really seek out danger every chance you get, Nero scolds. You already went down to the kitchen in that short a time. Richelle juggles a stolen snack with a grin. Well, a girl's gotta eat. Honestly, he sighs, exasperated, so how did you get the key then? The head maid still had her key, Richelle explains simply, fruit basket balanced on one arm. Alan's expression shifts, something unreadable crossing his face. He looks away, jaw tight. You went to see my mother, he finally asks. Mrs. Otis called for me, Richelle says carefully. The words that follow come out calm and strangely dry. She tells him what the madam endured back in Bertrand. The duties every mistress of Otis has carried for generations. And she asked me to take good care of you, Alan, Richelle finally says. Alan's voice cracks. I thought mother had completely lost her mind. Alan, Richelle starts gently. Why did she have to bear it all alone? Then quieter, no, I suppose I do understand. But still, Alan murmurs, unconvinced. Her eyes could still look straight at me, he says, and that's what breaks him. If so, just once more, he starts. Richelle finishes it for him. I think I know what you want to say. She could have held my hand, Alan says, voice cracking wide open. Surely that alone would have helped her hold on a little longer. Richelle watches him, thinking it might have been a choice made entirely for Alan's sake. Though there's no way to know for sure right now, she admits. Their hands find each other anyway. Do you resent your mother? Richelle finally asks him outright. I don't even know how I should face her from now on, Alan confesses, or if she even wants to look at me at all. Richelle just smiles at him, warm and certain. Alan, even so, she starts. Having the chance to talk to her at all is a true blessing, she tells him firmly. He falls quiet, letting that sink in. Once we liberate Otis, she says, plans already forming. Yes, Alan agrees. Mother will finally be free too, right? He asks, hope creeping into his voice. Richelle pictures the family they might yet become, unburdened at last, and we'll have more breathing room ourselves. So for now, she says, all business again, let's focus on the task at hand. It'd be best to move right after 6 in the morning, she plans. Rogers keeps to the 4th floor at night, we can't go in then. Nearby, a familiar blonde figure listens in on the plan taking shape. We'll wait in the kitchen through the night and throw the door open the moment the time comes, Nero adds. Then meet me in my study at 1 in the morning, Richelle tells them, gaze steady. The sky bleeds from dusk blue into rose as the hours crawl toward the plan's execution. Late that night, a single lantern flares to life in the dark. The story's ending is finally about to be decided. Whether it ends in tragedy or a new beginning, even she can't say for certain. And the same, she suspects, goes for Rogers, for anyone really. Richelle hurries down the hall as pounding echoes around her and someone screams, Miss. Miss, help me, the voice cries out again and she stops cold. Please, please help me, the plea claws through the walls. Richelle goes utterly still, listening. Footsteps echo through the dark corridor behind her. Something tells me I shouldn't ignore this, she decides, reaching toward the sound. A ragged voice cuts through the dark. We have to go to mother, we have to go to mom right now. Two children cling to each other, faces streaked with tears, terrified. Something is wrong with Mom, one of them screams. For one long, ringing second, nobody breathes. Something about Mother feels off tonight, and Richelle eases down the dark staircase with her heart already pounding. She remembers Alan once asking her, half joking, if she really thought his mother was acting strange. She'd brushed it off then. She hadn't understood what he meant back then. Even so, tonight she can't shake the feeling that something is wrong. The second those words left his mouth, her heart just dropped straight to the floor. She braces in the pitch-black room, ready for anything to lunge at her. Nothing does, somehow that makes it worse. "Please," she begs under her breath, fumbling the keys as she lights her lantern and pushes deeper into the dark. The hallway swallows the lantern light whole, and every shadow suddenly looks like it could be hiding something. "Jacqueline," she calls out, her voice cracking on Mother's name. And it hits her all at once. She's been so blinded by love for this family that she never saw the danger creeping in. Her grip tightens on the lantern as she forces herself to keep walking, refusing to turn back now. Then she sees it, and every ounce of air leaves her lungs at once. "I don't care what it costs me," she thinks, "even if I have to give up everything." A scream rips through the dark hallway, and her blood runs ice cold. A stool lies knocked over on the floor beside a single fallen shoe, and Richelle's stomach twists. Her eyes lock onto what's hanging just out of view, and one thought screams through her head: no way. "That cannot be," she whispers, refusing to let herself believe it. "What am I even looking at right now?" she thinks, when a voice behind her suddenly calls her name: Richelle. It's Alan, lantern in hand. "I saw you heading down to the second floor," he says, "so I followed you." "No," she breathes, stepping in front of him to block his view. At least there were no roses lurking in this hallway tonight. "But where is Mother?" he asks, and Richelle feels the question land like a physical blow. She can't bring herself to answer, eyes darting anywhere but toward the truth above them. "Do not look, Alan," she pleads, but it's already too late to stop him. "Mother," he chokes out, and Richelle grabs him, trying uselessly to shield him from what's above them. "Please do not look," she begs again, but Alan's already seen enough. "Why is Mother?" "No," his scream tears through the whole mansion. There she is, hanging limp in the dark, the woman who raised them both. Richelle claps a hand over her own mouth, willing herself not to fall apart. Not yet. Alan collapses to his knees beneath her, hands pressed over his face, shaking. Richelle's own face goes pale and hollow, the horror of it draining every ounce of color from her. Somewhere in the wreckage of the moment, blood spots the floor, and Richelle can barely bring herself to look at it. Alan's grief finally breaks loose in a raw, ragged scream that echoes through the whole house. He wails until it feels like it's drained every last drop of moisture from his body, and all Richelle can do is hold on. The sound of his grief just keeps coming, wave after wave, and there's nothing left to do but let it happen. Without even realizing it, Richelle starts crying too, right along with him. He was the one screaming, wailing until his throat felt torn apart, and she just held on tighter. And all she could do in the end was simply hold him. Nearby, unnoticed in the shadows, the twins watch it all unfold in silence. Once the worst of it passes, Richelle steadies a stool beneath the chandelier and starts to climb. If she cuts the rope like this, she reasons grimly, Mother will fall straight down, so Alan had better be ready to catch her. Her hands shake, but she still has to do it, so she reaches for the rope anyway. "I'll hold, Mother," Alan says quietly, steadying himself. "Could you please untie the rope?" "Alan," she starts, but he just tells her simply, "Hurry." From a distance, the two of them look impossibly small beneath that enormous chandelier, doing this impossible thing together. Slowly, gently, her body comes down at last. The whole moment seems to shudder, the house itself groaning around them. Alan gathers her into his arms, wrapping her gently, cradling her like she might still wake up. Richelle steps back to give him a moment, watching him hold what's left of the only mother he's known. "I must go," he finally says, and Richelle isn't sure she heard him right. "Pardon. I have to take Mother to the fifth garden," he explains. "It's tradition," he says, "the Otis family always holds its funerals there. And if morning comes before they move her, those things outside will drag her off themselves." "That cannot happen," Richelle says firmly. "I won't let her be treated that way, not even at the very end." Her resolve hardens as she gets moving, refusing to waste another second. Those roses will show her no respect at all if they get to her first, she says. I'm coming with you. Yes, Alan agrees just as a small, nervous voice pipes up behind them. Wee wee. Alan, the twins call out timidly, can't we come with you too? Please, they beg, tears already welling up in their eyes. Alan's face goes cold and hard. Get lost, he snaps, and the word lands like a slap. Something dark and inhuman flickers behind his glare as he says it. Because of you all, Mother, Richelle can't stop the accusation tearing out of her before she even thinks it through. The twins flinch back, and Richelle immediately hates herself for saying it. She stands there in stunned silence, the words already impossible to take back. Go to the kitchen, she orders instead, kneading them out of her sight while she figures out what she actually believes. Because the truth is, the twins' bodies were never really theirs to begin with, not since the day the roses took them over. It was the same wicked entity that once destroyed Jacqueline herself, something clearly, unmistakably not human. I wasn't even qualified, the memory whispers. I just got lucky because I fit exactly what it wanted. And yet these two are stranger still, more ambiguous than any other rose out there. What were those children really to Jacqueline, Richelle wonders, picturing her warm and radiant, long before any of this began. That would be insane, she blurts out loud, startling even herself. Alan, she says, steadying her voice, how about we bring the children with us? He goes quiet, studying her like he's trying to decide if she's lost her mind. Are you pitying those things now? He asks, sharp and doubtful. Earlier, when she first got here, they actually helped her, she explains. The other roses steer clear whenever those two are around. It might be safer to move Mother with them along. You know, it wouldn't be strange at all for me to get angry hearing you say that, miss, he says, voice going flat. Yes, she admits. Have you actually grown fond of those things? He presses. Those monster bastards, she echoes back, bristling at the accusation. Explain to me exactly what you were thinking when you said that, he demands, standing his ground. Then she starts gathering her nerve. I remembered something, an old story someone once told me. That those two couldn't fully take over their bodies because they were never proper roses to begin with. Alan blinks. What? Those children aren't human, she admits flatly, watching his face carefully. But if even a small fragment of Penny and Nero's real souls is still trapped somewhere inside those bodies, then maybe some piece of who they really were is still in there, curled up and waiting. Wouldn't they deserve at least a tiny right to watch Mother's final journey, she finishes. Alan says nothing, jaw tight, clearly turning the idea over against his will. Not proper roses, he repeats slowly, those things. But that doesn't mean anything, he cuts in, voice hardening again. It doesn't mean Penny and Nero are alive in there, he says, and it definitely doesn't mean we can ever get them back. Her eyes well up anyway because she already knows he's right. That's exactly why, even more so, she pushes back gently. She realizes suddenly, Alan has been watching over those two for far longer than she has. Someone like him must have already known there was no hope left for the twins long before tonight. I'm sorry, she says quietly. Alan just stands there, silent, unreadable. Thinking about it rationally, he finally concedes it probably is safer to bring those things along if we want to move Mother without incident. Richelle's head snaps up in surprise at how quickly he's come around. Kai kitchen, the twins repeat, startled to suddenly be included. The central hall's too conspicuous to risk, Alan explains, but the kitchen's side door is closer to the fifth garden anyway. The twins groan. Tell me straight, he says, staring them down. Can you two actually do this or not? No matter how good they are at scaring off other roses, cutting through the central hall is still too big a risk. The twins huddle together, whispering, working up their courage. We can go, they finally declare, standing a little taller. We will go, they repeat, firmer this time. Good, Alan says simply. Richelle watches the exchange, something like relief loosening in her chest. Alan, she starts, unsure how to explain herself, but he cuts her off gently. There's no need to be so self-conscious about it. I know you didn't mean any harm by it, he says. Though if you'd told me to treat them like my actual younger siblings, that would have genuinely disappointed me. He falls quiet again, staring off into the dark hallway ahead. There's something unreadable in his eyes, somewhere between grief and resolve. Hearing her say all that, he admits it hit him. He'd always thought of them as gone, but he's never actually held a real funeral for Penny and Nero, not once. Together, the strange little procession sets off through the dark house. So he says, glancing back at the two small figures trailing behind them. As we send Mother off tonight, he begins. How about I finally say goodbye to my younger siblings too? And for the first time all night, something in him looks a little lighter. The last of the funeral fire has died out, and Richelle checks the ashes one more time, making sure not a single flame is still breathing. No more devouring flames, right? She asks under her breath, and somewhere in the dark, a heavy door groans open like it's answering her. Moonlight cuts through the clouds as she turns to the two small shapes trailing behind her. You two must know where the fifth garden is, she says. Alan shifts nervously beside her, unsettled by just how far she's willing to go tonight. Lead the way, she tells them, her voice steady even though her hands aren't. Together they slip through the rain-slicked garden, bare feet splashing against wet stone with every step deeper into the dark. For a second the memory flashes back, the body carried out under the roses, red streaked across the night like a wound that never closed. The things she occasionally saw outside her window at night, Richelle thinks, and a colder question follows right behind it. Is it really okay using children for this? Two small spirits flicker into view, hand in hand, glowing faint and blue in the dark. They finally arrive. We're here, Alan, Richelle says, leading him and the ghostly twins toward the hidden place. Her eyes go wide the second she sees it. This is, she breathes, unable to finish the sentence. She runs her hands along the brick. I don't see a door anywhere, she mutters, frustration creeping into her voice. Does that mean the labyrinth itself is the fifth garden? She wonders aloud, staring into the maze of red brick and thorns. A low groan rolls out from somewhere deep inside the walls, followed by something that sounds horribly close to a scream. Richelle freezes, every hair on her arm standing straight up. A voice, she gasps, backing away a step. A plaque nearby offers a bland excuse for the noise. Construction is underway, it claims, so there's no need to be alarmed. So that's what the sounds meant, she realizes. Is it one of the roses that took over the mansion? Her face goes pale as the horror of it sinks in. What on earth, she whispers. Someone speaks up behind them, calm as anything. There's nothing to be surprised about, the voice says, and it does nothing to steady her nerves. The wall groans again, and Alan's shoulders tense as he scans the dark for whatever's making the sound. Richelle remembers the sight from earlier that night, a covered body carried across the lawn while two small figures trailed behind. It might look bizarre, Alan tells her, but this is the Bertrand family's way of holding a funeral. The chosen successor is forced to train for this, he adds, in case a corpse ever comes out of the mansion. Though realistically we rarely have to do it ourselves. Somewhere in the roses, a faint voice begs for help. What's beyond this wall, Richelle asks. Alan just shakes his head, no idea. Not just me, he adds grimly, but no one in Otis has ever set foot over there and made it out alive. Alan's expression darkens, the weight of that thought settling over him. Rogers isn't desecrating the dead as well, he mutters, more hope than certainty in his voice. Let's just hope, someone murmurs, though nobody sounds convinced. They press deeper into the roses, the twins trailing close behind, all of them searching for any way in. Richelle stiffens, catching something out of the corner of her eye. Her unease doesn't fade, if anything it's getting worse. Dawn starts breaking over the brick wall, and the group knows their window is closing fast. Let's head back for now, Alan says. Yes sir, comes the tired reply. Richelle glances back at the wall one last time. I suppose this is as far as we can go today, she admits. It took every ounce of courage just to make it this far, and she knows it. One of the twins slips a small hand into hers as they head back toward the house. Thank you, the girl says softly. Yeah, thank you, the boy echoes. For letting us say goodbye to Mom, the girl adds, and Richelle's chest tightens at the words. Richelle turns to them. You're going to the fourth floor, right? One of the twins asks. We'll help you. Huh? Richelle blinks, caught completely off guard by the offer. If you go to the fourth floor like this, the twin warns, as thorned roses claw their way up the stained glass if you set foot on the fourth floor. Half her face turns hollow and dark as the words land. You will die, miss, the voice tells her flatly. Richelle turns the warning over in her head. What does dying even mean here? Is it Rogers who won't sit idly by the moment she steps onto the fourth floor, or is it something else entirely? She still hasn't figured it out, and it's eating at her. Die, what does that even mean? She demands, grabbing Alan's attention. Stop beating around the bush and explain it clearly. The twins exchange a look. The fourth floor is his space, one says. Only those who have his permission can enter. But why does that make you so sure it leads to death? Alan presses, and Richelle has to steady him. Calm down, Alan. So it's completely impossible to enter without Rogers's permission? Richelle asks. The twins shake their heads. No, that's not it. If you enter without permission, you'll face his wrath, they explain, trembling, and that wrath turns into a curse that clings to you. Two ghostly figures fade in and out as they speak. The curse leads to erasure, they warn. You start to fade away, they say, bit by bit, until there's nothing left. But you and Alan don't have it, the twins point out. Whatever's protecting them, it isn't something Richelle and Alan share. Richelle's fingers tighten around the little charm in her hand. Is it a trap by Rogers, she wonders. One of the twins drifts under a shaft of moonlight. We're really just running around in circles right on the palm of his hand, aren't we? It murmurs. Richelle remembers Jacqueline once saying the exact same thing, that no matter what they do, they're all in his palm. Could this whole search be exactly what's luring them to the fourth floor? She crouches low, turning the thought over and over, unwilling to let it go. Even so, the twins say, brightening as an idea forms between them. We'll help you, they promise again, and this time there's real weight behind it. What exactly can you kids do? Richelle asks. We just have to go to the fourth floor together, they say. We can take his wrath in your place. If you take his wrath instead, Richelle asks quietly, what happens to you too? The twins go still for a moment, searching for the right words. Then they smile, warm and unbothered, like the answer doesn't scare them at all. We liked you, miss, they say. You're always so sweet to us, truly gentle. Always warm, they add softly. We're fine now. Since Mom is gone, we can leave too, they explain, and for the first time they sound almost at peace. Their small hands clasp together. But before we leave, we want to repay you, miss, they say. Richelle's throat tightens. We'd be so happy if we could do that, they add before she can argue. She rests a hand on the small shoulder in front of her, glancing back at Alan. For Alan too, she says quietly. Alan looks up at the sky, quiet, letting it all sink in. The twins fidget, a flicker of nerves breaking through their brave front. Richelle remembers holding one of them close once on a much gentler night. The memory keeps unspooling, warm and a little too tender for how this night is about to go. The twins lean into each other, foreheads nearly touching. In the memory, Richelle laughs, sweeping the smaller twin up into a hug. Kayahoha. It's so warm, the child says into her shoulder. Thank you for always hugging us. You have to be happy too, miss, they tell her, and a rose blooms quietly behind them. Petals drift past her hair as the memory fades back into the present. I won't be able to forget this nightmare-like scent, Richelle thinks, probably for the rest of my life. She holds perfectly still, letting the thought pass through her. And yet, she thinks, unable to hate the ones who caused it. Thank you echoes softly through her mind, over and over. But we can only block it for one person, the twins admit, sheepish. The truth lands hard in the dark. Only one of you two can enter, they say. Why? Alan asks. Alan goes quiet, absorbing it. I see, he finally says. Richelle looks at him. Then you should be the one to go in. Alan blinks. Me. She grabs his sleeve before he can argue, already made up her mind. Go up to the fourth floor and find out exactly what Rogers is hiding, she tells him, since whoever has to uncover his real name has to be an outsider anyway. Leave it to me. She turns to the twins. You kids, make sure you properly protect him. We can do it, they promise. We will never let him get hurt. That bastard, Richelle mutters, then catches herself. Distract him? How do you plan to do that? Alan asks. I just need to cause a reasonable amount of chaos, she says. Since that's what happened to my own mother, it won't look out of place. The old clock ticks somewhere deep in the mansion, counting down the minutes until they move. Keep this in mind, Alan tells her. If anything goes wrong after you enter, don't linger, come right back out. Alan, you shouldn't act too recklessly either, Richelle warns right back. He pulls her into a sudden hug, catching her completely off guard. "Heemp, you're one to talk," she manages. "Don't do anything reckless yourself." The twins watch the whole exchange with wide, delighted eyes. One of them leans in, giggling. "He's so shy," she whispers. "Alan is a shy boy," the twins tease. Rachel just blinks. "What do you mean shy?" The twins press their heads together, cheeks pink, thoroughly entertained by the whole thing. Somewhere above them, a bell starts to toll, low and heavy through the dark halls. "Miss, let's go too," the twins chime in as the bell keeps ringing and the plan finally clicks into motion. Deep in the mansion, a lone lamp swings on its cord, throwing long shadows down a stairwell that swallows the light whole. Rachel steps up to a door that has no business being here, staring into the black beyond it. An old portrait hangs on the wall, a woman in green holding a lantern, flanked by two small children who look an awful lot like Penny and Nero. "It's so dark," Rachel murmurs, raising her own lamp, but the black just swallows the glow whole. Even her light can't touch this darkness, and right as she realizes it, a small voice pipes up behind her. "We don't need a lamp." Penny and Nero step forward, little hands held out. "We'll lead the way," they say. "Just follow us, miss." Something tugs her forward, faster than her own 2 feet should ever be able to carry her. The twins' small hands stay locked around hers the whole way, pulling her deeper into the dark. "It's going to take a while to reach the 4th floor," she warns them. Following the twins' stride, somehow it doesn't. 1 step and the hallway around her already looks wrong. 2 steps and the whole staircase seems to fold in on itself around her. The twins keep tugging her along, small hands tight around hers, like they know exactly where they're taking her. 3 steps, her own boots barely feel like they're the ones moving anymore. And then her eyes go wide because something here is very, very wrong. 4 steps, just 4, that's all it took, and Rachel can barely process it. This is a place that exists yet doesn't, she breathes, a place that no one is permitted to enter, she finishes, staring down an ornate door wrapped in thorned roses. "The space that only belongs to him," the twins whisper, and even they sound uneasy saying it out loud. "Does that mean we've actually reached the 4th floor?" Rachel asks, hardly daring to believe it. "That's right," the twins confirm. This whole space is shrouded completely in his power. Good heavens, the sheer scale of what she's looking at nearly knocks the breath out of her. 4 steps to climb an entire haunted mansion. Somebody around here clearly never believed in stairs. "This mansion truly is," she starts, trailing off because there isn't really a word for whatever this place is. "We'll wait right here," the twins tell her. "We'll protect you, miss. Now go on and open that door." Rachel's eyes cut sharp through the dark on the other side, taking in everything at once. A small hand slips into hers in the gloom, and it's slick with something warm. Blood. "And find what you're looking for," the twins urge her on, even as blood starts beating up on their own skin. She pushes forward, but behind her something claws at the twins, dragging at their trailing hands. Rose petals detonate outward all around them, the air itself tearing open at the seams. "Penny, Nero," Rachel screams, and then she sees it. Their hands are dissolving into petals right in front of her. "It's fine," they insist through it. "Go, quickly, there's no time left. Go while we can still protect you," they beg her, and Rachel's whole chest caves in. "I knew this moment would come," one of them says quietly, and something inside Rachel breaks. She forces her feet to keep moving, even as everything in her wants to turn back for them. "Penny, Nero," her voice cracks around their names as the twins start to speak. "You know, miss," they say gently, "Miss loves you all so much." "We know, miss," they answer back, smiling through it like that's the only thing that matters right now. Their forms grow fainter with every word, petals drifting off them like they are made of nothing but flowers now. "Thank you for loving us," they whisper, holding onto her hand with everything they have left. Rachel's own eyes blur with tears she doesn't have time to stop. For one flickering second she sees them as they must have been once, just 2 little kids laughing, hugging each other close. Beside them, a woman in green leads them both gently by the hand, the family they should have gotten to keep. The memory holds a moment longer, warm and golden, before the dark mansion drags her right back. Alone now, Rachel turns back to the thorn-wrapped door still waiting in front of her. Strange writing is carved deep into the wood, like the door itself is warning her off. She pushes through it anyway, there's no version of tonight where she turns back now. Richelle steps fully into whatever waits on the other side. Thank you, too, a voice answers from somewhere close, calling the twins the first disciples it ever raised on its own, the mirror of its own deepest self. Richelle keeps walking, turning that strange confession over and over in her head. Children it couldn't help but love, even wrapped in all this strangeness. Whoever is speaking, they don't sound like a monster. Somewhere behind her, a quiet goodbye echoes through the halls, and Richelle doesn't look back. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the mansion, something's already gone wrong. Splintered wood and a single drop of blood on the floor. Alan plants himself in the doorway, bracing for whatever's coming. He keeps Roger's attention locked on him the whole time, buying the twins every second they need to explore the fourth floor. Back on the fourth floor, Richelle breaks into a run. We only have one chance, someone warns, and she doesn't need telling twice. The hallway ahead stretches out dark and silent, swallowing the sound of her own footsteps. She keeps her eyes fixed upward, half expecting the ceiling itself to start moving. I can't hear a thing, she whispers, and somehow that's so much worse than any noise would be. Still, she keeps walking, one careful step at a time. Ahead, a massive door glows with a strange red light spilling out from underneath it. A jolt runs through her, and Richelle nearly loses her footing right there in the hall. She steadies herself and steps through anyway. This is the door that should have taken half a day just to reach. And somehow it's appeared right in front of her in an instant, the handle turning before she even finishes the thought. Whatever she's about to see, her whole body already senses it's bad. The first thing she takes in, the very first thing, is red. Red, drenching every wall, every piece of furniture, every last inch of the room. Even the books on the shelves are soaked in it. Someone lies just beyond the curtains up ahead. The whole room feels like it's holding its breath right along with her. What is this strange smell? She asks the empty room right as a low, pained groan answers her instead. The groan drags on and Richelle freezes, every hair on her arms standing straight up. It's definitely a groan, and it's definitely coming from something alive behind that curtain. She traces the sound to its source, heart hammering in her chest. Her hand closes around the edge of the heavy red curtain. I don't know what this is, and then she sees the leg sticking out from behind it. Someone is lying there, motionless, and Richelle's whole body goes cold. Right now, she tells herself, is the time to uncover whatever's hidden here. No turning back now. She yanks the curtain aside in one motion. The sight in front of her knocks every other thought clean out of her head. What is this? She chokes out, staring down at what's in front of her. No way, she breathes, refusing to believe her own eyes. The details swim into focus, and every single one of them is worse than the last. Mr. Otis, the name barely makes it out of her mouth. There he is, bloodied and barely breathing, lying in the middle of all that red. Look at this, it is Mr. Otis, barely recognizable, his skin peeling away and his whole face a ruin of rot and dried blood. A voice barely dares to ask it out loud, Mr. Otis, is that really you? Impossibly, he is alive. His body is rotting away right in front of her and somehow he is still breathing. She can hardly process it. He really was up here the whole time on the fourth floor, hidden away. This is no moment to freeze up. Richelle claps a hand over her mouth, eyes wide with horror. Good heavens, how could anyone let this happen? She steadies herself and introduces herself properly, the governess hired by Bertrand, here to help young Alan Otis. Right now, though, there's a dying man in front of her who needs her more. Bandages creak as the ruined figure shifts. Richelle's breath catches, eyes gone wide with fear. She backs toward the bookshelves in the dim, blood-red light, trying to think fast. Something in this room, maybe on these shelves, might help him. She has to try. Shall I bring you something from the bookshelf? She asks. Silence answers her, then a faint gesture. Is there something here I need to check? The bandaged figure blinks slowly, once, twice, unable to speak but clearly trying to tell her something. She scans the shelves, jars and old vases lined up like they haven't been touched in years. Nothing stands out, she mutters. Do I really have to check the contents of every single one? A spark of dread hits her. She has no idea if there's enough time left to search this carefully. Then her eye catches something, a book, that has to be it. She pulls it free. Found it, she thinks, letting herself have exactly 1 second of triumph before the dread creeps right back in. She bows over it, cradling a small wooden box like it's the most important thing in the entire room. The moment her eyes landed on that box, a deep, unexplainable certainty surged through her. Her hand hovers over the lid, hesitating for just a moment before she commits. With a click, the box springs open. A locket and an old diary sit inside, both looking utterly untouched by time. A locket pendant and a diary that somehow feel like the true center of this entire room. The first page reads, "To you who possessed the courage and wisdom to search all the way here." The handwriting feels unsettlingly familiar. Inside the locket, a small keepsake. On the page beneath it, "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am." The ink blots out, and for a second the whole world seems to go dark around her. Then it resolves, two women generations apart seated as if mid-conversation. A name settles into place, Charlotte Otis. The diary explains itself. Charlotte was the very guide who led Alan and Richelle here, the one who wrote the Bertrand rules and started this whole twisted wager to begin with. The instigator, Richelle breathes, staring at the portrait of a smiling, sharp-eyed woman. So this is who started it all. Charlotte's words continue. She doesn't know if Richelle has heard her name, but finding this letter means she's already crossed paths with the Otis family's eldest child. How exactly is my story being passed down to you? Charlotte wonders on the page, across who knows how much time. In what era are you even living your life right now? She asks, almost like she expects an answer. And just how many generations has this curse on the Otis family been passed down? The word alone makes Richelle's stomach drop. Our eras, Charlotte writes, are almost certainly separated by a vast stretch of time. So let me introduce myself properly, she says, as formally as if she were standing right in front of Richelle. I am the granddaughter of Neil Otis, the very first patriarch of this line, the diary reads. The third head of the Otis family, Charlotte Otis. I am also the one who wrote the Bertrand rules, she adds, the ones you clearly know all too well by now. And I am the very person who started that long wager with him, the exact reason you've journeyed all the way here. There's more, she warns. What's written down here isn't just a hint at his name. It's his true name, she writes, and something about those two words makes the air feel heavier. The diary drifts into memory, two figures seated together, one asking her kind benefactor to spare her just a brief moment of time. There is a story I have to share with you, Charlotte writes, about the tragedy of the Otis family. Richelle keeps reading, unable to stop now. Because you've braved so much just to get here, Charlotte says, you deserve to understand everything. Call it a selfish desire, she admits, but she refuses to let the sins, the sorrow, and the truth of the Otis family be swallowed whole by time. A shadowed face flickers into view, barely more than an outline, the word Otis burned faintly behind it. The stories she heard from her grandfather Neil and from him begin exactly like this, Charlotte writes. Steel clashes against steel, a distant castle rising behind the fight. Long ago, in an age when knights carried lances and swords in pursuit of romance and honor, Otis was an exceptionally prestigious family. They commanded knights by the dozen and even produced a queen from their bloodline. But the winds of a new era swept in and brought ruin crashing down on families just like theirs. By the time Neil Otis was born, all that remained of that legacy was one small plot of land. This is Neil Otis, and he despised their poverty utterly. I cannot live like this forever, he screams somewhere in memory. I am a great man destined for so much more than this. His parents' voices cut right back at him, live within your means, Neil. Excessive greed brings nothing but utter ruin. Neil craved a place in the new wave of business sweeping the era, but his parents blocked him at every turn and he failed again and again. And whenever he clashed with them, he needed somewhere to dump all that rage. You absolute simpleton, he snarls, chasing someone smaller down a hallway, knocked down by one blow and you call yourself a man. Useless piece of vermin wasting the Otis fortune, remember that, he spits. And the easiest target for all of it was his own younger brother, Edgar. A fist rises against a backdrop of fire and roses, and a boy with soft green eyes braces for the blow. This is Edgar Otis, 8 years younger than Neil, the one who bore the full weight of his brother's fury. They say even boys from neighboring villages used to linger by the mansion just to catch a glimpse of him. Hey there, cutie, someone calls and Edgar barely reacts anymore. Reddish-brown hair, green eyes like fresh summer leaves, and born in the very season the roses bloom. Because of all that, people took to calling Edgar Otis by a nickname, Rose. His nature was so gentle and kind that they say it was impossible not to love him, with exactly one exception. Medicinal ingredients for Edgar again? Someone mutters. The expenses on that sick boy keep climbing. If we'd saved instead, the Otis name would have recovered by now. Neil, reading alone, seethes. Just how much do we have to sacrifice for that fellow? If only it had all been entrusted to me instead. Time marches on, and one day a young couple stands close together, holding onto something precious while they still can. Then, without warning, a sudden accident. Blood pools in the dark and the Otis brothers lose both parents at the exact same time. In the pouring rain, a lone figure finally says it out loud. Finally, it is my era. My era has arrived. See how your son raises the Otis family from the ashes. Neil shouts to no one, running wild after businesses while keeping Edgar locked away at home. But here's the tragic part, they started with a small castle. That shrank to a tiny manor, and finally to a cramped two-room rented house. Because the truth was simple, Neil Otis had absolutely no talent whatsoever for making money. In the dark, a hand rises and strikes Edgar's face without warning. Damn it, why must I be degraded to a place like this? Neil growls, drinking. Brother, any more and it'll ruin your health, Edgar tries. Neil's answer, shut up. If only you'd been born a girl, Neil sneers, we could have gotten money out of some wealthy old man. What use is a guy being this pretty? You ought to feel grateful, he adds. I'm the one who's warded off every pervert who ever wanted you. Thank you, brother, Edgar answers quietly. Had he been born a woman, he'd have been auctioned off long ago. Neil, desperate, starts scheming to marry him into high society instead. A pile of rejected portraits tagged dead stock tells its own story, a sickly second son who never finished school with no trade to fall back on. Not one single person wanted him as a husband. Did Edgar carry guilt over his brother's failures even after everything? Even so, they were family, Edgar tells himself, eyes distant. Neil had protected him in his own broken way and looked after someone he called useless, just like himself. Eventually evicted even from their rented rooms, the brothers had nowhere left to turn but a distant relative. The Count Sylvester family. I am well aware of the story of you two brothers, the matriarch tells them. Why exactly, she asks coolly, should I offer you my assistance? Neil, all smirking charm, stands beside a visibly uneasy Edgar. The elderly countess studies them from behind her fan. Very well, she finally says. I cannot provide investment capital, she tells them, but I shall permit you to reside here at the mansion instead. In return, young Edgar must occasionally keep me company. Neil grips his brother's arm, practically dragging him along while Edgar's face falls into quiet resignation. The mansion looms out of the haze, grand and unfamiliar. Edgar stands before its ornate doors and steps into a new life he never asked for. Yes, I am, Charlotte's diary confirms. The Sylvester mansion where the brothers came to live is none other than Bertrand, the very mansion Rachel stands in right now. That single favor from the Countess would set off a fateful encounter no one could have seen coming. A page marks it plainly, Otis, Prelude to Tragedy, location the Black Forest, character Edgar Otis. Under a crescent moon, a boy walks alone, deep into a dense, silent forest. To everyone in town, that Black Forest was considered a deeply ominous place. But to a boy who'd already stood so close to death, it felt less like a threat and more like a strangely comforting cradle. A voice muses in the dark. Does he despise sharing quarters with the servants as expected, or is it something else entirely? His older brother's absence was, to anyone watching, clearly a relief for him. At least, that's how it looked from the outside. No one truly knew how anxious the boy became on the days his brother failed to come home at all. And yet it was undeniable. The longer his brother stayed away, the more peaceful the boy's life became. The Countess makes her move. I wish to formally adopt you into my line and leave the entire Sylvester estate to you. Edgar freezes over his book. "What are your thoughts on this?" she presses. "My lady, I'm truly grateful for your kindness," he stammers, "but I don't have what it takes to lead a noble house." "Any shortcomings can easily be fixed with proper education," she counters. "I've always been frail. Hasn't your own health improved since you arrived? Keep your days full of good food, fine things, and beauty," she tells him, "and your health will stop being a problem at all." Edgar reads aloud, lost in it. The poetry of the southern nations has a romance that's exquisitely beautiful. "Edgar, do you happen to know the language of?" the Countess asks. "The southern nations," she finishes. "My skill is far too embarrassing to boast about," he admits. "Did a tutor teach you that?" she asks. "It's nothing really," he says. "I learned the basics from my father and taught myself the rest from books." "Won't you come closer and recite a few poems for me?" she asks. The old woman had clearly grown fond of the boy. Maybe it was because he reminded her of the child she'd lost long ago, the two of them sitting together like something close to family. A candle flickers, then however. "Once you become my son," the Countess says, "you must completely sever ties with Neil Otis." Deep in the dark forest, Edgar's voice cracks. "Pardon." A hand reaches out into the black, uncertain of what it's even reaching for. "Rock bottom, right along with him," the voice finishes. "Do you know why I only ever summon you when Neil Otis is away? It was precisely to keep that wicked man from feeding any foolish, vain illusions of his own. Once you make your decision," she adds, "I intend to grant your brother enough inheritance to live on and send him away for good." "Thaw, that's out of the question, my lady," Edgar manages, gripping the diary like a lifeline. "My brother has sacrificed and given up so much for me all this time," he says. "I could never bring myself to betray my own brother." "That wretched man has treated you like a dog," the Countess presses. Edgar's fist clenches. "My lady, I'm begging you, please withdraw this proposal." His hand trembles, knuckles gone white. In the black forest, only two words escape him. "Even so, I understand for now," the Countess finally allows. "There is still time left," she warns, "so I shall remain waiting for your final decision." Alone in the dark and the snow, Edgar asks the only question left. "What on earth am I supposed to do?" Two ghostly figures flicker over him, the one who accepted him and his last remaining family. "An utterly useless being like me," he thinks, head bowed. Tears finally spill down his face, and this time he doesn't try to stop them. "Just what am I supposed to do?" he asks the empty dark again and again. A single tear falls and hits still water, sending ripples out into the black. A voice asks, almost curious, "Are you aware that tears shed by a creature molded from divine love resemble moonlight itself, carrying a power that draws the gaze of all creation? And so those very tears," the voice trails off, watching. A striking red eye opens in the dark, and reflected inside it is Edgar, utterly unaware he's being watched. We open somewhere unsettling, a boy swallowed by a pitch-black forest and a huge, blood-red eye watching him. It feels less like a walk and more like stepping into his own heart. Then a voice cuts through the dark with a single word, "You," and the boy, Edgar, freezes like he's been caught doing something he shouldn't. The voice doesn't bother with small talk. Its opening question, "Why do you always look so sad?" bold move for a total stranger. No need to look around, it tells him. It has no body to spot. It is nowhere and everywhere at once, and skeletal hands claw up out of the dark like it's underlining the point. The voice doesn't even land in his ears so much as appear directly in his mind, genderless, ageless, impossible to place. Edgar puts it together fast. Whatever this is, it is not human. Somehow that doesn't scare him nearly as much as it probably should. He admits walking this forest feels like walking through his own heart, shadows and all. The voice notices something else too, just how calm he is about all of this. Edgar shrugs it off. He's used to formless things talking at him, he says, like staring down your own inner darkness is just another Tuesday. The voice half expected him to scream and collapse on the spot. Instead, he just wants to know, a thing with no form, what does that even mean? The forest goes quiet, like it's bracing for the answer. We cut back to a memory, a small boy at a sick, someone he loves slipping away under white sheets. This is where Edgar first learned this word. One word answers everything: death. Turns out Edgar's new pen pal in the woods is the Grim Reaper itself. It is always right there, it explains, standing quietly beside every human, endlessly tempting them toward eternal rest. Then it says something Edgar didn't expect, that he is strange. Because he is missing something every other human carries around without even noticing. Humans have a name for that missing thing, it adds, letting the silence stretch just long enough to sting. Edgar just stares back, waiting for the other shoe to drop. The forest burns red around them like it's bracing for the reveal too. Desire, that is the word. Edgar wants for nothing at all and to something that only exists because humans crave things that makes him fascinating. Desire drives every human alive, it explains, and desire is also the exact thing this presence is made of. After that first meeting, Edgar starts showing up in this forest every single day, rain or shine. Like clockwork, this lonely kid keeps making the walk back into the trees. The voice teases him for being so diligent about it, though really, it was always the one waiting there first. Turns out this forest means more to people than they realize. Plenty of humans wander in regularly just like Edgar does. Even while they're all secretly terrified of what's in it. Case in point, some poor pregnant mother nearby praying to any god listening for just one healthy son. Priorities. Years slide by and Edgar grows into a sharp young man, but he's blunt about why he keeps coming back, not for the forest but for whoever's waiting inside it. The voice, genuinely thrown, asks why that would even matter. Edgar tries the obvious answer, because you're my friend, and the voice immediately overthinks it, wondering if friendship comes with a mandatory visiting schedule. Edgar cuts through the philosophy with the simple truth: he's just really happy every time they meet. The voice goes quiet, hands curling shut, clearly not sure what to do with that kind of honesty. Wind moves through the trees, filling the silence. Neither of them breaks first. Happiness, it repeats, testing the word. Edgar quietly admits he doesn't actually have any other friends. Its only reply, indeed, cold comfort, but comfort all the same. From there, the two of them just talk constantly. The voice has endless questions about being human, and Edgar always does his best to answer everyone. Most days it's just Edgar, a book, and dappled sunlight, with an audience only he can hear. Back home, the adults fuss over him like he's made of glass, treating him more like a prized ornament than a kid, and that suffocating attention curdles into guilt he can't shake. No wonder he loves these talks so much. It's the one relationship in his life that asks nothing of him but plain, uncomplicated joy. Bit by bit, something starts blooming in Edgar that wasn't there before: real vitality. Those few stolen hours in the forest and the anticipation that lingers long after he leaves are what's keeping him going now. Whatever this friendship is, it breathed actual life back into a boy who'd been running on empty. And it's not one-sided. The voice admits it started feeling that same flutter of anticipation, like it's relearning what feelings even are. Time used to mean nothing to it, not worth a single thought. Now somehow it counts the hours. And honestly, that old meaningless eternity was boring by comparison. Feeling bold for once, Edgar's heart pounds like it might burst as he works up the nerve to finally ask for the one thing he's wanted all along. "Could you show me your appearance?" he finally asks. The voice is thrown: an appearance, an actual physical shape. Truth is, it has none to show, so it asks him plainly whether he really needs it to have a form at all. Edgar backpedals fast, mumbling that he was just curious, no big deal. But the idea's already taken root. Humans trade something special through gestures and gazes that words alone can't carry, it realizes. So that is what he's really asking for, the one language only a face and a look can speak. Challenge accepted. The dark around them starts to twist and gather itself into something new, right in front of him. Shadow pulls itself upward out of nothing, shaping into an actual silhouette for the first time. A figure steps out of the dark, black hair, glowing red eyes, and asks Edgar plainly, "Do you like it?" Because this new face staring back at him is a dead ringer for his own. "Is this my face?" Edgar asks, stunned. "It just picked the one it liked best," it says, and that happened to be his. Edgar admits he never actually expected his wish to be granted, let alone like this. It was the first wish Edgar, a boy who wanted for nothing, had ever voiced out loud. It says it had no choice but to happily make it real. Now he's basically talking to a mirror, and he's not totally sure how he feels about that, though fair's fair, he did say he liked that face. Then I like it too, it decides, warming to the idea fast. One problem, Edgar can't even hold eye contact with his own face staring back at him. Wasn't the whole point supposed to be sharing a look? It just stares back, patient, daring him to try again. Then how about this, it offers, and the shape shifts once more. Sunlight catches new shoulders, a new silhouette settling into place. Sharper eyes now, a sleeker jawline, clearly taking notes on what works. A solid, grown body fills out along ideal lines, like it's sculpting the perfect answer to his request. And just like that, it has aged itself up right alongside him. Edgar goes red on the spot, sputtering out a half-formed "you" and nothing else. "You grew up," he blurts, gawking. "Did you seriously just turn yourself into an adult? Is this really what he'll look like someday too?" "Probably," it shrugs, and Edgar, half mesmerized, asks if he can look closer. This time, Edgar notices, it isn't dodging his gaze at all. The skin under his fingers is cold, smooth, carved like marble. No breath stirs, nothing rising, nothing falling, nothing alive in the usual sense. What it feels instead through Edgar's touch are hot hands and warm breath, proof of the very life it doesn't have. A hand settles on Edgar's head, gentle as anything, like it's copying something it's only ever watched other people do. "Edgar," it says. "Yes," he answers without missing a beat. "Every human carries a name," it muses. "Why bother tying yourself to a word like that at all? Names let people tell each other apart," Edgar explains, "and there's real weight in the act of saying one out loud. Say a name with real feeling behind it," he adds, "and that person becomes something special to you." So it asks the question that's clearly been building, "Will you give me a name too?" Edgar just blinks. "Me." He turns the request over in his head, searching for something that fits. In the memory that surfaces, someone calls out to a girl with a face not unlike his own. "Rose, where are you going?" "How about Rose?" he offers, testing it out loud. It's a name he cherishes, and he means to hand it over completely, no strings attached. "Rose," it repeats to itself, then wonders aloud if that's a little too pretty a name for a grown man. Edgar starts backpedaling, offering to think up something else. It cuts him off flat. "Rose," final answer. The name settles into place, and something like a real smile follows right behind it. "I like it," it says. Edgar, watching that rare smile, quietly asks if it really means that, like he needs to hear it twice. "Call my name Edgar," it asks, like the word alone could pull it closer to something real. So that it can finally close that last distance and become something genuinely special to him. Somewhere in all this, its hair even shifts to match his, fire red, cold and warmth finally mixing into something like real body heat. Edgar feels less like a boy talking to a ghost now, and more like a sculptor watching his own marble finally start to breathe. Petals drift down around two hands, quietly, finally clasped together. He pulls it into an embrace and says the name again, softer this time, "Rose." The whole forest seems to bloom around that one quiet word. A little charm glints between them now, proof this isn't just some passing daydream. But on that day, could Edgar Otis have possibly guessed what he'd actually just set in motion? Something that had drifted through the dark, meaningless for who knows how long, had just defined itself with a single name, Rose. And it did that for one reason only, for the sake of one lonely boy. If you're reading this and already see where it's going, Rose asks you to stay anyway. This is about learning the whole truth, not just the twist. Once it had a name to hold onto, Rose and Edgar only grew closer from there. Edgar notices something surprising about himself. He actually likes talking about his own life for once. He reads books out loud to Rose, tells him his own stories, even starts asking for advice when things get hard. Like the time his brother didn't stumble home again. "Ah, my brother," Edgar sighs, Nero Otis, resident family drunkard. Rose could have read every thought on his face without a word. But it waits anyway, silent, letting Edgar find his own words in his own time. Simple reason why, it just genuinely liked the sound of his voice. The letter admits it won't lay out every single conversation they had, or every hour spent in that one golden season. But one thing's certain, Edgar was an extraordinary thing to Rose, his first friend ever, just as Rose was the first human he'd ever really spoken to. It was a peaceful season, impossibly short and all the more beautiful for it. Leaves drift by overhead, marking time neither of them wanted to count. And you, reading this letter right now, already know how these stories tend to go. Because just like the seasons themselves, peace never stays put for long. Winter creeps in, and for the first time, Rose finds itself waiting there completely alone. This is the day Edgar doesn't come to the forest, the very first time after everything. Rose feels something like confusion but says nothing, just keeps waiting quietly. And then, one day, it finds itself looking down over the Otis estate, drawn out of the forest for the first time to check on him. The great house sits there, cold and silent under the snow, giving nothing away. You said you were waiting for it to snow, Edgar, it murmurs to itself, watching the first flakes finally fall. So it just stands there, gazing quietly up at his window, watching, waiting for a sign. And that is exactly what Rose does. It continues on and it continues waiting, the letter unfinished, the story far from over. To someone out there, this day barely registers less than a heartbeat. But here, it is a day that keeps circling back, aching the same way every single time, 2 long days into the wait. 3 days now, the snow keeps falling outside one lonely door and somebody is still waiting on the other side of it. Finally, the door cracks open, just a sliver, snow drifting in like it has somewhere better to be. Meet Edgar tucked into bed with his letters when someone leans in with the news. It is snowing outside. And that someone is Rose, a quiet, dark-haired figure who seems to slip out of nowhere or maybe straight out of the forest itself. Rose, even his own name sounds like a question nobody has fully answered yet. Turns out Rose hardly ever leaves the forest, so somebody in the house is raising an eyebrow that he is standing here at all, snow swirling around the two of them. Rose murmurs that this makes the 3rd snowfall of the winter, like he has been counting every single one. Edgar apologizes to his back, guilty for making him wait so long. Rose admits he wanted to build a snowman with Edgar the moment the first snow fell but could not get free in time. Still, if that is what Edgar wants, it is no trouble now. So Rose packs a fistful of snow into a ball, hands steady and careful. Together, the two of them start piecing an actual snowman together, twig arms and all. Edgar is practically vibrating, thrusting something over for the finishing touch. Here, he says, take it. Rose asks, half joking, if Edgar likes it, even if it is technically a snowman that is not cold at all. Edgar just beams. Yes, he says, Rose is amazing. Rose just watches him, something quiet and unreadable behind those red eyes. Lying together in the snow, Edgar murmurs that somehow this snow feels warm. He tells Rose the snow reminds him of Rose himself. Not exactly subtle, but hey, it works. The moment lingers and then, out of nowhere, everything goes cold. Dread creeps into the dark as blood starts falling, drop by drop. Edgar is coughing hard, blood spattering the floor between his fingers. Rose catches him and it is confirmed on the spot, pneumonia. Edgar manages a bitter little laugh through the blood. Guess he was never exactly the picture of health to begin with, was he? He can tell this time is different, and so quietly can Rose. Rose pulls him close, already aware there is not much time left to feel this kind of warmth at all. The thought creeps in, unbearable. What if he never gets to meet Edgar again? Rose says it plainly, almost desperate. He is tired of waiting for Edgar now. Edgar, he calls softly. What? Edgar answers. Rose asks him outright, then why not just stay by his side forever? And then just like that, Rose says it, he likes him. Edgar says it right back, and for one moment the two of them are as close as two people can get. They just stay wrapped up like that for the longest time. Because here is the thing Rose already knows. With a single gesture he could make Edgar completely healthy again. Wipe away every bit of the boy's pain, take his hand, and whisk him off wherever he wants to go. For one shining, snow globe kind of moment, that is exactly the future this looks like. An actual power couple in the making. But something else sprouts in Rose's heart right about now, and it is nowhere near as sweet. He wonders, almost afraid of the answer, if he has gone too human, and whether Edgar is grieving their parting the exact same way he is. So Rose decides to test him. Does Edgar really wish for an eternity with him? Edgar, Rose calls, pulling him closer. For Edgar's sake, sure, but honestly for his own sake too. Rose lays it out plainly. If he could grant Edgar exactly one wish, what would he even ask for? A question that would have honestly been better left unasked. Rose's voice turns almost desperate. Tell him Edgar wants to be with him. Just tell him, tell him. Say he wants an eternity with him, and Rose swears he will lay the whole world at his feet for it. Edgar just goes quiet. If an opportunity like that ever really came along, Edgar has just one request for it. Could Rose help his brother instead? Rose's reaction is unreadable, but something in him goes very still. See, the woman set to adopt him, Mrs. Sylvester is furious with his older brother, and Edgar cannot stand that his brother is catching heat just for catching Edgar's own sickness. Sounds like she is about to kick him out entirely, and Edgar cannot stop wondering where his brother would even go if he loses the Bertrand estate. In Edgar's mind, he is the one who stole it all: the better schooling, the trip abroad, even the money that could have paid for treatment. If he could just help his brother once, first and last time, he thinks he could actually go in peace. Rose does not flinch. He just asks flat out, even if granting that wish costs Edgar his own life. Edgar shrugs it off. He is dying soon regardless, so what difference does it make? Rose presses harder. Is he not afraid? Every living thing fights to avoid death. But his answer is written plainly across his face already. Apparently, every human needs some kind of anchor to keep living. Normally, that anchor is supposed to be yourself. Not for Edgar though. He has walked side by side with death his whole life. A little late to start being scared of it now. He had no expectations left for the future, and worse, not 1 ounce of affection left over for himself. None at all. The one thing Edgar ever really anchored himself to was his brother, the one person he believed actually cared about him. Whether he gets hurt in the process or loses everything he has, it does not matter. He will act for that person and only that person. And that is exactly what blooms out of all that devotion. A rose, cold and blue. Over and over quietly, I'm sorry, brother. Guilt, tangled up with whatever scraps of affection he has left for his family. Turns out that is the entire list. Guilt and family, the only two things Edgar Otis ever measured his life by. Rose mattered to him too deeply, but somehow neither Rose nor even Edgar himself ever made that short list. And Rose only realizes that far too late. Half of him wants to hold Edgar and beg him to stop, the other half wants to shake him and condemn him for it. He wants to howl, to kiss him, to slap him, all at the exact same time. That is just how wrecked he is right now. Whatever composure Rose had left is basically shredded at this point. For this one boy's sake, every emotion Rose owns is colliding at once. Because deep down, Rose is not really human at all, just something far bigger, crammed into a human shape. That very night, meanwhile, the older brother who had basically driven his little brother right to the edge has already made a full recovery himself, and here he is, drinking like nothing ever happened. He is deep in his cups, and something is clearly still eating at him too. Then out of the dark, a voice he was not ready for, Edgar. A tense, unwelcome confrontation is forming in the blue dark. He is spiraling now, screaming, demanding to know if Edgar has crawled back from the grave just to blame him. According to him, that Sylvester adoption was supposed to be his, and somehow he even caught Edgar's rotten luck with sickness on top of it. Edgar has been dragging his whole life down into the depths, he shouts. A shackle, he calls it, when he could never shake off. And right on cue, that same familiar shadow steps forward, offering to grant a wish of his own. He nearly chokes on the words, a wish. Wait, he manages, hesitating. He stammers out the obvious, this is not really Edgar, is it? And gets a quiet yes in return. Last he heard, nobody had told him Edgar was actually dead. So what exactly is standing in front of him with eyes like hellfire? A devil, maybe. Honestly, at this point, devil or angel, he could not care less. He snarls about everyone always looking down on him, and Rose calmly asks, even at the price of his own brother's life. Edgar's life, he actually pauses on that one. That guy was going to die soon anyway, he mutters. So being useful to his big brother one last time is basically the best thing that wretch could ever hope for. Brutal, and he means every word. The deal is forming right there in the dark between them. and with a handshake it is struck. Rose, voice ice cold, says it plainly. Very well, he will grant this wish too, and quietly says his own goodbye to Edgar in the same breath. So this, apparently, is what everything meant to this brother all along. Still, Rose cannot go against Edgar's own wish, the one where he begged Rose to help his brother no matter what. So, Rose says quietly, watch closely. A single flower held out, like a warning nobody wants to hear. And see exactly what that precious someone you loved so dearly actually amounts to. Edgar's funeral, when it finally comes, is small and quiet. Mrs. Sylvester buries him in her own family plot instead. Not the neglected, practically forgotten Otis family graveyard. Standing at a grave marked simply Edgar, someone mutters the cruelest line imaginable. If he was going to die anyway, he should have just done it sooner. Even with absolutely nothing left, this man is still clawing for whatever scraps he can grab. And naturally, Mrs. Sylvester is not having any of it. She names him outright now, Neil Otis, and throws him out on the spot. The Sylvesters owe him nothing, and she is putting Edgar's name on her own register so he is cut off from the Otis name for good. Neil scrambles, panicked. Wait, does she not need an heir now that Edgar is gone? Is he not all that is left? Apparently that is not the answer she is looking for, because his own suitcase goes flying right out the door after him. She would rather hand the Sylvester name to absolutely anyone else before someone like him. And just like that, Neil is standing outside the gate in the snow, alone, while Rose watches with murder behind his eyes. Neil does not take it well. Just you wait, he growls. Whatever he does, whatever he becomes from here, everyone is going to regret this, he swears. Next time their paths cross, he vows, that arrogant head of hers is going to bow to him. Big talk from a guy holding one suitcase in the snow. Rose just watches every bit of it unfold without a word. Something colder is settling behind his eyes now. He leaves with one quiet, damning question hanging in the snow. Is there really any value left in the Otis family at all? He is very curious indeed to find out.